This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Oh my god, is this an alien? Can we really kill it? What nonsense are you talking about? Even if we can't, we should be able to at least hold on together until help arrives. Baishu, are you okay? The ethereal feeling settled down, and with a violent shaking, Baishu suddenly regained consciousness. Despite a splitting headache, chest pain, and nausea, he habitually reached for his lower back. This instinct had become ingrained in him during the apocalypse. But he found nothing. Not only that, his hands seemed much smaller, and the calluses and scars from handling swords and guns had vanished. It wasn't an illusion. Baishu suddenly raised his hand to his face, fair, slender, without any wounds, and not the ugly purple-blue color. As if unable to bear Baishu's foolishness, the crew-haired boy standing on the periphery cursed, "I should have left him alone earlier. He's always causing trouble." Although Baishu didn't fully grasp the situation, the current situation didn't give him much time to think. Before he could even get a clear look at the people before him, a massive creature filled his sight. The creature was over 2 meters tall, a cross between a pig and a horse, sturdy yet incredibly fast. Its back was covered in thorns, its snout protruded, its lower jaw sprouted fangs pointing upwards, its mouth bared most of its face, drool dripping with foul-smelling saliva, and its eyes were an abnormally crimson red. The creature was so heavy that every time it ran, the people a mile away were shaken 3 times. Not to mention the man and woman closest to the monster, who were even smaller in comparison. The monster seemed to have no problem taking them down with one bite. Baishu frowned. I thought it was outrageous that zombies could leap and fly, but there were actually such dangerous animal zombies. Even though he knew the power disparity was immense, Baishu instinctively wanted to protect ordinary people, having been instilled with the idea of protecting them since childhood. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, humanity, driven by the despair and oppression of battling the zombies, became even more brutal. A human transformation program was proposed, adopting abandoned and homeless children and injecting them with zombie DNA extract to create an undead vanguard. When Baishu was starving and unable to find food, he heard that those who signed up would receive a pack of lemon-flavored cookies, so he signed up. He was also one of the first to succeed. Although he had the purple-blue skin of a zombie, his human consciousness remained unchanged. 10 years later, the zombies evolved en masse, and the base was breached. Baishu fought to the bitter end, covering the human escape. Alas, humanity was short of supplies. The transformed could rely on zombie crystal cores for energy, so he never again tasted something as delicious as lemon cookies. Although he didn't know why he was still alive. He stood up, shaking his head and looking around for a suitable weapon, only to find that none of these people, who were facing a formidable enemy, were armed. Instead, they were holding strange, seemingly harmless objects. What was going on? He zeroed in on the only weapon he could find that could barely strike. Under the astonished gazes of the others, Baishu approached the buzzcut man. Before they could even see his movements, Wang Meng's natal magic weapon was already in Baishu's hand. He shook it with a hint of disdain. Wang Meng, the buzzcut man, ? The other man and woman's grips on their natal magic weapons unconsciously tightened. Baishu was furious. Realizing the situation, Wang Meng was furious. Fuck. Why are you trying to steal my natal magic weapon? Don't think I won't hit you just because you have a smug face. Baishu's mind was in a tizzy, and he couldn't hear what Wang Meng was saying. He stared intently at the tiny man and woman standing in front of the monster, cautiously approaching with his iron rod in hand. Fuck you. What are you doing? Seeing Baishu, usually so timid, charging forward like a fool, Wang Meng, no longer bothered to get angry, quickly grabbed him. Let go! They're in danger. Baishu struggled to articulate, debating whether to attack the humans when his hand suddenly lightened and the iron rod returned to Wang Meng's grasp. While Baishu was stunned, the 3 men surrounded him and pinned him down. Wang Meng grabbed Baishu's collar and pulled him up, his face fierce. I called you a weakling, and you're already so angry. Don't we know our senior is in danger, and don't want to help her? With our newly awakened natal instruments, rushing in would only distract her. If you're capable, why not awaken your own? What's the point of dying in vain? Most of the freshmen had just awakened their natal instruments and hadn't summoned any companions. Facing a level 4 alien was like a newborn baby facing an adult. Knowing they couldn't help, everyone grew even more impatient and resentful. Wang Meng, calm down. Baishu means well. Put him down. He's injured. You're about to strangle him. Wang Meng was a burly man. Compared to him, Baishu, with his thin arms and legs, looked like a pinched chick. Add to that his injuries, and his face was as pale as paper, a worrying sight. When the level 4 alien pig-horse monster appeared, Bai Shu was a step too slow and was swept by the creature's tail, leaving him unconscious until now. Because of this, the senior student in charge of controlling the monster had to confront it head-on. They were all worried that Wang Ming would be killed by Bai Shu. Wang Ming waved him off. If you continue to act recklessly and die, I be a dog if I try to stop you. Wang Ming's voice was furious, and Bai Shu's lowered eyes were momentarily stunned. Accustomed to accusations and anger, he didn't argue back. The difference was that this time, he was being scolded for charging forward. Baffled, Bai Shu covered his face. Rarely interacting closely with people, he tried to ignore the spit from Wang Ming's showerhead, quietly taking in the unfamiliar memories in his mind. It turned out to be the 300th year of the apocalypse. The owner of this body, also named Bai Shu, had just turned 16, and was a freshman at Baichuan Academy. This was the first activity organized by the school since the start of the semester, allowing the children protected within the city to witness the horror of the alien species firsthand, was the first lesson in becoming a summoner. According to records, in the 80th year of the apocalypse, humanity experienced a turning point. They were able to sense elemental power, create their own magical instruments, and summon ancestral spirits to fight alongside them. At the same time, the ancestral spirits awakened one after another. The fully awakened, powerful ones established 5 secret realms across Yin Nation to resist the evolving zombies, while the partially awakened ones scattered tokens, awaiting humanity's summons. 100 years into the apocalypse, the zombies were eradicated, but with them emerged a more dangerous enemy. The aliens, giant monsters intent on slaughter. The original owner's memories contain no detailed account of the period when the aliens appeared, referring only to a mysterious dark age. The aliens were even more terrifying than the zombies. The lost territory humanity had reclaimed crumbled overnight, and the population plummeted again. Many texts were destroyed and lost, and the ancestral tokens were shattered and devoured by the aliens. These factors made summoning difficult. Misfortunes never come singly, and the 5 secret realms suffered damage, with the Yin Huang secret realm being the most severely affected. The ancestral spirits of these secret realms served as Yin Nation's last line of defense. The surviving humans established 5 survival zones surrounding the 5 secret realms. Bai Shu was in the southern district, near the Yin Emperor Shinon clan's secret realm. The original owner, despite possessing excellent perception, hadn't awakened his natal magical weapon for a reason. Living in a border town, he had witnessed alien invasions, tearing through the city walls and devouring human life. The once revered, powerful border troops were torn in half by the aliens, blood splattering everywhere. They didn't even have complete bodies, only a few limbs and arms lying quietly on the ground. Vibrant young faces, without exception, had been devoured by the aliens, leaving their loved ones, unable to find even their remains, weeping bitterly. This memory haunted the original owner, and he preferred not to awaken rather than face the aliens. Bai Shu couldn't understand this feeling. Fighting was ingrained in him, and a cyborg who couldn't fight lost its purpose. He quickly accepted reality. Whether it was 100 years or 300 years after the apocalypse, zombies or aliens, it made little difference to him. Being able to save his life and regain a normal appearance was enough to make him grateful. Without further ado, Bai Shu attempted to awaken according to the method he remembered. Calming down, he saw a large green light in the air, happily running toward him. A small cluster of red light huddled in a corner, timidly afraid to approach due to the green light. It was a bit pitiful. Just as Bai Shu was about to touch it, the green light had already taken over his hands with overwhelming force and began to solidify. Bai Shu's expression froze. He knew his life-defying magical weapon was finally complete. It could be a knife or a sword. No, he wasn't immortal now, so close combat with the aliens was too disadvantageous. A gun would be better. He was very accurate with a gun. Bai Shu thought almost devoutly. The magical weapon gradually took shape. A cylinder. Is it the muzzle of a gun? Bai Shu stared at the weapon expectantly, his eyes unblinking. Then he discovered something. His magical weapon had forked. Bai Shu, surprise. Peachwood level 1. Flowers bloom and fall in due time. White peach blossoms restore the mana bar. Pink peach blossoms restore the health bar. The number of uses is briefly visible when used. Range, 2 by 2 meters. 1 peach blossom restores every 24 hours. Bai Shu stared at the peach blossom branch in his hand, making a V sign to him, lost in thought. From injury to sudden argument to awakening, the 3 of them were paralyzed. Wang Ming was even more breathless. It was rare for someone to awaken in the middle of an argument. When did awakening one's natal magic weapon become so easy? Although most people can awaken their natal magic weapon, the strength of their natal magic weapon affects their lifelong development. For this reason, awakening has become increasingly cautious. A stable environment is a basic requirement. Many people even specifically seek out locations with abundant spiritual energy and away from pollution to better concentrate their elemental power. This is why many people who could awaken before age 16 choose to postpone it until after they start school. Schools, like EP1, have areas of abundant spiritual energy specifically designed for awakening. What incredible concentration and mental strength it takes to awaken so easily in such a haunted place. How little he really takes Wang Ming seriously. Seeing Bai Shu staring at the magic weapon with a heavy gaze, seemingly lost, the girl on the team hurriedly comforted him. Don't be sad. Even if it's not an offensive magic weapon, a control magic weapon is pretty good too. If all else fails, you can still summon spirits. Thank you. Bai Shu, who was researching the magic weapon, was stunned and thanked the girl solemnly. Then, without looking back, he rushed out of the circle, holding the peach wood. Girl, shock. Fuck running. Wang Ming reached out with his long arm, but Bai Shu, with experience, swiftly dodged to the side. Wang Ming's reach missed, his nose twisting in anger. Bai Shu's gaze fixed intently on the center of the battle. In his memory, this senior was named Ning, a third-year water type with a knack for control. Her natal crystal could predict danger. The middle-aged man in ancient costume beside her, constantly casting ice to control the aliens, and the two-headed lovebird flying beside her, which Bai Shu had overlooked, were all her summoned spirits. Unfortunately, both spirits were control type and lacked significant damage, which was why the fight lasted so long. Clearly, human spirits excel at group control, making them at a disadvantage against powerful individual aliens. The lovebird, on the other hand, was better at restraining the monsters, while the senior used her crystal to preemptively maneuver and avoid damage. The three of them worked together to contain the aliens while ensuring no one was hurt. But as time went on, the senior also began to struggle, as the aliens' attacks grew closer and closer. Seeing the senior sister about to be attacked, the male ancestor dodged and blocked the blow for her. A deep wound on his arm was cut by the fangs, and his figure instantly weakened. The lovebirds let out a mournful cry, sending the alien species reeling back several meters again. Mr. Li. And Ning was startled, but the crystal mirror in her hand failed to respond. Bai Shu suspected that the senior sister's innate ability had the same limitations as the peach tree. Without further explanation, Bai Shu flung the white and pink flowers at Ning and the man respectively as he approached the group. The fluttering petals, without a trace of wind, vanished into their backs. The moment they vanished, Bai Shu saw the mana bars of the two men and the bird reached the bottom, and Mr. Li's health bar was half gone. But soon, the senior sister's bar filled up, and the ancestor's bar rose by a third, bringing Mr. Li to full health. It seems that the summoner's mental power affects the ancestor's mental power, and that healing summoners can also see the ancestor's health bar, Bai Shu thought to himself. Thanks, Junior. The safe spot predicted by the crystal mirror reappeared, and Ning tossed her long hair, her battle fatigue vanishing. The feeling of reaching peak form was simply wonderful. Mr. Li, having recovered from his injuries, hurriedly bowed. Thank you, young friend. Bai Shu nodded stiffly, his face too pale to reveal his embarrassment. It seemed a long time since he'd been thanked. People often distanced themselves from him because of his unusual skin color, looking at him with a cold, almost fearful gaze, as if he were an instrument. As Ning ran, she kept an eye on her junior, but without her warning, he quickly followed their movements and nimbly retreated to a safe zone, leaving her with no need to worry. An overly delicate, ruthless, and quiet junior, and Ning's eyes moistened for a moment. Was this what it felt like to have a healer? Healers are great. Having one gives you peace of mind. Chapter 2. Soon, seeing someone approaching from a distance, Bai Shu returned to his team, fearing they might disrupt the battle. Instantly, 6 pairs of eyes turned their gazes. Seeing reinforcements approaching, the 3 men relaxed, their attention shifting to Bai Shu. A natural talent in the healing element, there are no more than 5 among the freshmen, being stared at, Bai Shu couldn't help but take a half step back, feeling a little panicked. The role he could play now was minimal. Not only could he not kill the alien, but he retreated without a fight. Had he really disappointed them? His anger was understandable. I'm sorry. Before he could finish, Wang Ming, his previous temper gone, put his arm around Bai Shu's shoulders, like a good friend, his green eyes, like a hungry wolf squinting at a white rabbit. His roommate, a healer, such a scarce resource. And he seemed quite capable. What kind of apology is that? I'm the one who should apologize. Ahem, I admit I spoke a little loudly earlier. Sorry. He patted his chest, eagerly showing off his muscular biceps. Brother Gene, she is one of the best attackers among the freshmen. I can definitely protect you well. Would you consider teaming up with me in the future? Team up? Baishu froze in his tracks, momentarily doubting his own hearing. Someone offered to be his teammate. In the past, Baishu would have never dared to think of such a thing. Wang Ming, although I love to team up with Baishu, that's no reason for you to brag. The boy with glasses couldn't bear it any longer. And you know how short our school's first team is. Maybe. It's not our turn. I don't care. Didn't you say you can't make the first team as a freshman? At least freshmen can team up with us. And in the second year? In the second year, I definitely make the first team. I promise you, Baishu said earnestly. His voice was a little dry with nervousness. Although he was somewhat overwhelmed by Wang Ming's enthusiasm, hearing someone offer to protect him and invite him to a team for the first time, he felt a mixture of panic and warmth. He was very happy. He had always longed to fight alongside humans, so why not agree? Baishu's straightforwardness left the others at a loss for words. Healers are always popular, especially during freshman year, when seniors are recruiting. With Baishu's talent, he was definitely a target of competition. He actually agreed without even choosing? The two looked at Wang Ming, then at Baishu, who was pinned under his arm, his expression clearly uncomfortable, his body swaying unsteadily. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed forced. Wang Ming touched his nose, feeling a little guilty for having deceived a child. The seniors who had arrived summoned spirits to join the battle. The excitement was so intense that the others couldn't think of anything else but watched intently. The opportunity to witness a real-life battle up close is rare. Everyone has their own summoned spirits, whether human or beast, god or ghost. Under the endless stream of attacks, the formidable behemoth quickly collapsed to the ground. Baishu, observing the dazzling array of skills before him, realized once again that relying solely on his own skills to face such a battle was insufficient. He wanted to become a summoner, to become stronger. After the alien died, the seniors didn't leave. Instead, they opened its stomach, revealing 2 token fragments, one blue and one gold. These were the token fragments consumed by the alien. Fortunately, they wouldn't be assimilated by it, but unfortunately, they would only make it stronger. Unfortunately, the 2 tokens are only classified as excellent due to their incompleteness. Here we have to discuss the requirements for becoming a summoner. While most people in the world can awaken their natal magical instruments, only around 20% become summoners. This probability is decreasing year by year. There are 2 ways to become a summoner. First, obtain a token of an ancestor with the same attributes as your own and recite the spirit's name before summoning. Second, enter a secret realm, pass the ancestor's test, and gain the spirit's favor, allowing you to fight alongside the ancestor without a token or name. However, the secret realm is difficult to enter, so most people still use the first method. However, 200 years ago, the Yin Kingdom's texts were lost, and the tokens were incomplete. Even if they obtained token fragments, many people could not infer the ancestor's name. They could only imagine and summon based on the information provided by the fragments. Not only is the probability of summoning in this way extremely low, but the summoned ancestor will also be incomplete and greatly reduced in power. For example, the ancestor Mr. Li, who was summoned by the hailstones on the token and thought about it day and night. Tokens like this, with a clear link, are considered rare. There are also ordinary fragments with no information at all, excellent fragments with incomplete information, top-quality fragments with 2 complete pieces of information, and complete tokens. Although fragments are connected to each other, finding another fragment in the 5 divided districts with poor transportation is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even so, summoning an ancestor with a rare fragment is already extremely rare. There's no precedent for summoning an ancestor with an excellent fragment, so it's a convention that after the owner has tried to use the following token fragments, they will be exchanged for points and placed in the exhibition halls of various schools, hoping for a lucky finder. Hey, Junior. And Ning ran over and handed Baishu the cyan token. If it weren't for your help just now, I might have been seriously injured, and this battle wouldn't have ended so smoothly. You're a wood element, right? Take this and play with it. For a freshman, who hadn't yet battled aliens, superior fragments were rare treasures. Baishu didn't think he was as important as the senior sister said, but his overpowering desire to become stronger made him brazenly accept the token. The tips of his ears tinged a faint pink as he spoke unpractically. Thank you, senior sister. And Ning covered his mouth in surprise. He thought he was a cool, aloof guy, but he hadn't expected such a soft tone. When he lowered his head, his cheeks puffed slightly, and his hair looked soft. So cute, really. I just want to touch him. And so he did. People 300 years from now seem to enjoy physical touch. Shouldn't he learn that? Bai Shu froze, not moving. He relaxed only after the senior sister left. Turning back, he was met with 3 envious, twisted faces. Bai Shu? ? That's a Ning. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also one of the best control players in the South District. She's had countless highlights in competitions. It's no exaggeration to call her the goddess of Baichuan. The 3 of them exchanged glances, then reached out and rubbed Bai Shu's head furiously. The girl looked intoxicated. This is like indirectly interacting with a goddess. I'm so happy. The boy rolled his eyes. If I were you, I wouldn't wash my hair for at least a week. Wang Ming's expression, fading from his usual reliable teammate demeanor, was now sinister. My goddess has said so much to you. How dare you keep such a straight face? At least smile for me. Bai Shu had no idea how normal people interacted with each other. He stood there pathetically, allowing himself to be bullied. I'm sorry, I smile next time. What? No. You have such a pretty face, and you're smiling at my goddess. Are you trying to seduce her? No, then I won't smile. No, you don't respect my goddess? The other 2 stood a little further away in silence. I just realized, Wang Meng is really going too far. Indeed? Huh? Despite the commotion, none of them forgot Bai Shu was injured and acted with discretion. Seeing the medical vehicle arrive, they worked together to get Bai Shu to it. On the other side, Captain Jia and Ning poked their captain and gestured with his hands and feet. A rare healer has appeared. The only thing the team needs is a healer. We must fight for him. Just now, my mental power was full with a single tap, and Mr. Li was revived to full health with a single swipe. Do you understand how that feels? And Ning practically had the words "I want a healer" written all over her face. Xie Yu's hands were constantly moving. Seniorin, be reserved. He's only a freshman, so he'd be on the bench at best. Xie Yu was remarkably calm. Healers were indeed rare, and they were to be cherished. But inevitably, some healers were spoiled and utterly pampered. Their team centered around speed attack, so they didn't have the time to coax a healer. Looking at the child's frail appearance, he privately felt he wasn't a good fit. He preferred an attacker who could summon healing spirits. And Ning, seeing his intentions, slapped him back. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you? The number of spirits that can be summoned is already very small, and you still want a healing one? Why don't you just go to heaven? I'm telling you, judging by the pairing I just had with my junior, he's definitely not a pushover. Don't judge him with tinted glasses. Besides, what's wrong with a healer being a little delicate? If he can't even protect a healer, what's the point of fighting? Okay, senior. I seriously consider it. Jie Yu quickly raised his hands in surrender. And Ning was suspicious of his lackadaisical attitude. The autumn tournament is just around the corner. You're the captain, so you can do whatever you want. But I promise you regret missing out on my junior. Her eyes narrowed. You have to promise to take my junior on a species hunting trip with me. Help me repay the favor. You want to find him a precious token? Didn't you just pay it back? It's just a high-quality fragment. What's the difference between giving it and not giving it to him? And Ning looked at him with a look of why are you so stingy? Generally, species below level 3 only yield ordinary and high-quality fragments. Rare fragments are only found between levels 3 and 6. Of course, multiple high-quality fragments might appear, as happened this time. But it was okay. After all, they had hunted all the species together this time. Even if a rare level fragment did appear, she couldn't decide to give it to my junior. Seeing Jie Yu's response, and Ning knew he was a man who wouldn't give up until he saw the rabbit. He gritted his teeth and said, I spar with you for 3 rounds. Jie Yu immediately said, deal. Just one encounter had piqued his interest in someone as devoted as senior sisterin. Fuck too much. And Ning clutched her chest in pain, not wanting to see this cunning fellow again. Chapter 3. Bai Shu, unaware of the transaction he had made, was examining the token carefully. Wang Ming sat on the edge of the bed, propping up his head, a look of dejection on his face. Brother, can you stop looking? Go get some sleep. Who would have thought this guy would come back quietly, acting like nothing had happened? A checkup revealed 4 broken ribs and a mild concussion. Even then, he refused to sleep, clutching the fragments and examining them endlessly. He reasonably suspected this guy was a robot, and wouldn't accept any rebuttal. Faced with the doctor's accusing gaze and numerous warnings, Wang Ming was speechless. The blame should clearly be placed on this stubborn and disobedient guy. Don't assume he's truly obedient just because he looks cute. All tokens are formed from the corresponding 5 elements, emitting 5 different colors of light, and feeling like jade. The engraved clues to the ancestral spirit correspond to the skills of the summoned ancestral spirit. Wang Ming had also examined the fragments. They only had a few leaves carved on them, and he had no idea what to make of them. There are so many leaves in the world, how could this possibly summon an ancestral spirit? Not to mention that this is just a fine fragment. Even with precious fragments, successful summoning is rare. It's already outrageous that senior sister and Ning could identify the small dot on the token as a hockey puck. I want to take another look, Bai Shu said without looking up. In his previous life, although humans prioritized improving their martial prowess, they also consciously preserved various books. The Chinese value heritage and traditions. Bai Shu had no one to communicate with. His only entertainment after battle was reading the various miscellaneous books he brought back from foraging. His knowledge of ancient sages' classics, strange stories, and legends surpassed that of people 300 years later. Even so, he couldn't immediately come up with anything from looking at a few leaves. The patient refused to cooperate, and Wang Ming couldn't beat or scold him, so he resorted to his ultimate move. He straightened his back, coughed softly, and said, "Dinner's ready." The person in the bed sat up with a swish, hands neatly placed on their lap, tilting their head to look at Wang Ming with shining eyes. "Dinner's a little early today, thank goodness." "Hey, slow down, mind your injuries. You're truly my ancestor." Wang Ming quickly handed over the lunch box. A serving of rice, stir-fried vegetables, and egg custard. It was a very ordinary meal. It's hard to imagine someone considering it more valuable than the fragments of a keepsake. The first time he brought Bai Shu his meal, Wang Ming saw that he had finally fallen asleep, so he didn't dare disturb him. He placed the lunch box by the bed, thinking he heated up when he woke up. But when he returned with a pot of water, he saw that the person in the bed had woken up at some point. He stared at the lunch box, swallowing hard, then cautiously leaned forward to sniff it, then glanced around with a guilty look. Seeing Wang Ming at the door, he nearly fell off the bed in panic. "What are you doing?" Wang Ming's heart nearly jumped out of his mouth. He was about to teach this reckless patient a lesson, but when he met those pitiful, frightened eyes, he was speechless. "He's straight. There's no point in being coquettish. Eat if you want. Don't act like I'm torturing you." "Can I eat?" "Of course." Wang Ming rolled his eyes. "I bought it just for you. With your current health, you'd be damned if you didn't eat." As soon as he finished speaking, he stared in amazement as Bai Shu, fist gripped with chopsticks, shoveled rice into his mouth, nearly choking himself to death from his speed. Has he never eaten before? Wang Ming hurriedly snatched the food from Bai Shu's mouth, teaching him how to use chopsticks step by step, more seriously than he teach his son. After his mission accomplished, Wang Ming turned to the nurse, who had come to check on him. You. The nurse was heartbroken. Wang Ming looked back to see rice all over Bai Shu's face and collar. He had eaten every last drop, his eyes wide open, picking up any grains of rice that had fallen on the bed. Then he looked at the burly, fierce figure beside him. Wang Ming could imagine what the nurse was imagining. A poor little kid picking up rice grains, and a bully abusing a patient. Painfully, she wiped the rice off Bai Shu's face, and the nurse glared at Wang Ming. Wang Ming felt even more wrong than Dou Yi. After learning the lesson from his first experience of wasting rice, Bai Shu quickly learned to use chopsticks, controlling his eating pace and squinting his eyes, with happiness with each bite. Wang Ming had never seen anyone so attentive to a meal. Thanks to the awakened plant-growing beings, the food at the 5 bases had gradually become more diverse after their stabilization, though the flavors were bizarre and hardly excellent. To save time in battle, many people preferred simple, convenient nutrient solutions. Things that seem ordinary only become truly precious when lost. After Bai Shu's successful transformation in his previous life, his food became hard, tasteless zombie cores, swallowed and gone. He could only stare at the food in others' bowls, imagining what it would taste like. However, Bai Shu was soon punished. The doctor said, "Why are you staring at people? Do you know you're causing panic among the people at the base? Many suspect you're developing cannibalistic tendencies." "What? You want to eat? Aren't the cores enough to sustain you? You have to understand how precious food is these days. Many people will starve to death if they don't have enough. Just like you did back then, give your food to ordinary people, okay?" Bai Shu nodded. Aside from the lemon cookies at the beginning, he'd been eating crystal cores for nearly 10 years. Only when he ate did he feel like a human being again, and it was delicious. Noticing Wang Ming's fixed gaze, Bai Shu's fingers curled slightly around the spoon. He needed food to survive now, so there was no need to share his food with others. But Wang Ming was his roommate, caring for him thoughtfully, and even inviting him to join the team. Bai Shu, rather painfully, carved out half the meal and handed it over with both hands. Here, eat. His expression was always habitually restrained, as if afraid to reveal his emotions. The obvious struggle on his face now revealed how reluctant he was to part with it. Only at this moment could Wang Ming see a hint of cuteness in that infuriating face, a subtle, fatherly feeling. He loved it so much, and yet he was willing to share half with me. I eat and you have it. Wang Ming pushed it back. The corners of Bai Shu's mouth instantly lifted several degrees. Wang Ming sighed inwardly, wondering why such joy over such a small meal was worth it. I heard the border town where he grew up was captured, so life must have been difficult, often starving. He cursed awkwardly, "You're such a loser. Are you so happy about such a small meal? Do you know what the prize is for reaching the national competition? Besides rare fragments, there are also delicious snacks meticulously crafted by masters. That's a lost craft, and it tastes 100 times, 1,000 times better than egg custard. 1,000 times. Bai Shu couldn't imagine anything 1,000 times better than egg custard, even better than the best lemon cake he ever remembered. What does that taste like? I haven't tried it either. It looks beautiful, and it looks delicious. I heard it's as soft as a cloud, and sweet. Wow. Bai Shu's face lit up with longing. Wang Ming, rarely seeing Bai Shu so enthusiastic, immediately perked up. Call me brother, and I promise to take you to the nationals next year. Bai Shu didn't hesitate, brother. Louder, and I give you my share. Brother. Ahem. The two witnesses of this unscrupulous pie-in-the-sky show coughed violently. Looking over, Wang Ming's beaming expression froze. His goddess and the current captain of Team 1. Speaking of Academy legends, Team 1 captain Jie Chenyu is undoubtedly the most deserving. In his first year, he single-handedly took Baichuan from a weak, unranked team to the fourth best seed in the region. He was so handsome in this year's Spring Split broadcast. His elemental attributes are recognized as having the strongest attacking fire element. His true nature remains a mystery, and he summoned two incredibly powerful spirits in his first year. He's one of the best in the entire southern district. Even Wang Ming, with his thick skin, felt awkward, his toes tapping on the ground. He, a man who hadn't even summoned an ancestor, boasted about making it to the national competition in front of a big shot who hadn't even made the semi-finals. How could he be so socially unlucky? Hello, seniors. Bai Shu, on the other hand, greeted him with a normal expression. Jie Chenyu patted Wang Ming's shoulder, his lips curled. Junior, you have great ambitions. Work hard. Wang Ming instantly stood at attention, his fierce face forcing a more obedient expression than an elementary school student's. Yes. I work hard. I have something else to do. I leave first. Wang Ming left the room, a puff of ghostly air emanating from his mouth. He trembled, holding onto the wall as he walked away. He was just a freshman, but the sense of oppression was so strong. Bai Shu recognized Jie Chenyu. He was among those who came to help that day. Up close, Bai Shu felt even more strongly that this man was incredibly powerful. Regardless of his supernatural powers, his physical prowess was exceptional, even in his era, when martial arts training was emphasized. He stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, a full circle taller and stronger than Wang Ming. His broad shoulders and narrow back held a muscled, unexaggerated muscularity, yet imbued with strength, as if ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Though his expression wasn't serious, his aura commanded awe, like a sword with its edge restrained. He was completely different from an ordinary student, a feeling that only comes from the tempering of life-or-death crisis. Hello, Bai Shu. My name is Jie Chenyu, and I'm the current captain of Team 1. Jie Chenyu extended his hand with a gentle smile. The man had a deep, sculpted face, his features defined by a deep, defined expression. His smile was unassuming, evoking a sense of warmth. Bai Shu, however, found his smile unnerving. His narrow, dark eyes made it impossible to discern his true intentions, and the way he scrutinized him reminded him of the doctor. He felt a little uneasy. He hesitated for a moment, then, imitating his memory, placed his hand on the boy's large, slightly rough one. It was just normal etiquette. Perhaps he was overthinking it. But just as he was about to pull his hand away, his palm was suddenly kneaded. Bai Shu's shock. The hairs on his back instantly stood up. Although he didn't know the meaning of the gesture, he instinctively felt disgusted. He immediately pulled his hand back, clasping it behind his back, his round eyes filled with wariness. This guy is mean, stay away. And Ning saw something was wrong and, like a protective child, pushed Jie Chenyu away, winking at him frantically. She knew his junior was good-looking, and Jiechenyu was mostly aloof. But she had asked him to improve her favorability, so how could he be a scoundrel? Don't be afraid, Junior. He might be a bit erratic sometimes, but he's definitely not a bad person. By the way, how's your injury? The doctor said I can be discharged in 2 days. In a week, we're taking the freshmen to kill aliens. Do you want to come? And Ning said, as she peeled an orange from the fruit she had bought and offered it to Baishu. Yes. Baishu didn't hesitate, her eyes brightening at the sweetness of the orange. So sweet, senior. Good boy, you got guts. That's settled. Hiss. And Ning, seeing Baishu's satisfied look, casually tossed one for herself. So sour. After finishing their business, the two of them didn't bother Baishu too much. And Ning contentedly fed Baishu an orange and left with the background captain. As soon as they left the room, Winru's expression changed. What's wrong with you? Are you teasing me? Jiechenyu had already prepared himself, jumping to the side and dodging the attack. It's unfair. I was carefully judging. His expression turned serious. The results are unsatisfactory. First, his thin and muscleless body shows he doesn't exercise much. In my opinion, a summoner who relies on elemental power and neglects physical training is unqualified, even if he summons many spirits. Second, his palms are soft and calloused, indicating that he hasn't practiced any self-defense techniques. The only commendable thing is his vigilance. Admittedly, it's reasonable for the attacker to protect the healer, but too much of a difference would be a hindrance. Only 1 month old. The game is almost here, and I doubt he can keep up with the first team. Let's start as a substitute and train for a year before we see what happens. He continued, of course, I understand the importance of healing. Lack of stamina was a major reason for last year's semi-final exit. However, with the emergence of strong teams, the quality of this year's freshmen has significantly improved. Besides Baishu, 4 other freshmen have also awakened their healing abilities. So, I plan to bring the 4 freshmen with me this time, considering everything. All the regular first-team players will be involved, as this involves future teammates. Xiechenyu's argument was well-reasoned and well thought out, leaving Ning with no objection. However, she could never forget the thrill of being instantly healed by her junior, and the tacit understanding they felt when they moved in unison. She frowned slightly. Well, if there's someone better suited to the team than my junior, I have nothing to say. Xiechenyu gave a polite smile. Of course, if this hunt doesn't yield any precious wood-type fragments, I pay for it myself as an apology to my lovely junior. And Ning rolled her eyes. You have a conscience. Chapter 4. If the focus before the age of 16 was theoretical courses, studying existing texts to lay the foundation for future summoning, then after entering the academy, the focus shifts to practical combat. The few theoretical courses also focus on combat theory and teach teamwork. New students must form teams within a month. Those confident in their abilities can apply to be substitutes for senior teams. Each team is assigned a mentor. So, when Team 1 announced they wanted to take a few people on a training trip, the mentors gave them the go-ahead without hesitation. The 4 new students who received the notice were thrilled. When they awakened as healers, their goal was to join Team 1. A strong individual strengthens the team, and a strong team, in turn, strengthens the individual. For healers, who cannot fight alone, the strength of the team they join is almost equivalent to the future success of their summoning career. The stronger the team, the more token fragments they receive, and the greater the chance of summoning an ancestor. Anyone who watched the spring split knows that the reason a team fails to reach the semifinals isn't because they're not strong enough, but because they lack sustaining teammates with healing abilities. This means that even if they're only freshmen, and haven't even summoned a spirit, they still have a chance to make it directly to the first team. After reuniting, the group discreetly glanced at the boy who had arrived early, their eyes etched with surprise. I heard that Senior and Ning was very fond of a newly awakened healing freshman. They all considered him their top rival, expecting him to be exceptional, but surprisingly, he turned out to be weaker than expected. He wasn't built to be strong, but rather thin. Standing at around 1.65 meters tall, he was the shortest among the teenagers, who averaged 1.80 meters. He had the kind of look that girls would find appealing, but his expression was rather cold, making him seem difficult to get along with. Feeling his gazes, Baishu straightened up, pursed his lips, and remained silent. They were looking over. Should he say hello? But what could he say? Thankfully, a group approaching from the opposite direction broke the awkward silence. 3 men and 1 woman. Besides Ning and Jiechenyu, there were 2 other boys. One, with a square face and a calm and sophisticated demeanor, stood over 1.80 meters tall, with well-developed arm and thigh muscles. He nodded and smiled at them, appearing trustworthy. At least in Bai Shu's opinion, such a smile was comforting and didn't make him cringe. Another, not too tall, about 1.70 meters, with fashionable yellow highlights, was draped with a jingling array of weapons, bows and arrows, long and short swords, and even a pot slung over his back. His smile revealed his neat teeth, giving him a cheerful look. "Hello, seniors." "Hello, everyone." Xiechenyu, walking in front, paused and waved. "Don't be nervous, it's just a simple hunt to give you a taste of actual combat." "Yes." The four of them were incredibly excited to see the people on screen up close for the first time. "Let's introduce ourselves. Xiechenyu, current captain of the first team, main attacker, sophomore, fire element. Jiang Zhengping, current vice captain of the first team, defense, junior, earth element." The speaker was a square-faced boy. Compared to the captain, who immediately caught everyone's attention, this vice captain was more low-key. And Ning, member of the first team, control, junior, water element. Zhuixingtian, member of the first team, secondary attacker, sophomore, gold element, said the boy with highlighted hair. He had only been promoted from a reserve to a regular player after graduating from junior year, a familiar face we hadn't seen in the spring season. The five freshmen also introduced themselves. Including Bai Shu, there were 3 men and 2 women, 3 of whom were born under the wood element, and 2 under the water element. Seeing them introduce themselves so naturally and freely, Bai Shu, who had expected to be brief like the seniors, felt a little nervous. When it was his turn, he struggled for a long time before only managing to utter a few words. Bai Shu, born under the wood element. There was a second of silence. After glancing at Bai Shu to confirm he had finished, Xiechenyu continued, "Today's mission is to go deep into the central area and hunt a level 4 alien species." The freshmen's faces flashed with panic as soon as he said this. They had only just seen the level 3 alien species in the outer circle, and had thought they would be formidable enough. They hadn't expected to enter the central area. Could the seniors really protect them? Of course, the central circle is our main battlefield, but the outer circle we pass through is yours. Xiechenyu clapped his hands. "And Ning and I will lead 3, the deputy captain and Xingqian will lead 2. Who will come?" The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and several pairs of eyes turned to Xiechenyu expectantly. And Ning and Xiecenyu's abilities are self-evident. Following them is the most reliable option. Besides, the captain's ultimate decision-making authority is obvious to any idiot. Only one head bowed in confusion, leaving Xiechenyu with a dark head. Xiechenyu scratched his nose. It seemed as if his junior disliked him. Seeing Bai Shu stealthily glance over, his expression like a troubled chick, and Ning reluctantly pretended not to notice. She pulled Zhuixingtian closer and whispered, "Do you want to be your captain?" Of course, she wanted to be with her junior, but she hoped even more that Bai Shu could earn the approval of his teammates. Zhuixingtian blushed, his face flushed from being so close to his goddess for the first time, and in Ning's words only heightened his excitement. "Oh, I dream about it. Now's your chance. Take good care of Junior Bai with the deputy captain." Zhuixingtian, unsuspecting, ran over and grabbed Bai Shu's hand. "Junior, let's go together." "Yeah. Okay." Bai Shu nodded, flattered. To reach the contaminated area, they had to cross the back mountains to the border area. Last time Bai Shu was rushed into the ambulance, he didn't have time to take a closer look. Now he realized how pitifully sparsely populated the border area was. Since the alien invasion many years ago, many people have moved to the inner city. Those who remain in the border area, aside from the border troops, are mostly mercenaries or teams, like them, that hunt aliens. Leaving the city through the small gate is the contaminated area. After being monitored by the border troops, the contaminated area is divided into 3 levels. The outer circle near the border is relatively safe, with aliens below level 3. The middle area has the highest alien level, level 6. The contaminated inner circle is beyond the control of the border troops. The outer circle's central area is patrolled daily by border troops, but control isn't absolute. For example, the level 4 alien species Bai Shu encountered last time was a slither that slipped through the net and entered the outer circle. Leaving the border area, the freshmen's expressions were filled with an uncontrollable sense of tension. Seeing that a group of people had agreed on a meeting point, they could only follow their respective groups. Bai Shu touched the short sword he had asked Wang Meng to make at his waist, finally feeling a sense of security. "Don't be nervous, juniors." Jiang Zhengping smiled. One person might not be able to defeat even a level 3 alien species, but with a few people working together, even a level 5 alien species can be defeated. That's the power of teamwork. Just as he was about to nod, a shadow flashed past him, so fast that he couldn't see its face clearly. The curly-haired girl couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" Bai Shu's eyes turned cold. He quickly grabbed the girl, turned and retreated, and without hesitation, he drew his sword and stabbed her. He should have stabbed her. However, he misjudged his body's reaction. The knife, meant to pierce her neck, only cut a few strands of hair. The shadow instantly changed direction, this time charging towards the two of them head-on. For a split second, Bai Shu was able to see its true form. It was a rabbit half the height of a man, its eyes flashing a fierce red, its two long incisors shaped into sharp triangles, and its four furry paws extended into black claws that gleamed coldly. Bai Shu shielded the girl behind him, and didn't dodge. He instinctively used his arm to protect his head, and simultaneously launched a kick. Just as the rabbit's fangs approached, a transparent shield with tortoiseshell patterns appeared in front of his arm. An iron arrow flew past, piercing the rabbit's head. The rabbit was kicked against a tree trunk, shook its legs, and didn't get up again. Level 1 sharp-fanged rabbits are social animals. While not particularly lethal, they are extremely fast and can attack multiple times in a few seconds. Fortunately, their low defense makes them easy to kill. The incident happened in a flash, and Jiang Zhengping was so frightened that his hands broke into sweat. He pulled up Bai Shu's arm, checked him, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming he was unharmed. "Why didn't you dodge? Were you terrified?" Given Bai Shu's agility in dodging the sharp-toothed rabbit's first attack, Jiang Zhengping assumed he'd be able to dodge the second one, only to strike a split second too late. Was he too nervous to react, or was he deliberately avoiding the attack to protect the girl? Jiang Zhengping shook his head in amusement. They didn't look familiar, so how could that be? Seeking advantage and avoiding harm is human instinct. In times of crisis, most people will choose what's best for them. I'm not a saint. You scared me to death. Your tiny arm wouldn't be enough for a sharp-toothed rabbit to chew on. Zui Xingtian patted his chest and retracted the arrow he had held nearby. Even if Jiang Zhengping's protective shield hadn't appeared, his arrow would have pierced the sharp-toothed rabbit's head before it opened its mouth. "I'm sorry, I'd be more careful next time." Bai Shu reflected seriously. He'd forgotten he was no longer the immortal he once was, and that getting hurt rashly would cause trouble for his teammates. He wanted to say a few more words, but seeing the child's sincere repentance, he swallowed his words. Jiang Zhengping patted Bai Shu's shoulder. "It's okay, don't be so nervous. This is your first time facing aliens, so it's normal to make mistakes. Otherwise, what use would we seniors be? Yes, you're already very capable, I was the one who was stunned. Thank you for saving me." The curly-haired girl, Sun Ke, was terrified. She couldn't even imagine the consequences if Bai Shu hadn't pulled her back in time. She suddenly no longer found Bai Shu inaccessible. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled Bai Shu closer and whispered, "A level 1 alien is fine, but if you enter the central area, don't rush forward. Stay behind the seniors and save your life." She stole a glance back at the two seniors, blushing slightly with guilt. "Don't tell them this." Bai Shu blinked. "Okay, I won't tell them." "Huh?" Jiang Zhengping, who was meticulously searching for any useful alien, tilted his head. "Don't tell them?" Even though there were no token fragments, the hide, fangs, and claws could all be sold for money. Bai Shu glanced at Sun Ke and shook his head honestly. "I can't tell you." Sun Ke's face flushed with anger. "Oh." Zui Xingtian glanced left and right, and said something ambiguous in a drawn-out tone. "Seniors? Up ahead." Sun Ke pointed ahead, his face draining of color. As the earth trembled, more than 10 sharp-toothed rabbits of all sizes came running from afar. Some of them looked as big as level 3, and their hind legs had extremely strong jumping ability. They could jump several meters at a time, and were about to appear in front of them in a blink of an eye. "Oh my god, have we messed up a rabbit hole?" Zui Xingtian shuddered. "Can we outrun them?" Sun Ke felt his life was over. This was far more thrilling than the first day of school. How can we possibly outrun them? Then what should we do? Anxiously, Sun Ke felt his hand sink. A scimitar appeared. Sun Ke? Question mark. Get it? These are precious swords meticulously crafted by my ancestors. Zui Xingtian removed 2 from his belt, and handed them to the 2 men, excitedly wielding his long swords. "Of course we fight." Bai Shu took one in his hand. The blade shone coldly light and sharp. He immediately retracted his hand, which was about to reach for the dented medium-sized fruit knife, grasped it, and nodded. "Okay." Sun Ke froze, holding the knife. "What's good? Aren't they healers?" Swishing Tian shouted and rushed into the rabbit herd, his long sword dancing wildly without even summoning his ancestors. Although not particularly tall, his naturally long arms and legs made him incredibly agile, allowing him to dodge attacks even in a pack of rabbits, whose speed was their primary advantage. Sun Ke relaxed, thinking the seniors were so skilled, perhaps just protecting themselves. As she thought this, a monstrous creature darted in front of her. With the lesson learned from the previous incident, Bai Shu, poised for attack, calculated the timing and launched his attack, killing it with a single blow. Success? Bai Shu rejoiced. However, there were too many monstrous creatures. Kill one and more would swarm. Unmanageable, Sun Ke looked for Jiang Zhengping with anticipation, only to find him in the distance, intently dissecting a rabbit. Did he really not care about the healer's life or death? Sun Ke burst into tears. Chapter 5. Focus on the enemy. You can kill them. Bai Shu turned and nodded earnestly at Sun Ke. Sun Ke was stunned. Compared to his own panic when facing the aliens, Bai Shu remained calm from beginning to end. He hadn't even considered asking his senior for help. His eyes were filled with eagerness to fight, his goal fixed and single-minded. To kill the aliens. Inspired by Bai Shu's words, Sun Ke calmed down, took a deep breath, crouched slightly, and gripped the knife tightly. Yes. Before her awakening, she had persevered through all kinds of tedious physical training and combat, all for the chance to personally slay those pesky aliens. When did it start to feel like someone was protecting her even when the aliens were right before her eyes? After awakening her healing ability, she became complacent and forgot her original purpose. Seeing the two newcomers fighting diligently, Jiang Zhengping smiled in the background. He looked relaxed, but his gaze was intently following the two men. While he intended to allow newcomers to join the fight, he also had to ensure their safety. But he soon realized he didn't need to do anything. Bai Shu, despite his frail appearance, was surprisingly agile, his movements rivaling Swishing Tian's. He wasn't naturally agile like Swishing Tian, but rather relied on an almost uncanny intuition for danger and precise, impeccable movements. Every time he dodged a sharp-toothed rabbit's attack, his heart tightened, and his accuracy was decreasing. If he hadn't known he was a newcomer, Jiang Zhengping would have mistaken him for one of those border troops who had been guarding the border area day in and day out for decades. Even worse, he was consciously monitoring Sun Ke's situation, successfully finishing off any counterattacks by the aliens that Sun Ke hadn't been able to kill with a single blow, and even scanning Swishing Tian and his position. Even if he hadn't awakened his healing element, he'd definitely be a good attacker and controller. Is this truly possible with pure talent? For the first time, Jiang Zhengping doubted his judgment of people. Seeing Bai Shu's belly exposed to the alien's attack range, Jiang Zhengping quickly threw out a shell to protect it. Cold sweat broke out. This was clearly a first-year test, and the opponents were only level 1 or 2 aliens, yet he felt the tension of facing a level 6 alien. He couldn't just pull out his protective shield. Who did he learn this impulsiveness and this bad habit of using his body to block attacks when he couldn't win? The alien's unblinking approach didn't look like a healer at all, it was even more like a shield than his own. Seeing the tortoise-patterned shell in front of him, Bai Shu realized he rushed too far again and turned back obediently. Thank you, senior. Hee. Jiang Zhengping smiled. I teach them a lesson later. A chill ran down Bai Shu's spine. However, as time went on, the physical shortcomings of lack of exercise became increasingly apparent. His breathing became heavy, his throat burning, his limbs heavy, as if filled with lead. Even if he moved in advance, he couldn't keep up with the sharp-toothed rabbit's movements. Seeing his attack miss, the sharp-toothed rabbit attacked. He couldn't let it get through. Bai Shu gritted his teeth and leaped up with all his might. Attack again. Jiang Zhengping stood straight. A huge shell dropped from the sky. Bai Shu's head shot up, his forward momentum uncontrollable. With a thud, the man and the alien collided with the shell, one inside and one outside. The alien, fangs bared, fainted. Bai Shu fell to the ground, ignoring the sharp pain in his forehead. Seeing that the alien was still alive, he immediately grabbed his knife and climbed up, intending to deliver a final blow, but his blow landed on the shell with a clang. Unlike the brief, fleeting protective shield he experienced before, this time, he was completely enveloped by the transparent tortoise shell. Seeing the man sitting dazed in the shell, Jiang Zhengping finally felt relieved, his breath smoother, and he stepped forward to do the final cleanup. My forehead hurts a little. Ouch. Bai Shu reached out and pressed his hand against his forehead, unable to resist a cry of pain, but the sound was so muffled that not even Sun Ke, who was inside the shell, heard it. Are you okay? Sun Ke, leaning on the shell with limp legs, came over to take a look and gasped. A large, finger-thick swelling was visible on the boy's left forehead, and the large red, swollen area against his fair face was a startling sight. It's okay. Bai Shu shook his head, nothing unusual. Aren't you in pain? Let me heal you. No, we need to go to the central area later, so stay here for the critical moment. Bai Shu's words made sense. Seeing that he appeared normal, and didn't look seriously ill, Sun Ke nodded and collapsed to the ground. Finally safe. Only after actually fighting the aliens did she realize how naive she had been before. Her limited training was completely inadequate in real combat. The intense focus left her physically and mentally exhausted. This was even with Bai Shu's help, so she barely had to worry about her back. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to defeat even a level 1 alien. Bai Shu was far more formidable by comparison. Suddenly, she caught sight of a bright spot. Looking over, she saw a token fragment in Bai Shu's pocket. "You've been carrying it with you all this time?" Sun Ke pointed at the fragment in horror. She finally understood why so many aliens were attacking her this time. Although the aliens were crazy, they weren't stupid. They knew that consuming fragments would make them stronger, so they searched for them. High-level alien species might look down on fine fragments, but they're definitely coveted by those below level 3. On the first day of school, the teacher said it's best not to bring fragments into the contaminated area, especially if you don't have the necessary strength. What's wrong with it? Bai Shu wondered. Facing a savior, with a swollen forehead and innocent eyes, Sun Ke slapped his forehead, forgetting Bai Shu was still in the hospital at the time. Nothing. We just said in class that token fragments attract alien species. It's best not to bring them into the contaminated area until you're strong enough. Token fragments attract alien species. Bai Shu froze in place, his face turning pale for a moment, his fingers gripping the fragment trembling slightly. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't know. The culprit who put his companions in danger. After such a major oversight, he'd be despised. Similar words kept flashing through his mind. It's all your fault. Xiao Yuan got infected from a zombie scratch. That's right. Since you weren't afraid of infection, why couldn't you have stopped Xiao Yuan in time? But there were zombies right in front of him then. The first time Bai Shu went out of the city to collect supplies, he was with teammates. Back then, with no combat experience, he didn't pay attention to his teammates. Faced with the cold demands of his teammates, Bai Shu, already tongue-tied, was speechless. Later, despite his efforts to learn to observe his teammates while fighting, and even to ignore the zombies in front of him and step in front of them, the situation didn't improve. Every time I go out of the city with Bai Shu, there are always so many zombies. Do you feel the same way? Is it possible that because he looks like a zombie, he attracts them? Wow, that's possible. Why not let him act alone from now on? He won't die anyway, so it won't matter if he leaves the city alone. Yeah, that saves us ordinary people from having to act as human shields. He might have grown tired of us by now. In reality, Bai Shu's involvement in missions is always high risk, and zombies are bound to be numerous. If it weren't for Bai Shu, they wouldn't even have a chance of survival. However, integrating zombie genes doesn't grant true immortality. Wounds become tiny scars and cracks, maintained by the power of the crystal core, just like poking holes in a piece of paper. When there are enough holes, the paper will fall apart, impossible to hold together. The base was fine. Why was it suddenly attacked by zombies? Is there a traitor? Do you think it has something to do with Bai Shu? I'm telling you, he looks scarier than a zombie right now. He doesn't even look human anymore. Aren't there rumors he attracts zombies? I think it's true. Tell him to cover our retreat and stop following us. The man in front of her almost dropped his head to the ground, startling Sun Ke. No, I don't blame you. You saved me so many times. Why are you saying sorry? She frantically helped Bai Shu up, but when she got a good look at his face, she froze. Why are you crying? The red, swollen bump on his fair face was already a sight to behold, but now those beautiful cat-like eyes were redder, tears welling up in his eyes, his lips pursed tightly, not a sound escaping. If Sun Ke hadn't seen the tear marks on his face, she wouldn't have noticed he was crying. Obviously, he has beautiful eyes. Whether they are curved when smiling, squinted coldly when fighting, or full of emotion, they always make people love him when they look at him seriously. Yet, those eyes were filled with deep sorrow, vulnerability, and despair. Sun Ke, a girl easily affected by her emotions, instantly forgot what she was about to say when she looked into those eyes, and tears welled up uncontrollably. She hugged Bai Shu tightly, pressing his head against her shoulder and sobbing. Whoa, don't cry. When you cry, I want to cry too. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The two men who were packing up the rabbits were startled and turned back simultaneously. The two men in the shell hugged each other and cried bitterly. Zhuixingtian scratched his face. Senior, are we putting too much pressure on the younger students? Jiang Zhengping, consciously watching the two men in the shell, pondered. Perhaps there's another reason. Bai Shu blinked, belatedly realizing he had been crying. It turns out that normal humans are not only more fragile physically, but also more emotionally developed. He leaned stiffly against Sun Ke's chest, somewhat bewildered, and clumsily patted her back, imitating a scene from memory. I won't cry anymore. Okay, stop crying. It's okay to have the token fragment. Just be careful next time. Jiang Zhengping walked over to the two of them and retrieved the tortoise shell. As long as it didn't cause any trouble, Bai Shu said softly. Zhuixingtian rushed over, embracing Bai Shu with one arm and patting Sun Ke with the other. He raised his index finger, waving it back and forth in front of the two of them, then pointed forward, his mouth gritting from ear to ear. Of course not, and well done. One of our juniors brought a cheating tool. No, a token fragment. This time, we definitely beat the captain. Following the finger's direction, he saw a long line of fanged rabbit carcasses, the long ears of the last tied to the hind legs of the first. It was a spectacular sight. Instead of the expected rebuke, Bai Shu felt mixed emotions. There was a sense of relief, the joy of not being scorned, and the indescribable warmth of the aliens. Bai Shu suppressed his inner joy, but also smiled slightly. The two teams finally met at the agreed location. The three freshmen following Jie Chenyu and Ning were dazed, their bodies covered in grass scraps, and their messy appearance resembled rolling around in the mud. No one knew the screams they were feeling. The two leaders moved so quickly that simply keeping up required extreme vigilance. If they lost track and encountered the aliens, the three unarmed healers would be left scrambling like headless flies. Elemental power, life-defining magical weapons, were useless. They had no choice but to flee, casually picking up sticks and throwing them backwards, experiencing a taste of the legendary life of ancient humans. If I had known this would happen, I would have chosen the other team from the beginning. It would have been better there. The three men wearily looked up across the table. Two of them had red, swollen eyes, as if they'd been crying, blood on their clothes, and one had a large bump on his head. The three suddenly felt comforted. Though exhausted, at least their safety was assured. Chapter 6. The freshmen's initial high spirits were gone, replaced by more doubt. Even if they joined the first team, stood on the battlefield, could these freshmen really keep up with the first team's pace? This was the desired effect of the first team, but even so, seeing the two tearful cats, especially Bai Shu's miserable appearance, and Ning felt a little distressed. What's wrong? Where are you hurt? Have you treated yourself? After saying this, she glared at Jiang Zhua and the others. How could you look at the child? He really hurt? The child didn't say a word even after his ribs were broken, but he was actually crying. I'm fine, senior. The blood is all alien. Bai Shu shook his head. Thanks to you, senior, for protecting me in time, I didn't get hurt by the alien. And Ning also saw the long line of eye-catching rabbits. It seemed that the deputy team was making good progress. Thanks to the two of them, one searching and the other exerting endless energy, they managed to drag them all the way back. Seeing nothing behind Jie Chenyu, Zhuixingtian's tail suddenly lifted to the sky. Ding ding. Captain, look at our spoils. You lose this time. Oh! When did I say we were competing to see who had more prey? Jie Chenyu crossed his arms. I told you to observe, but you're just playing? Zhuixingtian shuddered and leaped back 2 steps. No, most of them were killed by my juniors. Jiang Zhengping raised his hand. I can testify it's true. Oh! Jie Chenyu was a little surprised. Freshmen are bound to be nervous when facing real combat, especially healing types. Their inherent lack of offensive power often leads to a lack of confidence in fighting alone, and their first reaction, when facing alien species, is to flee. Jie Chenyu understands this phenomenon, but that doesn't mean he agrees with it. He didn't think it was a good idea to draw such clear lines between attacker, control, and healer. Unexpectedly, these two seemingly more delicate individuals were more to his liking. So impressive. The 3 freshmen were shocked. How did you do that? Sun Ke scratched his head. Seniors would gave me weapons. But it's mainly because Bai Shu is so powerful. I didn't dare approach the aliens at first, but watching them being killed one by Bai Shu, I suddenly felt that they weren't so scary after all. Knowing the difference between them, Sun Ke realized that Bai Shu was more suited to the same team than he was. Losing his competitive streak, he felt no pressure to praise Bai Shu. And Ning and Yu Rongyang glanced at Jie Chenyu. She said, Jiechenyi's fingers twitched slightly, his curiosity growing. Next, we enter the central zone for the battle. The danger will be even greater. If you don't want to enter, you can withdraw now. The freshman fell silent. The outer zone was already terrifying enough. With their current strength, entering the central zone would be tantamount to suicide. Even with the support of seniors, who can guarantee there won't be any accidents, Jiechenyi remained silent, giving them ample time to make a decision. He didn't want to push them too hard if possible. But the autumn split was just around the corner. Without the determination and ability to rapidly improve, even joining the first team wouldn't be possible. Furthermore, the chances of a freshman summoning an ancestor before the competition were extremely slim, so they had to improve their teamwork. Reaching the Central Division was commonplace. The top 16 regional tournaments were all held in the Central Division. There was no point in not even daring to make it. I'm sorry, I feel like I need to work harder. Me too. After a moment of silence, a man and a woman withdrew. Okay. Jiechenyi nodded and patted the two freshmen, whose faces flushed with shame. Don't be ashamed. There's never just one choice, and there's no right or wrong. Prudence and courage are both commendable qualities. Even if you don't make the first team, Baichuan Academy will have a second and third team that will qualify for the national competition in the future. This depends on you freshmen, do you understand? I understand. Senior. The two freshmen's morale suddenly soared. Deputy Captain, get them out safely. Everyone else rest here. Jiechenyi suddenly thought of something and glanced at the pretty junior sitting between the two girls. He then turned back to the two who were about to leave. Oh, by the way, before we go, please help treat Junior by. He pointed to his head, smiled slightly, and whispered, he just had a concussion not long ago. I'm worried this might be affected. Oh, okay. The two hurried over and began to perform their magic on Baishu. The red envelope had disappeared, leaving only a small red mark. Thank you. Baishu bowed slightly to the two. The two looked at him with some envy. No, you're amazing. Keep it up. After Jiang Zheping covered the rabbit's corpse with a shell and escorted the two back, they went deeper again. Baishu had wanted to leave the token fragment in the shell, but Jiang Zheping refused. The superior fragment has little effect on the aliens in the central zone. Leaving it in the outer zone is likely to lead to robbing, and the protective shell wouldn't last long under siege. Huh? You been carrying it with you all this time? And Ning leaned over, glanced at the fragment, and looked at it with a troubled expression. Superior fragments aren't easy to summon. Why not give them to the school for points, and take a look at the school's collection? There's a wall dedicated to them. Baishu touched the fragment. For some reason, he had a strong connection to it. If it doesn't work in 2 days, I go exchange it. How did you manage to summon it? Sun Ke and Lu Lin couldn't help but prick up their ears. It's more like making a wish than summoning. And Ning touched his chin and said solemnly, pray to the token for whatever kind of ancestor you want. The freshman, For example, when I summoned Mr. Li, I saw the dots on the fragment, and the first thing I thought of was ice. I really wanted an ancestor with crowd control. I thought it would be possible to summon hailstones that would freeze the enemies the moment they fell, and that's how I summoned it. Jiang Zheping chimed in. Come to think of it, I had the same experience. My natal tortoiseshell can protect my teammates, but it's too obvious. Standing still makes it easy for me to be surrounded. I thought if I could hide. Well, I actually managed to summon my first ancestral bed mother. Zui Xingtian said, me too. Although it sounds completely based on luck, if your natal spirit and the ancestral spirit are perfectly aligned, there's an indescribable, mystical feeling when you meet them. My real name is Iron Pot, and my attack and defense aren't particularly impressive, which troubled me for a while. Until I came across a token fragment I particularly liked, which instantly summoned my ancestral swordsmith. All my divine weapons were forged from him using Iron Pot. He liked my natal spirit's ability to generate itself, with its endless supply of materials. I also really like the weapons he crafts, they greatly enhance my strength. Baishu nodded thoughtfully, I understand. So, failing to summon is perfectly normal. Don't worry. As long as you kill enough aliens, you eventually encounter them. Wait, what do you understand? Zui Xingtian paused, his comforting hand pausing as if he's seen a ghost. I got some ideas for summoning, but I need to go back and test it to confirm. Baishu glanced at the fragment in his hand and put it in his pocket. Thank you, seniors, for your guidance. Ideas? Isn't summoning similar to making a wish? Does this thing even have ideas? Or is it for high-quality fragments? The others just thought Baishu was joking. At the same time, The group entered the central area. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Not a single insect chirped, only the crackling of dead branches beneath their feet. The trees obscured the sky, making the view exceptionally dim. Something was wrong. Jiechenyu paused. Prepare for battle. The others lost their relaxed banter and went into action, summoning the spirits. Sun Ke, follow Ning, Lu Lin, follow the deputy captain. Jiechenyu quickly made arrangements, then signaled to Bai Shu, follow me. Bai Shu had no objection. What happened? The freshman hadn't reacted yet. There was clearly nothing. Bai Shu glanced around, his gaze finally resting on the ground, where the leaves covering the ground were slightly raised, leaving several marks. Ground, get out of the way. Left. Bai Shu and Ning shouted simultaneously. Jiechenyu glanced back and saw that Bai Shu was also moving left as he leaped. His sensitivity to danger and his reaction ability were excellent. His movements were slightly delayed, and his jumping range was limited. He had never seen someone whose body and mind were so polar opposites. He saw several roots emerging from the ground where the group had been standing, attacking them. A closer look revealed a ring of fine, sharp teeth at the ends of the roots, which opened their mouths towards the group, revealing the withered, black, bloody lines within. It was an extremely uncomfortable scene. Sun Ke and Lu Lin gasped. Compared to that, the fanged rabbit outside was practically adorable. And Ning took a deep breath. A level 4 tree monster. It uses its roots to suck blood. Regenerates when severed. It usually has around 30 roots. Its weakness is fire, and its attack range is limited. But our mission is to take it down. A team of 4 worked in perfect harmony. Mr. Li waved his hand, sending hailstorms raining down. The roots struck by the hail paused briefly, then slowed down noticeably for a minute, giving the 2 main attackers time to react. Zhuo Xingtian, who could attack at close range or from a distance, had already drawn his long sword and charged in front of Ning and Mr. Li. A summoner using a divine weapon can receive a layer of spiritual aura from the ancestral swordsmith within 10 minutes. The blade glows with a barely perceptible white light, severing every root wherever it passed, effectively achieving twice the result with half the effort. However, the same weapon, in the hands of Bai Shu and Sun Ke, was just an ordinary sword. Although the tree monster can regenerate, it takes considerable time to regenerate its blood-sucking mouthparts, and cutting its roots short would significantly reduce its flexibility. Jiechenyu and Jiang Zhengping cleared the way on the other side. The spirit beside Jiang Zhengping was also a middle-aged man, with a weathered face and an official hat. He must have been a civil servant, calling himself the Lord of the River. He raised his hand and instantly erected a high wall, blocking the root mouthparts from the wall. Jiechenyu summoned a bird resembling a crow, but with 3 legs. The moment it was summoned, the air temperature instantly rose. This was why Jiechenyu and Ning had to act separately. The golden crow's ability to spit fire from its mouth restrained the tree monster, but it also affected the duration of Mr. Li's freezing spell. The tree monster was clearly most afraid of fire, but it was also very shrewd. If exposed to fire, it would sever its branches to survive, only to grow new ones soon after. Burning the roots was useless. They had to penetrate deep into the tree's base and eradicate it completely. Sun Ke and Lu Lin, following Ning and Jiang Zhengping, were fine. Their movements weren't very significant. Bai Shu, by contrast, fared worse. Following Jiechenyu, he dodged left and right as he advanced deeper. As he went deeper, the tree monster, clearly aware of the greatest threat, mobilized more roots to attack. The roots' attacks couldn't compare to those of the fanged rabbits. They were not only fast and fierce, but also exceptionally cunning, hiding underground in ambush, catching several people off guard. Acutely sensing the shift in airflow, Bai Shu quickly turned his head, grasped the side of a root with one hand, and swiftly brought his knife down to slash. The root remained intact. The lack of training was becoming increasingly apparent. Relying solely on combat awareness was no longer enough to compensate. Come! Jiang Zhengping shouted, shielding Bai Shu with his tortoise shell. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Shu dodged behind Jiechenyu. However, the moment he landed, the uneven ground caused his feet to tilt, and his body lurched forward uncontrollably. Oops. He didn't land firmly. Bai Shu's forehead was covered with sweat, and his own heavy breathing filled his ears. The stifling heat was draining his energy at an accelerated rate. A series of countermeasures flashed through his mind, but his body was out of control. He was going to hold his teammates back. Bai Shu pursed his lips, his eyes filled with regret. Just then, a fiery arm caught his falling body around the waist. Chapter 7. Sorry. Jiechenyu led his men to a steady position, a look of embarrassment on his face. He hadn't expected Bai Shu to not only keep up with his pace, but also to cooperate perfectly. The exhilarating fight made him forget for a moment that he was training a newcomer. In any case, it was truly inappropriate. Bai Shu was clearly exhausted. She lay in the boy's arms, breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed. Her sweat-soaked clothes stuck to her back, and an arm was wrapped around her slender waist. Feeling no muscle strength, Jiechenyu couldn't help but wonder how such a soft waist could exert force. Incredulous, he reached forward and pressed his fingers near her belly button. So soft. Bai Shu struggled uncomfortably, but the boy held him tightly. Perhaps this was normal. He lowered his head and held back a word, his brow furrowed slightly. This rare healer must not be bullied too much. Xiechenyu's hands instantly calmed down, and he flashed his most handsome, sincere smile, a smile that would have been a huge hit at school. Don't move. I hold you. Rest for a while. Bai Shu struggled uncontrollably, his head pinned against the man's fiery chest, bringing them even closer. It was so hot, so hard to breathe. Xiechenyu was clearly oblivious to his own elevated body temperature. For the first time, Bai Shu felt the pain of physical weakness. Heat enveloped him from all sides, competing for space with his lungs, which desperately needed oxygen. His limbs grew weaker and weaker. Thankfully, Bai Shu remained resilient. Before he passed out, he desperately opened his mouth and bit down hard. Ah, hiss! The sharp pain in his chest made Xiechenyu's eyelids flutter, and he hurriedly grabbed Bai Shu. The poor man's face was flushed, his hair wet in patches, and his breathing was even heavier than before. Jiang Zhiping quickly took the man over. Captain, even if you wanted to murder your junior, you wouldn't have chosen such a torturous death. He was clearly experienced in caring for others, his movements gentler, making ample space for him, and not forgetting to fan him with one hand. Bai Shu's expression visibly normalized. Jiechenyu rubbed his chest, feeling extremely embarrassed. Senior? Elsewhere, Sun Ke shouted, attracting everyone's attention. The tree monster was cunning. A root emerged from the ground, dodging the hailstorm's delay. Taking advantage of Mr. Li's skill cooldown, it suddenly leaped forward and attacked Zui Xingtian's back. Xingtian, turn sideways and don't move. And Ning shouted. Zui Xingtian froze at the words, suppressing his instinct to dodge. He raised his long sword and slashed at his left arm. The root fell, but the severed end remained attached to the arm. Hiss. Zui Xingtian gritted his teeth, yanking the still-twisting whisker head free and flinging it to the ground. He then looked over to where he had planned to hide, where several roots had appeared, their sharp maws flaring. The dark interior seemed to be scattering as lost prey flew away. Zui Xingtian's sweat dropped. Thank you, senior sister. He waved his uninjured arm. It's just a minor injury. I'm fine. Come again. What's fine? Sun Ke, seeing the bloody mess on his arm from the bites, quickly activated his life force. Distracted, she fell a few steps behind Ning, tripped by a rising root. Catching this from the corner of her eye, Ning immediately turned back. One wrong step, every step. Jiechenyu had no choice but to call for the Golden Crow's help. The Golden Crow swooped down, its mouth spitting flames, scaring the roots back into the earth, saving Sun Ke just in time. But Mr. Li's control was also greatly diminished. We can't delay any longer. Xiechenyu frowned, hesitating for a moment as he activated his innate power. Bai Shu noticed Xiechenyu's hesitation and stepped forward, saying, your innate power is very powerful, but there's a limit to how many times you can use it, right? All along, he hadn't seen Xiechenyu activate his innate power. If his innate power wasn't good at fighting, he wouldn't have needed to venture deep into the enemy territory, standing on the periphery like a Ning and Jiang Zhiping. But he still ventured deep into the enemy territory, even with the other team intentionally covering for him. The captain who single-handedly led the team to the top 4 wasn't someone who acted without purpose. The most reasonable assumption was that his innate power was powerful, but likely, like him, it could only be used once within a short period of time. Xiechenyu paused, then smiled at him. Junior, what can I do? The mystery of his innate power was due, firstly, to the deceptive appearance of the magical instrument. His innate power was a ball of fire, blending in with the flames of the Golden Crow and not being as conspicuous as ordinary magical instruments. Secondly, it was because his innate power fire took 2 different forms. Fire 1 has strong attack power, but it's too aggressive. It can be used without distinguishing friend from foe, and consumes a significant amount of mental energy. Fire 2 has weaker attack power, but can create clones, excels at disguise, and is a good scouting agent. You could only choose one of these two forms within 16 hours. The safest approach would be to approach the tree roots and then attack Fire One, but time is of the essence, so a quick victory is necessary. I have a way to restore your mental energy, Bai Shu said, his breath unsteady. Go ahead. Jie Chenyu narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he heard of such a miraculous innate ability to restore mental energy. If it were truly possible, wouldn't there be no cooldown for skills? The team strength would more than double instantly. Are you sure? Fighting is no joke. The smile on Jie Chenyu's face faded, and he looked at Bai Shu with scrutiny. I'm sure. Bai Shu frowned. He experimented with himself before. Applying white peach blossoms to himself would quickly trigger new blossoms. Theoretically, it was like a bug, ignoring the time limit and allowing for an infinite number of blossoms. But in reality, the probability of white blossoms appearing was very low. 8 out of 10 times, there would be 2 pink blossoms. It couldn't continue indefinitely. He hadn't yet determined the upper limit of the spiritual power added by the white blossoms, so he maxed out both himself and senior sister and Ning. So, Bai Shu thought it was a 90% chance that it would work. Okay. A ball of vibrant golden flame appeared in Jie Chenyu's palm. Oh my god! At the sight of this golden glow, Zhuo Xingtian and the others' expressions suddenly changed, abandoning the fight. They retreated, fighting along with their juniors, their expressions more formidable than facing a tree monster. Jie Chenyu threw the fireball at the oncoming fireball, and then grabbed Bai Shu beside him. Bai Shu's unpleasant memories instantly flashed back, and he instinctively dodged. Having learned his lesson from the previous time, Jie Chenyu this time lifted the man horizontally, giving him ample breathing space. Hush, don't move. Can you still use your skills from so far away? Bai Shu tilted his head, only to see the backs of several people running in the distance. The leaves rustled, like the pitiful howls of a tree monster. Its flaming roots lashed out, trying to sever its limbs once again to survive. However, the flames on the abandoned roots persisted. They burned the remaining roots to ash, then ignited the ground, spreading from Jie Chenyu's center. In a matter of moments, the surrounding area was a sea of fire, reducing everything caught in it to ash. Bai Shu hadn't expected his true nature to be so overbearing. Thankfully, Hui hadn't forgotten his master and thoughtfully left a small safe zone for Jie Chenyu. Bai Shu huddled in Jie Chenyu's arms, avoiding the onslaught. However, the flames distorted the air, creating waves of transparent heat. Bai Shu's vision was filled with blinding orange and strange circles of lines, and breathing became labored again, as if he were being roasted on a grill. Jie Chenyu, however, was content, completely unaffected by the heat. Bai Shu was easy to keep, and there were few things he disliked, but right now, fire topped the list. Such an overbearing flame took its toll on Jie Chenyu. Before the blaze could get out of control, he retracted his true nature, Yang Hua, and his mental strength plummeted. The tree monster's bark was charred, revealing faint golden fragments within. The 2 remaining charred roots slowly rose, swaying, baring their sharp fangs at the 2 men. They clearly hated the instigator, and were determined to kill them, even if they held on. Jie Chenyu's face was exhausted. Without his mental strength to support him, the golden crow had long since vanished. He looked at Bai Shu in his arms. How are you, Junior? Ahem, my mental strength has been completely drained. Can I recover? There's still time to abandon me and run. You're still joking at this hour. Bai Shu said nothing, his slightly lowered eyes concealing his master's worry. He summoned his inner essence, and sent the white flower into the boy's chest, then rolled over and landed on the ground. The moment the white flower sank into the boy's body, blue and red stripes appeared above his head simultaneously. Bai Shu's eyes flashed with surprise, his lips suddenly pursed, and the soft flesh on both sides of his cheeks bulged. Liar! The blue bar is clearly only a third full. Jie Chenyu could feel the sudden, refreshing feeling of rejuvenation. It was an unprecedented relief. His mind was incredibly clear, his muscles instantly vanished, and his whole body was filled with strength. You truly recovered. Junior brother, you're amazing. Jie Chenyu smiled at him. Ignoring the liar behind him, Bai Shu took up his knife and left, ruthlessly severing 2 roots. He plunged the blade into the trunk and twisted it sharply, while with his other hand, he retrieved the token fragment. Woo-woo swish. The 2 roots could only watch helplessly, as their trunk was hollowed out by humans, their new mouthparts completely frozen when they were halfway grown. Bang bang. Bai Shu continued to dig the hole in the tree. His ruthless expression was completely at odds with his innocent face. So fierce. Jie Chenyu clutched his chest, feeling the knife slashing at him. Junior brother. What are you doing? Bai Shu, unaware of his presence, peeked into the tree hole. I'm checking for any other fragments. Xiaoqinyu looked at the precious fragment in his hand and chuckled. Species below level 6 generally only produce one precious fragment. Oh! Bai Shu reluctantly looked away, looking back at his palm. So this was the precious fragment. The tips of his ears turned slightly red. Behind him, Xiaoqinyu chuckled. Junior brother, he thought, is quite cute. I didn't expect it to be a gold-type fragment. After reuniting with the others, Xiaoqinyu handed the fragment to Zhu Xingtian. Go back and see if you have any ideas. Zhu Xingtian's arm injury had almost healed, and his eyes lit up when he received the fragment. The seniors had summoned 2 ancestral spirits, but he only had one, and he was trying to find a way to summon one before the autumn competition. Understood, Captain. Sun Ke and Lu Lin were filled with envy, wondering when they too would receive a precious fragment. Jiang Zhiping clapped his hands. Today's tryouts have concluded successfully. To thank the juniors for their active participation, each of you will receive 20 points. The 3 who participated in the second tryout phase will receive 40 points. We select the finalists after we return to school. Sun Ke and Lu Lin beamed. Team 1 was truly impressive. After all, turning in a high-quality fragment earns 10 points, so this was equivalent to giving them 4 high-quality fragments, definitely worth the effort. What if they were lucky enough to summon an ancestor from a high-quality fragment? As for the final selection for Team 1, both of them had prepared for it. After all, anyone with eyes could see that Bai Shu performed the best, so they remained quite calm. Only Bai Shu realized belatedly that something was amiss. What selection? Wasn't this a practice organized by the seniors? It probably had nothing to do with him. Chapter 8. Back in the dormitory, Wang Meng was already asleep. Bai Shu quietly showered, changed his clothes, and laid down on the bed. His aching muscles relaxed, and he comfortably closed his eyes, silently reviewing today's training in the darkness. A frown slowly formed. His current physical condition was too poor, training had to be put on the schedule. After a last, reluctant glance at the fragment, Bai Shu placed it under his pillow and closed his eyes with restraint. He had wanted to come back and try summoning, but it was getting late, so he would do it tomorrow. Because something was on his mind, Bai Shu woke early the next day and pulled the fragment from under his pillow. The senior student said that summoning was like making a wish. You spoke your heart out. Bai Shu thought about it carefully. Although his innate healing ability was powerful, its cooldown was too long, and he could only heal 3 people at a time. The team was strong, and there weren't many injuries yesterday, but he couldn't expect his future teammates to be just as strong. Furthermore, if the injuries to his teammates weren't serious, he would face a dilemma. If healed, he was afraid he'd be helpless if he encountered more serious injuries later. If he didn't, he'd just have to watch helplessly as his teammates' movements were hampered by injuries. If it were a group heal, that would be great. The fragment in his hand vibrated for a moment. Bai Shu's spirits lifted, and he sat up abruptly in bed. In his previous life, because the doctor was a renowned figure in the medical field, Bai Shu occasionally overheard their conversations and had heard of renowned ancient medical figures like Hua Tuo, Bian Ke, and Li Shizhen. He pressed it again, but the fragment in his hand showed no reaction. He stopped at a few clusters of leaves, clearly the ends of some tree, with rounded leaves. It reminded him of a certain tree, the apricot forest. The medical community was once also known as the apricot forest. When the doctor successfully developed immortality, everyone at the base hailed him as a miracle doctor, a master of the apricot forest. Later, Bai Shu learned the connection between the apricot forest and medicine. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, the miracle doctor sought no fame or fortune, but was generous and charitable. He treated his patients for free, simply planting apricot trees in the mountains. Over the years, the mountains grew into a lush forest of thousands of apricot trees, and the apricots were later exchanged for grain to provide relief to the poor. As Bai Shu described, the fragments in his hand transformed into illusory figures, gradually becoming more substantial. Bai Shu suppressed his inner excitement and spoke loudly. Bai Shu summons the ancestral spirit Dong Feng. A refined young man in a white robe appeared before Bai Shu, and he also saw 3 of the ancestral spirit's skills. Skill 1, Spring warms the apricot forest, restores 10% of all allies' health, with a 20-minute cooldown. Skill 2, Transform apricots into food, restores 5% of all allies' mental strength, with a 20-minute cooldown. Skill 3, Feign death to escape. This illusion confuses enemies for 10 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown. The man seemed unaware of his arrival in the afterlife. He looked around in amazement, his gaze finally landing on the nervous child before him. With a gentle smile, he folded his hands over his chest, Thank you for your invitation, young friend. We are destined to be together. If I can find the other fragments, my strength will be even greater. Bai Shu's eyes sparkled, and he immediately returned the greeting, imitating Dong Feng's. Thank you for your help, sir. I do my best to find them. Dong Feng studied Bai Shu's face carefully. There's no rush. I see bruises under your eyes, and red streaks at the corners. This is a sign of insufficient qi and blood, leading to mental fatigue. Have you been overthinking lately? And what about those old injuries? You need some rest, little one. So terrifying. Bai Shu unconsciously took a half step back, feeling for a moment as if he'd been stripped naked and transparent. Dong Feng walked around a bit. Curious about the afterlife, he didn't want to return to Bai Shu's spiritual world. He sat down beside the bed and smiled at Bai Shu. Go to sleep. Do you need a lullaby? Bai Shu practically shook his head like a rattle. It was a feeling of oppression even heavier than the medical staff in the school clinic. Perhaps no doctor, from ancient times to the present, would tolerate their patients abusing their bodies. Under the watchful eye of his ancestors, Bai Shu lay flat on the bed, his hands folded obediently in front of him, his eyes closed, and he slowly drifted off to sleep. Dong Feng sat in a chair, scanning the strange and unfamiliar furnishings. He casually pulled out a book and frowned at the missing characters. Wang Ming, who had gotten up early for breakfast on one of his rare occasions, heard shocking news. A powerful green light appeared in the freshman dormitory building, suggesting a wood-type freshman had been successfully summoned. Without a word, he bolted back. Who knew who this incredible person was, summoning a spirit so soon after the start of school? Even the team leader couldn't be so quick. Such a remarkable freshman would definitely be coveted by every team in the school. Despite his haste, he remembered the food he'd brought for Bai Shu and headed straight for the dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a strangely dressed man standing by the bed, affectionately cradling the head of the person on the bed. The bun in Wang Ming's hand fell to the ground. Where did this man come from? Dong Feng covered Bai Shu's ears with his hands and glanced at him disapprovingly. Yes, I'm sorry. Wang Ming instinctively stepped back. Looking up, he glanced at the door number. He hadn't walked into the wrong dormitory. Wang Ming, for once, was quick-witted. Watching the students milling about in the hallway, he quickly slipped inside and quietly closed the door. His mouth opened and closed, and even scratching his head wasn't enough to convey his excitement. What strange attire! Only summoned ancestral spirits would wear such loose, ancient clothing. His roommate, Bai Shu, was the god who had summoned an ancestral spirit at the beginning of the school year, and this ancestral spirit was different from the others. Its expression was lively, not dull at all. It had even glared at him just now. Thinking of the people outside, as the only one who knew about the gossip, Wang Ming, the only one who knew, wanted to tell everyone. He yelled downstairs, pounding his chest to vent his anger. The potential of a freshman to summon an ancestral spirit was obvious to anyone with eyes. Now, there weren't just freshmen watching the fun, but also seniors trying to snatch him away, but under the ancestral spirit's gaze, he held his words in his mouth, his face flushed, unable to vent. Dong Feng, a accustomed hermit, gazed out the window at the sea of people. His expression changed slightly. He placed the book back in its place, and, with a flash of his body, returned to Bai Shu's spiritual realm. Bai Shu was half asleep, but soon woke up. He opened his eyes, and met Wang Ming's excited face. His gaze slowly shifted downward, finally resting on the 3 plump, white buns in his hand. He swallowed. Here, all yours. Wang Ming hurriedly thrust the buns into Bai Shu's arms. Tell me what's going on. At the same time, Team 1 Xiechenyu, Jiang Zheping, and other senior team leaders entered the freshman dormitory. The captains of Teams 2 and 3 grew wary of Xiechenyu. Why did Team 1 arrive so quickly? Aren't they busy selecting a healer? The first freshman to summon an ancestor spirit was Xiechenyu, who led his team directly to the regional semifinals. They had hoped to strike first, but they didn't expect a team to do it before them. They were missing out on a promising talent. They were wrong to blame Xiechenyu. He and Jiang Zheping had come to the freshman dormitory early in the morning to pick up their healer, only to stumble upon a suspected summoning. Jiang Zheping, I wonder who this freshman is? Lenny? He's one of the top freshmen in the wood element, and his family is well established. It's not surprising he has a precious shard. Most people thought so. No one thought an ordinary freshman, who hadn't killed an alien before, and didn't possess a legitimate shard could successfully summon one. Xiechenyu disagreed. Not necessarily. Come to think of it, doesn't my junior live here too? You mean? Impossible? He only has one high-quality shard. To be able to summon something like that must be some kind of god. Xiechun also found it absurd, but his intuition was always spot on. Thinking of that seemingly fragile yet incredibly resilient junior, Xiechun suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. You know when you see him? The two of them made their way over, and were about to knock when they heard a strange sound. Bai Shu, please, let me take one more look. I kneel down for you. Bai Shu's voice, a bit hoarse, followed with apprehension. No. There are too many people here. It's not good. Besides, you already seen him once. Once is not enough. He's so majestic and captivating. I was so excited I couldn't get a good look. What was he looking at? Him or it? Jiang Zheping and Xiechun behind him exchanged glances, their eyes unsettled. In short, no. Then wait until there are fewer people around before I see them, okay? Tonight? There was a long silence inside, and the two men outside clenched their fists. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Shu seemed to relent. Okay, I try. What's the good part? How could he even try? Their expressions shifted from suspicion to shock, then to anger at having their cabbages plundered by pigs. Bang! Before they could even finish the word try, the locked door was violently slammed open. Bai Shu jumped, staring at the two men who suddenly appeared, still terrified. Wang Ming was even more dumbfounded. How had the captain and deputy captain of Team 1 arrived? They noticed so quickly. They were Team 1, after all. Xiechun quickly slapped Wang Ming's hand away from Bai Shu's, hauling him aside. His knuckles cracked, a terrifying shadow cast over his smile. Boy, you're quite brave. Wang Ming was sweating profusely. What happened? Had his earlier attempt to poach Team 1's players become known? Yes. Bai Shu was so talented, Team 1 was definitely interested. I hadn't expected his mere mention to have reached Team 1 as well. There truly was no such thing as a wall that couldn't be penetrated. I can explain. Bai Shu stared at the terrified Wang Ming, puzzled as to why the Team 1 captain was bullying him. Just as he was about to step forward, Jiang Zheping, a serious expression on his face, stopped him. Junior, I need to teach you a lesson. There are many people in this world with ulterior motives and ill intentions who, relying on their size, bully the weak. Bai Shu looked at Xiechun, who had cornered Wang Ming, and nodded earnestly. You have to learn to say no. Jiang Zheping was heartbroken. I will. Bai Shu strode over and stood in front of Wang Ming, rarely showing anger. Don't bully him. Xiechun was stunned. Wang Ming timidly poked his head out from behind Bai Shu. Senior, I didn't mean to poach you. I had no idea Bai Shu would become a summoner so quickly. I know full well that Bai Shu is a better match for you than me. Xiechun, ? Jiang Zheping, shock. In a split second, the two men realized something, though their suspicions were hard to believe. After a moment of surprise, Xiechun's expression shifted with astonishing speed. With a dazzling smile, he gently smoothed the wrinkles on Wang Ming's collar and, tentatively said, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to be so understanding and have a broad perspective. I misunderstood. I wonder what kind of ancestor you summoned this time. Chapter 9. Wang Ming was flattered, naturally assuming the latter referred to Bai Shu. No, I know how important the nationals are. As for what kind of ancestor spirit it is, you have to ask Bai Shu. Too bad I only took a quick look. It was an ancestor spirit. Wang Ming's face was filled with regret. So it was an ancestor spirit. Jiang Zheping coughed dryly, embarrassed but also shocked. A junior had actually summoned an ancestor spirit. He had a great chance at the nationals this year. 3 pairs of eyes glanced at him simultaneously. Bai Shu pursed his lips nervously. Sorry, ancestor spirits prefer silence. Let me introduce him. His name is Dong Feng, a miraculous doctor from the Eastern Han dynasty. Bai Shu outlined his abilities and information. He had no idea of the turmoil in the 3 people's hearts. A named ancestor spirit. All 3 abilities. What a treasure. Jia and Jiang exchanged glances. It was urgent for Bai Shu to join the team. It's no exaggeration to say that every named ancestor spirit is a treasure for humanity. Once summoned, they possess a complete set of abilities and sharper thinking. People like Mr. Li of Anning, the River Lord of Jiang Zheping, and the Swordsmith of Zhuixingtian are all ancestral spirits with limited consciousness, capable of using only one skill and often difficult to communicate with. Communication with the ancestral spirits is crucial. Many of the existing texts, which represent the material everyone learns before the age of 16, were provided by the ancestral spirits. Though the world has changed, the memories of named ancestral spirits are hazy, often only remembering those who made the deepest impression on them during their lifetime. But even the smallest ant is still flesh. Though history is now fragmented, Through the efforts of generations, it will eventually be fully recorded. To expel the alien species, gather the ancestral spirits, and rewrite the history of Yin is the ultimate dream of every Chinese. It's understandable why people are so excited about a newly awakened ancestor. Bai Shu, how did you come up with the ancestor's name? I never even heard of Dong Feng. Wang Meng looked at Bai Shu like a poor student meeting a brilliant student. Bai Shu stiffened. Could he be said to have traveled through time from 300 years ago? He replaced the original owner, enjoying everything he had, despicably. His pupils constricted from the intense tension, and his hands trembled unconsciously on his knees. Being treated like an alien was terrifying. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell something was wrong with Bai Shu. Just as the atmosphere froze, a hand rested on Bai Shu's shoulder. Jie Chenyu leaned halfway against Bai Shu's side, leaning over and hooking his arm around his shoulder, teasing, "Junior brother, why are you acting like the sky is falling? If you have something to hide, don't force yourself." Many hidden families have their own systems of knowledge that are not passed down to outsiders. Bai Shu looked up and saw Jie Chenyu's face. The most dangerous person he had encountered since traveling through time. Although reliable in battle, he's a deceitful person and even bullies his classmates. His supernatural powers can make people feel suffocating, and even though he's smiling, he exudes a sense of danger. His eyes seem to threaten people. Bai Shu glanced at him once, then immediately lowered his head, his long eyelashes trembling. Jie Chenyu rubbed his face. ? When did he become so intimidating? Wang Meng said sheepishly, yes, it's okay if it's inconvenient to say. Bai Shu shook his head, lowering his gaze for a moment before saying, I'm not from a wealthy family. I just read some miscellaneous books. There's nothing I can't pass on. That's even better. Jie Chenyu didn't have the word frustrated in his vocabulary. His momentary self-doubt quickly faded, his handsome face once again painted with a respectful smile, his eyes narrowed and gleaming. Jiang Zhenping was all too familiar with this look of his. He was like a fox sniffing out a delicious chick, calculating how to squeeze every last drop out of it. At Bai Shu's slight resistance, Jie Chenyu shamelessly took his hand and placed a precious wood shard in his palm. I stumbled upon this wood shard a while ago, and I think it's perfect for you. No. Bai Shu's panic worsened. Don't be so quick to refuse. This is also a token of your senior's appreciation for your last rescue. At the mention of a Ning, the hedgehog-like, guarded junior instantly became more obedient. Jie Chenyu sighed inwardly. Was he really that annoying? But senior has already given it. This one too. Your senior is very generous. Seeing Bai Shu hesitate, Jie Chenyu pressed the issue, speaking rapidly. It's just a precious fragment. It's nothing. A team has equal attributes, and the fragments earned are distributed according to their attributes. We don't have any wood-type players yet, so we accumulated quite a few wood-type fragments. He observed Bai Shu's expression. His hint was clear. A normal person would have been excited to hear this, but Bai Shu's reaction was rather muted. He added fuel to the fire. Team 1's current best record is a level 5 alien. If a junior joins, hunting level 6 or 7 aliens, and obtaining top-grade fragments is just around the corner. Wang Meng took a deep breath. As Team 1's captain, I sincerely invite you to join us and win the Autumn Championship this year, advance to the national competition, and gain entry into the secret realm. Jie Chenyu was confident in his appearance and charm. From the border troops to the adoring junior students, he was unstoppable. Building on this foundation, he added a touch of encouragement and coaxing through his facial expressions and gestures, a touch of inducement, and a promise of a bright future, and they were all convinced. Who knew the other party would just lower their head, a sign of rejection. Jie Chenyu's smile froze. Life's Waterloo. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Jiang Zhenping would have wanted to film Jie Chenyu's expression and laugh at him forever. But thinking of his own recruitment struggles, he couldn't help but sigh. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered with the men's dorm and let a Ning in. Jiang Zhenping, Jr., do you have any other plans? Bai Shu nodded. Sorry, I already have a team. The two, who had been so amiable, suddenly changed their expressions, their gazes piercing Wang Meng. Wang Meng quickly covered Bai Shu's mouth, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled weakly. He had finally realized that Bai Shu, while seemingly well-behaved, was actually his surrogate father. He never met such a stubborn father. Jie Chenyu stood with his back against the wall, glancing at Wang Meng unkindly, but didn't come to any particular conclusion. Bai Shu wasn't as calm as the three of them had appeared. He had made his decision after a profound internal struggle. Undoubtedly, Team 1 was Bai Shu's best choice for becoming stronger. However, after crossing over, there were more important things than becoming stronger. Wang Meng was the first person to invite him to a team, and Bai Shu never forgot the gratitude and joy he felt at that moment. The people in Team 1 were all very good, and the national competition was also very important. His current abilities might not be suitable for Team 1. Summoning a healing spirit for the senior students was the best option. This extravagant idea coincided with Jie Chenyu's initial thoughts. He just didn't say it out loud, or he would have been scolded like Jie Chenyu. Wang Ming anxiously pulled Bai Shu aside and whispered, "My ancestor, what are you thinking? Gold and shit." "No, gold and sand are right in front of you. Anyone would know what to choose. Why did you throw the gold away?" "But you? What do you mean by I?" Wang Ming was furious. "You were so concerned about me that you almost agreed. I know exactly who you want, the boss or my teammate. A true friend doesn't need your constant accommodating. Following your own ideas and making the best choice for you is the greatest reward you can give to your friend, understand?" Bai Shu tilted his head. Wang Ming's head was a mess. "If you lost your bright future just to accommodate me, how could I be happy? If you were me, would you stop me from joining the first team?" "No." Bai Shu simply shook his head. "The first team has more resources, and is undeniably strong." "That's right." Wang Ming, with a teachable expression on his face, gently coaxed, "You're not considering me. So what's your real intention?" "Joining Team 1. Bai Shu said seriously, "I want to become stronger." "That's right." Wang Ming rubbed his hands. "As long as I have the fragments in the future, I'd be satisfied if you can help me with some advice." "Okay." He turned Bai Shu around, breathed a sigh of relief, and his terrifying gaze vanished. Jiang Zheping gave Wang Ming a thumbs up, fearing any further mishaps. He quickly led Bai Shu away, saying, "Welcome to Team 1. How about joining us to check out the situation without further delay?" Okay. Bai Shu was practically being carried along, a hint of confusion still lingering in his cat-like eyes. Joining the best team in the school so easily, Jiang Zheping couldn't help but chuckle as he caught sight of Jie Chenyu, his hands in his pockets, expressionless behind him. Even those who always seemed to be invincible sometimes face setbacks. Entering Team 1's training room, the view suddenly opened up. Team 1's training hall was the best in the school, boasting the most comprehensive facilities and the most professional instructors. In addition to the regular team members, there were also several sophomores who were about to leave. Each team had only freshmen as substitutes. If they didn't become regulars by their sophomore year, they had to leave and form their own team, allowing them to participate in as many competitions as possible and enter the contaminated area for actual combat. After all, substitutes had limited opportunities to practice. Finally, they spotted the newcomers, and their expressions were filled with indignation. That's the great thing about the healing department. They're already a regular member of a team in their first year, unlike us, who have to work themselves to death as substitutes and fight tooth and nail to become a regular. 2 spots had been vacant after the previous third-year class graduated, and Zhuishengtian took one. He had actually summoned an ancestor spirit, winning the selection process. The others were speechless. They thought they still had a chance, but a freshman snatched their spot. Of course, they were furious. Jiang Zheping and Jie Chenyu looked at Bai Shu. They expected him to say something. After all, 16 is a time of high spirits, and having just summoned a fully awakened ancestor spirit, anyone would be overwhelmed with pride and eager to show off. But Bai Shu remained silent, as if he hadn't heard a word. His face remained impassive from beginning to end, almost too calm. It's not an exaggeration to say he was submissive. He was awed by praise, but took criticism well. He didn't defend himself, as if he was used to being suppressed. This look was strangely heartbreaking. He's so talented, so young, and I wonder who would treat him so badly. Jiang Zheping quickly stepped forward, put a hand on Bai Shu's shoulder, and deliberately raised his voice. "Xiao Shu, tell us what it's like to successfully summon a fully awakened ancestor spirit in your first year." Several people were dumbfounded. The deputy captain must be joking. Bai Shu tilted his head. "It's reassuring." "Reassured?" Jiang Zheping's footing slipped. "What a reassuring answer." Bai Shu's face was serious. "I feel reassured that I can contribute to the team and not hold them back." Jiang Zheping was slightly stunned. Many people join a team to strengthen themselves, but Bai Shu did the opposite. His first concern was whether he would hold the team back. Does he realize how rare he is? Jiang Zheping rubbed his head with amusement. "Good boy." Jie Chenyu, crossing his arms and watching the warm interactions ahead, turned his head as he passed by, his expression kind. "Are you guys planning to stay with the team and work on the sculptures?" The others quickly dispersed. Why does the captain look so gloomy today? How terrifying. Chapter 10. The three arrived at the conference room, and Ning and Zwishing Tian were already waiting inside, along with a young teacher who accompanied the team. He was probably under 30, tall and slender, with glasses and a gentle face. This was the teacher who was replaced after Jie Chenyu joined Team 1. Generally speaking, team leaders tend to be attack-oriented and control-oriented. This type of teacher is more likely to take on command and decision-making roles within a team, and can impart more combat experience to students. But Team 1 is prone to injuries, and given Jie Chenyu's strong training and command abilities, a healing teacher would be more suitable. Shan Liangjia stood up. Hello, Bai Shu. I'm Team 1's teacher, Shan Liangjia, a healing teacher. I'm primarily responsible for data analysis, and also psychological counseling. Feel free to come to me with any questions you have in the future. Psychological adjustment? Bai Shu was slightly puzzled, then nodded obediently. Hello, Teacher Shan. He looked so well behaved. Shan Liangjia was touched. Each member of the team is more difficult than the last. One appears steady, but is actually incredibly stingy, while another loves to watch the action and never mind the fuss. The new sophomore is a battle-crazed, dark-eyed chef. Paired with an even more unbridled captain, what a match. He calls it psychological adjustment, but it's simply a matter of time and experience. Without further ado, let's get down to business. These days, countless inter-district competitions exist, not only to search for remaining fragments of summoned spirits, but also to broaden their horizons and improve their chances of summoning. Thus, every year, there are national competitions between schools within the region, between neighboring districts, and even across the country. There are countless competitions, large and small. Of course, the most anticipated is undoubtedly the national competition. However, the central and southern regions of the 5 major regions consistently rank last in the national competition, much to the dismay of the officials. Unable to enter the secret realm, teams could not improve their strength, could not gain more information about the ancient spirits, and could not grow stronger, leading to a vicious cycle. Even worse, alien species were rampant between regions, and those lacking sufficient strength could not even compete in exchange tournaments with neighboring regions. The contaminated area controlled by the southern region was shrinking, and of the 3 neighboring central, west, and east regions, exchange tournaments with the eastern region, the furthest away and guarding the East Sea Dragon secret realm, were becoming increasingly rare. For the southern region, entering the secret realm was paramount to changing the status quo. There were 3 types of qualifications for entering the secret realm: the top 3 teams in the national competition, selection for the youth training camp, and outstanding border troops. The youth training camp recruited the nation's strongest summoners aged 16 to 25. The national competition was often the first place where outstanding young people first emerged. Shan Liangjia explained, the top 2 teams in this year's South Division Spring Tournament, Kurosawa College and Boji College, have already secured spots in the national competition. The only remaining spot is in the upcoming Fall Tournament. Bai Shu looked at the information with some confusion. There are 16 teams in the national competition. If each district sends 3 teams, there's still 1 spot left. Indeed, Shan Liangjia said. The district from which the previous national championship team came will take that spot. As far as I know, it's always been the central district in recent years, and occasionally other districts, but our district. He thought for a moment and sighed. At least we haven't had one in the last 10 years. Bai Shu, Forget the top 3. Last year, we didn't even make the top 5. How could there be such a big difference? Bai Shu frowned. Why? Shan Liangjia gave a wry smile. There are 2 main reasons. The situation within the Yin Huang secret realm is the most dire. Its lord, Yin Emperor, has fallen into a deep slumber. The number of ancestral spirits within the secret realm is limited. To sustain the secret realm, they rarely choose to leave by contracting with humans. Outside, the southern region experiences the most intense annual alien influx, with double the number compared to other regions. More alien species are competing with summoners for token fragments. Although there is support from other regions, it's only a temporary solution. There was another point Shan Liangjia didn't dare mention. Some people believe the harsh environment in the southern region is no longer suitable for summoners, and have migrated to other areas. Of course, Shan Liangjia scoffed at these claims, believing them to be just cowardice excuses. Bai Shu was puzzled. Alien influx. Jie Chenyu couldn't help but wonder again where his junior had come from. How could he not even know such common sense? He took over the topic and explained, the alien species surge occurs every spring, originating in the central contaminated area. This manifests as a sudden overnight increase in the number of alien species. Once the outer and central contaminated areas are under control, they are reoccupied by alien species, attacking secret realms and human cities. The cause of the alien species surge remains undetermined. Officials have tried every possible means to investigate the central contaminated area, but neither humans nor machines have been able to recover. Bai Shu listened as he flipped through information about alien species, finding it increasingly baffling. He couldn't understand how alien species replaced zombies. If some reason allowed humans to acquire superpowers, it also made plants and animals stronger, transforming them into alien species. But these alien species changes were so dramatic. Why did they appear so frequently in spring? Anyway, our current task is to improve our coordination and get into peak condition before the competition. Xie Chen Yu changed the subject, pulling out a filled spreadsheet and looking at Bai Shu. Your task is especially important, Junior. The others couldn't help but look troubled. No one knew better than them how they achieved the semifinals. Those were truly dark days. Training every day, falling asleep as soon as we woke up exhausted. The worst part was, we were still training in our dreams. Xie Chen Yu's father was a member of the border army. He grew up watching them train and fight. Training methods shouldn't be too harsh. Newcomers will eventually suffer, even if they don't die. And Ning, worried that he was pushing them too hard, grabbed the paper and took a look, somewhat surprised. She wasn't surprised that the time before the competition was packed, but the training volume wasn't as excessive as she imagined. There were also many smudges and deletions on the spreadsheet, clearly indicating a lot of wasted effort. She glanced meaningfully at Xie Chen Yu. Some people might appear nonchalant, but in reality, they already made a training plan overnight, fresh from the contaminated area. After passing it around, the others all shared a look of surprise. Xie Chen Yu rubbed his nose. Was he really that unkind? The autumn competition was approaching, so he wouldn't put too much pressure on his junior. Besides, given his junior's personality, he was very likely to increase his training hours. Bai Shu was the last to receive the training sheet. Training was a daily routine for him, and Bai Shu wasn't afraid of fatigue, but even he couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the sheet. What shocked him wasn't the training volume, but the small print at the very edge. No nutrient solution during the growth phase. 3 meals a day are mandatory. Eat at least 1 serving of eggs and milk for breakfast to supplement calcium and build strength. For lunch, consume at least 150 g of high-protein meat to help build muscle. For dinner, eat less greasy food and more fruits and vegetables to supplement vitamins and aid sleep. It's just training, and he's eating so well. Bai Shu excitedly held up the training sheet and bowed to Xie Chen Yu. Thank you, Captain. Overall, he's a good person. The junior who had been avoiding his gaze finally looked him in the eye. Xie Chen Yu actually felt a hint of relief. He sat up straight and politely smiled at him warmly. If you have any other questions about training, feel free to ask me. Bai Shu's heart skipped a beat at his eager gaze, and he quickly lowered his eyes. Yeah. Xie Chen Yu's smile froze. Why exactly? Zhuixingtian glanced at Bai Shu's small frame, agreeing with him. He patted the iron walk on his back and smiled warmly. Come to me if you want anything. We make it ourselves, so we keep it in large quantities. It's clean, and it saves points. Jiang Zhengping and Ning shook their heads in fear behind Zhuixingtian. Unfortunately, Bai Shu didn't receive the 2 signal. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he nodded, yes. Seeing the enthusiastic response, Zhuixingtian slammed the table. Why not today? It's almost time for dinner, senior. I treat you. Isn't that too much trouble? Jiang Zhengping and Ning laughed. Yeah, it's such a great thing to have a junior join us. How can we not celebrate? Let's go to the cafeteria and pack up. How can you handle it all by yourself? Bai Shu nodded. It doesn't matter. It's precisely because of the junior joining us that, as a senior, I'd be remiss not to cook a couple of dishes to celebrate. Don't be shy, Junior. Just say it. There's nothing in the world I can't cook. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It wouldn't be so bad if they only had to cook 2 dishes. There were a few dishes that were still palatable. Then, Senior, just let me make the decision. Jiang Zhengping and Bai Shu's voices rang out simultaneously. Okay, I listen to you, Junior. I serve my 2 best dishes. Senior, don't get involved. I make whatever you want someday. Zhuixingtian swung the large wok with great interest. Jiang and the others' expressions suddenly lost their composure. Xie Chen Yu leaned against the wall, narrowing his eyes, and observing the interaction between the others, and Bai Shu with a cold gaze. Even if Zhuixingtian smiled like an idiot, Bai Shu wouldn't avoid him. He really only avoided him. Xie Chen Yu's brows unconsciously lowered, bewildered, and he looked at Shan Liangja. How about counseling? Seeing Jie Qinyu's gaze, Shan Liangja waved and left the room. Decline? Counseling for Jie Qinyu? He's not crazy yet. Thinking of Zui Xingtian's truly amazing cooking, Jie Qinyu stepped forward and whispered, I heard that Junior doesn't like fish. Huh, really? Zui Xingtian was stunned and took out a small notebook to write it down. Of course, why would I lie to you? He prefers vegetables to meat. Jie Qinyu said seriously. I see. The captain still has a way. Jiangyan and the others silently praised him. Omnivore Baishu twitched his ears and turned back in disbelief. Question mark. He clearly loves everything. Oh, you heard that? You're finally willing to look at him? Jie Qinyu raised his eyebrows at him provocatively. He even half expected Baishu to confront him. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't say a word. Like a timid snail, he turned his head and retreated into his shell the moment they met, his eyes filled with grievance. Jie Qinyu nearly laughed out loud. Finally, among the dishes, stir-fried potatoes with ginger and watermelon balls with quail eggs were freshly prepared. Under the gazes of the crowd, Baishu first scooped up a few chopsticks of shredded potatoes and ginger, then scooped up a few nearly fried watermelon and a pink-dyed quail egg. Put them in his mouth. The others swallowed hard, ready to die. It was okay, at least it was edible. At worst, they could just eat a few more bites and save their junior. How is it? Zui Xingtian asked expectantly. Baishu's eyes lit up. Delicious. The three of them. Question mark, is this real? The others tried it doubtfully. A strange taste spread in their mouths, their teeth rusting as they struggled to chew. They craned their necks and swallowed it whole. Looking at his junior, who was enjoying his meal with such relish, he suddenly began to question his life. Did he have no sense of taste? Zui Xingtian was extremely cautious about someone trying his food for the first time. Is there anything that needs improvement? Baishu commented earnestly. Maybe next time we could just use watermelon juice as the broth base, poach the quail eggs for a sweet taste, and swap the ginger for shredded apple. At the end, realizing his demand seemed excessive, Baishu glanced over uncertainly. The three of them stared in shock. There's even a demon. Zui Xingtian was overcome with excitement. I thought about that too, but unfortunately I didn't put it into practice. Best friend, best friend. I declare that from now on, we are best friends. Baishu, equally unable to contain his excitement. Jie Qinyu, Chapter 11. Life within the team wasn't complicated, every day was a routine. Cafeteria, training, and dormitories. But for Baishu, it was a peace and tranquility he had never experienced before. For over a month, Baishu diligently absorbed the knowledge of this new world, learning new combat methods step by step under the guidance of Jie Qinyu and his coach. Perseverant and obedient, with a strong combat awareness, he quickly adapted to his teammates' movements. Back in the dorm at night, Baishu and Dong Feng recorded the information the spirits had learned and submitted it to the school. The school's points were generous, meaning Baishu wouldn't have to worry about cafeteria expenses for at least 3 years. He also recorded the classics and legends he knew. Although some were uncertain as to their authenticity, it was better to write them down than to forget them. They might come in handy one day. Everything was moving in the right direction, but he had no clue what to do with the precious wood element fragment Jie Qinyu had given him. The fragment contained a complete message. A Guqin. Baishu searched his mind for information about Guqin and healers, but to no avail, so he had to put it away for the time being. Baishu wasn't discouraged. Yin Nation had so many spirits, so it was normal for them to be unable to think of anything for a while. The autumn competition was in full swing, with almost everyone watching on their devices. Although the ancient texts were missing, humanity's technological capabilities remained unaffected. Real-time monitoring was available throughout the contaminated areas, both domestically and internationally, allowing everyone to observe the competition and gain insights and learning. Because Baichuan had reached the semifinals the previous season, as a seeded team, they were eligible to directly participate in the round of 16. Before the final 16 spots were determined, Baishu received his custom-made uniform. The uniforms were specially made in small sizes, causing the tailor to suspect Baichuan had misplaced the player's data. He chased Shan Liangja to confirm several times before finally relenting. Baishu held his uniform, his joy evident. The number 5 was printed on the back, and silver-white stripes were printed on the sides, resembling a silver-white fish against the red background. Except for number 1, which was the captain's uniform, numbers 2 to 4 were generally assigned according to the order in which the team was assigned. The quarterfinals were deep in the center zone, and to prevent unnecessary casualties, the uniforms were made of a special material. While seemingly ordinary, they were extremely tough, capable of withstanding certain levels of attack and protecting the human body. The uniforms also came with a silver-white wristband that monitored the wearer's hit count and vital signs. Exceeding a certain threshold would turn red, forcing the wearer to withdraw from the match. The wristband also served as a location tracking device, internal team communication, and off-field assistance. If the wearer unfortunately encounters an unforeseen danger during a match, they can immediately press the wristband, and the staff on standby will immediately transport the player off the field. Today's practice ends here. Xiechinu clapped his hands, assembling the group. Bai Shu paused, his breath rapid, his hair damp with sweat, and he lifted the corner of his shirt to wipe the sweat from his forehead. His physical fitness was among the lowest among the freshmen, and even after a month of hard training, he still couldn't catch up with his seniors. His snow-white belly, now slightly defined, was particularly dazzling. Xiechinu couldn't help but smile, like a white cat washing itself. If he coughed lightly, the white cat would lower its paws and peek over. Resisting the temptation to glance over, Xiechinu said, "The competition is the day after tomorrow. Don't push yourself too hard before the match. Relax a bit. You have free time this afternoon." A sudden cheer erupted from the field. A few people rubbed their aching arms, and were about to ask Bai Shu to relax with them. But then Xiechinu pulled his sunglasses from his pocket, and twirled them around his fingertips. "Bai Shu, join me for the afternoon activities." Bai Shu looked over, puzzled. Xiechinu had already walked over to his side, confident. "Before the competition, don't you want to check out each school's exhibition hall? Maybe there's a fragment you can sense. The fragments collected by each school will be updated promptly on the public platform, but if you want to sense a fragment, you have to go in person." As expected, Bai Shu agreed. And Ning almost laughed out loud. She had had this idea for a while, but Xiechinu had refused, citing training as a priority. In the end, he decided to go alone. He saw it all, but kept it to himself. He must have been bothered by Bai Shu's disinterest in him for a long time. Served him right. He was the one who bullied her from the start. They were silent all the way. Xiechinu was the first to break the silence, glancing at the back seat through the rearview mirror. The occupants sat obediently, their hands folded in front of them, betraying their owner's discomfort. They showed absolutely no intention of speaking. It wasn't entirely true that he was afraid. He was much braver than Wang Ming, simply avoiding him. He was more like a cat, too stingy to even glance, than a rabbit seeing a wolf. Xiechinu gritted his teeth. "What have you made of Team 1 over the past month?" Bai Shu paused. "Very good. Senior Ning is very encouraging, and taught me how to play cards. Senior Jian also takes great care of me, bringing me milk every day. Senior's Wei is cheerful, capable, and a great cook." After a long pause, Xiechinu finally couldn't help but ask, "What about me?" Through the rearview mirror, he saw Bai Shu ponder for a moment. "Senior, the training plan you put together is very thorough. I'm very grateful." This answer didn't satisfy Xiechinu much. He was determined to find out why Bai Shu was avoiding him. Since insinuations weren't working, he simply asked, "Do I look scary? You seem afraid to look at me?" The person in the back seat hurriedly shook their heads and nodded. The car swung, stopping at the curb. Xiechinu sidled up to Bai Shu. 2 fingers touched the delicate skin of her neck, raised them, and gently lifted her always lowered head. He stared intently at the person before him. "The game is about to begin. If you have any opinions about me, or misunderstandings, not clarifying them will affect team coordination. So may I know the reason?" The tall figure gave Bai Shu a strong sense of oppression in the cramped space. Although the question was asked with a smile, it didn't give Bai Shu any room for refusal. Xiachinu's inherent dominance was undeniable. His abilities were enough to qualify him for the best academy in the South District, yet he transferred to the lesser-known Baichuan. This was because the stronger schools already had their own established core players and playing styles, and wouldn't easily align with his philosophy, much less allow a freshman to be captain. He had single-handedly carved out a path, revealing his inherent arrogance and stubbornness. Bai Shu, stuck in his tracks, looked like a pitiful little animal shrouded in the shadow of a giant wolf. The difference was that facing the powerful Xiechinu, the little animal's face showed no fear. Instead, its forced, raised face was more of a tangled mess. He didn't know how to start. He felt that speaking out might even affect their match coordination. After pondering for a moment, Bai Shu silently turned his head, offering the other man a sidelong glance. Stop talking? Neither soft nor hard tactics had yielded much results. This was the first time Xiechinu had encountered such a difficult person. There was another way. With a forced smile, he pulled out a can of candy from behind his back and shook it from side to side, the wrappers clashing with an alluring sound. Baishu pricked up his ears and immediately turned back, his gaze glued to the colorful candy jar, eyes filled with desire. So beautiful. Want it? Jiechenyu smiled triumphantly. I do. Look at me. Despite the overwhelming temptation, Baishu slowly raised his head and firmly met those eyes. The effect was remarkable. A reason for not looking at me. Each candy, one reason. The candy jar was a prize from the spring tournament. Jiechenyu tried it once, but was choked and put it aside, only to find it came in handy. Each candy in the jar was only the size of a soybean, but there were at least a few hundred. For the sake of long-term planning, Jiechenyu was extremely stingy with his giving. The car fell silent for a moment. Seeing Baishu's struggles, Jiechenyu didn't press him. Because eyes are scary, Baishu said slowly. Like a dark swamp, you can trip and fall if you're not careful, so you have to avoid them. Jiechenyu, ? Chapter 12. Baishu's thinking was simple. If he felt danger, he avoid it. If he couldn't avoid it, he fight. Jiechenyu was one of the former. After waiting for a long time for Jiechenyu's reaction, Baishu hesitated for a moment, then, as if making up his mind, he held out his palm to him and said softly, 1. Jiechenyu's breath caught in his chest, and he was speechless for a moment. He casually took out a candy and placed it on the palm of his hand. The child's joy instantly broke out. The depressed mood magically dissipated. Jiechenyu consoled himself, saying he'd just taken it as a different kind of compliment. Baishu carefully peeled back the candy wrapper and placed the crystal-clear candy in his mouth. The sour and sweet flavor instantly exploded on his taste buds. His eyes lit up. It tasted like orange. But many times better than orange. Baishu held it in his mouth, not daring to move, hoping the taste would linger forever. The first stop, Kurosawa Academy, had arrived. Jiechenyu donned sunglasses and got out of the car. He politely opened the door for him inside. I'm so kind and helpful. After all, the mouth is soft. Looking at the outstretched hand, then at the boy in sunglasses, Baishu obediently took it. But it was only a small gift after all. Once they left the academy, the sweetness had completely vanished. Baishu's eyes were a mixture of eagerness and restraint. Just as they got into the car and were about to drive to the next academy, Jiechenyu suddenly heard, You don't look like a good person when you smile. Jiechenyu, ? He turned around and saw only a head quietly slumping down in the back seat and a hand stubbornly stretched out before his eyes. He took out the candy jar and glanced back. Lupien in the back seat shifted an eye, staring intently at the candy jar in his hand. Seeing the candy was a different color, she immediately withdrew her gaze with delight. Jiechenyu raised the corner of his lips, flicked his finger, and replaced the candy with an orange one, placing it in the palm of his hand beside him. A low, disappointed sigh echoed from the back seat. Baishu stared at the orange candy, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't feel comfortable exchanging it. The orange flavor was just as delicious. Alas, he ran out of excuses. He couldn't exchange it for candy anymore. Baishu sniffed through the candy coating, reluctant to eat it, and finally put it in his innermost pocket. The back seat was silent. No requests for candy, no rustling of candy wrappers. Jiechenyu couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. Had he gone too far? The car stopped again, arriving at its second stop, Lining College. As Baishu stepped out of the car, a purple candy was thrown to him, and he quickly caught it. Jiechenyu looked at the man beside him, his eyes brimming with surprise, and leaned down slightly to half-hug him. Don't think I'm so scary, Junior. A green candy appeared out of thin air before him. Senior, you're willing to share such a good thing with me. Doesn't that prove my innocence? It's so sad that you always avoid me. He said such outrageous things, yet he was still willing to share his candy with him. How bad could he be? Baishu agreed. He shook his head and cruelly pushed the candy back, feeling ashamed of his previous rashness. I'm sorry, Senior. I won't judge people by appearances anymore. Judging people by appearances. Jiechenyu's mouth twitched. He had never imagined that this idiom would one day apply to him. He placed the two candies in Baishu's pocket. A reward for admitting your mistakes and correcting them. Just call me Brother Jie from now on. No need to be so distant. Brother Jie? Satisfied with the answer, Jiechenyu stood up straight. The two of them went from college to college, quickly becoming close. Eventually, they actually came across a fragment that had a connection to them. It was the piece that Jiechenyu had given to Baishu. A few shadowy bamboo leaves were visible on the fragment. It was quite a journey. The two who left, however, had no idea their presence had appeared on the school forum. Kurosawa Forum, I was walking down the street today and saw a very attractive couple. I was floored. The tall guy was so thoughtful, and even opened the car door for his partner. See the picture above. Linen Forum, giving candy and whispering in someone's ear, so cute. Here's a new trick to coax someone every day, send it to your date. Boji Forum, oh my god. I was browsing the school exhibition hall when I turned around and saw two gay men kissing next to me. Singles are so shocked. I'm going to expose them. Yunxiang Forum, does anyone think the guy in sunglasses looks familiar? Does he look like Captain Shirakawa? The discussion topics widened. Due to the frequent competitions between the schools, there was a lot of social interaction. In the end, they came to a shocking conclusion. Captain Shirakawa disguised himself and infiltrated various schools before the games to gather information and show off his affection. What a bad conscience. Waking up to their phones being bombarded with messages, and Ning and the other two's expressions went from bewilderment to shock. What the hell did they do? How could such an outrageous rumor spread? The three of them wanted to catch the two people involved and shook their heads. But there was something more important going on. Shan Lianja appeared in the training room early in the morning. Everyone, the top 16 roster has been finalized. Our first opponent is Yunxiang. Several people came forward to look at the match schedule in confusion. Yunxiang? I don't think I heard of this school in the spring competition. Shan Lianja nodded. Indeed, they're the dark horses of this year's autumn competition, just like you guys were last year. What's different about this team? Zui Xingtian scratched his head. Shan Lianja, this is a very rare all-water team. A single water team has better chemistry. Skills can easily stack between the spirits and between the main spirits, creating a 1+1 greater than 3 effect. Jiechenyu said, however, this type of team is not without its drawbacks. The reason they're so rare in national competitions is that they're heavily influenced by external factors. If they're unlucky enough to encounter a team or environment that counters water, their strength will be greatly reduced. Furthermore, water elements generally don't have strong offensive capabilities. Shan Lianja played a video of Yunxiang's battles before the top 16. The Yunxiang captain summoned a gourd goddess among the spirits, who could summon water from thin air. This could somewhat mitigate the effects of the terrain, but... He paused. 9 out of 10 of our Southern Division teams have a preponderance of water. That's true. Jiechenyu shrugged and smiled. Overall, this team's offense certainly lacks prominence, and their combat style is monotonous. Aside from the captain's 2 summoned spirits, the spirits used by each player remain unchanged. However, their strengths lie in their extensive control, coordinated combat, and advantageous terrain, making them a formidable opponent. And Ning frowned. Is this team deliberately hiding their strength? The rules of the competition stipulate that each team consists of 5 players, and each player can only bring 1 summoned spirit per match. Before the match, each team has 3 bans, allowing them to specify which spirits the opposing team cannot use in the match. Any summoner who summons 2 or more different spirits during the match, or summons a banned spirit, will be eliminated. Initially, the national competition didn't have a banning rule. However, it was discovered that many lucky players could advance to the finals by summoning just 1 powerful awakened ancestor, while those with greater summoning potential but no awakened ancestor were unable to reach the secret realm. This led to the gradual evolution of this rule after summoners overly pursued a single, powerful ancestor, suffering a significant loss in numbers during alien invasions. Powerful ancestors alerted opponents, leading to targeted bans in the next match and even subsequent matches. This incentivized summoners to prioritize well-rounded development and tactical competition. But a new team also meant it was difficult to discern the strength of the team, leaving its true strength uncertain. Bai Chuan himself was a prime example. He kept a low profile early on, concealing his strength, but ultimately made a powerful debut. Jiechenyu only used his second ancestor, the Drought Master, at the last moment. There's no guarantee Yunxiang won't be the next Bai Chuan. Shan Lianja, while that possibility can't be ruled out, judging by the overall data, the likelihood of them hiding their strength is very low. Jiechenyu nodded. If they haven't kept it a secret from their own school, the probability is 0. How do you know? And Ning was startled, then realized you yesterday? Were you really gathering intelligence while dating? Jiechenyu smiled. After all, we were already here, so I just happened to overhear it. The others looked at Bai Shu. Do you believe it? Bai Shu thought back to the busy crowd yesterday, shaking his head silently. See, even his junior didn't believe it. No wonder he wore sunglasses, he was clearly prepared. Chapter 13. The district preliminaries were held in the middle of the district. By the time Bai Shu and his team arrived, the place was already packed. In addition to the contestants and venue staff, there were also many spectators. They held up signboards and erupted in thunderous cheers upon seeing their favorite teams enter. Bai Shu was startled, clearly unaccustomed to such a scene. His cat-like eyes trembled with fear, his reaction greater than that of an alien. He was like a stressed cat, his fur standing on end. Remembering that this was his junior's first time attending such an event, and that his introverted nature would inevitably make him uncomfortable, Jiang Jumping offered a kind smile. Don't be nervous. We're a small team, and not many people will be paying attention. Look, it's Bai Chuan. The red uniform with silver stripes was particularly eye-catching, and coupled with a throng of handsome men and beautiful women, they immediately caught everyone's attention. Look at that guy. Is he the one Xiechenu flaunts his affection with? Oh my god, wait until I wear glasses, and he's really in his first year. Wait, he looks like he's only in his first year. Bai Shu felt uneasy, and wasn't comforted. Jiang Jinping, In stark contrast to Bai Shu, Zui Xingtian's face flushed with excitement. He waved frantically at the crowd, his eyes gleaming. Senior, there are so many people. Are they all coming back to see us? And Ning patted his shoulder. Of course. If you act cool and good enough, not just with these few people, you have people cheering for you in several arenas in the future. Oh. But not yet. Xiechenu poured cold water on him. The audience values strength. Although Bai Chuan is a seeded team, as a rising star, its popularity can't compare to the established academies that have consistently ranked in the top 4. The current attention is simply due to a different reason. Kuros and Boji are consistently ranked first or second in the national team. Their teams have already qualified for the spring tournament, and both captains have joined the youth training camp and entered the secret realm under their own names. With fully awakened spirits, their strength is unquestionable. After failing to make the top 3 nationally last year, both teams have been training intensively this year. I'm told that the addition of strong new players has significantly boosted their effectiveness. Although they won't be participating in the autumn tournament, both schools' second teams are participating. Kuros, worthy of being the strongest school, has made it to the top 16 as expected. The third spot in the national tournament has previously been between Lin Nan and Chang Shui, but this time, Bai Chuan and Yun Xiang have joined. And their eyes are strange, Bai Shu added quietly, clutching Jiechenu's shirt by his back. And Ning glanced at the two men, whose previously strained relationship had changed and become much closer, and thought, it's not just their eyes that are strange, I'm sure their hearts are also rich. There will probably be even more outrageous rumors soon. Captain Shirakawa, to please his beloved, ignored the competition deadline and unexpectedly brought in his lover. Captain Shirakawa is actually lovesick. The dark horse of the spring split is finished. Why is there a child on the Shirakawa team? Is he a competitor? Of course. Didn't you see she was wearing a team uniform? That's not a child. It's the captain's lover, a freshman. What? Is Jiechenu crazy? Or am I? I think Shirakawa is finished. Just wait and see. And Ning sighed, glancing at Jiechenu. Jiechenu spread his hands. I didn't do anything. Stop playing innocent. After the 16 teams finished registering and entered the waiting area, the strange looks and noisy voices vanished, and Bai Shu's tense nerves relaxed. At this moment, an official female voice rang out over the loudspeaker, team captains. Please come to the stage to draw a competition venue. Xiechenu stood up and left. Soon, the opponent and the competition venue appeared on their respective wristbands. Venue, Central Area A. Type, Mission Snatch. Mission, signs of a fire spirit have been detected in the water marsh in Area A. 2 teams are required to capture the fire spirit. The first team to deliver it to the area of base wins. A few people sighed. It was indeed a water-rich area. Central Area A is a vast expanse of waterways and dense forests. The place where all the water flows converges is the water marsh, a large inland lake. The competition types can be roughly divided into 3 categories. Score elimination, the captain gets 5 points, teammates get 1 point, and the team with the most points within the allotted time wins. Point survival, hunt down alien species, and obtain token fragments within the allotted time. The team with the most points wins. Mission Snatch, the team that completes the mission first wins. In order to avoid wasting manpower, some border troops will incorporate some missions into competitions. For example, the mission competition involves searching for fire spirits. Fire spirits are condensed from the fire element. After the Flame Emperor secret realm was damaged, its master, the Flame Emperor, fell into a deep sleep. Without the great god to support the secret realm, The remaining spirits could no longer survive. Fire spirits can stabilize the secret realm. Due to the rule that spirits cannot leave the secret realm unless they have formed a contract with humans, the collection of fire spirits is the responsibility of humans. After the captains of each team returned to the waiting room, each team chose to ban the enemy spirit. At the same time, the 8 screens in the arena lit up, showing the waiting areas of each team. Those not in the arena could also use their phones to select their favorite teams to watch. In the third branch, the screen that lit up had the word Shirakawa vs Yunxiang written in the upper left corner. The voices of the 2 commentators began to blaze. Hello everyone, I'm your new commentator Xiaoyi. I'm your old friend Xiaowu. The highly anticipated round of 16 match has finally begun. This channel features the Baichuan vs Yunxiang match. The clash of these 2 dark horses is truly exciting. First, let's look at the ban choices for both teams. Yunxiang has 2 attackers, 2 controllers, and 1 support. The captain's primary stat is the ability to transform water into ice. Combined with his teammates, this increases control and attack. There are 2 primordial spirits, the Gourd Goddess, who can summon water, and the powerful Sail Boss. The second attacker's primary stat is Water Bolt, which deals low damage but deals sustained damage. The primordial spirit is Water Viper, a snake-like creature with 4 legs, specializing in underwater combat. The third controller's primary stat is the ability to create swamp traps. The palm-sized primordial spirit, Sijing, summons a mount that's adept at galloping. The fourth controller's primary stat is Water Ball, capable of tracking and stalking. The primordial spirit, Boatman, focuses on defense. The fifth controller's primary stat is Water Silk, capable of instant position switching. The primordial spirit, Redfish Demon, focuses on healing. Currently, only the captain has 2 sages, so without further consideration, Jiechenyu banned the latter, Fan Lao De. Shuizhe already has a lot of water, so adding a water summoning sage wouldn't be a bad idea. Xiao Yi, as expected, Baichuan chose Fan Lao De to reduce the opponent's attack power. This is consistent with Baichuan's style of playing all 3 formats as elimination rounds. Xiaowu, Yunxiang also quickly provided ban options. Baichuan's number 1 Drought Master, number 2 Lovebirds, and number 3 River Master. It's clear that Yunxiang carefully considered their choices, and was well aware of the 3 players Baichuan played last year. Xiaowu, needless to say, Drought Master, although he only appeared once in last year's autumn competition, left a lasting impression. A powerful entity capable of drying up the earth and evaporating water in an instant, it was also the most effective against water teams. Although water can counter fire, Yunxiang clearly wasn't interested in a bet on who would be more powerful. Shui, the Lovebird's ability allows it to instantly connect 2 objects, giving it a significant advantage in a snatch battle. Chuanju and Bedmother are skilled at blocking and hiding, respectively. Banning Chuanju shows that Yunxiang doesn't want to face Baichuan head-on. Competitors, please stand at the designated teleportation locations. The announcement sounded again, and all 16 teams stood up. Baishu. Before leaving, a glint flashed in Jiechenyu's eyes, and he waved, I have a favor to ask of you. There's a strategy. The 2 commentators listened intently, ready to analyze the situation. Unexpectedly, Jiechenyu glanced at the camera, turned his back, and pulled Baishu closer, whispering something in his ear. Xiaoyi and Xiaowu, can I? It might be misunderstood. Baishu stood up straight, and nodded seriously. For victory, of course. The people outside the screen were scratching their heads. What was it that they, the audience, couldn't hear? And they couldn't tell the people in the arena. He definitely did it on purpose, damned young couple. Chapter 14. A flash of white light, and all the teams disappeared from the regional arena. Xiaoyi's tone became more lively. The waiting is over, and the Shirakawa vs Yunxiang match has officially begun. As a spectator who watched Shirakawa advance to the semifinals last year, I'm sure many people, like me, are looking forward to their performance this time. However, it seems that Yunxiang currently has a more advantageous environment. While our South District is indeed suitable for all water teams, it's not conducive to national competitions, so we rarely see such teams in regional competitions. I have to say that Captain Yunxiang is very bold and daring. Xiaowu, speaking of boldness, Shirakawa is no slouch either. The newcomers to Shirakawa this year seem to be quite controversial. I heard that one of them is a freshman, which is quite surprising. Shui glanced at the comments section and cautiously speculated. Perhaps Captain Shirakawa is very confident in his team's strength this year and deliberately selected a substitute to confuse the audience. Hiding strength is a common tactic of Shirakawa. The two commentators tried to be as tactful as possible, but the public comment section below the video was in an uproar. Some people initially didn't believe Captain Jia brought his lover to the competition, until they saw Bai Shu in the video. His frail figure, seemingly vulnerable to the wind, stood out from the crowd. Unconvinced, they clicked on the team roster for the Baichuan regional competition. Bai Shu would type first year? Baichuan is going to fail. Seriously? I wasted my time chasing them, thinking they had a chance to advance to the nationals. Competing right after school? Haha, the captain's connection shouldn't be so obvious. They made my goddess a runner-up. I thought Baichuan was this year's dark horse, but I think they're even worse than Yunxiang. Not necessarily. Xiaoyi has a point. Isn't playing dumb and then slaying the tiger a characteristic of Shirakawa? Maybe he's really a substitute. Isn't Captain Jia also a first year? He's still strong. What's the big deal? This is outrageous. Is that a kid in elementary school? Captain Jia competed in the spring split, and now it's the fall split, which means this first year has only been awakening their innate power for a month. How can someone summon an ancestor in a month? I chewed my phone right there. What substitute? Captain Shirakawa is actually a love-brain person. Just then, the screen appeared with Jie Chenyu's face. Because of the high randomness of teleportation, the teams were scattered across Area A. Captain Shuixiang was commanding the team's reunion in an orderly manner, his expression extremely serious. Captain Shirakawa, however, was at a disadvantage, unable to hide his smile at his wristband and muttering something incoherently. I decoded it. What he said was, "Where are you? Hide, and I find you." Is this the level of last year's legendary captain? I need to see what kind of demon has mesmerized people to such a sudden drop in intelligence. Wait, why can't I find him? The fairy everyone was talking about lay quietly beneath the dead leaves. Jie Chenyu's mission wasn't difficult for him. First, don't summon spirits or use skills easily. Second, follow Jie Chenyu closely throughout the match. Soon, Jie Chenyu's voice emanated from his bracelet. Bai Shu, where are you? The voice was softer than ever before. The three people in the distance were stunned, momentarily doubting their hearing. The captain had changed. Jie Chenyu certainly had his reasons. Bai Shu was their trump card, so it wasn't surprising that he concealed his strength, but it wasn't hard to imagine the outside world's comments about him would be even worse. Although, given Bai Shu's personality, he might not even watch the regional tournament after it was over. Even if they saw it, it would probably be difficult to understand the whole story. Even if they understood, simply saying for victory wouldn't mean anything more. They wouldn't even be able to use the sugar in the jar. So stupid. Jie Chenyu actually hoped he'd make more noise. Bai Shu, unaware of his presence, reported his location. Jie Chenyu saw a red dot near Bai Shu, indicating the enemy's location. Hide first and I find you. He quickly formulated a strategy. Everyone else, quickly reunite and head towards the water. The enemy will definitely take the water route. If you're lucky enough to encounter a lone enemy, it's best to reduce their numbers, but even if that doesn't work, we should at least hold them back. Ignore the fire spirit for now. Focus on number 3 and number 5, the enemy. Prioritize them. Number 3's spirit of the water spirit excels at speed, while number 5's innate ability allows for object displacement. If we get the fire spirit first, it's likely number 5 will steal it, and number 3 will give it to them. Jiang Zhengping, and Ning, and Zhuixingtian all agreed. Got it. A unified plan, a shared goal. Bai Shu, silently listening to the bracelet's calls, felt a surge of warmth in his chest. Nothing could make him feel more like he was fighting alongside his teammates than right now. Got it. The team chat, which had already quieted down, suddenly erupted with a child's nervous yet barely concealed excitement. A few of them smiled kindly. After a month of training, Bai Shu's physical fitness had improved considerably, but he knew there was still a significant gap between his stamina and that of others. Particularly, competitions were completely different from hunting aliens. Competitions could last for several days, and besides dealing with opponents, one might also encounter aliens. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful and conserve his stamina. He only had the knife given by Zhuixingtian. Encountering the aliens in the middle zone was a formidable challenge, let alone a fight, and even escape was impossible. For healing players with low attack power, the early stages of a match are the most dangerous. To avoid early death, hiding and dodging are practically a must for every healer. Not to mention Bai Shu, who also had to conceal his skills and spirit. So, upon seeing an enemy nearby, Bai Shu immediately hid. The opponents were also mostly dispersed. The red dot moving fastest towards the water was most likely Yunxiang number 3. The 3 green dots on the bracelet, representing his own team, were converging, one heading his way. Perhaps because the landing point was in a rainforest with no water nearby, the red dot near Bai Shu wasn't moving very fast, seemingly intent on avoiding him. It's probably not an attacker, so he could be attacked. If he was lucky enough to encounter a lone opponent, it would be best to eliminate him. Thinking of the captain's words, Bai Shu sat up. Oh my goodness, he's here! Xiaoyu was the first to notice Bai Shu's movements. Shirakawa newcomer number 5 has given up on dodging and seems ready to confront the enemy head-on. Huh, that's odd, he doesn't seem to be planning to summon an ancestor. Bai Shu looked down at himself, frowning slightly. His red and white uniform stood out against the trees. Xiaoyu, I heard this newcomer is only a first year, so it's normal he doesn't have an ancestor contract. Wait. He walked over to a mud puddle, and oh my god, he jumped in. Is he playing in the mud? After he finished speaking, Xiaoyu fell silent. He felt his career had faced an unprecedented challenge. Everyone looked at the captain, who was rushing to see his beloved, and then at the disfigured number 5, and they too fell silent. I can only understand that the captain has a rather unique taste. Without hesitation, he rolled into the mud pit, smeared his face and body with mud, and finally burrowed into the pile of leaves. A freshly minted tree man, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. A sudden sense of security overwhelmed him. Bai Shu was finally satisfied. The tree man's light steps swiftly followed the red dot's position, successfully spotting the Yunxiang people. Thanks to Bai Shu's magical attire, Yunxiang number 4 was completely oblivious. Bai Shu remembered that Yunxiang number 4, Lu Min, was born under the element of water ball, and his ancestral spirit was a defensive boatman. The odds of winning were very good. Bai Shu nodded secretly. Xiaoyu quickly realized, Baichuan number 5 is disguising himself. He wants to eliminate Yunxiang number 4. I didn't expect this freshman to be the first to start the battle. Regardless of the outcome, his courage is commendable. People understand the practice of disguising, but most are used to judging victory or defeat by skill. Only summoners could enter the contaminated zone and fight alone, and only those who could participate in the national competition could do so. It became common knowledge that awakened beings, who could not summon ancestral spirits, were assigned to logistics and handling minor emergencies. The strength of the ancestral spirit determined the strength of the team, and the strength of the natal spirit determined the team's chances of victory. This subconscious belief caused many to forget this ancient way of fighting, and they subconsciously assumed that Bai Shu, without an ancestral spirit, should avoid it. The opposite happened. Yunxiang number 4, possessing an ancestral spirit, unwittingly became the prey of the newcomer number 5. Chapter 15. Xiaoyu, Yunxiang number 3 is currently the fastest, and is almost at Shuai's. The other 3 Shirakawa have already joined up, but unfortunately, they were evaded by Yunxiang and haven't encountered an opponent. They are also currently heading towards Shuai's. Xiaoyu, strange, Shirakawa number 4 hasn't summoned his ancestor either. How could Shirakawa be so confident about this match? Xiaoyu, overconfidence is not a good thing. As everyone knows, the main reason Shirakawa lost last season was due to insufficient healing. I thought they would add new healing players, but these two look like attackers. Captain Shirakawa is still as unpredictable as ever. Shui glanced at the public forum. Honestly, looking at Baichuan number 5's figure, I initially thought he'd be a control or healing type. He doesn't look good in combat. Wait, Yunxiang number 4's bracelet turned yellow. Baichuan number 5 effectively attacked Yunxiang number 4. The slap in the face came quickly. Xiaoyu glanced at the awkward Xiaoyu and quickly took over the conversation, an unexpected result. Let's review the previous footage. A cluster of tree shadows darted ghostly through the forest. Although Yunxiang number 4 didn't spot the other party, seeing that their position was almost identical, they immediately looked around cautiously. Lu Min racked his brains, but he couldn't figure out how the other party had followed him so unnoticed. Could it be Jiang Zhaping? The other party's ancestral bed mother could conceal her form. Just as he was thinking, he caught a glimpse of a small tree shadow flashing from behind. Lu Min yelled in shock and rushed to respond, but it was too late. He thought that the opponent was short in stature, and he would have the advantage even in a hand-to-hand fight. However, the reality was completely the opposite. The opponent's attack angle was tricky and fast. After a few encounters, Lu Min knew that he was no match for his opponent and took the blow. Bai Shu's dagger aimed straight for the opponent's back, but seeing Lu Min's horrified expression, he involuntarily redirected it, stabbing the less vital shoulder. The dagger was stopped by the flexible clothing, and the wristband turned from green to yellow after the assessment. If he hadn't changed direction and hit a vital spot, the assessment would have been much heavier. Bai Shu shook his hand, feeling a little regretful. Number 4 immediately rolled away, a cold sweat pouring down his face. The clay figurine before him was hard to discern, but one look at its form revealed it was Bai Chuan's rookie, number 5. He thought he'd been cautious enough, but he never imagined the opponent would be dressed in such a grotesque manner. If anyone had truly watched Bai Chuan's matches last year, it would have been Yunxiang. Regarding Xie Qinyu's deceptive tactics last year, the Shuixiang people didn't believe a single word of the online rumors. Xie Qinyu was truly so blinded by lust that he used the competition to coax his target. It must be the sun rising in the west. But they also assumed that Bai Chuan was saving a trick by sending in a substitute, and subconsciously underestimated him. This substitute wasn't easy to deal with either. Sorry, I won't show any mercy next time. Facing one man and one ancestor, Bai Shu was filled with fighting spirit. Number 4. Don't say such cold words, with such a submissive expression. Bai Shu's previous attack had left him too shaken. Seeing the blade in Bai Shu's hand, and his determined demeanor, Lu Min was convinced that Bai Shu was the attacker. A controller wasn't at an advantage against an attacker head-on. Besides, his boatman's skill had strong defense and a long cooldown, and he wanted to save it for crucial moments. Shake him off. He threw a water ball backward and turned to run. Though his water ball wasn't large, it was formidable and disruptive, locking onto a target. If he was lucky enough to land on the opponent's head, it could inflict 30 seconds of suffocation damage, with a 3-minute cooldown. I thought I could hold Bai Shu off for a while, but he dodged to the side, completely ignoring the water ball behind him and focusing solely on Lu Min's pursuit. Bai Shu's thinking was simple: capture the leader first. He had a single goal. As long as his movements weren't controlled, he would achieve his goal at all costs. This direct, uncomplicated thinking made him immune to external distractions and incredibly focused. Lu Min, the tree man, and the water ball. The three shadows formed a stunning forest scene. What a difficult first-year student. Lu Min finally learned the lesson of shooting himself in the foot. As the two clashed, the water ball darted around them, trying to find its target, causing him to tread cautiously as well. Lu Min wasn't worried about being controlled by his own life force, but rather about accidentally scattering it, giving his opponent an unwarranted advantage. But Bai Shu's movements were incredibly fast, his attacks fierce and brutal, and he was completely unable to withstand them. With a loud bang, Bai Shu's feint fooled him, and the water ball hit Lu Min's back. Having wasted a skill in vain, not only did he not cause any trouble for the opponent, but he also got himself into trouble. Lu Min felt a sense of frustration. Is the opponent's key skill speed? How could he be so fast? What kind of new monster is this? Lu Min had never found 3 minutes so difficult to endure. Seeing his bracelet unnoticed turn from yellow to orange, if this continued, he would be eliminated. He gritted his teeth and said, "Boatman." He had originally intended to use the boatman's skill at the last moment. Generally speaking, skills can be roughly divided into 3 categories based on their cooldown time. First, skills like Mr. Li's Hail and Ning's Crystal Mirror only last for a few seconds or tens of seconds each time they are used, with a cooldown ranging from 1 to 3 minutes. Second, skills like Bedmother's Hidden Shield and Swordsmith's generally last about 10 minutes, with a cooldown of half an hour. Third, Xie Qinyu's Innate Power and Boatman's Defense are powerful skills, with a cooldown of about a day, consuming the most mental energy from the summoner. These skills are usually used at the last minute, and can even be the catalyst for a comeback, so it's no wonder Lu Min is reluctant to use them. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Bai Shu's White Peach Blossom, which can be exploited, and Zhuixingqian's Swordsmith, which can be infused with spirits in advance. This is why Zhuixingqian seems to have a fleeting collection of 800 weapons. A middle-aged man in a straw raincoat waved his hand, and a small sailboat appeared beneath Lu Min's feet, shrouded in a translucent blue light. Bai Shu's dagger was blocked by the barrier outside the boat, but he sheathed it with a quick and decisive movement. With his target within reach, Bai Shu remained calm, circling the small sailboat, searching for a breakthrough point. Lu Min, trapped within the barrier, sweat dripped down his spine. He desperately hoped his teammates would arrive. He checked his bracelet. All 4 of his teammates were near the water, while he was the only one stationed in the corner, like an isolated island. Lu Min, The eerie scene momentarily silenced the discussion area. How should I put it? It felt like a stray cat patrolling a large dog. The person above understands metaphors. Xiaoyi stood up excitedly. Shirakawa 5 disabled Yunxiang 4's skills twice. For seems to be cornered. I take back what I said before. This freshman isn't a backup, but a promising new attacker who's every bit as talented as the captain. Xiaowu nodded. It's no exaggeration to say that among all attackers, Fi's agility, reaction speed, and precision are among the best. It's like he has eyes in the back of his head. Bai Shu couldn't find any clues from the barrier, so he resorted to the most primitive method, slashing at it repeatedly with his sword, hastening its expiration. Lu Min sat on the boat, his face etched with despair. If he could have reached the water's edge, he would have sailed far away, far better than being stuck on land and a sitting duck. Jie Chenyu, who had arrived, witnessed the most absurd scene ever. His own bizarre-looking healer was slashing at the opponent's shield fiercely, while the opponent, controlling his hands like a young wife, huddled within it, his tall figure adding a touch of forlornness. The two stared at each other from a distance. Bai Shu's eyes signaled, hide. There was no need for further communication. Their movements were in perfect sync. Sitting there, and waiting for death was no solution. If Bai Chuan's men arrived to attack him, he would be finished. Time was almost up. Lu Min, finding the perfect moment, retracted his shield, and simultaneously launched 2 water balls, one in front and one behind, straight at Bai Shu. This time, he couldn't dodge. Lu Min took off running, then heard a whistling sound behind him. He looked back, and was stunned. Bai Shu didn't even bother to dodge, chasing him, completely oblivious to the water ball in front of him. What was going on? Could he have another trick up his sleeve? Overly nervous, Lu Min didn't notice another red dot on his bracelet not far away. Sizzle. Bai Shu tilted his head slightly, and the water ball collided with the falling flames, disintegrating into streams of white vapor. Oh no! Looking up, he saw the golden crow overhead, but Lu Min reacted too late. Bai Shu had already bypassed the boatman, and the dagger was pressed against his heart. The bracelet turned from orange to red, an alarm sounding. Beep. Yunxiang number 4 is eliminated. Chapter 16. Captain Bai Chuan emerged from the brush and swaggered over. Facing the victim on the ground, he showed no qualms about a surprise attack. Well done. He raised his palm towards Bai Shu. Having trained with the team, Bai Shu understood what he meant and gently patted him, his smile barely concealed despite his efforts to suppress it. You too. Jie Chenyu looked at the muddy mark on his palm, and couldn't help but smile genuinely. Even the other person's grimy face looked particularly endearing. Strange, why did the younger brother become more and more pleasing to the eye? The harmonious atmosphere between the two and the person on the ground, emitting a bitter aura, separated them into 2 worlds. Lu Min looked up at the sky with a bitter and resentful look. He's already eliminated. Can't he just be eliminated quickly? Thankfully, a familiar white light soon appeared on him, and Lu Min was overjoyed. Bai Shu suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Lu Min cautiously, what? Are you still making harsh remarks? Goodbye. Bai Shu nodded slightly. Lu Min, Level 10 taunt, the ultimate in harsh words. See you later? Xiaoyu, Yunxiang number 4 is eliminated, and Bai Chuan gets a first kill at the start. The couple's chemistry is truly remarkable, heh. Xiaoyu glanced at the beaming Shi next to him and coughed heavily. Ahem. Remembering his professionalism as a commentator, Xiaoyu suddenly straightened up mid-smile. I'm talking about my teammates. Now let's look at the other side of the battlefield. The public comment section was much more open. It was hilarious. I can't stand the commentators constantly looking for excuses. Captain Bai Chuan does have good taste, including when it comes to finding a partner. Although Bai Chuan number 5's performance exceeded my expectations and his chemistry with the captain was excellent, I still have to say a fair word on behalf of number 4. Even if they win, they shouldn't be bullied in front of their teammate. Haha, number 4's expression looks like it's about to break. Number 5 is so polite. It's making me cry. If you hit someone, you should apologize, and you should say goodbye before parting. Haha, number 4 probably doesn't think that way. Look over there. Xu Weixiang and Bai Chuan are also fighting. The 2 commentators quickly switched screens. Xiaowu, let's take a look at the other side of the battlefield. The remaining 3 Bai Chuan players, and the 4 Shuai's players are locked in a melee at the edge of the water. Xiaoyu, the situation is not favorable for Bai Chuan. The opponent has 2 attackers, 1 control, and a healing unit. The captain's skills have doubled the team's strength. Yunxiang also set traps in advance, so Bai Chuan is playing very passively. Indeed, the premise for Yunxiang's reluctance to fight head-on is a 5v5 situation, and Bai Chuan has Jie Chenyu as a strong attacker. Now they have the advantage in numbers, and the opponent's attacker is still a rookie. Coupled with the news of their teammates' elimination, Yunxiang was filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. If they didn't seize this opportunity to turn the tables, when would they? The moment the two sides met, battle was imminent. Yunxiang number 3, the first to arrive at the water marsh, hadn't been idle. He had set numerous mud traps around the marsh. During Zui Xingtian's initial close-range attack, he accidentally stepped into it, struggling to free his leg. Despite the cover of a Ning and Jiang Jumping, his bracelet turned yellow. Desperate, he could only switch to long-range attacks with his bow and arrow. Yunxiang number 5's natal water silk was originally a control-type skill that could instantly switch positions, similar to the lovebirds. However, with the captain's transformation of water into ice, it formed an ice wall to act as a shield, blocking Zui Xingtian's arrows while also resisting Mr. Li's hailstorms. The opponent's number 2's natal water arrows, with the captain's help, became ice arrows, doubling their damage and increasing their accuracy. Thanks entirely to Jiang Jingping's precise interception with his tortoise shell. Jiang Jumping and Zui Xingtian faced off against enemy number 1, number 2, and number 5. And Ning and Mr. Li pinned down number 2's combat-type primordial water viper, and the two sides' offense and defense were evenly matched. But, Xiaowu, the situation isn't favorable for Baichuan. The opponent also has the primordial red fish demon, skilled in healing. Currently, the color of his bracelets is within the health range. But Baichuan's bracelets have all turned light yellow, with number 4 being the darkest. Xiaoyi. Furthermore, Baichuan doesn't seem to excel at long-range attacks, and his accuracy isn't as good as Yunxiang number 2. Baichuan doesn't have the advantage in numbers or primordial spirits. Over time, he might be eliminated. I just hope the other two players arrive, and perhaps turn the tide. Xiaowu glanced at the coordinates, a complicated expression on his face. But Captain Baichuan doesn't seem to be interested in support. The 2 points representing Baichuan drifted further and further away, determined to remain in their own world, with no intention of reuniting with their teammates. Everyone, ? Zui Xingtian watched his arrows fall to the ground, his expression unreadable. The swordsmith's spirit attachment skill only lasts 10 minutes once activated, but thankfully, he can craft weapons in advance, so he can simply rotate his blades. Zui Xingtian had always been confident in his weaponry. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. He had always enjoyed the thrill of close combat, and neglected the importance of ranged attacks. His accuracy was inferior to that of the opponent's number 2, and the draw was only made up for by Jiang Jingping's strong defense. If he were the captain, he would never have allowed this to happen. Jie Qinyu's voice suddenly emanated from the bracelet. It's good to know you still have a long way to go. Now's not the time for reflection. Focus on the battle. Zui Xingtian shuddered, looking around but seeing no one. Don't look, I'm not here. A cold laugh emanated from the bracelet. You're 100 years too early to surpass me. Zui Xingtian gritted his teeth, but this time he didn't object. Bai Shu's voice followed. Brother Xingtian is very strong in close combat. Don't use your weaknesses to compete with others' strengths. Jie Qinyu, Bai Shu is right. If there aren't conditions for a close attack, create them. Deputy Captain, launch a surprise attack. After a year of working together, Jiang Jumping slapped his head and understood Jie Qinyu's meaning. The bed mother was a short elf, skilled at hiding, a perfect escape technique against powerful opponents and aliens. He had assumed she wouldn't be of much use in this non-confrontational match, but he'd been mistaken. He placed the bed mother in Zui Xingtian's hands. Do your best? Yes. Zui Xingtian's eyes lit up, and his knife-gripping hand stirred, reversing his previous sluggishness. As the skill activated, a 2x2 meter barrier formed around Zui Xingtian, completely concealing him. Not good. Be alert. Seeing one of the enemies disappear, the Yunxiang men felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In any case, the trap set by number 3 was a deadly one. They relied on attacking and forcing the enemy into it during the chaos. Once the enemy hid, they had ample time to evade. Use water. The Yunxiang captain reacted quickly. The gourd goddess summoned a flood of water, deciphering the bed mother's barrier. But it was too late. Zui Xingtian had already circled behind Yunxiang and swung his sword at the nearest number 2. Number 2's bracelet instantly turned yellow. He quickly adjusted his form and hit again. Returning to his forte, Zui Xingtian was exhilarated. Born with longer limbs than average, his flexible body gave him quicker reactions than most. Combined with his stealth abilities, his sharp swordsmanship threw the Yunxiang formation into disarray. Get closer. Don't give them a chance. Yunxiang Captain Wan Kai shouted hurriedly. This number 4 is as slippery as a loach. The Yunxiang men cursed inwardly. Don't fight too aggressively. Drag it out as long as you can. The 3 of you, especially Zui Xingtian, retreat immediately once your wristbands turn orange. Jie Qinyu's voice rang out again. I understand. Xiui, the two teams' offensive dynamics have changed. It's a truly spectacular comeback. Although the two newcomers to Shirakawa haven't summoned their ancestral spirits yet, their melee abilities shouldn't be underestimated. Shirakawa has a good chance of winning this match. Xiu, Yunxiang reacted quickly, adjusting their formation immediately. With the captain as the primary attacker, he's also quite capable. He works well with the Calabash Goddess, and creates a safe rear for his teammates. Although Shirakawa's damage output is strong, don't forget that Shuai's terrain significantly reduces Yunxiang's skill consumption, facilitating their attack. The opponent also has healing ancestral spirits, so in the long run, Yunxiang has the advantage. Xiui, not necessarily. Look over there. Captain Shirakawa seems to have located the fire spirit. He's planning to attack directly from the rear. Everyone's attention shifted from the intense battle to the Naiwei duo. Why Naiwei? Because these two haven't been more than half an arm's length apart since they met. Even through the screen, you could almost smell the sour scent of love. The audience came to watch the game and learn combat techniques, not to learn how to date. Wait, that's not impossible. But everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. He couldn't see the live broadcast, and he wasn't even near the other side of the battlefield. How did he remotely command his teammates? And how did he pinpoint the fire spirit's location so quickly? Even the most insanely intelligent person couldn't have guessed that out of thin air. Chapter 17. Seeing many people sharing the same question, Xiao Wu diligently explained, it's no secret that Captain Baichuan's true power is a mystery, but after reviewing his previous matches, we come up with several main theories. The most widely accepted theory is that his true power isn't an attacking one, but rather a rare information-gathering one, albeit with a deceptively fiery appearance. Xiao Wu was right. Since the start of the match, Xie Qinyu had been using fire too to gather information. In the past, Xie Qinyu would have considered using his true power so blatantly and recklessly. But things were different now. He had a spiritual energy-restoring treasure nearby. Xie Qinyu leaned against Bai Shu, feigning weakness. I just used a skill and feel a little tired. Bai Shu glanced at him skeptically. He didn't believe it. If he hadn't seen his mana bar, Bai Shu might have believed it. Besides, he didn't seem to be feeling any discomfort while he was directing. Seeing Bai Shu's indifference, Jie Qinyu's propped up his forehead, his eyes slightly raised, trying to discern Bai Shu's expression from beneath the mud shell. Alas, I have no offensive power right now. You mustn't stray too far from me. If I encounter an alien species, I can't escape with just this lazy crow. Bai Shu, This man never spoke a word of truth. After diligently inspecting the area, the golden crow, which had just landed on his shoulder, had eyes as big as green beans, filled with disbelief, and craned its neck to look at its summoner. Is that what people say? Because of the uneven fragments, the awakened golden crow still retained its juvenile state, its mindset like a child's. It flapped its wings unhappily, puffing its tail feathers at the two of them, indicating that it was so tired that several feathers had fallen off, completely unrelated to the word lazy. But the summoner didn't even glance at him. The golden crow whimpered and hopped onto Bai Shu's shoulder, looking extremely aggrieved. Don't bully it. Bai Shu caressed its feathers. Warm? Jie Qinyu nudged his cheek with the tip of his tongue. He'd been talking for a long time with no response. Then, the charcoal black, stinky bird cried, and Bai Shu finally responded. What? It's bad enough he can't even compete with a human, but he can't even compete with a bird? He was fine before. Why did he suddenly relapse? Even the candy he was given wasn't enough. When had Jie Qinyu ever been treated like this? He didn't know why, but the more Bai Shu ignored him, the more he tried to see Bai Shu's reaction. Why are you ignoring me again? As usual, tell me? No. Bai Shu glanced at Jie Qinyu's empty pockets and flatly declined. Let's talk outside. He's still got the hang of keeping people in suspense. A hint of amusement crossed Jie Qinyu's face. Are you afraid I won't give it to you when we get out? He simply said that, but Bai Shu, holding the golden crow, stared intently, his tone serious. Yes, I'm afraid. Jie Qinyu, Those who occasionally flicked in to see what these two were up to only saw a peacock captain, watching around number 5 spread its feathers, and Bai Shu, holding the chick, looking indifferent. Why does it feel like an old married couple taking a trip with their child? Is it just my imagination? You're not alone. Help, this is unbearable. When did my Captain Jie, who's known for his subtle tricks, become so much of a solo act? He wasn't like this last year. I'm so curious about what he's talking about. Quit. What the hell? You have time to chat here instead of helping your teammates? It's so tiring over there. Wait, they stopped. Is this the place? Seeing Jiechenyu stop, Baishu squatted by the lake. Because of the fire spirit's presence, the lake had become a large hot spring. The moment Baishu's touch reached him, his eyes narrowed slightly. So comfortable. Unlike the overwhelming scorching heat Jiechenyu felt when he activated his skills, he preferred this cozy warmth. Hua-er circled Jiechenyu. He pointed to the center of the lake, frowning slightly. There. Although Hua-er couldn't enter the water, as a fellow fire elementalist, he could sense the strength of the fire spirit and infer its approximate location. But this location was too central, and the surroundings were too quiet. Be careful, there might be aliens. Although aliens don't have distinct 5-element distinctions, elemental condensation still attracts them. An alien that consumes elemental condensation will gradually evolve elemental attack methods, further increasing its strength. Wait until I get in the water and see. Golden Crow wasn't good underwater, so a shield man, a spirit with movement skills, or a summoner would be most effective at this time. But time waited for no one. Before Jiechenyu could finish his words, Baishu stopped him. You're not feeling well. Stand back. I do it. Before Jiechenyu could react, the person next to him had already plunged into the lake with a splash. There might be a high-level monster in there. He's so weak, and he's a healer. What is he doing? A hint of panic finally crossed his usually calm face. He gritted his teeth and jumped into the lake after the person. Spotting a figure not far underwater, Jiechenyu immediately sped up his swim, stretching his arms and exerting force, veins bulging slightly on the back of his hands as he tried to pull the person back out. But before he could grab, the person in front suddenly turned and threw himself into his arms. The mud marks on his face were washed away by the water, revealing his original delicate complexion. The moment he looked up, his clear, slightly panicked cat-like eyes met Jiechenyu's, caught off guard. Like a dazzling pearl in the dark sea. The sudden visual shock left Jiechenyu dazed for a moment, until he was forced to look down. Huge, stacked masses of underwater creatures dominated his view, and the sudden pollution brought Jiechenyu to a moment of calm. Suddenly, as if smelling something delicious, a blood-red light appeared above the stacks. The alien opened its eyes. Run! The two of them didn't hesitate. At this moment, the commentator also cut to the video feed. Before they could fully grasp the situation, they saw the water ripple violently, and from it suddenly emerged a massive snake 2 men tall. The snake's scales were crimson red, and even its thinnest tail was as thick as a bowl. Its head differed only from that of a typical python. Its mouth was unusually large and toothless, with a small opening between its blood-red eyes, resembling a nostril. Baishu might not have known, but Jiechenyu and the experienced off-screen observers knew it was a level 5 devouring python by its size and appearance. Devouring pythons prefer to dwell in water. Unlike traditional snakes, which release venom, they instead use holes in their nostrils to spit out threads laced with paralyzing neurotoxins to catch their prey. Once they have entangled a person and brought them to their mouth, their enormous mouth, like a black hole, can devour them instantly. Devouring pythons are usually white or a light green similar to water. This crimson color must have ingested fire essence. It's unknown how long it takes to ingest the fire essence, or how it transforms it. If it develops fire-related abilities, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Instantly, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Xiaoyi slammed his hand on the table, his expression serious. A level 5 devouring python has appeared in the water. If it fully transforms into fire essence, its power is no less than that of a level 6 alien. Xiao Wu, the arena staff and border troops are ready. If anyone presses the elimination button, they will be teleported immediately. If it were a level 4 alien, Jiechenyu might have been able to fight it with the help of his 2 ancestors and Baishu's endurance. But this was no longer a species that could be dealt with by the 2 of them alone. Those that had consumed elemental condensation were more powerful, but having tasted the sweetness of success, their targets were more specific. They no longer preyed on anyone they saw, like ordinary aliens, but instead deliberately selected those with the same elemental power, and pursued the 2 relentlessly. The 2 desperately fled for shore. But how could human power match the speed of a giant snake? Although he didn't know about the devouring python, the chilling sense of danger made Baishu summon Dong Feng without hesitation. A white shadow flashed beneath the water. Dong Feng, with a calm expression, immediately used his skill 3, Feign Death, to escape. Thank you for your hard work, senior. Baishu quickly summoned the other person back to his spiritual sea. Feign Death can trap the opponent in a trance for 10 minutes. It was precisely because of this skill that he dared to enter the water without hesitation. While the devouring python was disoriented, the 2 quickly climbed ashore. Jiechenyu took a deep breath. He had been wrong. Bai Shu was unlike ordinary healers. His combat awareness was no less impressive than that of an attacker. The underwater scene, of course, couldn't be seen off screen. Seeing the two safely emerge, they breathed a sigh of relief. Not wanting to waste a moment, the two followed Hua Air's instructions and rushed to the location of the other three. The moment they emerged from the water, Xiechenyu clicked on his bracelet. The fire spirit has been swallowed by a level 5 devouring python. Alien, proceed immediately. Break free from Yuan Xiang's truce and recuperation skills. Don't stray too far. The three people's expressions changed. Got it. Chapter 18. Knowing that treatment wouldn't be used easily in this fight, Ning and the others held back and were already considering retreating. Upon receiving the message, the three of them withdrew without hesitation. Captain? The Yunxiang men looked at Wang Kai. Bai Chuan's departure would have given them a good opportunity to search for the fire spirit, but Bai Chuan's sudden departure made it very likely that he had already found the fire spirit. Captain Yunxiang gritted his teeth. Send the Zai Jing along to see what's going on. Dong Feng's abilities only last for 10 minutes. As the two ran, Jiechenyu relayed the details to his bracelet and discussed a solution. As an aquatic creature, the devouring python is a near-dominant force in the water. But it's not without weaknesses. First, it's slow on land, and prolonged periods of land can lead to oxygen deprivation. However, precisely because of this, it often thrives in areas with open waterways, such as marshes. If Jiang Zhengping had brought the river master or Jiechenyu had used the land master, they might have been able to stop the devouring python and trap it on land, slowly wearing it down. But with their current abilities alone, that would be difficult. Secondly, the devouring python's scales are strong. Now that it's swallowed the fire essence, even the golden crow might be powerless against it. However, the scales near its head, like gills, open slightly when exposed to water. All they have to do is seize the opportunity, attack the instant the devouring python enters, and exits the water to breathe, and its scales open. Reaching the woods farthest from the water, Bai Shu saw three familiar figures in the distance and unconsciously quickened his pace. Are you injured? Nothing's wrong. And Ning waved her hand. She learned that Jiechenyu and Bai Shu were going to steal the base from behind, and the other three were just messing around. Jiang Zhengping and Ning were in the back line, their health remaining relatively healthy. As a close attacker, Zui Xingtian was inevitably injured. Bai Shu noticed the bracelet had turned orange and quickly stepped forward to give him a pink peach blossom shot. Before they could say anything more, the enormous fiery figure had already caught up. Even though they were prepared, the three of them were still taken aback. This must be above level 5. Jiang Zhengping and Ning's first thought was the same as Jiechenyu's. The spirits they summoned in this competition weren't the best for dealing with aliens. But this was the desired effect for the regional and even national competitions. The third-year student, who had already participated in a regional competition, quickly regained his composure and comforted the two new students. Don't worry, if you don't have enough spirits, you can make up for it with tactics. The purpose of a team is to defeat the strong with the weak. Tactically, our captain has never lost. Zui Xingtian and Bai Shu nodded. On the other hand, the fact that the giant python was willing to stay out of the water, to keep a close eye on Jiechenyu was good news for them. Jinwu and I will walk it. Jiechenyu dodged, speaking rapidly. Your task is to find the right moment and attack it the moment it opens its jaws. The three nodded. Zui Xingtian handed Bai Shu the quiver and bow. I leave it to you. Okay. The five of them split into two groups. Thanks to the limitations of Fire 1, Xiechenyu often engaged in close combat with the aliens. He led the charge, followed by Zui Xingtian. And Ning and Jiang Zhengping watched from behind, watching for opportunities, and using their skills to shield the two attackers. Jiechenyu's agility, aided by Mr. Li's freezing, allowed him to swerve at the crucial moment, narrowly avoiding the devouring python spitting silk threads. Thankfully, the devouring python and the fire spirit hadn't been fused for long, and the devouring python hadn't yet evolved its fire-based attacks. Of course, Xiechenyu's snake play wasn't aimless. Wouldn't it be a loss for them to fight this massive beast alone? Yunxiang had just received the news from Zijing, and was still debating whether to intervene. In the distance, they saw two fiery red figures, one large and one small, running toward them. The figure in front, almost leaving an afterimage, kept weaving through the trees, precisely blocking the snake's movement. The snake behind them, unable to get a taste of the delicious food in front of them, anxiously spat out handfuls of white silk. The boy's lean waist leaned forward, suddenly bent over at a 90-degree angle, supporting himself with one hand. He floated across the ground, his palm as the center, and the white silk narrowly missed the flying hair and struck the tree trunk in front of him. The thick tree trunk, which could be hugged by 3 people, was pulled into a V shape by the snake, teetering on the verge of collapse. The falling green leaf showed the immense force. If the snake really entangled him, even if the off-site personnel teleported in time, they might not be able to pull him back. The people outside the screen couldn't help but sweat in their palms. Yet, his intensely focused eyes and curled lips undoubtedly betrayed Jie Qinyu's excitement. Xiui, nice dodge. Accurate judgment. Captain Baichuan's impressive combat prowess has been a hot topic since last season. He once single-handedly challenged an opposing attack and control duo without using his primordial spirit or ancestral spirit, and still managed to escape unscathed. Now, it's clear his reputation is well-deserved. Xiwu, of course. Since his appearance, the South District Academies have increased their emphasis on the summoner team's combat prowess by more than a degree. Ancestral spirits and skills aside, few of his peers can defeat Jie Qinyu in a one-on-one fight. This guy seems to have endless energy and stamina. He's a true monster. Xiui. Shirakawa's number 2 and number 3 also have excellent coordination in defense and control, always giving number 1 a break at crucial moments. Number 4 was also trying to lure the monsters. His reflexes were excellent, but the Devourer seemed to be focusing on number 1, whose zodiac sign was fire. Wait, when did number 4's bracelet turn green? Xiaoyi's surprised, distorted voice drew the attention of the tense spectators. The screen was instantly filled with question marks. They hadn't noticed at all. Really? Holy crap. Isn't Shirakawa a 3-attack type? Where's the healing type? Damn, Shirakawa's still as clueless as ever. If it weren't for the Devourer, they'd probably have hidden until the final battle. That's exaggerated, but who could it be? I have no idea. It had to be between these 2 newcomers. I rewatched the video, and number 4's bracelet turned green after the 2 newcomers, Shirakawa and Shirakawa, got close. Outrageous. There's no way either of them could be healing types. Summoning a healing spirit is highly likely, and I'm leaning towards number 4. I'm so envious. Summoning a healing spirit from an attacking system is simply too satisfying. Someone looked over at number 4 and number 5, wondering why Baichuan number 5 wasn't there. After all, he was only a first year, so being able to fight like this was already impressive. Fighting the devouring python was too dangerous, so it was better not to participate. Baichuan had lured the devouring python to Yunxiang's location, and Captain Baichuan hadn't suffered a single loss. The battle continued. Mr. Li rained down hail, slowing the devouring python and creating distance between him and Jie Qinyu. Jiang Zhengping was always ready to shield him. Zhou Xingtian followed the captain closely. His stamina was no exaggeration to say he was a second Jie Qinyu. His long arms and legs moved with the agility of a monkey, stalking the devouring python's blind spot to the side of his head, ready to strike. He held a spear, his childlike face stern. Friends of Yunxiang, beware of the devouring python. Jie Qinyu waved as he ran, his earnest expression nearly making the Yunxiang people laugh. There was no need for Jie Qinyu to remind them. They could see such a large alien. If he really cared about them, he wouldn't have run right past them. How could Jie Qinyu not chase them? He even wanted to borrow some water from them. Under the disdainful gazes of the Yunxiang people, Jie Qinyu ran with a clear goal in mind, heading towards the Yunxiang captain. This guy has so much water. Fuck. Wang Kai really wanted to freeze that annoying face if he could. But in a blink of an eye, the other party had passed behind him, and the massive python head was facing him. Captain! Water arrows, water silk, water balls, and all kinds of water-based skills rained down on the devouring python's head without hesitation. At that moment, the scales on the devouring python's head exploded slightly. Opportunity! The golden crow's flames, Zhou Xingtian's long spear, seized the opportunity to launch an attack. The devouring python let out a shrill roar, its body thrashing violently. Its intense hatred caused it to stop staring at Jie Qinyu and attack indiscriminately, spitting white silk. Meanwhile, Mr. Li slowed the giant python's movements, and Jiang Zhengping placed a shield on the nearest Zhou Xingtian. Yun Xiang also brought out his various skills. After failing to land a strike, the devouring python considered retreating, but having devoured the fire spirit, it refused to give up the delicious meal right before its eyes. Despite the risk of injury, it was determined to devour the human. The giant snake suddenly lunged forward, its mouth wide open. This thing could even feint to the east and attack in the west. Everyone was shocked, and Bed Mother was too late to rush over. Jiang Zhengping couldn't immediately produce a second shell. Even if he could use a shield, the devouring python's maw was too large to withstand it, and it seemed it could swallow him with the shell intact. The prolonged rapid running and intense concentration would be too much for even the strongest of men. Jie Chenyu looked utterly shattered, beads of sweat dripping from his usually composed face. His muscular chest heaved violently. The python's bloody maw loomed before him, and everyone on and off the screen was so nervous they nearly forgot to breathe. Hurry, press the wristband. Chapter 19. Whoosh. With a sharp sound, a sharp arrow pierced the snake's eye. The force of the arrow caused the unsuspecting python to tilt its head, allowing Jie Chenyu to dodge. Not only the audience, but also Xiaoyi and Xiaowu were momentarily stunned. A series of sharp cuts revealed the source of the arrow. A small, red figure lurked in the dense canopy. Bai Shu, quivering, retracted his bow, his arm trembling imperceptibly as it lowered from the strain. Bai Shu's inner terror was far from as calm as he appeared. Training as a humanoid weapon was tedious and brutal. No need for food or sleep. Simply feeding it crystal cores enabled it to function like a machine. Learning various combat techniques and mastering the use of hot and cold weapons was Bai Shu's daily routine. When guns were scarce, they were allocated to ordinary people first, so learning the short sword, stick, and bow was essential. Drawing an arrow, drawing the bow, aiming, and releasing the arrow, the sequence of movements was etched into his muscles. His movements were smooth, no different from his previous life. The difference was that this time, Bai Shu, usually focused on the battle, was momentarily distracted, and a strange emotion rose in his heart. Fear. His body trembled with fear, his gaze lingering between his target and his teammates, unable to release the arrow in his hand. Will he miss? He had never been so afraid of the consequences of failure. Thankfully it worked. Bai Shu let out a slow breath. He focused, knocked the arrow again, and drew his bow, his cat's eye fixed intently on the battlefield 100 meters away. He was like a patient hunter, waiting for his next opportunity. So handsome. A perfect screenshot. Regardless of summons or not, substitute or not, from now on, I will cheer for number 5. Xiaoyi couldn't help but stand up, his voice high and mighty. Beautiful. Shirakawa number 5 always surprises. He's also an excellent archer, a superb attacker both at close range and at long range. Shirakawa has a promising future. Xiaoyi nodded, deeply convinced. These two newcomers, like Captain Shirakawa, are incredibly strong in individual combat. You don't find them just anywhere. Is Shirakawa some kind of high-powered attacking center? I imagine Shirakawa Academy will be bustling with activity soon. The devouring python, with one eye missing, seemed to understand the formidable ants surrounding it. Furiously, it spewed out a stream of white silk, then turned and scurried towards the water. How could he possibly be allowed to leave? Both teams dodged. Yunxiang threw a wall of ice in front of the devouring python, using the same trick he used to summon water balls. Shirakawa. They, Yunxiang, weren't cowards. How could they retreat when victory was so close? Yunxiang's goal for the regional competition was slightly different. Reaching the national competition would be ideal. But honestly, with their current strength, it would be impossible unless they were incredibly lucky. Their ultimate goal was to join the Southern District Border Army. The competition was watched not only by ordinary spectators, but also by those selected from various agencies to select promising talents. Yunxiang understood that an all-water team would be disadvantageous for the national competition. But the national competition seemed so distant to most people in the Southern District, their immediate safety was closer. An all-water team could play a greater role in the Southern District, killing more alien species. It was painful to admit that they were not strong enough, but what was even more remarkable was that Yunxiang sought another path to strength. Bai Chuan and the others nodded, and the two teams reached an agreement. Kill the devouring python. The two control teams combined to eliminate the devouring python's possibility of returning to the water, while Yunxiang's water-based attacks forced the devouring python to open its scales and breathe. Bai Shu timed the moment and released the two arrows on his bow. His speed grew increasingly smooth and precise, like a machine, almost never missing a target. How terrifying! Had he been practicing this since birth? From shock to numbness in a matter of minutes, until there were no more arrows behind him. Bai Shu, slightly disappointed, jumped down from the tree and headed for the melee area. Jie Chenyu watched the battle from behind his shield, making no move. He frowned slightly. The devouring python, having swallowed the fire essence, had exceptionally high defense. Even after being shot into a hedgehog-like state, it showed no signs of fatigue. Their attacks were nothing but a drizzle to it. It wasn't powerful enough, or even powerful enough. Bai Shu took in the situation and scooted closer to Jie Chenyu. Do you want it? What do you want? Jie Chenyu looked puzzled. Turning back, He was startled to see the serious face. He gritted his teeth. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay back? To steal the fire spirit. Bai Shu gestured to him at his empty quiver, a matter-of-fact expression on his face. How can I steal if I don't come? Jiang Zheping and Jie Chenyu held their foreheads. Does he even know he's a healer? Without attacking his own primordial spirits, even with his strongest combat abilities, he's naturally at a disadvantage, let alone against a tough devourer. Although Jie Chenyu was picky about healers, he only cared about keeping up with the team and not dragging them down. He wasn't so mad as to force his own healer into battle against the devourer. Forget the healers. Even the two control bots were obediently guarding the rear. Jie Chenyu was furious, but seeing Bai Shu's serious expression, he couldn't bring himself to ask him to retreat. If Bai Shu were just like a regular healer, he wouldn't have eliminated Yunxiang number 4 at the start. Now that we're here, Jie Chenyu forced a smile. Okay. Captain. Jiang Zheping, standing by, disapproved, but stopped himself when he saw Jie Chenyu's slightly distorted expression. He was extremely opposed, yet desperately trying to control himself, not wanting to be too abrupt and distorted. Bai Shu was the first person to make Jie Chenyu act like this. I'm not finished yet. Jie Chenyu looked directly at Bai Shu, whose fighting spirit was particularly surging. He seemed to have misunderstood him. You are our most important regard, the trump card that supports the entire team's turnaround. The attackers, control operatives, and shield men will do their utmost to protect you. Your presence is crucial. I won't stop you from going forward, but if you get hurt so carelessly, you'll be suspended for the next game. Do you still want to go? Jie Chenyu's face lost its playful expression. He was serious. Bai Shu hesitated for a moment, noticing that the senior's alertness had increased since his appearance. Looking at the devouring python, its spirit-infused swords and spears, its attack skills were barely adequate. Bai Shu shook his head, swallowing his disappointment, and standing behind Jiang Zheping. He had always been well-behaved, strong but not reckless, quiet but thoughtful, and never a bother. Perhaps it was the adrenaline that had clouded his mind, or perhaps it was just Bai Shu's adorable appearance. When he came to his senses, Jie Chenyu had already kissed Bai Shu's forehead hard. Jiang Zheping, who was closest, dropped his jaw to the ground in shock. His teammates exclaimed, shock. Yunxiang's expression faltered, and he let out a frantic, earth-shattering cry of shit. The impassioned commentary suddenly crashed, and the comments froze for a moment. Facing the boy's questioning gaze, the instigator cut Bai Shu's face and smiled unbridledly. Don't underestimate your role. As long as you're here, everyone dares to charge forward. Besides, I still want your white flower to show off its power. You're not giving it to me? What did they say? Urgent. I'm paying a fortune for a camera that only picks up the contestants' voices. Spoken language expert. Come on. I can't see the full lip movements. Let me try. He seemed to say, brother, I want your flower. Showing off his prowess? Give it to me or not. What lewd rhetoric. I'm losing my temper. Is that even okay? Let's get the situation right. Everyone's still fighting. I'm convinced. No, look, after hugging his beloved and exchanging some flirtatious words, the captain of one team visibly rejuvenated himself. His back straightened, his breathing became more even, and even his complexion brightened. Can love really have such magical effects? How about I give it a try? Jie Chenyu rushed out like lightning, catching up with the devouring python in a flash. Taking advantage of the moment, the golden crow spit out flames. He smuggled in a hidden weapon, Fire 1. The crimson gold flames touched the devouring python's wound and instantly spread through the cracks in its scales. Flame shot up into the sky, and after a dazzling golden glow, the devouring python, still alive and kicking despite a head injury, fell heavily, sending dust flying. On the ground, only a withered skeleton and charred scales remained of the devouring python's head. Golden Crow is so powerful. As worthy of being an awakened ancestor, but something seems strange. Why hasn't Golden Crow used such a powerful ultimate move? After the devouring python completely expired, the golden flames instantly vanished, and the jewel-like fire spirit was held in Jie Chenyu's hands. But the battle wasn't over yet. Yunxiang had been waiting for this moment. A layer of water coated the surface of the fire spirit, and the next second it appeared in Yunxiang's number 5's hands. She didn't dare to delay, and handed it to number 3 ancestor, Zai Jing. Bai Chuan and the others rushed to stop it, but Zai Jing was too small, and they could only watch helplessly as it transformed into a streak of green light and sped away under the cover of Yunxiang's others. Golden Crow let out a long cry and flapped its wings in pursuit. The key's spirit was incredibly fast, quickly distancing itself from the Golden Crow. No way. The Yunxiang players beamed with joy. They banned the lovebirds and held back from using their abilities, all for this moment. Even the commentators didn't react as the situation on the field suddenly shifted. Chapter 20. Baichuan quickly adjusted their formation and surrounded Yunxiang. The intention was clear. Eliminate number 3 before Zijing could unleash his fire spirit. Xiaowu. Baichuan's situation took a turn for the worse. The fire spirit fell into Zijing's hands. He's notoriously fast. Xiui. Baichuan seemed prepared. They gave up chasing Zijing and planned to eliminate number 3 directly. However, after the fierce battle, Baichuan was clearly exhausted. Can they finally catch up? Xiaowu. It seems difficult. Both teams have almost exhausted their skills, but Yunxiang has the red fish demon who continuously recovers health. They will protect number 3. They're defending the center, apparently intent on delaying at all costs. It's going to be difficult to eliminate the entire Yunxiang team in such a short time. Yunxiang was thinking the same thing. Wang Kai shouted, tie up the opponent's attacker. This isn't an elimination match. Don't be restrained. Fight with all your might until the very last moment. The opponent has run out of tricks. Success or failure depends on this one. Understood? Really? Who said we're running out of tricks? Jiang Zheping activated his pre-spirit skill. Come! With a shout from Jiang Zheping, Baichuan number 1, number 4, and number 5 vanished one after another. Only after using it once did he realize how effective the bed mother's concealment was. He endured it against the devouring python just for this moment. Having guessed Yunxiang's tactics long ago, how could Baichuan not be on guard? Be careful. Wang Kai was startled. But it was too late. Yunxiang number 2, 3, and 5 were attacked simultaneously. Needless to say, the importance of number 3 is self-evident. Yunxiang dare not make any mistakes. Number 2 does not care about himself and hurriedly asks the water snake to protect number 3. Unexpectedly, Bai Shu, who was attacking number 3, suddenly turned around and attacked number 5. Already severely wounded, number 2 was eliminated on the spot by Zui Xingtian. Next out was Yunxiang number 5, who was attacked continuously by Baichuan numbers 1 and 5. The healing red fish demon was forced to retreat as well. With the attacker and healing spirit eliminated at once, Yunxiang was left with only the captain and the powerless number 3, becoming vulnerable prey. Not good. Wang Kai gritted his teeth, chagrined. The gourd goddess summoned a stream of water around the two, spreading outward, creating a semicircular shape cut off from thin air. There. The two quickly moved away, and the water circle retracted. Wang Kai placed his hands together, transforming the water into ice, shielding them both with a thick layer of ice. The overload of his mental energy had left Wang Kai pale, his forehead covered in sweat. Captain, something's wrong. Finally catching his breath, number 3 felt uneasy. Wang Kai's brow grew graver. There was still a chance of winning, but for some reason, he had a foreboding feeling. Baichuan was too steady. Although they were pressing closely, there was no urgency on their faces, which made him particularly uneasy. Were they so confident they could eliminate them all before Zijing? Zijing was almost there by this time. If they could just hold on a little longer. Jie Qinyu's expression flashed through his mind, that smile of complete control that was truly annoying. He must have missed something. Why would Baichuan waste a powerful golden crow chasing Zijing when he clearly couldn't? Could it be? Before Wang Kai could grasp the fleeting flash of inspiration and unravel it, both their wristbands turned red. Sports Arena 3 is over. The winner is Baichuan Academy. How could it be possible? Yunxiang and the other men stood there in a daze. Not only them, but the audience focused on the battle between the two teams was also confused. When the camera turned to the base, a golden crow crouched above it, holding a red gem in its mouth. Outside, 5 balls of dancing flames lined up, like guarding soldiers. There was something strange about this fire. It was dim in color. If it weren't moving, it would have looked like reddish stone from a distance. Xiaoyu leaned closer to the screen, and finally noticed something unusual. It's Captain Baichuan's signature skill. It's the flame he unleashed at the start of the match. It's indeed a non-offensive, scouting type. Xiaoyu zoomed in on the screen, clearly capturing Huaer's appearance. Captain Baichuan's flame should have been waiting for the Zijing on its way to the base. While it's not aggressive, it should have no problem entangling the equally ineffective and diminutive Zijing, allowing the golden crow to quickly capture the flame. Shui was puzzled. But the competition venue is so large, how can they possibly block the Zijing? Xiaoyu said, that depends on the other team's coordination. Baichuan's offensive continues, pressing forward. His unexpected elimination of Yunxiang and the other two put immense pressure on number 3. It's no surprise that they're urging their spirits to choose the shortest path. And considering how long the flames have been roaming the field, it's likely no one knows the terrain of the water and marshes better than Jie Chenyu. After the match, Jie Chenyu raised his hand slightly, and a staggering 10 flames rushed towards him. Besides the 5 near the base, the others were scattered across the field. Xiaowu smiled. It seems even if his guess was wrong, Shirakawa has a plan. Shirakawa's number 1 plan was impeccable, and the newcomer performed bravely. While there are still many questions left, there's no doubt that Shirakawa put in a resounding first performance, advancing to the quarterfinals. Shui couldn't help but get a little excited. Both teams played a fantastic match. Let's look forward to their next matches. This commentary is almost over. Teleported back to the arena, the two teams shook hands for the final time. Though Yunxiang had been prepared for defeat and quickly composed himself, Wang Kai's face remained sullen. I really never want to play against you Baichuan guys again. They've been completely fooled. The thought that they scrutinized so many Baichuan videos from last year and had mistaken Jie Chenyu's innate ability made them feel annoyed. While there were varying opinions, they believed Jie Chenyu's innate ability was an attack type and extremely powerful, simply masked by the Golden Crow. What convinced them of this was last year's decisive battle between Baichuan and Chan Shui. Although it was concealed, the domineering flame had indeed appeared, but Jie Chenyu was using a drought master in that match. The appearance of the golden flame during the battle with the devouring python reinforced Yunxiang's conviction. It turned out they were being too clever. Jie Chenyu's expression was the complete opposite, radiating a cheerful aura. Speaking so bluntly is too hurtful. I'm still looking forward to playing against you again. Wang Kai rolled his eyes. Humph, we already forced your ultimate skill out. Be careful in the next match. Oh! Jie Chenyu narrowed his eyes, his tone drawn out maliciously. Are you sure? Wang Kai was stunned. Impossible. Jie Chenyu had already changed the subject, pointing at Bai Shu with a boastful, arrogant expression that looked like he was asking for a beating. We still have a secret weapon we haven't revealed yet. Fuck. How blinding. Wang Kai immediately dismissed his chaotic thoughts. Why overthink it? As long as Baichuan keeps competing, sooner or later all his cards will be exposed. He can just watch. What's the point of all that talk? I'm waiting for you to make the top 3 in the nationals, he said sternly. Jie Chenyu's lips curled slightly. Top 3? Our goal is first. Wang Kai, there's no point in continuing this conversation. Elsewhere, Lu Min stared with a look of pain at the delicate boy in front of him, a full head shorter than him. He finally got a clear look at the culprit who had eliminated him. So short, so soft and docile. Only in the first grade, he didn't even have a summoner. No, how did he lose? Rubbing his face furiously, Lu Min extended his hand. You're a very strong attacker. I admit defeat. Being rivals on the court, yet instantly shaking hands and making peace off, it was a novel experience for Bai Shu. He shook the other person's hand, his beautiful cat-like eyes gleaming brightly. Thank you, you're strong too. Although according to his zodiac sign, he wasn't a striker. His hands were incredibly soft, so how could he be so ruthless when he struck? Lu Min flipped the page, unconvinced. People 100 years later had slightly different handshake habits, and Bai Shu had adapted well to them. Unable to grasp the reason, a sudden chill ran down his spine. The arena was drafty. Shifting his stance, Lu Min regretfully let go. Anyway, you must qualify for the national competition. With your skills, you might even get an invitation to the youth training camp. Entering the secret realm is only a matter of time. Bai Shu tilted his head. Wouldn't it be possible to enter the secret realm if you ranked first nationally? Why go through so much trouble? Lu Min gasped at the bluntness of his doubt. How dare you say that? You don't even qualify for the national competition right now. So why are you making it sound like getting first place is as easy as drinking water? People do have their differences. Meeting Bai Shu's eyes, Lu Min couldn't utter the grumble in his heart. Never mind, maybe a miracle will happen. Okay, I wish you victory in the national competition. Thank you. Oh, by the way, let's at each other. I want to learn taijutsu too. Your moves are so cool. Bai Shu left. Jie Chenyu stepped forward and surrounded him. Okay, wait a moment. While the two exchanged contact information, Jie Chenyu glanced Lu Min up and down, then puffed out his chest with confidence. The look of "you're not as good as me" threatened to overflow from his eyes and materialize. Lu Min, ? Nearby Yunxiang number 5 slapped him. You're stupid. Asking for his contact information in front of his boyfriend. I'm sure he'd be happy with you. Chapter 21. The devouring python exploded a precious fire-type fragment. Fragments earned during competitions are often distributed to contestants in the form of points. If a contestant finds one they like, they have first refusal. Xiechenyu had no particular feelings about the fragment, so after completing the final formalities, the others went back to rest. Because Baichuan was a bit far from the competition venue, they stayed in a nearby hotel instead of returning to school. Xiechenyu returned to his room and sat alone by the window, his knuckles clasped against the armrest as he gazed at the twilight, lost in thought. Suddenly, he chuckled and dialed a number. Boji's training had just concluded, and Su Xiang was a bit surprised when he picked up his phone. He closed his eyes and looked again. It was true. The tan boy swung his towel over his back and answered the call with a smug look. What a sight! A busy guy who just finished a competition isn't spending time with this beautiful girl, but instead of calling me, you need something? Yes. Su Xiang stumbled and glanced at his phone again. No, big brother, be more normal. It's scary. Xiechenyu raised an eyebrow. I think one of your captain's ancestors is a chef? I'd like to meet him. Could you introduce me to him? Su Xiang held up the phone with a dazed look on his face. What do you want? Xiechenyu paused and lowered his eyes. Thinking of Baishu's face, he said briskly, I want to learn how to cook to please this beautiful girl. Is that a problem? Su Xiang held the phone away with disgust, a hint of boastfulness emanating from the screen along with his voice. Of course, no problem. Su Xiang wouldn't react this strongly to anyone else. But when it comes to this guy, everything is wrong. Xiechenyu and Su Xiang were both family members of border troops, growing up together and living very close to each other. But Xiechenyu had always been the other kid, gentle, polite, academically competent, intelligent, and lovable. Su Xiang was the classic opposite, rebellious, playful, and a troublemaker in the eyes of adults. But in reality, the opposite was true. Compared to Xiechenyu, he was pure and innocent. He only ever fought with others, while this guy had infiltrated the polluted waters and fought aliens alone. Their connection stemmed from Xiachenyu's pretense and challenged him. From then on, he'd been on the receiving end of beatings. Su Xiang even suspected that his awakening of his shield-type trait was related to this guy. Luckily, he was about to enter a branch school, and knowing that with his skills, he'd definitely go to Kurosawa, Su Xiang chose Boji without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Xiechenyu chose Shirakawa Academy, a place he never heard of. In a fit of rage, he ran over to question him like a fool. What did Xiechenyu say? Wouldn't it be more fun to lead a weaker team to the national competition? Being captain in his first year, he led a weak team to the regional semifinals. Now that I think about it, how could someone with Xiachenyu's personality possibly let me down? And yet, even such an arrogant person actually called to ask him how to cook. How bizarre. As a strong school, Boji has summoned countless spirits, and naturally, there are also spirits who love to study food. Their captain, Sha Huayu, has a culinary spirit who is deeply interested in studying food. I'm saying, the rumors online can't be true, right? Are you and that pretty junior really together? The other party paused for a second or two, as if growing impatient with Su Xiang's rambling, and his tone stiffened considerably. Your captain is right here with you. Please give him the number for me. Thank you. Before his mind could react, his body had already obeyed his command. Sha Huayu, who was hydrating, caught the phone. ? When Su Xiang finally realized what was happening, he regretted it so much that he almost wanted to chop his claws off. His damned little brother's instinct was, it's Xiechenyu. That Captain Baichuan, Sha Huayu understood, a hint of interest in his eyes. Deputy Captain Zheng Tianhua turned his head curiously. Are you trying to challenge us to a match? Challenging matches is common for strong schools like Boji. It just so happened that they had just watched Baichuan play today, and were very interested in the team. Hello? Sha Huayu's blue eyes narrowed slightly, as she pulled up the Baichuan team's information. Captain Boji, Sha Huayu, are you trying to challenge us to a match? Well, we can. Is it okay for you to participate? Suddenly, Leng Bai's fingers paused. My spirit? Su Xiang slapped his forehead. The kitchen ghost was a smiling old man with a white beard, dressed in a coarse cloth shirt. He held a modern cell phone, struggling to make a call. The other two couldn't help but turn their heads to watch this miraculous scene. Although the kitchen ghost was human, his frequent dealings with ghosts always carried a lingering eerie air about him. But now, a rather sunny smile graced his ghostly face. Everyone in the room, what a social thug. Baishu had just finished showering when he heard a knock on his door. Opening it, he saw Xiechenyu. Surprisingly, he was still dressed neatly at this hour. What's wrong? Baishu looked puzzled. Come to my room. I show you something nice. Baishu followed, puzzled. Shortly after leaving the room, the cat's eyes narrowed and its nose sniffed vigorously. What a nice smell. Xiechenyu smiled to himself and pushed open the door. Before them lay a table of steaming delicious food. Seeing the online comments criticizing Baishu, Xiechenyu felt uncomfortable if he didn't do something. He lowered his sleeves, looking at Baishu's surprised expression with a certain smugness. I really don't understand how Zhu Xingtian could handle such a simple thing. That ghost chef claimed to be the family chef of a great general, and he had real ingredients. With limited ingredients, Xiechenyu only had time to make a few sweet and spicy dishes. Try it? Are we the only two? Baishu looked around but didn't see Ning or the others. The golden crow fluttered its wings and landed on Baishu's shoulder. It nuzzled its head against Baishu's neck and flapped its wings, its large, mung bean eyes signaling, me too. Yeah. Xiechenyu smiled. They're probably all asleep. I accidentally made too much. I'm afraid I can't finish it all by myself. I hope you don't mind this simple meal. Why would I mind? Baishu swallowed the saliva that had built up in his mouth and, under Xiecenyu's encouraging gaze, took a chopstick. It was a very appetizing orange-red color, sweet at first, but quickly became hot and spicy, like a fire in my mouth. Baishu's forehead was covered with sweat, and he stuck out his tongue and hissed, his mouth reddening. Are you okay? Xiechenyu hurriedly handed him a glass of water and prepared to clear the dishes away. I think I put too much chili. If it doesn't taste good, don't force it. Slender white fingers quickly placed on his wrist. Baishu's eyes widened, spicing up. No, it's delicious. Baishu had never tasted anything so stimulating and delicious. Those eyes seemed to say, your cooking is the best in the world. Xiechenyu smiled faintly and sat back down, his hands folded in front of him. Who's a better cook, me or Zhu Xingtian? Baishu frowned in confusion, glanced back guiltily, then leaned over to Xiecenyu's ear and whispered, you. The airflow tickled his ears. Xiechenyu had never been so intimate with anyone before, and his expression froze for a moment. Zhu's cooking is delicious too, Baishu added hastily, blushing. It's okay, I won't tell him. The innocent child breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them finished their meal happily, and Baishu offered to help clean up the mess, puzzled. The dishes and chopsticks were all disposable. He then remembered that Xiecenyu's room, like his, didn't have a kitchen. How did he cook? At this thought, his sleepy, sluggish mind grumbled. Since training, Baishu's routine had become very regular. It's better to say hello before leaving. Baishu looked toward the bathroom, his eyes slipping unconsciously as he sat on a chair. Xiechenyu emerged from his shower to find Baishu already asleep. Sitting on the round stool, he looked small and adorable, his face pressed against the wall, revealing a hint of soft flesh. Xiechenyu gently carried him to bed. He's sleeping so adorably, better not wake him. Gently pulling the covers over him, Xiechenyu paused, ready to go to Baishu's room. A small bulge formed on the pure white bed in the dim light, looking particularly warm and inviting. This was his room, so it made sense for him to sleep here. A slender figure glided gracefully onto the bed, his arms half embracing him. Taking up half of his bed, it made sense for him to be a pillow. Comfortable. How could someone be so soft? The bottom line was being eroded step by step. Life was peaceful here, while the three people Xiechenyu had mentioned as having fallen asleep were in turmoil. Jiang Zheping and Ning rubbed their chins and looked at Zhu Xingtian, whose eyes were filled with tears. Are you saying that someone stole your life while you were out taking a bath? Chapter 22. Are you saying someone stole your life force while you were out taking a bath? Zhu Xingtian nodded tearfully. In order to practice with weights, get used to the weapon, and reach what swordsmiths call the advanced state of unity between man and sword, Zhu Xingtian usually doesn't recall his life force. Who would have thought he encountered something like this? Did you recall it? Zhu Xingtian nodded. Then is it possible you misplaced it? The hotel is full of contestants. How could someone steal your life force? Zhu Xingtian said nothing, silently handing the pot at his side to the two men. The two men instinctively reached out. Hiss. It's so hot. Zhu Xingtian, fighting back tears, raised his slightly reddened palm. Who could possibly understand the unfamiliar feeling he felt upon recalling his own natal chart? If I just misremembered my natal chart, how could it be so hot? Senior, please help me divine who stole it. And Ning said sternly, I never thought such a terrible thing would happen. Don't worry, I help you. A crystal mirror appeared in Ning's palm. Crystal mirror, tell me, Is the person who stole Wishing Tian's natal chart still in the hotel? And Ning's crystal mirror, with its short cooldown and quick readings, couldn't answer complex questions, it could only reveal good or bad luck. And as more questions were asked, the crystal mirror's accuracy decreased. This instilled in Ning a keen sense of the overall situation. During combat, as she asked questions, the crystal mirror's probability of indicating good luck gradually increased. But when investigating the culprit, Ning had no experience. Unexpectedly, even with just a tentative question, the crystal mirror quickly gave the answer. Good luck. Is the thief on this floor? Good luck. They looked at each other, and it seemed like they were the only ones living on this floor. The three of them fell silent for a moment, then heard a few rustling sounds. Should go out and take a look. And Ning put away the crystal mirror, and lowered her voice. Come in. Jiang Zheping summoned the bed mother, enveloping the three of them. Squeak. The door swung open without a breeze. The corridor was deserted, yet a distinctly human whisper was heard. Boss, won't we be discovered? The opponent, though audible but invisible, clearly possessed some kind of invisibility skill. Shoo! Keep your voice down. We have to do this to win. And Ning and the other two exchanged glances. It looked like their opponent. Zhuo Xingtian scratched his head, wondering who their next opponent would be after advancing to the quarterfinals. Jiang Zheping silently mouthed the words, Yinshan. This school wasn't very well known, but it was a solid quarterfinalist. As a perennial quarterfinalist, and due to its unique characteristics, Yinshan had gradually been overlooked, and this year's popularity wasn't even as high as Yinxiang's. This team was quite unique. They were highly skilled at concealment and sneak attacks. The team was practically invisible on the field except at the beginning and end. Jokingly dubbed the disappearing 8th team, the Hermits of the South Zone. Fearing they wouldn't get to know this team, the three of them remained calm and quietly followed the source of the sound. There were distinctly two different voices ahead of them. I'm guessing Shirakawa just won today, so they'd definitely be celebrating. Maybe even discussing strategies to counter us. We just have to wait patiently for the outcome. But boss, it's so quiet here, it doesn't sound like a celebration. We won't be discovered, will we? No way. Don't scare yourself. Maybe the room here is soundproofed. I just smelled the delicious food. Listen. Listen to this first, number 5. Captain Yinshan thought for a moment, but decided he had to pick the softest persimmon to squeeze, so they wouldn't be easily discovered. Boss, you're amazing. You know who's in which room? Of course, otherwise I'd be the boss. The source of the voice fell silent for a moment, and a green light appeared near the crack in Baishu's door. After a while he spoke again, Boss, there's no one there, not even a breath. What should I do? The timid voice trembled. Sanner's skill allowed him to hear any movement nearby. Its only drawback was its limited range, making it impossible to mishear. Captain Yinshan fell into deep thought. Bai Chuan lived in 4 rooms. The captain, number 3 and Ning, and number 5 Baishu each had one, and numbers 2 and 3 had one. Room 5 was empty now, and looking at the room next to it, which was wide open and clearly occupied, Captain Yinshan steeled his resolve. Let's listen to Captain Bai Chuan's room. Ah, stupid, these rooms are empty. They must all be gathered in Captain Bai Chuan's room to discuss how to deal with us tomorrow. Sanner, remember, you can't get the whole family without risking your life. This captain's education level is questionable, and he's a brave man who dares to touch the tiger's butt. Where would Baishuda go tonight? The captain hasn't been seen since returning to the hotel. What is he doing? And Ning and the other two silently withdrew their hands, looking like they were watching the fun, afraid to miss any dirt on the captain. After a while, a voice trembled with tears. Boss, I dare not. Coward, hurry up and follow. The 5 of them moved in unison. Sanner explained in surprise, Captain, there are only 2 people in this room. They seem to be asleep, not in a meeting. Yeah, I saw it all. For some unknown reason, Xie Qinyu's door was left ajar. How could he forget to close it? This forgetful personality completely contradicts him. The 5 people in front and behind couldn't wait to look at the crack in the door again. It was dim inside, only the bedside lamp was on. Xie Qinyu half leaned against the headboard, one hand resting oddly on the bed, the other holding a phone, his fingers moving slightly, as if looking at something. The 3 people watching were slightly disappointed. It's boring. Just then, the quilt beside Xie Qinyu suddenly moved. Holy crap! Big news! Even though they couldn't see each other, the 5 people moved in unison, their height staggered, their gazes intense. A furry head popped out from beside Xie Qinyu. As if startled awake, it groggily poked its head out towards the door. Long eyelashes cast shadows, hair slightly disheveled against the side of his fair face, and swollen lips parted slightly. Who else could it be but Bai Shu? Wait, swollen, and Ning narrowed her eyes, her excellent vision detecting something. Bai Shu's lips seemed excessively red and swollen. Could it be them? And Ning covered her mouth in surprise. The boy, about to wake up, was pushed back onto the bed by the boys. Jie Chenyu gently patted his back and considerately lifted the covers, his eyes cast down. His gentle soothing gesture made the 5 people outside momentarily suspect they were dreaming. The online rumors were actually true. Jie Chenyu didn't seem to notice them, so Captain Yinshan bravely took out his phone. Yinshan and the other 2 were still unaware, while the 3 men behind them had already retreated silently. They didn't miss Jie Chenyu's characteristic, menacing smile, a hint of impending doom. The 3 of them simultaneously tiptoed sideways, moving away from the room, while silently retreating to the stairwell, blocking the 2 men's escape route. I'd rather die than let my friend die. The phone camera went dark, and 2 black glass balls the size of green beans appeared before Yinshan and the other man, tilting their heads towards them. Before they could figure out what they were, a flash of fire appeared before their eyes, and their faces flushed. In panic, they revealed their true forms, and fell to the floor. It was indeed someone from Yinshan. The smaller figure, dressed in black, with a black hood, was hard to tell, but the taller blonde boy next to them, Jie Chenyu, was recognizable. With a soft click, the door closed, and Jie Chenyu had appeared before them. Captain Yinshan? How are you? Yinchuan wasn't a tall man, and he valued agility more than anything else. The blonde boy wore a nondescript outfit, a plaid vest and ripped jeans. He habitually pulled a sour expression on his face, and looked like some kind of thug. Such a conspicuous person is completely unlike Yinshan's style, yet a large part of his captaincy stems from his strength and unexpectedly unique ability to suit Yinshan's taste. Currently, it seems there are no rules, no cooldowns, and he's incredibly powerful, able to keep his teammates hidden for extended periods. The 2 teams faced off in last year's spring split, but that was a points match, with Baichuan's offensive prowess at the top. If it were an elimination match or a mission match, against an entirely invisible opponent, Baichuan wouldn't have such an easy win. Come to get information? Sana was completely bewildered, shaking his head frantically. No, we're on the wrong floor. Just then, Ning and the others came up, and Ning said, if I remember correctly, Yinshan is on the 2nd floor, and this is the 4th? Jie Chenyu glanced at the 3 of them, but said nothing. He then turned to Yinchuan and the others with a friendly smile. It's nothing to get information. It's just a matter of personal skill. Don't be afraid. Saner was surprised. Captain Baichuan was so easygoing? Guests are welcome. It's still early. How about sitting down and chatting for a while? Chapter 23. How could it be early? It was completely dark outside. Saner shook his head. No, we won't bother you anymore. He turned around and was startled by the 3 people behind him, blocking his retreat. Captain Yinshan sighed, not wanting to remind his teammates, whose eyes were filled with clear foolishness. The 2 were half forced into Baichuan's territory. It's time for us to get to know you. Jie Chenyu smiled gently, looking at Saner, whose expression was even more panicked. Your captain's ultimate skill is actually like a normal skill. It has a cooldown, and it's quite long, right? Saner's eyes widened. How did he know? This was their team's secret. Jie Chenyu understood and continued, it's just that hiding isn't measured in time, but in number of times. He thought for a moment, if you're touched during the time, it become ineffective. Jie Chenyu nodded, his smile widening. Let me guess how many times it can be used. 3 times? During the Yinshan competition, not the entire team disappeared. There were always 2 people outside as decoys. Shan Liangjia analyzed the number of people who appeared and disappeared in each Yinshan competition, as well as the time, and made a few guesses. To his surprise, he guessed correctly. Before Saner could react, the Yinshan captain finally lost his composure, and, unable to bear it any longer, slapped him. Stop hissing and ha ha ha. Control your expression. You let all our wealth slip away. If this newcomer didn't have the ability to hear with super hearing, he never would have brought him along. Jie Chenyu turned to look at Ning. Good luck. And Ning looked at the crystal mirror. The Yinchuan captain suddenly closed his eyes in despair. It's over. This time, there's really nothing left. In the early morning, the first rays of light filtered through the pale yellow curtains, casting patterns across the floor. Bai Shu stretched himself, feeling a lightness he never felt before. Did you sleep well? Jie Chenyu placed the breakfast he bought on the table. His long, stretched body froze, And Baishu remembered that this wasn't his room. He actually occupied someone else's bed, someone else's room. A flash of shame crossed his fair face. I'm sorry for occupying your room. Did you sleep well last night? Very well. Jiechenyu narrowed his eyes teasingly. Although it's my first time sleeping with someone else, I didn't expect it to be so good. Seeing you by my side this morning made me feel better. Would seeing him make me feel better? Baishu curled her eyes. You're so nice. He was really nice? Baishu's blunt words left Jiechenyu unsure how to react. Baishu got out of bed and observed secretly, his gaze growing more and more alarmed. Breakfast was on the table, and even toothbrushes were neatly arranged and filled with toothpaste in the bathroom. Is this how companions interact? Trying not to appear too surprised, Baishu feigned composure as he picked up his toothbrush. Jiechenyu followed briskly into the bathroom, leaning closer. How about you? How are you feeling? In the mirror, two figures, one tall and one short, drew closer. The taller one's narrow eyes fixed on someone with a gentle allure that could only be seen by a dog. Their faces were so close that, from behind, it looked like a kiss. Baishu, about to brush his teeth, pulled the toothbrush from his mouth and scratched his head slightly sheepishly. Although it's my first time, it's definitely very comfortable. Jiechenyu stared intently at the man before him. Did he realize how suggestive his words were? Was it a deliberate attempt to bait him, or was it just a casual remark? Since it's a matter of both your own good and yours, why don't we just sleep together from now on? Such words couldn't be trusted, but once spoken, they inexplicably sounded serious. Will he refuse? How would he refuse? What would his reaction be? Shyness? Disgust? Calmness? Why aren't you talking? Baishu's mouth was foaming. He held up his toothbrush and glanced curiously at the boy beside him, fixed on his position. Why didn't he go eat instead of talking to him in the bathroom? Perhaps he didn't eat enough this morning, his blood sugar was low, and his mind wasn't clear. He didn't look very bright. Jiechenyu chuckled. He must have really lost his mind. Baishu wiped the wetness from his mouth with a towel and tugged Jiechenyu towards the dining table. He grabbed a bun for Jiechenyu and himself, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Of course. Delicious. Let's sleep together from now on. Jiechenyu's bun clattered onto the table. What did you say? He thought for a long time, but he couldn't believe Baishu would agree. Baishu, distressed, picked up the bun that nearly fell off, blew on it twice, and stuffed it into his mouth. He then took a fresh one and placed it in his hand. Jiechenyu was so considerate, so he decided to be a good roommate. I say, let's sleep together. You agreed? Jiechenyu turned his head away slowly. Why not? Baishu was puzzled, raising his hand to list the many advantages of sleeping together. Sleeping with brother Jie is great. I can play with Xiao Wu, and I can save points for a room. Those points are enough for a lot of food. Summoners have no shortage of points, and the team certainly has none. They can earn plenty during regular training in the contaminated zone. So, except for Jiang Zheping who shared a room with Zui Xingtian, everyone else had their own. I didn't expect Baishu to be like Jiang as well. Jiechenyu was a little disappointed, but it faded as quickly as it came. The point was, Baishu loved sleeping with him. The tips of his ears, hidden in his hair, blushed unconsciously. The question you asked me before. Baishu pursed his lips. Brother Jie had treated him to a meal, and was so caring. Compared to that, it felt wrong to be so fussy about a single candy. Actually, every time you use a skill, I can see your remaining mental strength and health. Jiechenyu suddenly stopped laughing. 2 days later, the South Zone quarterfinals began in earnest. The viewing screens had been reduced in size by half, but doubled in size. The number of people in the stadium seats had increased significantly, and from a distance, it looked like a sea of people. But all this excitement had nothing to do with Bai Chuan for the time being. Bai Chuan's second opponent, Yin Shan, withdrew for unknown reasons, allowing Bai Chuan to advance to the semifinals. This caused many of the spectators, whose appetite had been piqued by Jiechenyu, to lament their disappointment. What happened to Yin Shan? They actually withdrew? It seems they're suffering from a bad climate and a collective stomach upset. I heard Yin Shan got into trouble outside and fled overnight for fear of being hunted by their enemies. That Yin Shan captain doesn't seem to be playing fair. They didn't even care about the competition. What a deep grudge they have. I'm not sure. I heard that enemy is a mercenary, big and strong, who can summon 7 or 8 spirits at a time to beat people up. People who stayed in the same hotel with Yin Shan said they heard Yin Shan's screams in the middle of the night. This is outrageous. Baichuan is really lucky. On the other hand, the Yinshan people who rushed back to school overnight breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't care about the competition, they were lucky to have returned safely. Sorry, everyone. Due to my circumstances, we have to focus on the exchange tournaments for the next 6 months. Captain Yinshan's expression was heavy, then changed. He angrily said that cunning Captain Baichuan went to great lengths to exploit us, Yinshan, and extract our most crucial secrets. Unfortunately, he never anticipated our withdrawal. His vain plan to crush us on the field has been thwarted. Captain Baichuan is difficult to deal with. We can only resort to this last resort. Deputy Captain Yinshan nodded calmly. We can tell the difference between losing one match and losing every match. Apologies for the hard work, Captain. Yes, reaching the regional quarterfinals is already impressive. Next, we do our best in the exchange tournament. Focus on defeating the aliens. Having witnessed the entire incident last night, Saturn's impression of the boss had been completely shattered. Baichuan had no plans at all. He vowed to never again engage in boss worship. But Shirakawa is such a scoundrel, won't he just spread our secret? Don't worry. Captain, I'm no pushover. I argued with him fiercely, and he relented, promising not to spread it. I see, Captain indeed. But we must keep an eye on Shirakawa from now on. Wait. Captain Yinshan said, as he opened his phone, suddenly, as if he had seen something remarkable. He took a closer look. It was a dark photo at first glance. Only a single, inconspicuous patch of light appeared in the lower left corner. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in again. The 5 gathered together and gasped. It was a photo of Captain Shirakawa and number 5 in bed. So those online rumors were true. Captain Yinshan saved the photo without hesitation. He might need it later. The 5 Shirakawa players didn't know what had happened to Yinshan yet. But even if they did, they wouldn't have bothered to care. Advancing directly not only gave the players a chance to rest and recuperate, but also allowed them to better study their opponents. Jean Liangja hurried to the hotel early in the morning to attend classes. Healing professionals are incredibly busy, moving wherever they're needed. Jean Liangja rushed here almost as soon as he finished school, and before he could tell anyone, he was surprised to find that Jiechenyu had already booked a room for him. Glancing suspiciously at Jiechenyu, who was smiling strangely, he got to the point. The most exciting match in the quarterfinals is Kurosawa's second team versus Lin Nan. The winner will be our next opponent, and whoever wins will be a formidable opponent. Although you won smoothly so far, that's good. But don't let your guard down. We haven't had a serious match against a strong team yet. Jean Liangja paused. Except last year against Chanshui, a veteran third-tier team, we lost. We can't waste this hard-earned free time. Next, we go to Boji. Chapter 24. After hearing Jean Liangja's first words, the excitement of their easy semi-final appearance subsided. Is it Boji Team 1? Jiang Zhengping shuddered. Except for Jiechenyu and Baishu, everyone else was shocked by the latter words. Boji is a strong team in the region. Countless teams want to play against them, but not everyone can get one. To be frank, playing against a weaker team is a waste of time for Boji. Jean Liangja understood Jiang Zhengping and the others' reaction. After all, before the spring split, this was something they hadn't even considered. He nodded. Not long ago, Boji's coach contacted me about holding practice matches in an elimination format. We don't have any competition this season. Boji is one of the strongest teams in the South Division. This opportunity is too good to miss. Several people looked at him with fascination, their eyes sparkling. Although injuries are unacceptable before the competition for safety reasons, with Baishu and I here, you can go ahead and do it without hesitation. Jean Liangja waved his hand. Long live coach. Several people cheered. It was so great to be able to compete without hesitation. Without further delay, to allow sufficient preparation time for the semifinals, a practice match was scheduled for today. They quickly packed up and headed to Boji. Most established and strong schools are located in the center of the region, not far from the competition venue, so they arrived quickly and were immediately struck by the magnificent gray-brown, modern-style building before them. Wow! Shirakawa and the others sighed in unison as they stood in front of Boji Academy. I had thought the regional preliminaries venue was one of the best in the South region, but I didn't expect Boji to be any less impressive. By comparison, Baichuan seemed like a small mountain village. Although they were the second strongest school, the other side was very considerate. Su Xiang was waiting at the door early to receive several people. Su Xiang, a shield man from the Boji team, possessed a water film shield, not a traditional strong shield, but a soft shield that could deflect attacks. It lasted 10 minutes, with a cooldown of half an hour. He stood 1.8 meters tall, and unlike the typical image of a shield man as stocky and composed, he lacked overdeveloped muscles, his physique flowing with a wild and handsome demeanor. His canine fangs, visible when he smiled, made him appear even more approachable. And Ning whispered, "This shield man from Team Boji is a rare player with both offensive and defensive prowess. He's also from the Frontier Army. I heard they've been friends with Team Jia since childhood, often sparring with each other and being evenly matched." "Ah," Zhou Xingtian gaped. "Then they must be very close." Jie Chenyu, speaking with his head lowered, glanced perfunctorily at the person in front of him. "Oh!" Su Xiang tilted his head. "Ah." And Ning, obviously not. Seeing in Ning, Su Xiang's expression changed, and he approached with a bright smile. "Don't misunderstand, beautiful sister. How could I be hanging out with someone so bad?" And Ning agreed. "That makes sense." He glanced at Bai Shu, who was practically surrounded by Jie Chenyu. He even came to the practice match, which meant he was a real team member. As much as he hated to admit it, to be so valued by Jie Chenyu, he must have something special. "I watched all your matches. They were amazing. Even the first-year students performed brilliantly. I'm really looking forward to our upcoming matches." And Ning smiled. "We're also looking forward to competing against Boji." Hearing that he was on par with Jie Chenyu, Bai Shu couldn't help but observe the man before him. Honestly, Jie Chenyu's skills were rare even in Bai Shu's previous life. If he used his previous body, he might have been able to defeat him, but now, it was completely impossible. He must be very powerful. Such a man is just a shield bearer at Boji. How much stronger must the others and the captain be? After spending time with Bai Shu, Jie Chenyu found Bai Shu very easy to understand. Everything was written on his face, just not overly. Noticing his special attention to Su Xiang, he immediately declared, "Hearsay is not to be believed. 9 out of 10 times, he wins against me, and of course he loses." He looked down at Bai Shu. "There's no point fighting someone like that. It only make your hands hurt. If you want to spar, I'm always here for you." Su Xiang wanted to curse, but gritted his teeth and swallowed his words. Jie Chenyu's prestige was so strong that his handsome face suddenly popped up, but he dared not speak in anger. He didn't want to appear so cowardly, but for too long Jie Chenyu had become a burden weighing on him. Perhaps only by truly defeating Jie Chenyu could he change that. So, when it came to the decision to schedule a practice match with Bai Chuan, Su Xiang, though he didn't say anything, was the first to vote in favor. Haha, the captain said their chances of winning were 80 to 90, so Jie Chenyu was a sure loser this time. Thinking of this, Su Xiang's expression shifted from gloomy to cheerful, and he stared at Jie Chenyu's back with a sinister look, leaving everyone bewildered. Soon, they arrived at Boji's training room. Needless to say, Boji's training room was several notches higher than Baichuan's. Besides the comprehensive training equipment, the most enviable feature was the teleportation array. Boji, with its wealth and power, had a presence in the district. Naturally, unlike Baichuan, who relied on cars to get to the contaminated area, they had their own teleportation array. Summoners capable of precise teleportation like those in the regional tournament are rare, but setting up a teleportation array isn't difficult. That's only relative. Most schools don't have one. Baichuan and his companions, looking like country bumpkins, gathered around the teleportation array to test it out. Shan Liangjia greeted the opposing coach respectfully. Coach Boji was a white-haired old man, but that shouldn't be underestimated. In his youth, he had been a high-ranking commander in the Frontier Army. He clearly knew Jie Chenyu, and gave him a warm smile. Elsewhere, Jie Chenyu faced off against Boji captain Xia Huayu. Xia Huayu, a third-year student, had been selected for the youth training camp and entered the secret realm last year. He had attained a fully awakened ancestor spirit in the Fengdu secret realm. His natal gold element bronze bell eyes, upon use, instantly detected the opponent's weakest point. The cooldown was 30 minutes. This skill made many teams avoid facing Boji in the competition. But this didn't matter to Baichuan. They weren't their match yet. Finding and exploiting their weaknesses would only help them grow stronger. As for leaking information to other teams, there was no need to worry at all. The unspoken rule was that if you wanted to know about other teams, you had to gather it yourself. This was also why Yinchuan preferred to abstain. The two captains had completely different personalities. Compared to Jie Chenyu, Xia Huayu was more stable and cold-tempered. He was tall and slender, with cold white skin, and his bluish eyes radiated a light of rationality. He raised his hand and wiped his glasses. "Hello, Xia Huayu." "Jie Chenyu." The atmosphere between the two vice-captains of the teams nearby was much more harmonious. Boji's vice-captain, Jung Tianhua, was a fire attacker, a third-year student, and the one who most closely fit the shield-bearer stereotype on the team. He was the tallest and most muscular, with well-developed arms and a solid body. He lacked the flamboyance of an attacker, and his smile exuded a sense of solidity and reliability. His innate fire chain attacks at both ends, lasting 10 minutes, and with a cooldown of half an hour. Just looking at the two captains, one can see Boji's unique qualities. In one word, stable. Look at the other captain communicating with the coach, then look at his own captain, who has already run to the teleportation array to play with the child. Jiang Jinping's tone was tinged with envy. Your captain seems really reliable. Jung Tianhua scratched his head, thinking of the oppressive stares during training breaks and the difficult-to-communicate data monsters, and he felt envious. Your captain is quite good too. Being a good communicator is such a rare trait. Training must be harmonious, right? Harmonious? Jiang Jinping shuddered. Forget it, let's not talk about the captain anymore. It's rather creepy. Indeed, by the way, our other team members are quite unique too. Jung Tianhua glanced around and said enthusiastically, for example, Su Xiang, a very good shield man. You should have met him just now. Jung Tianhua's gaze shifted, and he was speechless. Su Xiang buzzed around the Baichuan female team member like a bee, his attentions adoring and fawning. Jiang Jinping was also embarrassed. Zhuixingtian stood in front of Ning, baring his teeth. And Ning was holding the handle of the pot behind him, giving him a fleeting illusion of being leashed like a small, vicious dog, eager to bite someone. Why are you almost getting into a fight? And Ning stopped grinning. Stop it. At the same time, two figures hurried over. Sorry, Captain, we're late. The two people at the door were Yi Gao, a third-year student in the control department. He had freckles on his face. He glanced at everyone upon entering and nodded silently. His innate earth element, earth sinking, could petrify anyone whose calves touched the ground within a limited area for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of half an hour. The person who said living was Yi Le, a second-year student with a wood-type healing ability. He wore a puppet slung around his waist. This puppet could be used once for a death, with a 24-hour cooldown, making it the only skill among the 5 with a long cooldown. He had a rather cute, sunny look, completely different from the somewhat gloomy Yi Gao. The two of them standing together gave off a feeling like a silent, withered tree and a flourishing sunflower. Everyone was present. Xiao Huaiyang said, line up. Chapter 25. 5 people stood neatly in a row, 2 teams facing each other. Compared to Bo Ji and Yi Shui, who were all of even height and build, and stood together with the aura of a strong team, Bai Chuan looked at first glance, looking like a dog's bite, completely uneven. He looked at Bai Shu across from him, lowered his head slightly, and gestured with his hands above his chest and Bai Shu's head. His words were the complete opposite of his innocent tone. Wow, you're really a first-year team member. Why are you so small? Like a doll. Kaka. The puppet at his waist moved strangely. Without waiting for Bai Shu to speak, he slowly said, oh, but my puppet said he liked you very much. So I like you too. He happily extended his hand to Bai Shu. Bai Shu's face was expressionless. Honestly, he had grown tired of hearing about height issues since participating in the regional competition. This was the truth, and Bai Shu didn't think it was a big deal. He was trying to drink milk to grow taller, but the other party's exaggerated tone, like a sarcastic tone, made him feel uneasy. Bai Shu raised his hand and shook it, frowning, you grow taller. Yi Gao slapped Yi Lo on the head, don't laugh at others. Apologize. He pouted unhappily, I'm sorry. Xiao Huayu, feeling a slight headache, apologized, sorry, my teammate isn't very good at speaking. Jie Chenyu's expression was indistinct, yeah, I noticed. This training match is an elimination match, following the national competition standards. Each player can only bring one summoned spirit, and the last person standing on the field wins. Considering that Bai Chuan has a match later, the training match shouldn't be too long. Both teams' wristbands will have their sensitivity increased by 1 degree. After discussion between the two teams' coaches, the final rules for the training match were finalized. The coach coordinated the wristband adjustments, and the two teams entered the teleportation array. Since there were no ban options, both teams used common combinations. Baichuan's team consisted of Jie Chenyu, the Golden Crow, Jiang Jinping, the Chuan Master, and Ning, Mr. Li, Zhuixingtian, the Swordsmith, and Bai Shu, the Dong Feng. This was Bai Shu's first time summoning an ancestor, and the Boji team's pupils trembled. Someone had actually summoned an ancestor in their first year. Boji's team consisted of Xiao Huayu, the ghost chef, Zheng Tianhua, the twin-tailed dog, Yi Gao, the snake turtle, Su Xiang, the white-haired ape, and Yi Le, the fairy Bao. As a strong team, Boji was familiar with the ancestor spirits of everyone except Yi Le, the new sophomore healer. In addition to the ghost chef, Xia Huayu also possessed a formidable fully awakened ancestor named Ghost King Mengshan. Last year, this ancestor's appearance attracted considerable attention, contributing to Boji's success in the autumn competition. Since then, Ghost King Mengshan has been the opponent's first choice for banning. Bai Chuan felt a little disappointed that Xia Huayu didn't use her trump card, but it was also expected. With their current strength, if Xia Huayu brought out Mengshan, they would be invincible. As for Su Xiang, a fellow rookie, it goes without saying that Xie Chenyu knew his ancestor well. Both teams teleported to the contaminated zone simultaneously, with their coaches observing the overall performance from the training hall. Bai Shu's location was an abandoned two-story factory overgrown with vegetation. Looking at the familiar gray and white building and then his conspicuous red uniform, Bai Shu sighed and quickly hid himself. Thinking of Yunxiang's aqua blue uniforms, and then Boji's dark green striped uniforms, he suddenly realized that people in later generations had no concept of camouflage. But this wasn't surprising. The purpose of each team in a competition was simply to stand out, especially for weaker teams. If the audience couldn't find them after searching for a long time, wouldn't it be a waste? This was an exception to the rule of stealth, like Yinshan. Moreover, unlike the relatively monotonous combat environment before the apocalypse, competition venues across the country vary. The venues might be serene waters, snow-capped mountains, or even endless deserts. Instead of dwelling on this, it's better to focus on team development. The location of each player on the bracelets wasn't too far apart, and Boji's team moved swiftly, each red dot closing in on the nearest direction of Bai Chuan and his companions. Bai Wan felt the pressure of the superior team as soon as he entered the match. Unlike Yunxiang, who initially opted to gather together and avoid fighting, Boji's pressure was unwavering. With the exception of the healer, all four red dots simultaneously moved towards the nearest green dot, seemingly unfazed by the opponent's aggressive attack, regardless of shield control. Underestimated? Boji might not have meant to express this, but often unintentional actions can be more deadly. Xie Chenyu narrowed his eyes. Even though it's just a practice match, getting eliminated right at the start wouldn't be a good look. Everyone, proceed cautiously. Focus on testing the waters, don't act rashly, and maintain your health until you find Xiao Bai or reunite. Xie Chenyu looked at his wristband and said, once you spot the opposing captain, report his location to me immediately. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Shu's low voice rang out, he's on my side. Bai Chuan and the other four, ? Time went back a minute. Xia Huayu was known for being straightforward, assessing both teams' positions and strategizing concisely. We can attack separately, no need to reunite. He should stay close by and stay out of the way. Yes. Watch out for Xie Chenyu, buy time until I get there. Don't get eliminated too early. Number 5, Xia Huayu said. As Bai Chuan expected, in Xia Huayu's eyes, besides Xie Chenyu, no one else was worth worrying about. If Bai Chuan could qualify for the national competition this year, Xie Chenyu would most likely receive an invitation to the youth training camp. This man was cunning, and his true nature was quite amusing. He wanted to see his weaknesses for himself. I'd be right there. Bang! Before Xie Chenyu could finish his words, a loud noise drowned them out. A white-haired ape, as tall as a man, plummeted from the heights. Following closely behind, a figure darted through the forest like a monkey, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Ha ha, Bai Chuan, don't even think about escaping. No, Jinwu goes first, I follow. The latter part of his sentence was drowned out, and Xie Chenyu's eyebrows jumped. It's okay. He didn't see me. I'm still safe here. To stay hidden, Bai Shu quickly finished his words and turned off the team chat. Su Xiang, determined to win, collapsed instantly upon seeing the other man's face. Why is it you? Seeing Jinwu Feiyuan show no intention of joining the fight, he paused for a moment, then let out a smug smile. Humph, trying to save your healer? No way. I don't believe that, Xiaoho, and I can't beat you this time. Xie Chenyu was forced to stop him, his eyes slightly lowered to hide his displeasure. You can try. Meanwhile, Zui Xingtian faced Zheng Tianhua, Jiang Zheping faced Yi Gao, and Bai Shu faced Xia Huayu. And Ning hurried towards Bai Shu without hesitation. Their own healer, armed only with a dagger, had unexpectedly faced off against a powerful demon. What difference was there between this and a newborn kitten taking on a tiger? Escape was Bai Shu's first reaction upon seeing Xia Huayu. However, with the tracking system, Once he left the shelter of the abandoned factory and entered the open field of view, he became a sitting duck. Bai Shu stood on tiptoe, planted himself firmly on the concrete floor, and moved slowly, silently, along the wall. The two locations were getting closer and closer, but no one was in sight. Sha Huayu paused. The dark green hem of clothing vanished from Bai Shu's sight. Discovered, his hair stood on end, and he quickly scanned his surroundings. Hidden places like closets and under beds were no place for him. He looked up. Due to its age, the reinforced concrete structure had lost its original appearance. The ceiling was crumbling, and there was a large hole in it. Bai Shu leaped up, and thanks to his small size, he landed firmly on the keel. The next second, Sha Huayu appeared where Bai Shu had been. He was a little surprised. The 2 points had almost overlapped, yet he missed. He's quite good at hiding. The chirping of birds and cicadas drowned out the faint sounds of his breathing. Sha Huayu summoned the ghost chef, a human, not a ghost. Aside from his pale complexion, he normally looked like a kind old man. However, as soon as he activated his skill, a sinister ghostly aura enveloped him. When the ghostly aura dissipated, 6 shadowy figures appeared behind him, the most powerful of them all. The ghost figure was much taller than the ghost chef. Clad in armor and a helmet, its belly protruding, it stared at him with a stern, seemingly unwilling gaze. The other 5 ghost figures were all martial artists, but some were missing limbs. Only the ghost general was intact. Ghost chef's skill, leading a group of ghosts, summons 5 ghosts and a ghost general. Cooldown, 24 hours. Bai Shu, crouching on the beam, couldn't help but hold his breath, his eyes sore from staring for so long. He had no fear of zombies or other creatures, but dealing with such ethereal, intangible beings, whose attacks he had no idea how to attack, was beyond Bai Shu's purview. Chapter 26. He could only see the lower halves of several people. The ghost soldier summoned by the ghost chef stood still. Bai Shu was just wondering when a chilling gust of wind suddenly blew up his trouser legs. He leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his body instantly turning, his waist bending backward with incredible flexibility, and silently standing up, clinging to the roof. Just behind him, a head with a sinister smile suddenly emerged from a hole barely wide enough for an infant to pass through. The moment its eyes met Bai Shu's, the ghost general's mouth parted, a sharp, clacking sound of teeth clashing. Looking back at the hole he had been observing, the ghost general's signature pot belly was still there. Bai Shu's pupils trembled. This unpredictable battle was the most terrifying. Spotting Bai Shu's position, the ghost general led 5 ghost soldiers and moved beneath him. At the same time, the ferocious ghost head attacked Bai Shu. The neat incision on the back of the neck contrasted sharply with the mottled scratches on the white cervical spine and the ripped front of the neck. It was easy to imagine the ghost general being beheaded in his lifetime. But the sight of the bloody wounds only brought Bai Shu back to his composure. This discomfort was much less severe than that of a zombie. At least they had no fangs, so their bite shouldn't be too painful. I'm sorry. Bai Shu bowed silently. The ghost general, waiting for Bai Shu to piss himself to death, said, ? Then his laughter grew even more frantic. Bow to him even at the brink of death. This guy must be a fool. But the next second, the ghost general's scalp tightened, forcing his head to stop. He chuckled sinisterly, then felt a dizzying sensation. Bai Shu, expressionless, grabbed the man's greasy hair. Bai Shu was delighted to have caught him, but the moment he touched the ghost general, the chilling feeling intensified, penetrating deep into his bones. If Bai Shu could see his health bar at this moment, he noticed it was slowly decreasing. It was the natural damage done to humans by the Yin spirits. Let's deal with it first. Ignoring the sticky, cold feeling in his hand, he swung the ghost general's head, leaving a shadow behind. Only the slight tilt of his body, and the disdain in his eyes betrayed his master's emotions. Now it was the ghost general's turn to be terrified. No, who's a good person playing around with a ghost head? Wouldn't a normal person be scared and avoid the sight of a bloody head? Just kidding, why bowed before? You're pretending to be a pushover to trick the ghost. The ghost general may look fierce, but he's actually a coward, a bully who fears the strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be dominated by a mere cook. He thought it would be easy to scare some 17 or 18-year-olds. In the past, the little kids who saw him decapitate were always scared to death, which greatly satisfied the ghost general's sense of accomplishment. He didn't expect to run into a tough guy this time. How could he be so calm? The ghost general's body on the ground was impotent and furious. He finally made it to the hole in the ceiling in the dark, stabbing wildly at it with his spear. Unfortunately, without a head, his movements were ridiculously absurd, and his aim was extremely poor. Looks like it's up there. Sha Huayu commanded, and the ghost chef directed the other 5 ghosts to rush forward. We couldn't stay here any longer. Bai Shu ducked down a few steps, found a suitable hole in the ceiling at the other end, and jumped down, simultaneously throwing the head in his hand out the window. The bracelet also turned slightly yellow. The other party reacted quickly, and the ghost soldiers and Sha Huayu simultaneously surrounded him. It's you. Seeing Bai Shu, Sha Huayu was a little surprised, but also expected. In Shirakawa's last match, number 5 displayed exceptional martial prowess, leaving a mystery surrounding their natal and ancestral spirits. Online speculation continues as to which of Shirakawa's number 4 and number 5 is the healer. The consensus is number 4, but Sha Huayu disagrees. Disregarding other factors, the mere fact that number 4 is metal-based and number 5 is wood-based suggests that number 5 is more likely to be a healer. Sha Huayu prefers objective facts to subjective speculation, even if the final conclusion is bizarre. And after seeing Bai Shu's dumb method of dealing with the ghost general, Sha Huayu became even more convinced of his own thinking. But the harsh reality is that even with superior skill, the difference in natal spirits is difficult to bridge, and healers are inherently vulnerable against attackers. Besides the ghost general, who was struggling to find his footing, the fact that he had 2 or 5 ghosts against a single healer was simply too much of a burden. Sha Huayu glared at Bai Shu coldly. Use your own innate skill once, and I let you go. The words sounded nice and generous, but in reality, they were merely a pretentious plea to test the strength and effectiveness of Bai Shu's innate skills, coupled with absolute confidence in his own abilities. Being a captain was a dirty trick. Impossible. Bai Shu couldn't afford to give the other party a losing deal. He was determined to take someone down with him even if he died. Bai Shu summoned Dong Feng without hesitation. Senior, fake your death. Okay. Several rays of light flew from Dong Feng's hand towards Sha Huayu. Knowing that the other party had awakened a spirit, Sha Huayu didn't dare underestimate him, as he couldn't figure out his tactics, and immediately retreated. Dong Feng's skill struck the ghost chef, who was a beat behind. Although the ghost chef controlled the ghosts, his own strength wasn't strong. Once he was under control, the other demons followed his orders, and chaos reigned for a moment. But it was only temporary. Bai Shu wasn't sure if Sha Huayu could control the demons. He instantly abandoned his attack and fled. Bai Shu took Xie Chenyi's words to heart. Things were different now. He had trusted teammates behind him, and they needed him. He couldn't take any risks unless absolutely necessary. Ha! Just then, the golden crow appeared. Bai Shu paused, a look of surprise on his face. He instantly gave up his escape and turned back. Xiao Hei, help! The golden crow usually looked childish, but in crucial moments, he was incredibly reliable. Upon hearing Bai Shu's words, he unhesitatingly activated his skills in coordination. Bai Shu had fought against the ghost soldiers for a while. The ghost soldiers were immensely powerful, invincible, and tireless. He could barely inflict damage on them with his dagger, but the golden crow was different. The fire it casually spitted out could frighten the ghost soldiers and inflict damage. Bai Shu's eyes dimmed slightly. Dong Feng, knowing he wasn't good at fighting, had already entered Bai Shu's spiritual realm to communicate. Sensing Bai Shu's gloom, he offered comfort. Every profession has its own specializations. Dealing with these ghosts is easy, but not always easy. I've seen many Taoists who can summon wind and rain, capture ghosts and exorcise demons. Ordinary people have many ways to deal with ghosts and monsters. Unfortunately, I only learned some Taoist techniques for health and healing, which won't be of much use. But I know quite a few Taoist practitioners, and I hope they be helpful in your future summons. Thank you, Senior. Bai Shu nodded solemnly. These ghost soldiers were invulnerable to physical attacks, but with the golden crow around, they were no match. The golden crow, with all its might, breathed out a burst of flame, incinerating one of the ghost soldiers in the chaos. The remaining ghost soldiers quickly dispersed in an orderly fashion. Bai Shu's guess was correct. As a summoner, Sha Huayu could also control the ghost soldiers. He couldn't kill the ghost soldiers, but killing the fellow human ghost chef wasn't impossible. Dong Feng had 7 minutes left on his skill, leaving him 2 minutes to leave. Kill the ghost chef within 5 minutes. Bai Shu, dagger in hand, lowered his body, knees slightly bent, and like an ordinary sword, he darted between the flames and the ghost soldiers, charging towards the ghost chef caught in the chaos of the illusion. The source of the ancestral spirit's existence is the summoner's mental power. Even if the ancestral spirit is killed, the summoner can still summon it again, but the opponent might not have the mental power to do so within a short period of time. Furthermore, controlling the ghost soldiers and manipulating the entire field simultaneously would increase Sha Huayu's burden, making it more vulnerable. The Golden Crow's arrival was a powerful addition to Bai Shu's defenses, but Xie Qianyu's inability to arrive meant he was undoubtedly in trouble. Even so, was the Golden Crow still sent? Sha Huayu sneered. Xie Qianyu is truly confident in himself. He clearly understood Bai Shu's goal, but controlling the 5 ghosts himself, while also distracting himself from dealing with Bai Shu, was clearly no easy task. The headless ghost general was forcibly recalled to stand beside the ghost chef. Without a head, he relied entirely on his senses to detect Bai Shu's position. The muscular arm holding the spear swung wildly, instinctively, and inadvertently blocked Bai Shu's attack. TSK. Bai Shu frowned. The opponent was like a fat seaweed swaying wildly in the water. Time was wasted again, with only 1 minute remaining. The red figure reached its maximum speed, nimbly dodging left and right like a fish swimming in the water. Fooled by Bai Shu's feint, the burly headless ghost stepped on his right foot with his left foot, losing his balance and tilting forward, revealing the ghost chef behind him. Bai Shu had already appeared before the ghost chef. With only a few seconds left, there was hope. Chapter 27. Bai Shu flew towards Sha Huayu, the dagger in his hand flashing with a cold light. In this critical moment, Sha Huayu's left eye lit up with a copper bell-shaped line. The running red figure suddenly lost balance, and was forced to tilt backward. When Bai Shu regained consciousness, he had already fallen at Sha Huayu's feet. The dagger had been in Sha Huayu's hand without him knowing for sure. A flicker of surprise flashed through Bai Shu's dazed eyes, and he quickly realized something. Bai Chuan's information about Sha Huayu was wrong. His skill wasn't just about finding weaknesses, but something even more domineering, creating them if none existed. Sha Huayu's expression was equally grim. Being forced to use her innate ability by a first-year student, most likely a healing type, was unprecedented. Nothing could be more embarrassing for an attacker than this. Even with the help of the Golden Crow, he couldn't let it go. I had wanted to keep him, but... That's it. Sha Huayu bent slightly, her eyes cold, the sharp dagger pressed against Bai Shu's chest. Gaga! At the crucial moment, Jinwu abandoned the ghost soldiers in front of him, and spit flames at Sha Huayu, forcing him to change his form. In the instant Sha Huayu tilted his head, Bai Shu, with his superior reflexes and jumping ability, dodged the blow and maintained distance from Sha Huayu. But Jinwu was also besieged by ghost soldiers, their swords and spears already piercing its wings. Bai Shu turned around to see the scene, his cat-like eyes widening and pupils shrinking. What does it feel like to be protected and valued? Before his rebirth, Bai Shu couldn't have known it, but 300 years later, he felt it. This feeling was like a warm current rising from the depths of his heart, and whenever he recalled it, he couldn't help but feel happy. Only now did Bai Shu realize that being protected could also be painful. He preferred himself to being hurt rather than others. A pink peach blossom appeared in Bai Shu's hand, and quickly flew towards the Golden Crow. Although, as an ancestor spirit, it could be reborn through the summoner's spiritual power, the damage was real. Bai Shu instantly watched as the Golden Crow's health bar soared from 1/3 to full. Even though the health bar was invisible, the wounds from the ghostly aura lingering on the Golden Crow were visibly healing. It was indeed a healing skill, and its innate ability was quite impressive. Skills with such significant healing effects were rare. With a tentative thought, Sha Huayu switched control of the ghost soldiers and focused on attacking the Golden Crow. Even though its injuries had improved, the Golden Crow was already at a disadvantage. Its wings were shrouded in ghostly aura, and its restored health bar was beginning to decline. Go back! Bai Shu shouted. Like Dong Feng, the Golden Crow was an awakened ancestor spirit. They could avoid danger on their own. Simply returning to Xie Qianyu's spiritual sea would resolve their current predicament. The Golden Crow stubbornly spitted flames again and again. If even it were gone, Bai Shu would surely be eliminated. The last 2 minutes left for their retreat were almost up. For the first time, Bai Shu felt powerless. The strength of the powerful team seemed overwhelming. He remembered Xie Qianyu's words. The healer was the team's vital rear guard, the trump card that could propel the team back from death to life. Yet some people would risk everything to protect the healer. He still wasn't self-aware enough. Perhaps he shouldn't have risked charging forward, hoping to eliminate the enemy. Would retreating directly at that moment have yielded a better outcome? He overestimated himself and made a misjudgment. So what now? Should he make another desperate attempt, escape with the Golden Crow, and risk total annihilation? Or, for the greater good, abandon the Golden Crow's protection and flee alone? No, Bai Shu rushed towards Jinwu without a second's hesitation. Unless he was eliminated, he would never abandon any of his teammates, and took their protection for granted. Dislike, unwilling. If the former choice was risky, it was because he wasn't strong enough. His desire for an attacking system was suddenly stronger than ever. Jinwoo, come back. At the critical moment, Jiechenyu arrived, forcing Jinwoo back. Bai Shu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sorry, I'm late. Jiechenyu's face was slightly pale, his hair disheveled, and his bracelet had turned a dangerous orange-yellow. It took quite a while for him to escape the encirclement of the white-haired ape and Su Xian alone. Captain! He Lu, stumbling out after him, beamed with joy as if he had found his savior. Lucky had finally found him. God knows how painful it is for a healing system to encounter the opponent's main attacker while searching for teammates. He Lu had only managed to survive until now, having lost a puppet. Thankfully, he had found his captain. With him and the captain working together, they have to eliminate at least one of their opponents. Xia Huayu's expression changed. Not good. Their ultimate move has been forced out. Based on sheer strength, they're no match. Jiechenyu and Bai Shu exchanged glances. We absolutely can't let them escape. Run! Xia Huayu commanded, then circled his opponent. Tianhua, join us. What? He Lu, who was about to flex his muscles to support, thought he misheard. Wasn't this supposed to be a massacre? Don't even think about leaving. Jiechenyu followed closely behind. After all this time, how could he return empty-handed? With a wave of his hand, golden flames erupted, dispersing the ghost soldiers Bai Shu had considered so formidable. Bo Ji and the other two wore solemn expressions. The unique golden flame color left a lasting impression on anyone who had watched the regional preliminaries. It was an almost indiscriminate attack, seemingly capable of consuming nothing in the world. Fortunately, its occurrences were rare and short-lived. However, the two hadn't anticipated that this was also Jiechenyu's skill. Protected behind him, Bai Shu cradled the exhausted golden crow in his arms, and watched the raging flames with a surge of envy. If only he too possessed an attack-type innate power, he wouldn't be so vulnerable. Perhaps the thought was too strong. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly saw numerous red dots. These red dots were familiar to Bai Shu. He had a hunch that they were the same ones he had seen during his recent awakening. This time, perhaps influenced by Fire One, the red dots were noticeably more active. However, the dots vanished as quickly as they appeared. In the blink of an eye, Bai Shu's vision returned to normal, as if it had been merely an illusion. The fire spread rapidly, and Bo Ji and the other two, surrounded by Jiechenyu's innate power, saw their health drop significantly. Xia Huayu's ghost soldiers had completely vanished, and his bronze bell eyes were temporarily unusable, but they still protected He Lu within a relatively safe range. Seeing his captain unable to hold on, He Lu had no choice but to use his puppet substitute once again, an expression of pain uncontrollably crossing his face. This skill has a 24-hour cooldown. Isn't Baichuan just an ordinary school? Only Kurosawa's team could suppress the captain to this degree. The Yang fire was unstoppable from the moment it appeared, and both of their bracelets were on the verge of being eliminated. Just as He Lu was considering summoning the spirits for support, Zheng Tianhua finally arrived. With him appeared a disheveled Zhuixingtian. His dyed hair had been burnt into curls, and his body was covered in patches of black and white. Following closely behind him was a dark, muscular, two-tailed dog, its jagged fangs nibbling at Zhuixingtian's rear, like sheep being herded by a sheepdog. Upon seeing Jiechenyu and Bai Shu, Zhuixingtian could no longer contain his inner joy. It's the captain! They're saved. This fight had been incredibly frustrating for Zhuixingtian. As soon as he landed, he ran into the very person he least wanted to face, Zheng Tianhua. His fire element naturally suppressed gold, and his fire chain didn't even allow him to get close. Additionally, Zhuixingtian's ancestral swordsmith was a peculiar individual, often absorbed in forging iron. The ancestral swordsmith's inability to participate put him at a disadvantage from the start. Captain! Xiao Bai! Help! Zhuixingtian roared at the top of his lungs. My health bar is at the bottom. Hearing this, Bai Shu summoned Dong Feng, using his skill, Apricot Grove Spring Warmth, to restore 20% of the health of the three men and the bird. Bai Shu didn't notice Xia Huayu's body tremble at Dong Feng's appearance. Is this a fully awakened ancestral spirit? What on earth had Bai Chuan gotten up to these past 2 years, to have two monsters appear at once? Chapter 28. Good boy. Zheng Tianhua couldn't help but shield his face with his hands, quickly retreating with the two of them in tow. As he approached, he felt a wave of heat. Even a fellow fire-type player couldn't handle the intense heat, let alone the captain, whose attributes were suppressed. Cha-cha, hurry! The two-tailed dog opened its mouth and devoured the Yang fire, creating a gap. Zheng Tianhua's rank among the top fire-type attackers in the southern district was largely due to Cha-cha's help. The two-tailed dog's ability to devour fire made it difficult for fellow fire-type opponents to cope. Furthermore, it could transform fire into a weapon that strengthened Zheng Tianhua's innate fire chain, allowing him to suppress both fire and gold. But before he could rejoice, the two-tailed dog suddenly looked sluggish. It stopped devouring, stretched its neck, and twitched. After a few dry heaves, the two-tailed dog shuffled behind Zheng Tianhua, murmuring softly, "Woof." It was incredibly aggrieved. Even the twin-tailed dog, always invincible against fire, couldn't resist. "Let's go!" Seeing the yang fire spreading unabated, Xia Huayu didn't dare bet on who could hold out longer, either them or Jie Chenyu. With the flames spreading uncontrollably, anyone contaminated would undoubtedly be eliminated. The two nodded and hurried away before the gap created by the twin-tailed dog closed. This was the first time Jie Chenyu had seen a spirit capable of restraining yang fire. A strong team truly stood out. Bai Chuan didn't pursue. In truth, Jie Chenyu was already at the end of his rope. His mental energy was completely depleted, causing his brain to ache like a tangled mess. His lips were pale, and beads of sweat formed on his face, gathering into a stream and running down his forehead. Even so, he didn't let go of the person in his arms. His arms were firmly entwined around Bai Shu's waist, highlighting her slender figure. Although Bai Shu wasn't burned, the combined heat of the flames and Jie Chenyu's incredibly high body temperature made him stick out his tongue. His head spun, but he didn't struggle like he had last time. It wasn't entirely without benefit. His eyes were empty, and he could sense the dense fire element around him. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't see the familiar red glow again. If he could do it again, perhaps he could. Bai Shu was somewhat disappointed, but not discouraged. He thought, if I can successfully awaken my fire element, it won't be this hot. He took it for granted, not realizing how outrageous his idea was. Awakening two attributes simultaneously was unprecedented. The five elements interacted with each other, creating a complex interplay. Almost everyone assumed that only one attribute could be awakened, and that this one attribute was enough for everyone to strive for their entire lives. Fellow teammates Wishing Tian, however, didn't share Bai Shu's treatment. He had already vanished from view, watching from a distance. Only after the fire had subsided did he run back, sweat dripping from his face. With this captain's skill, if Bai Chuan participated in a long-distance race, he'd probably sweep all the championships, with a different trophy every day. True of hurting the enemy 1,000 times, while also hurting yourself 800 times. Seeing the crisis averted, Jie Chenyu sat exhausted on the ground. No vegetation remained around him, only charred black soil. He smiled weakly at Bai Shu and lazily extended his hand. "I'm completely out of mental strength this time." "Seriously?" "I know." Bai Shu pulled him up and was about to inject him with a white flower when Jie Chenyu stopped him. "You used your skill once to save Xiao He too. Keep him and see how things go. I can still hold on for a while." He allowed Bai Shu's strength to push him to his feet, unceremoniously placing most of his weight on Bai Shu. His eyes narrowed, making it hard to tell whether he was exhausted or enjoying himself. Their chests pressed back, their faces so close that their breaths blended. Bai Shu stumbled, looking up at him, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Zui Xingtian ran over, sweating profusely, bracing himself against his thighs and panting. First chased by dogs, then by fire, he suspected he had run the entire field today. Seeing the captain pinning Bai Shu down to the ground, he felt disgusted with his captain's ruthless exploitation of his labor. No wonder he always clung to Bai Shu when performing his skills. It turned out he was just looking for a stick to lean on. You can't bully Bai Shu just because he's new. How can those tiny arms and legs support his massive frame? Zui Xingtian, his sense of justice overflowing, quickly lent a hand, lifting Jie Chenyu's other arm. "I help." "Okay." No one noticed Jie Chenyu's narrowed left eye slightly open as he glanced at Zui Xingtian. As the two men lifted Jie Chenyu, one on each side, Zui Xingtian suddenly felt a chill on his neck. I don't know if it was Bai Shu's imagination, but he seemed to have renewed energy. After a few steps, Jie Chenyu gave up his pretense. He pushed Zui Xingtian aside, stood up straight, and said to the bracelet, "Deputy Captain, and Ning, how are you two doing? Xia Huayu and the others have already left, and will probably rejoin you." Depleted mental energy is a form of mental fatigue. The tingling and confusion in his brain has nothing to do with physical exhaustion. So how could he possibly be unable to stand? He simply felt that being closer to Bai Shu would make him feel better. The light scent of shower gel was clearly the same as the one on his body, but it inexplicably relieved the throbbing pain in his brain. But the smell of Zui Xingtian's own sweat was forgotten. The bracelet soon transmitted the voices of two people, though they sounded somewhat hopeless. Understood. We be right there. While the three engaged in a melee, Yi Gao and his ancestor, a massive divine beast with a dragon tail and a turtle body, faced off against Jiang Zheping and the passing and Ning. Unlike Zui Xingtian, whose health bar was nearly depleted, the two men had healthy health, but they were also feeling rather frustrated. And Ning, an earth element, naturally had a restraining effect on the water element, especially since he was one of the strongest controllers in the South District. He and the turtle beast were a natural duo. Yi Gao's innate ability softened the ground within a 4 by 4 meter radius, sinking their feet into the earth and slowing them down. The turtle beast's tail then slapped the ground, petrifying it. The two men's feet were trapped in a shell of stone, unable to move for a long time. Mr. Li from Ning was a military commander, capable of escaping control and dealing damage through cooperation with the summoner. However, the enemy, sheltered beneath the turtle's massive shell and heavily protected by the stone pillars it had erected, had exceptionally strong defenses, and his health was draining very slowly. Most importantly, the enemy had single-handedly controlled Baichuan's two backup forces. Although Baichuan was a powerful attacking team, it couldn't do without the steady support of the two third-year players. With the attackers left without support, they were inevitably timid and hesitant, unable to perform at their best. But the two couldn't just fly off the spur of the moment, so they could only fight and retreat while Yi Gao's skills were on cooldown, finally managing to escape the enemy's control. Thankfully, Jie Chenyu and the others held on, otherwise, had their attacker been eliminated, even if they had escaped, their chances would have been lost. The shadow of last year lingered, and Jiang grew increasingly anxious the longer they were controlled. Upon hearing Jie Chenyu's voice, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Baichuan reunited smoothly, and the two teams were at peace for the time being, though the atmosphere in Baichuan was somewhat heavy. Overall, aside from Li Chenyu and Baishu, the other's strength still lagged behind Boji. Only during the actual match did they realize Boji's reputation as a strong team truly come to fruition. The team was as strong and uniform as an iron barrel, with no weaknesses. Such a prime opportunity to eliminate Boji's captain had been missed. If they fought again, they were afraid the opponent would have recovered and been prepared, making elimination even more difficult. It was my fault for not being able to help everyone. The opponent's control was far superior to mine. If I had noticed their presence sooner, I wouldn't have been dragged into the fight. And Ning took a deep breath. Jiang Jingping's expression was equally grim. It's my fault. As a shield bearer, I failed to protect everyone. If I'd been faster and returned sooner, perhaps. Zui Xingtian abruptly stood up. I should apologize. As an attacker, I focused solely on close-range attacks, overlooking the importance of long-range attacks. That was the case with Yunxiang, and we were even more disadvantaged against Boji. It took the captain and Baishu to save us. I'm the biggest problem. Baishu hugged the golden crow, examining its injured wings with a guilty look. I'm at fault too. The three angrily reflected, their heads swiveling with questions. The words were clearly written on their faces. Why are you here? To be honest, Baishu not only survived Xia Huayu's attack, but also tested her abilities, which was impressive. Baishu, startled by the look, swallowed his saliva. If I hadn't been so eager to eliminate Xia Huayu, Xiao He wouldn't have been injured. 3 people, ? Eliminate Captain Boji? Too eager for quick success. Listen to what you're saying. The golden crow fluttered its wings in Baishu's hand, nuzzling his head against Baishu's palm, sticking out its butt and wiggling its tail feathers to show it wasn't bothered. The harmonious atmosphere was so harmonious that one might have thought Baishu was the golden crow's summoner. The gloomy atmosphere was broken. Xie Chenyu chuckled softly. Though his face was pale, and his team was clearly at a disadvantage, his spirit remained undimmed. His calm demeanor infected the anxious Baichuan and his companions. Well said. Recognizing this means this trip wasn't in vain. He looked at Zui Xingtian, who seemed the most dejected, and his tone was as sharp as ever. If you don't believe in yourself, then believe in me. My choice of you to join Team Baichuan proves you have something special. Zui Xingtian gritted his teeth. Was this a consolation? Why did it sound so unpleasant? Xie Chenyu's gaze shifted to Baishu, who lowered his head slightly, seemingly distracted. You too. Injuries are inevitable for summoners and ancestral spirits. Don't blame yourself too much. Besides, didn't you heal the golden crow? I think I didn't make myself clear last time. Xie Chenyu said sternly, I don't want you to hide behind your teammates and be timid. I just don't want you to forget that you have me behind you, that you have teammates to rely on. Judging by the results this time, you're not wrong, understand? and Ning and Jiang Zhengping couldn't help but recoil slightly. What a clear disparity in treatment. Bai Shu nodded, his brow still etched with thought. Xie Chenyu frowned slightly. Was there anything else he didn't know? Any other questions? Maybe I can help. Before he could even finish the word busy, Xie Chenyu froze, his clever expression a moment before seeming a bit foolish. Bai Shu's face enlarged before him, and he instinctively straightened his upper body. The hand on his thigh trembled slightly. The three people sitting in a circle across from him stared wide-eyed. What was going on so suddenly? Was he going to kiss? Bai Shu wasn't a communicative person. He preferred to act first and talk later. He wasn't sure about the awakening of his fire attribute yet, and he didn't want to disappoint his teammates, but he needed Xie Chenyu's help. What his roommate said shouldn't matter. After much deliberation, Bai Shu finally mustered the courage to creep up beside Xie Chenyu and whisper. So he was going to whisper something. They felt relieved, but also curious. What was there that they couldn't hear? She just wanted to talk to him. Xie Chenyu's fingers relaxed slightly, his back stiffly straight, and he felt a little amused. But after hearing Bai Shu's words, all the chaotic thoughts in their minds vanished, leaving only surprise, and they looked at Bai Shu in disbelief. Bai Shu nodded. This made the other people on the other side feel anxious. Just as they were about to ask, Xie Chenyu changed the subject. Okay, the review meeting is over. Next, we should discuss how to respond. He smiled slightly. Although there's an element of gambling, I have an idea. Boji is indeed strong. Their fighting style is famously stable, like a stable hexagon enveloping Baichuan. However, Baichuan is not a regular hexagon. Especially after Bai Shu joined, the situation became more and more uncertain. The first step in competing with Boji is to determine the division of the battlefield by Baichuan. Baichuan divided the two teams, moving in tacit coordination from their designated positions. If I'm not mistaken, Xia Huayu's next target for elimination is you. Thinking of their recent discussion, Bai Shu, carrying Zui Xingtian's bow and arrow, disappeared into the bushes. As Xie Chenyu had predicted, the positioning points on his bracelet were indeed two red dots slightly separated from the other three, attempting to divide the battlefield. Clearly, Xie Chenyu's skills still had a lingering fear in the opponent, making them hesitant to engage all of them. Soon, Xia Huayu, Zheng Tianhua, and Su Xiang appeared before Baichuan and his four companions. As Xie Chenyu had expected, the opponent's tactics hadn't changed much, sticking with their usual tactics. Yi Gao and He Lu were separated from the main force. Yi Gao's earth trap skill was indeed powerful, and when combined with the turtle beast, it could achieve long-term control. However, its drawback was its lack of flexibility. Unlike Yunxiang No. 3, who placed traps in a targeted manner, he laid them in large numbers. It's not hard to imagine this trapping affecting the most active attacking teammates on the field. Of course, a strong team would certainly avoid this after years of cohesion, but Yi Gao would still subconsciously distance himself from his teammates during combat. He Lu, needless to say, wouldn't risk him without first thoroughly understanding Xie Chenyu's abilities. Bai Shu went it alone against He Lu and Yi Gao. Xie Chenyu's plan initially succeeded. With the younger generation so formidable, Zhua, Jiang, and the other two weren't far behind. The moment they saw the three, they charged out like arrows. Strong teams aren't without weaknesses. Boji clearly hadn't expected to meet again. Baichuan was even braver than before, but they were experienced in combat and didn't panic. They met Baichuan's charge methodically. Captain, aren't you a little too nervous? Su Xiang watched Jiang Zhengping charging towards him, still interested in a conversation. Although he had never seen that scoundrel Xie Chenyu use a skill, he knew it must have a lot of cooldowns and restrictions. From what they said, Xie Chenyu had clearly been nearly depleted of his mental strength when he left last time, so there was no need to be so cautious. Just strike him while he's weak. Zheng Tianhua nodded affirmatively. He experienced the power of Yang Fire before, and recalling Xie Chenyu's expression when he left, he was absolutely certain Xie Chenyu wouldn't use it a second time. He also wondered if the captain was being overly cautious. Until Xie Chenyu followed him out, his refreshing spirit and provocative expression were even more energetic than theirs, a feint impossible. How is that possible? Xia Huayu lowered her eyes. Sure enough. The more powerful a skill, the more restrictions it has. That was the consensus among everyone. If she hadn't seen Baichuan's previous match, Xia Huayu would have thought the same thing, take advantage of Xie Chenyu's desperate situation, making the others no longer a threat, and simply wipe them out and end the match. But things weren't that simple. Xia Huayu trusted objective data more than his own subjective speculation. Undoubtedly, Xie Chenyu possessed two innate skills. This wasn't unusual. Strictly speaking, Sha Huayu himself possessed two. One skill instantly revealed the enemy's weaknesses, while the other, used against Bai Shu, created weaknesses. More precisely, it used a momentary mental trickery to expose the opponent's flaws. The problem was that once either skill was used, it couldn't be used a second time during its cooldown. This wasn't the case with Xiechenyu during the Yunxiang match. He used a scouting skill at the start, and then a golden flame at the end. Either his skills don't have the typical short cooldown time, or he has another killer move. The conclusion drawn from the data, however bizarre, is the truth. When Sha Huayu saw Bai Chuan in his group, he immediately noticed that Bai Shu and Jin Wu were gone. This set his alarm bells ringing. The combination of these two was no less than a powerful attack. Go! Without giving Sha Huayu time to think, Bai Chuan took the initiative and launched the fight. And Ning shouted, and hailstorms rained down from the sky, slowing the movements of those struck. Taking advantage of this moment, Bai Chuan took the initiative and each team identified their opponents. Zhuo Xingqian faced Sha Huayu's numerous ghost soldiers. His sword, imbued with the power of an ancestral spirit, could inflict damage on them. The sight of the ghost general with a flying head and the ghost soldiers with missing limbs and bloody bodies gave Zhuo Xingqian goosebumps. Oh my god! He screamed, squinting his eyes, not wanting to see the whole thing, but the sword in his hand swung with increasing ferocity. The ghost general's head had barely been grasped in his hand, and before he could let out a few snarling laughs to create a sense of fear, it was slashed away by a single blow, dissolving into a distant black speck in the air. The headless body froze in place for 2 seconds, its sturdy frame strangely adding a touch of melancholy. He had finally recovered his head. Thanks to his agility, Zhuo Xingqian easily fought the 5 ghost soldiers, holding his own. Looking at Zhuo Xingqian, Sha Huayu hesitated for a second before using bronze bell eyes on Xiechenyu. Then his expression changed. Most of his abilities were as he expected. Fire 2 weakness, almost no attack power. The 20 fire brothers are playful by nature and might desert when encountering fire. Fire I weakness, unable to distinguish friend from foe, severely depleting mental energy. Only the last line of red text made him sink. Cooldown time, 16 hours. 16 hours. Sha Huayu's strange eyes fixed on the last few words, and he frowned fiercely. The match with Yunxiang had only lasted a few hours, yet he could use it twice. The worst-case scenario had occurred. The opponent had a secret method to reappear. Sha Huayu had only seen a similar method once, but it was nowhere near this exaggerated. Bai Chuan truly had hidden a lot of valuables. Although he hadn't been attacked, his alarm bells suddenly went off. Xiechenyu turned his head and met Sha Huayu's complex gaze. How could he not know that a skill had been used? The curve of his lips curved upwards. Let's check it out. Bai Shu wasn't around anyway. Last year, he might have been troubled, but now. After all, he had found a treasure. He deliberately showed off in front of Sha Huayu, just to attract his attention. To be honest, Bai Shu's opening match against Sha Huayu had him sweating, fearing his skills and weaknesses would be seen through. Thankfully, things went relatively smoothly. Meanwhile, Ning faced Zheng Tianhua. Mr. Li, a water-based character, was a perfect counter to the twin-tailed dog. As for Su Xiang, who possessed a rebound shield, he was matched up by fellow shieldman Jiang Zhengping. Jiang and Nin had been held up for half the match, and their frustrations were fully revealed. The shield controller fought even harder than the attacker. Xiechenyu faced the white-haired ape. He had only one leg, and like many animal ancestors, he was still in his infancy due to the incomplete token fragments. His stature was not very large, only about a man's height. But he was already very humane. The ape remembered vividly the tragic scene of being grabbed by one leg and thrown back and forth by the man before him. Hesitantly turning back to look at his master, who had no time to care for him, scratched the back of his neck with a claw, feeling a little timid. Go ahead, don't be afraid of the little monkey. Su Xiang took a moment to glance at it, then collapsed in anger. What he couldn't accept more than losing was fear of Xiechenyu. Zheng Tianhua, holding the fire chain, and the white ape confronted Xiechenyu together. I go with you. The white ape's ears perked up, its momentum suddenly soaring. It slammed its hands on its chest, roared loudly, and bared its fangs at Xiechenyu fiercely. The rapid change in its expression was so sudden that even Su Xiang, a summoner, could hardly bear to watch. Xiechenyu quipped, sure enough, the summoner has the same kind of ancestor spirit. Zheng Tianhua laughed heartily, you're right. Su Xiang, Deputy Captain, which side are you on? Zheng and Jia appeared to be chatting happily, but their movements were fierce. In just a few seconds, they exchanged dozens of moves. Their knees collided, and Xiechinu dodged the incoming fire chain, simultaneously pulling back to steady himself. Zheng Tianhua wiped the sweat from his forehead, his once innocent eyes becoming fierce, barely concealing his excitement. If they weren't in the middle of a match, he would have wanted to shelve his skills and have a fair fight with Xiechinu. Great. Su Xiang is right, you're truly amazing. Su Xiang blushed. Hey, when did I ever say that? Thank you for the compliment. You're better than him, too. Xiechinu panted heavily, his chest rising and falling, revealing the considerable effort he put in. Fighting two powerful attacks simultaneously was still a bit of a struggle. But throughout the match, Zui Xingqian was unable to defeat the ghost soldier. Despite his fear of death and injury, his health bar was steadily decreasing, and Xia Huayu's health was even lower. The two shield men were merely holding each other back, preventing their elimination. But if this continued, Xiechinu would likely be the first to lose his composure. Only Ning's side was progressing smoothly. As expected, even with restraining attributes and skills, it's impossible to defeat Boji alone. Suddenly, Xiachinu's bracelet lit up. A dark glint flashed in his eyes. This was his opportunity. Let's take a gamble. Chapter 29. While the two main armies were locked in a defensive struggle, Bai Shu and Jin Wu stood in front of Ye Gao. To facilitate ready support, Ye Gao and He Lu stayed close to the main force. Boji's usual tactic was to have Ye Gao contain as many opponents as possible while the others eliminated the remaining opponents, thereby maintaining the initiative. But Bai Chuan took an unconventional approach. Not only did he preemptively split the two armies, but he was also willing to abandon the healer alone. To divide the battlefield, one must proactively attack. This was truly a helpless move. With his low combat power, Bai Chuan had to take risks to win and use everyone to their full potential. If this still didn't work, it was only a matter of time before Bai Chuan was eliminated one by one. The mere sight of Bai Shu charging towards him alone made Ye Gao's hand, activating his supernatural power, pause in midair. Bai Chuan was truly bold. But it had to be said that it was quite effective. Even if he fought, he wouldn't necessarily win. Using control skills on the healer always felt a bit wasteful. The lack of upside and downside was frustrating. Don't use your skills yet, Ye Gao thought, but remembering Xia Huayu's warning, he didn't dare underestimate it and prepared for battle seriously. If there was anything that could counter Ye Gao's skills, it would have to be a non-terrestrial creature. Therefore, the moment he saw the golden crow overhead, his understanding of Bai Chuan's sinister intentions deepened. It was no small feat for the other party to analyze the countermeasure so quickly. This was still secondary. If there was only one golden crow, Ye Gao had the turtle beast, and with its own defensive power, while he couldn't control it, he wouldn't be hurt either. But Bai Chuan didn't play by the rules, bringing in a radical healer who worked seamlessly with the fire crow. When the golden crow spewed flames from the sky, the turtle beast shielded Bo Ji and the other man beneath its shell, simultaneously building a series of sharp, slender stone pillars around it to resist. This prevented the golden crow from attacking at close range. But the turtle beast's movements were slow, and Bai Shu, on the ground, nimbly weaved among the stone pillars. Though he could block the attack from above, he couldn't defend against the current. Seeing the turtle beast's weakness in its slow movements, Bai Shu gradually closed in, finally traversing the stone forest and stopping at a man's door. The turtle beast was clearly not adept at close-range attacks, and showed no reaction to the men hiding beneath its shell. As if unstoppable, Bai Shu attacked He Lu with his weapon, ruthlessly and without hesitation. It's coming for him. He Lu quickly dodged, falling back to avoid the attack. He patted his chest. You're so pretty. How can you be so fierce? He dodged Bai Shu's attack by circling the turtle's sturdy legs, still taunting, Hey, I can't hit you. To be on a strong team, both of them had considerable physical strength and agility. As a healer, He Lu had practiced dodging skills diligently. At first, the two didn't take it seriously, hoping to eliminate the opposing healer in one fell swoop through teamwork. But soon, they realized they were overthinking it. Where did this monster come from? After such a long period of exercise, he should be showing signs of fatigue. And Bai Shu didn't look like he had great endurance. His breathing was noticeably heavier, but even so, his attack speed didn't slow at all, like a tireless robot. He seemed so docile and soft, but his moves were surprisingly fierce, hitting the vital points directly, and his movements were ghostly. 1 second, he thought he was thrown away, and the next, he was right in front of him again. With the help of Ye Gao, He Lu narrowly escaped the pursuits again and again. He felt a sharp pain in his arm, and looked down. His bracelet had turned yellow. Still startled, He Lu grabbed Ye Gao and said, Senior. Ye Gao understood what he meant. Using skills was the only way to overcome the current disadvantage. He only now understood why the captain had given so many warnings to a healer who, in his opinion, was merely superior in strength. This was more than superior. In the era before awakened skills, he would have been an absolute force, but he was still hesitant. Once the skill was activated, it fixed the control area like a spider web. In the end, he still felt a little unwilling. What difference did it make to just control the opponent's healer? What difference did it make to not control him at all? Hit again, his bracelet turned a dangerous orange-yellow. He could no longer maintain his composure. Senior, eliminate him. Yi Gao no longer hesitated and instantly activated his skills. Hilo reacted swiftly. While Bai Shu was being controlled, he immediately jumped onto the turtle shell and summoned Bao Xiangu to heal him. Bao Xiangu, a female spirit, waved her hand, and 3 silver needles, almost invisible, appeared. One of the needles flew towards Hilo, and the orange-red bracelet quickly returned to yellow. Unlike Dongfeng's group healing, Bao Xiangu's healing was targeted at a single target. Once summoned, she could use 3 healing needles, with a half-hour cooldown. While her total healing wasn't as good as Dongfeng's, she could maximize her healing by the number of times she was summoned, making it particularly useful when the team was spread out. Everyone on the Boji team was strong. With Yi Gao heavily controlled and Yi Lu, who was mostly well protected, he rarely needed healing himself. Targeted single-target healing was more suitable for Boji than group healing. Because of the crushing weight of the massive turtle beast, which was as tall as a man, there were no trees nearby to jump from. Bai Shu leaped up immediately when Yi Gao used his skill, delivering the finishing blow, but Yi Gao had anticipated this move and ambushed Bai Shu from behind, knocking him to the ground. The ground before him seemed to be alive and flowing. It was easy to imagine that if he laid down there, he would be instantly engulfed in soil. Bai Shu reached out and slapped the turtle shell, using the momentum to adjust his posture in midair. As one foot landed lightly, he took a long step back with the other, barely stabilizing himself. Done. Unnoticed, his wristband flicked open for a moment. The softening of the ground severely restricted Bai Shu's movements. Combined with the force of the turtle's tail, his feet, sunk into the earth, were covered in stone, firmly fixed to the ground. Yi Gao attacked him with a calm expression. Bai Shu was prepared, quickly drawing his arrow and aiming his bow at the approaching Yi Gao. The entire movement took no more than 2 seconds. Finding the arrow's target, Yi Gao froze in place, gritted his teeth, and abandoned his attack. From falling into the trap at the start to countering it, in the brief intermission, Bai Chuan not only understood Bai Shu's skills and intentions, but also developed an effective countermeasure. To make up for the loss in the first half in the second, how stingy! Seeing Yi Gao fooled, Bai Shu felt relieved, but he didn't dare relax. No matter how calm he appeared, only he knew that the series of battles had stretched his body to its limits. Physical fitness can't be improved overnight. This match was far more stingy than the one against Yun Xiang. His back was already drenched with sweat, and his lungs were starving for air. He could only open his mouth slightly to reduce the contraction of his nostrils, trying to maintain a calm expression. His hand, seemingly deft in drawing the bow, was actually aching and sore after the quick attack, as was his arm and the base of his palm, which held the knife. He gritted his teeth, trying to prevent his arm from shaking too noticeably. Once he released his arrow, the weak force would reveal his flaws. But he couldn't show weakness. His long combat experience had taught him that even if he was trying hard, showing weakness in battle would only embolden the opponent and leave them completely defeated. The atmosphere on the other side of the battlefield was equally tense. Except for Ning, the Baichuan team's health was at its lowest. Even Jiang Zhengping, the shield man, was gradually weakened by the bouncing shields and Su Xiang's occasional sneak attacks, his health ring dropping to a deep yellow. If he hadn't been used to fighting Jiechenyu, his health would have dropped even lower. The two attackers had the lowest health, already at a dangerous orange. This reminded Jiang Zhengping and Ning of last year's defeat. The brave attackers were eliminated quickly, leaving the shield man and controller on the field in an awkward position, ultimately being worn down bit by bit without hope. The comments from the spring split seemed to be still fresh in their minds. Shirakawa is still no match. His attacker's charge was so mindless. I had hoped this year's regional trials would be exciting, but it was still the same old story. This controller is so stupid. Doesn't he know how to control the enemy? He let the opponent exploit his weakness. Same with the shield player. He wasted several shields earlier. I'm done watching. The outcome is already determined. Let's go! When they were defeated and teleported to the stadium, the cheers from the entrances had quieted down. Regretful, angry glances pierced the defeated team like thorns. As if to say, see, we lost as expected. A weak school can't compare to a strong, established team. Those who haven't participated in a competition will never be able to empathize with the cruelty of the arena. Many things can't be done simply by talking from the audience. They don't have a bird's eye view, and they don't know whether their choices were right or wrong. The closer the match gets, the slower the mind becomes. Skills drain mental energy, and combat consumes physical strength. The situation on the field is sudden and fleeting, and with an overloaded mind and a sluggish body, mistakes and omissions are inevitable. But the losing team's mistakes are always magnified, and the audience watching the end suddenly realizes, oh, if this team had done this before, maybe they would have won. After the spring split, Ning and Jiang Zheping eagerly analyzed game replays frame by frame, day and night, pondering how to avoid similar mistakes, and how to adjust their playing style to better cooperate with attackers. But nothing seemed to work. No matter how precise Jiang Zheping's shield defense was, he couldn't block all of Jie Qinyu's attacks, and no matter how thorough Ning's overall understanding was, he couldn't help Zhuo Xingtian block any attacks. The crystal mirror's error rate continued to rise, and Jiang Zheping could no longer use his full shield. He himself was on the verge of elimination under Su Xiang's attacks. They looked at the lone green dot on the other end of the bracelet, still struggling to hold on, feeling particularly resigned. The healer was still struggling, so why should they give up? Come! Jiang Zheping roared, enduring the cramping pain of his depleted mental energy. Chuanzhu unleashed his skill, instantly surrounding the two attackers with a wall of earth, blocking the blow. Mr. Li, please. And Ning then instructed the spirit to activate its skill. Baichuan and the other four moved simultaneously, further away from the playing field. Sha Huayu gazed coldly at the playing field, puzzled as to why Baichuan was still fighting so desperately, when defeat was almost certain. Was Jie Qinyu overthinking it even at this point, holding back on using his skills? Just as the atmosphere grew heavy and Baichuan was giving his all, soft rays of light descended upon him. Boji suddenly looked up. The source of the light was a large tree. Dongfeng, dressed in a white robe, had appeared there at some point, a gentle smile on his elegant face. He held an apricot in one hand and wheat in the other, transforming into a radiant light that showered Baichuan and the others. Baichuan's orange-red bracelet returned to a warm yellow, and the four of them felt a surge of freshness. Their heads, dull and aching from excessive mental exertion, suddenly felt clearer than ever before, a moment of refreshing relief, like the sun breaking through the clouds. Sha Huayu's eyes darkened. The advantage they had gained had been extinguished in half. Bo Ji's high fighting spirit began to wane, as if it had been poured with cold water. What a clever healing moment! A fully awakened ancestor spirit is truly remarkable for being able to fight independently without a summoner. I wonder how Baichuan unearthed this treasure. The difference between a fully awakened ancestor spirit and an ordinary ancestor spirit is vast, and possessors of a fully awakened ancestor spirit can tell at a glance. Any awakened human ancestor possesses characteristics that will be remembered for generations. The expressions and movements of a fully awakened ancestor are fluid and fluid, especially their eyes, which possess the wisdom of millennia. If before, Sha Huayu's eyes were merely interested, now they were filled with a fiery determination. If such a person could join Boji, they would be a powerful force. Why not just grab it? Boji's reputation isn't bad, Sha Huayu thought to herself. Without giving anyone time to react, Dongfeng vanished from their sight with a wave of his sleeves. I need to hurry back and report to the child, lest he worry. Chapter 30. Just as Yi Gao hesitated, a golden crow flew down from above, landing on Bai Shu's shoulder, its head held high and chest puffed out, its sharp beak open as if ready to deliver a volley of fire. Despite its previous fierce attack, it adopted a defensive posture. To be more precise, ever since Yi Gao used his skill, the feeling of a desperate struggle between man and bird had vanished. Yi Gao's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition brewing. This premonition was quickly fulfilled. Baihuan Boji's main force appeared within sight. Thanks to Dongfeng's timely replenishment, Jie Qinyu and the other three had nearly exhausted their hard-earned mana. Ah! Jiang Zheping activated his tortoiseshell shield to its maximum, his muscles flexing, his face crimson. He rushed towards the sinkhole, indiscriminately distinguishing friend from foe, like a human bulldozer. Su Xiang was caught off guard by his opponent's sudden surge, and was forced back a few steps. He tried to dodge, but surrounded by people, and with a timely hailstorm hitting him, he was forced to go with the flow. He felt like he was crammed into a can of sardines, suffocating. The people of Baichuan were going crazy. Zheng Tianhua sensed something was wrong and swung his fire chain, trying to distance himself from Jie Qinyu. But a long staff suddenly appeared beside him, reeling in the mid-flight fire chain. Zhuo Xingtian had instantly abandoned the fight with the ghost soldiers, his free hand resting on Zheng Tianhua's waist. His nimble frame was no match for a powerful opponent, and the damage from the fire chain caused his bracelet to emit a red warning. He only pushed Zheng Tianhua back a step, but it was enough. Jie Chenyu appeared behind him, clawing at him. "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and get healed." Jie Chenyu nodded. Zhuo Xingtian looked at the burn marks on his right arm. The iron rod in his hand had long since been twisted from the burns. He wiped his face fiercely. "And Captain Bo Ji." "I know." Zhuo Xingtian didn't pause, pressing his wristband and disappearing from the battlefield. His uninjured hand was still tense as he left. Sha Huayu might have noticed their intentions and stayed out of the fight. No, it was more accurate to say they weren't strong enough. Even 4 against 3 couldn't force the other side to attack. It was all his fault for not having the spirits to fight alongside him, holding him back. Bai Chuan dragged Bo Ji into the sinkhole with lightning speed. Bo Ji reacted quickly, knowing he couldn't let Bai Chuan lead him. Jiang Zhengping stood firmly in front, but he and Ning were attacked by the last remaining ghost soldier, and both were eliminated. But they had achieved their goal. After all, they were veterans who had fought for a year, and unlike Zhuo Xingtian, they pressed their wristbands with relief and teleported away. By this point in the battle, they were exhausted, both physically and mentally, and didn't want to run anymore. Boji Tianwen's teleportation was similar in specifications to the regional competition, though slightly less accurate. The 3 were quickly transported back to the center of the South District. Xie Chenyu immediately summoned flames. By now, Boji had seen through Bai Chuan's plan. Besides restraining him with his attribute skills, Xie Chenyu also intended to use his Sync skill to help him capture everyone. He had Bai Shu restrain Yi Gao, forcing him to use his skills, while the others used attack and shields to drive the other Boji members into the trap he had set. Using the opponent's skills to assist him, perhaps only Xie Chenyu could come up with such a dastardly idea. The Sync skill momentarily paralyzed everyone's movements. Even if Yi Gao realized and retracted his skills, it was too late. Xie Chenyu's flame spread rapidly. After finishing everything, he stepped toward Bai Shu without hesitation, extending his hand. "Come here." Bai Shu grasped his hand and slipped into Jie Chenyu's arms with ease. Then, he poked his head out from under his arm, his eyes aglow as he gazed at the dazzling flames, completely ignoring the boy's immediate glance. Jie Chenyu was stunned, then gave a helpless smile. He seemed to be being used as a human fire escape. The Boji people trapped in the flames had already accepted their fate, and pressed their wristbands to leave the battlefield before the flames reached them. He couldn't help but glance at the 2 of them a few more times. It's just a game. Why are they so intimate, hugging and hugging? Bai Shu's eyes were no longer filled with vast flames, but with flickering red dots. He held his breath, concentrating, and spread his hands. "Sorry, I just came to you." The scattered, flickering red dots twisted for a moment, then stilled, still not approaching. Like an abandoned child, when the one they love reappears and invites them, even though they're happy inside, they have to feign indifference on the surface. They need to be coaxed. Bai Shu, overwhelmed by the heat, huddled against Jie Chenyu's chest, his palms stubbornly outstretched, patiently waiting for their response. The fire grew stronger, and Bai Shu could barely open his eyes. This couldn't drag on for too long. He glanced at Jie Chenyu, then at the motionless dots of light, feeling a touch of disappointment. Next time would be better. Just as he was about to give up, the dots of light suddenly moved, eagerly. The first red dot tentatively landed in Bai Shu's palm, and he instinctively squeezed and rolled around in joy. Other dots of light swarmed over. How annoying. They should have been the ones to approach their master, but the cunning green dots of light got the better of them. Luckily, their master was always surrounded by an abundance of fire elementalism, allowing them to cling to other flames to avoid dissipation. But God knows how intense that fire was. How pitiful their living environment must be. How could they not be angry that their only child had been reduced to a pitiful state? But who told them to love this person's aura? Sulking with anger, yet reluctant to give up, the gathered red dots of light twisted into a mess in Bai Shu's palm. Miraculously, Bai Shu understood their frustration and soothed them with his hand. The fire elementals were incredibly easy to coax, instantly becoming obedient and solidifying. They had to perform well, surpass that cha-cha fellow, and show their master how powerful they were. The red dots of light continued to condense and compress, finally transforming into a ball of flame. Completely different from the insignificant Fire 2 and the domineering, dazzling Fire 1, this flame was a pale blue. Holding it in the palm of my hand, It felt no warmth, but rather a bone-chilling chill. And surprisingly fat. From a distance, it resembled a round, featureless cat head wearing a tricorn hat. In Bai Shu's palm, 3 pointed flames, smaller on the sides and larger in the middle, flickered. How handsome, isn't he? He's definitely much more handsome than some broken piece of wood, right? It seemed like he was begging for praise. Bai Shu smiled kindly and nodded. At the same time, the characteristics of the new skill surfaced in Bai Shu's mind. Skill 2, Will-O-Wisp Level 1, legend has it that it's a flame from the underworld, capable of burning souls. Burn. Trash. Use this to inflict a small amount of damage reduction on the target, lasting 3 minutes each time, can be used 3 times in total, with a 30-minute cooldown. Done. Bai Shu raised his head and gazed at Jie Chenyu with a burning gaze, unable to conceal his excitement. Jie Chenyu had already retracted his flames and was observing Bai Shu's every move, so how could he not know that he had succeeded? When he saw the orchid flame, he couldn't help but be shocked. Could someone actually awaken 2 innate attributes? Wouldn't the 2 attributes clash? But these inquiries were slightly distracted by the sight of the little face, flushed red from excitement or heat. Meeting Bai Shu's puzzled and worried gaze, he quickly regained consciousness. Congratulations. Bai Shu's smile suddenly turned to panic. Be careful. Jie Chenyu's muscles tensed, and he instantly assumed a fighting stance. Behind Jie Chenyu was the ghost general, who had finally retrieved his head and put it safely away, and Sha Huayu, waiting for his chance. Jie Chenyu raised an eyebrow. Sha Huayu had been prepared to ambush him when he finished using his skills, but he had overlooked the ghost general. Sometimes, stupidity can be a form of protection. No matter how strong Jie Chenyu was after using his skills, he couldn't simultaneously resist the recharged Sha Huayu and the ghost general. Bai Shu summoned a Will-O-the-Wisp fire and flung it at the ghost general. Without a second thought, Jie Chenyu immediately stepped in front of Sha Huayu, blocking his view. What a joke. While Bai Chuan and Bo Ji weren't competing for the time being, Sha Huayu's plans to poach Bai Shu were practically threatening to hit him in the face. If he discovered Bai Shu's dual-element attributes, it would only cause more trouble. The captain would probably not just try to poach Bai Shu, but would probably try to push him down. Bai Shu was also dumbfounded. His skills didn't seem to match his expectations. The Will-O-the-Wisp fire was flung at the ghost general like a small, fat pudgy creature, its round lower body, its fist-like maw wide open, almost taking up its entire lower body. Even so, it struggled to bite the burly ghost general's shoulder. The ghost general didn't react at all, only feeling a slight tingling in his shoulder. He swung his arm and flung the ghost fire away, seemingly unharmed. The ghost fire fell to the ground with a thud, and the 3 flames stood upright, rolling relentlessly forward, their mouths gaping like hungry ghosts. But the word -1 kept popping up above the ghost general's head. -1. Bai Shu had the good fortune to see a Ning and Jie Chenyu's health points, which were around 5,000 to 6,000. In a normal match, if their health points dropped below half, they'd be eliminated. That means, at a damage rate of -1 per second, if the opponent stood still, the ghost fire's damage would last at least half an hour, requiring dozens of bites, and at least 2 hours of grinding to eliminate them. By the end of the battle, both their health and mental strength were depleted, and even the golden crow was exhausted, struggling to flap its wings. While Bai Shu was stunned, both were eliminated. The winners were decided, and the 3 pressed their wristbands to return to the South Zone. The abandoned factory, the charred earth, had suddenly transformed into the circular South Division arena. Even as night fell, the lights remained bright, and cheers could be heard rising and falling from within. The commentator passionately announced the South Division semi-finalists. Long Shui, the 3rd best veteran team in the spring split, Shirakawa, the dark horse Takasuji, a consistent top 5 player, and Kurosawa Team 2, from King Academy, the top-ranked team in the South Division. The 2 were shocked by the news. Kurosawa Team 2's advancement to the semi-finals meant they had won their match against Lenan Academy, the 4th best team in the spring split. They would also be Shirakawa's semi-final opponents. Kurosawa Team 2, no wonder. Sha Huayu chuckled, hands in his pockets, unsurprised. Bypassing Jie Chenyu, he glanced at Bai Shu. I heard the captain of Kurosawa Team 2 this year has been replaced by a former attacker from Team I. He's quite unruly, and a complete violent freak. Be careful. Chapter 31. The 3 of them quickly returned to the arena. Bai Shu, having just finished using the restroom, was washing his hands when he heard footsteps behind him. He looked up and saw Sha Huayu's tall figure reflected in the mirror. Hello. Bai Shu nodded at him. Sha Huayu didn't go in, but walked straight towards him. You possess a fully awakened ancestor spirit in your first year. You're quite impressive. The rushing water suddenly stopped, and Bai Shu looked up, somewhat surprised. Sensing the tension, Xia Huayu waved her hand. I don't mean to probe. I simply want to extend an invitation. I very much hope you join Team Boji. Bai Shu was even more surprised this time. He hadn't expected Xia Huayu to say that. He shook his head firmly. Sorry, I really like my current team. Xia Huayu smiled, unfazed by the refusal. You misunderstood. I don't mean to break up your team. I simply hope you can join our team for this year's nationals. Regardless of whether Bai Chuan can qualify for the nationals, even if he does, playing alongside Boji would give him a better chance of winning. Isn't that a fact? Xia Huayu's words made sense. She was considering Bai Shu's perspective. Any normal person would hesitate. Seeing Bai Shu frown in silence, he continued, besides team strength, data on each team is essential. I guarantee that Boji has the most comprehensive data. For example, as I mentioned before, Chi Wenda, captain of Kurosawa's second team, has no morals. He'd do anything to win, and prefers to pick on non-attacking types, especially healing types. If you're willing to come, I can provide Bai Chuan with more detailed data. Boji's data ranks second in the South Division, and no one dares to claim first place. Xia Huayu was very confident about this. A sharp gleam flashed in his dark blue eyes. Although he hated to mention the name a second time, judging by Bai Shu's lack of reaction after his deliberate mention, directness clearly proved more effective. Boji is amazing, the teamwork is impeccable. Xia Huayu approached, and Bai Shu stepped back, leaning his back against the sink. Xia Huayu couldn't help but smile, but Bai Shu's next words froze him. But my teammates are great. I won't go. He was a little puzzled. I don't understand. Boji isn't short of people, is it? Xia Huayu's expression was indescribable for a moment, a mixture of surprise and amusement. He looked at Bai Shu, as if he were looking at something rare. The coldness in those lowered eyes was unconcealed. There's always something better than good cooperation. It's only natural for the weak to give way to the strong, isn't it? If you're willing to come, He can be transferred to the second team. Without waiting for Bai Shu's response, Xie Qinyu's voice languidly echoed from the doorway. I can't believe when the calm and composed Captain Boji became so shameless. He swiftly stepped forward and pulled Bai Shu behind him, like a child protecting him. His long, usually unfocused eyes were now sharp, and his expression was half-smile. Privately disseminating information about the opponent is forbidden. Surely Captain Boji doesn't know that? Unfortunately, even if you do, my children won't follow you. TSK, what a hassle. Xia Huayu, worthy of being the captain, possessed a formidable mental fortitude. Even being caught poaching, he wasn't embarrassed at all. He stood up calmly. I just can't stand people wasting talent. Don't you agree, Xiaobai? Jie Qinyu's expression grew increasingly menacing. If he were an animal, he'd probably have his fur bristling, ready to fight. Honestly, he'd been annoyed since he saw the two of them so close together. Hey, are you familiar with our team members? Don't try to be so intrusive. You're a data freak who doesn't know how to adapt. Arrogant idiot. Stop arguing. The two men's quarrel was punctuated by a faint attempt to mediate. Bai Shu, bewildered, waved his hand between the two, bewildered. He was ignored. He was still learning how to get along with ordinary people. Something as difficult as mediating a quarrel was still too much for him. Without a solution, he hugged Jie Qinyu's waist from behind. Before he could pull back, the quarreling suddenly stopped. Bai Shu looked up, puzzled, and felt his forehead against something warm and soft, familiar to him. A light kiss followed, and then abruptly faded. Jie Qinyu was delighted by this small gesture of intimacy. His face, as gloomy as a June sky, brightened in a split second, and he looked at Xia Huayu with pride. He hugged me, holding me in front of a poacher. The implications are self-evident. Xia Huayu, I hope you reconsider my suggestion. Boji can bring you more than Bai Chuan. Xia Huayu curled her lips expressionlessly, adding men too. So what if it's a partner? Poach if you need to. Bai Shu, ? Man? In the car returning to the hotel, the defeated group had their own thoughts. The atmosphere was different from when they arrived. Shan Liangzhe could understand, but he was a little surprised that he had been fine before going to the restroom. But now, he looked so absent-minded when he returned. Xiaobai, is there something wrong? If you meet someone stronger, would you abandon your teammates? Bai Shu chose his words carefully, speaking slowly. One thing Xia Huayu said left a deep impression on Bai Shu. It's only natural that the weak give way to the strong. She moved He Lu to the second team without hesitation, cold and authoritarian. They had clearly cooperated well in battle, but the rapid change left him with no way to adapt. He knew that all good things must come to an end, and while there was nothing wrong with striving for strength, this wasn't the way to do it. Shan Liangzhe was a bit surprised, a complex emotion flashing through his mind. He gave a straightforward answer, yes. This is especially common for strong teams. If the coach doesn't object, the captain has the right to make substitutions. While it sounds a bit unkind, it's unavoidable for the sake of winning. Competitions are brutal, and we can't let our emotions get in the way. But shouldn't we all work together? Does being strong now mean we be strong in the future? Who can say for sure? Bai Shu didn't understand. Putting himself in Bai Chuan's shoes, he realized that if any of Bai Chuan's players were replaced, he wouldn't be able to adapt quickly. Would the accustomed playing style and the rapport they developed with each other be completely undone just because one person became stronger? Shan Liangzhe smiled helplessly. It's hard to say, but the South District can't wait for the future. He narrowed his eyes, as if recalling something. It wasn't like this before. He quickly recovered and explained, it's not enough that the South Division hasn't been able to crack the top 3 nationally. Last year, they even fell out of the top 5. The pressure facing the first teams of 2 strong schools, Kurosawa and Boji, is unprecedented. Compared to long-term collaborative training, finding talented players in various fields is clearly a faster way to improve their strength. By comparison, Boji is doing well. Kurosawa's approach is even more extreme. He shifted his gaze to Jiechenyu. That depends on how many times your captain has rejected Kurosawa. Speaking of which, the captain of Kurosawa's second team has some grudges against our captain. Bai Shu looked up. Why does it feel like their captain doesn't have a good relationship with the other teams? Seeing Bai Shu's gaze, Jiechenyu quickly denied it. He's talking nonsense. I don't know him. Shan Liangzhe happened to have his laptop with him, so he wasted no time in summarizing the general situation of Kurosawa's second team. Kuro's is a strong school, teeming with talent, and both the first and second teams experienced significant turnover, especially after the start of the new semester. Thus, there's little reference material available, but those who know a bit about the second team's captain, Chi Wenda, are familiar. He appeared as a member of the first team in last year's spring split, leaving a deep impression with his ruthless tactics. In particular, in the final against Boji, he nearly blinded Xiaohuayu. Speaking of him, it's impossible not to discuss the specifics of Kurosawa's first team selection. If Boji is a stable, hexagonal team that emphasizes teamwork, then Kurosawa is a standout, avid player. This spring split team lacks a shield man, consisting of 3 attackers, 1 healer, and 1 control mechanic. If it weren't for protecting the healer, Shan Liangzhe suspects they rather have an entire roster of attackers. Si Li, the captain of Team 1, is a third-year student and the undisputed top attacker in the South Division. Rumor has it he's a young master from a prominent family, possessing 2 fully awakened spirits. He's incredibly powerful, yet cold and unsympathetic, driven solely by performance. The vice-captain is a third-year student and the top controller in the South Division. He obeys Si Li's every command. Both are currently in the youth training camp. It's said they grew up together and have an unparalleled chemistry. The youth training camp has only 20 players in the youth division, 3 of whom are from the South Division, 2 of whom are in Kurosawa, demonstrating their strength. Besides the captain and vice-captain, Kurosawa Team 1 is dedicated to recruiting talented summoners, seeking those with the potential to be invited to the youth training camp. These talented players fight on their own, more like lone wolves brought together. Chi Wenda, a third-year student and a gold-type attacker, has personality issues but is a formidable player. He could have stayed with Team 1 until graduation and held a promising future. Until Jiechenyu led the team to the spring split. After Shirakawa advanced to the semi-finals but lost, Kurosawa immediately extended an invitation to Jiechenyu, saying that as long as he was willing to join Kurosawa, everything except the captaincy would be settled. The person who was replaced was none other than Chi Wenda. Although Jiechenyu ultimately declined, he made a note of Chi Wenda. However, even if Jiechenyu didn't agree, he was still kicked off the first team. Perhaps Kurosawa's first team had recruited a better candidate. Kurosawa's second team upholds the traditions of Team 1 and will continue to focus on offense, Shan Liangzhe said. Except for the former second team captain and vice-captain, the remaining team members are newcomers with no match records. I have the information sorted out and sent to you tomorrow at the latest. They had been in the car for a while, and he checked the time. Everyone's tired today, get some rest. He then looked at Zhu Xingtian. Although the burn on your arm has healed, avoid overexerting yourself before the match. Zhu Xingtian nodded. Yes. But anyone with a discerning eye could tell he was preoccupied. Following his gaze, they saw the two inseparable people. Zhuishengtian's steps forward were reversed, and he took a long, winding walk. Annoyed by his own hesitation, he scratched his hair, turning his highlighted hair into a colorful mess. I was so angry. Why were these two sleeping together? Whatever. Bai Shu. Bai Shu turned back. Zhuishengtian scratched his face sheepishly. Come to my room later, okay? Jie Qinyu's grip on Bai Shu's shoulder tightened. Chapter 32. Of course. Bai Shu looked at Jie Qinyu. You should go back and rest first. Yes. Jie Qinyu released his hand, appearing quite understanding. Bai Shu stepped away from Jie Qinyu. Although Jie Qinyu appeared to be aggressively encircling him, like a wolf staking its claim to territory, the weight of his arm on Bai Shu's shoulder was actually very light, keeping it just enough to avoid discomfort. He could see that Bai Shu was completely clueless when it came to interacting with others, let alone understanding what he was trying to say. Although Jie Qinyu was troubled, he enjoyed it. Gradually chipping away at Bai Shu's space, from aloofness to intimacy, it was enough for him to entertain himself for a long time. Zhuishengtian panicked as he watched both men approach him. The captain's expression towards him was nothing like the gentle one he gave Bai Shu. How could someone's expression change so quickly? He stammered. I just wanted to ask Bai Shu something. I return it soon. Even though he always provoked the captain, aiming to defeat him, it had to be said that when Jie Qinyu wasn't smiling, he was quite frightening. Jie Qinyu reached out to him without hesitation. What are you doing? Zhuishengtian instinctively ducked to avoid the attack. His back felt light, and his life force landed in Jie Qinyu's hands. Coincidentally, Bai Shu was also approaching. Zhuishengtian? ? Why did it feel like a hostage exchange? Borrowing it for a bit. I return it soon. Zhuishengtian nodded dully, forgiving him for not having the courage to ask Jie Qinyu what he was doing with his life force. Jie Qinyu turned to Bai Shu and smiled. Go ahead, don't leave it too late. And Ning watched with great amusement. It seemed the truth behind the pot theft was finally coming to light. She silently signaled to Jiang Zhengping, activate the stealth shield. Jiang Zhengping, It went without saying that he knew what Ning was up to. Ever since Hidden Mountain, his ancestral spirit abilities had become a perfect platform for watching the show unfold. The two of them left quietly. Zhuishengtian hurriedly led Bai Shu away, while Jie Qinyu, expressionless, carried the pot back to his room. Zhuishengtian took out a gold shard and handed it to Bai Shu. Bai Shu remembered it as something they had obtained from fighting the tree monster together before joining the team. He understood and waited quietly for Zhuishengtian's next words. Zhuishengtian found it difficult to start, but seeing Bai Shu's gentle, expectant expression, he spoke. After participating in the regional tournament, I realized how naive I was. Opening up, Zhuishengtian spoke more naturally. I became a summoner relatively early. My superior physical fitness allowed me to adapt to fighting aliens more quickly. I joined the first team as a substitute, earned fragments to become a summoner, and was then selected from among the many substitutes to join the first team. Everything went smoothly. It was so smooth that I thought I was amazing. My confidence was overflowing. I considered myself the best in the world, and I was full of ambition. A hint of sadness faded across his usually smiling face, and even his colorful hair had dulled considerably. After playing in the tournament, I realized how mediocre I was. My main ability was just a mediocre iron pot with no offensive power. The spirits I summoned weren't combat type. Even the skills I was so proud of weren't the best on the team. Like the captain said, I'm 100 years too early to catch up with him. How can someone like that be considered a striker? Even the healing Bai Shu was more of a striker than him. Zhuishengtian wiped his face and raised his head again, his eyes a little red. Even so, Jie Qinyu and his teammates still believed in him, and never uttered a word of blame. However, the continuous blows left Zhuishengtian unable to sleep. With the game approaching, he hadn't wanted to say these things and disturb his teammates, but seeing Bai Shu quietly waiting, the words in his heart slipped out. He might be the youngest, but he was the most tolerant. No wonder the captain wanted to monopolize Bai Shu. Zhuishengtian sobbed slightly. It was better than waking up hungry in the middle of the night and wanting to order food, only to be stopped by Senior Jiang to research hotel coupons. But then something happened that Zhuishengtian never expected. Bai Shu actually kissed him on the head. Huh? Zhuishengtian blushed, stunned. Although he didn't like men, Bai Shu's face was still very striking. Comforting people wasn't easy for Bai Shu, but fortunately he had studied hard. Action was the most effective method, just like Jie Qinyu did to him. It was undeniable that when Bai Shu was feeling down, Jie Qinyu's actions warmed him. Are you feeling better? I don't understand why seniors would feel that way, but I'm certain you're the best attacker. Really? It was strange. If anyone else had said that, Zui Xingtian would have just assumed it was just some superficial comforting remark, but when it came from Bai Shu, he couldn't help but believe it was genuine. Of course. Bai Shu couldn't help but tingle with envy. Senior, haven't you noticed? You have incredible stamina. You can go an entire game without even complaining of fatigue. You're not quite as tall as the captain, but your arm span is no less impressive, and your attacking is incredibly versatile. Such talent is unparalleled. You're practically born to be an attacker. Zui Xingtian straightened his back. Really? Yes. You're already so impressive in your second year. You definitely surpassed the captain in time. Zui Xingtian's eyes lit up. Bai Shu continued his analysis. Your innate power is also quite impressive. That's unlimited iron ore. What a rich resource. Add to that the ancestral swordsmith, it's the perfect combination. If Senior Zui hadn't given me a weapon, I might not have been able to eliminate Yun Xiang in the match. Without a bow and arrow, I wouldn't have been able to save my teammates in the crucial moments. The same goes for the match against Bo Ji. I assume that even if I'm temporarily frustrated, Senior, you won't give up easily. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me to come, right? Zui Xingtian said a little embarrassedly, thinking of the important matter. Yes, just yesterday my token fragment had a momentary sense of connection, but then no matter how hard I tried to summon it, there was no response. So, I was wondering if you could take a look. The last few words were particularly difficult for Zui Xingtian to say. Bai Shu had summoned the awakened ancestral spirit first, so perhaps he might have some unique insights. But this kind of information is priceless. It can't be bought with any money. Not just teammates, even family members need careful consideration. Judging from He Zai's situation, reclusive families with a sense of antiquity treasure their ancient texts very closely, keeping them secret. Otherwise, Seeley wouldn't have chosen to switch teams or help his teammates summon fully awakened spirits. As for Bai Shu's earlier statement that he wouldn't keep them privately, the entire team ignored it. Bai Shu, oblivious to Zui Xingtian's uneasiness, carefully examined the token fragment. Like the precious wood element fragment he had yet to decipher, this fragment was also a fragment of a token, bearing a complete pattern. A simple, ancient dagger. Unlike the single-edged daggers used today, this one resembled a short sword, sharp on both sides and adorned with a fish scale-like pattern, a truly exquisite sight. When did you feel the sensation? Zui Xingtian said immediately. It was the night after the match with Yun Xiang. After dealing with Yin Shan, I returned to the dorm and worried about my lack of ranged attack skills. I couldn't sleep. Whenever I feel down, I take out the fragment and take a look. Seeing the dagger above, I thought this person was most likely a melee human ancestor. I was thinking it would be great if I could make melee attacks look like ranged attacks. To my surprise, the token fragment actually lit up. Matching melee attacks like ranged attacks? Bai Shu was puzzled. This was inspired by Yin Shan. Zui Xingtian explained, your arrow shot during the match was absolutely stunning. I never forget it, but I probably won't be able to reach that level. Human energy is limited. Unless you're a genius among geniuses, or someone like Bai Shu who doesn't need to rest or eat, it's rare for you to master every skill. So I've been wondering, what are the advantages of ranged attacks? Zui Xingtian's face lit up with excitement. Thinking things over again in his mind, he finally had the answer. It's faster. More unpredictable. This difficulty level didn't require practice for ranged attacks, but Yin Shan's appearance gave Zui Xingtian a possibility. Disguise. To deceive the eye, achieving seemingly unpredictable speed. It was then that the token fragment responded. He had intended to summon them all at once, but even after the fight with Bo Ji, he still had no clue. With the next match looming, Zui Xingtian finally called in Bai Shu. Bai Shu stroked his chin. He was familiar with all sorts of combat methods. What Zui Xingtian meant was, in simple terms, a sneak attack. Perhaps this ancestor spirit is an assassin. Bai Shu inevitably thought of the assassin profession. Zui Xingtian nodded vigorously, as if enlightened. Yes, very likely. The most famous assassins would be Jing Ke, Yao Li, Xuan Zhu, and Ye Zheng. Bai Shu told Zui Xingtian the story he roughly knew, and the token fragment suddenly lit up again. Zui Xingtian was stunned. It wasn't the fragment, but the unknown. Precious ancestral information had suddenly entered his mind, and Bai Shu truly didn't care. Bai Shu couldn't sense the gold token, so the final summons would still be completed by Zui Xingtian. He stood up and said goodbye without interrupting him. Thank you, Bai Shu. Seeing Bai Shu about to leave, Zui Xingtian chased after him, his heart raging with anger, his expression serious, as if he was ready to charge into battle for someone. I won't take advantage of you for nothing. From now on, I'm yours. Not even the captain can shatter my resolve. He had a premonition that this time, he would succeed, and it would exceed his expectations. Where were you going? Bai Shu pushed him back with amusement. Zui Xingtian stood alone behind the door, feeling strange. His heart had clearly calmed down considerably, yet, why was he still experiencing a nagging heartburn? Out in the hallway, Bai Shu, having been able to help his teammates, felt at ease. Returning to his room, he was met with a strong sour aroma. The smell wasn't offensive, it actually made one salivate. It was the delicious aroma of food. He eagerly opened the door. His first sight was the dazzling array of dishes on the table. His second sight was the flames rising from the balcony. A large pot hung in the air, smoke wafting into the distance, and beneath it, balls of crimson flames blazed. Jie Chenyu, with his back to the door, lazily stirred with a spatula. The flickering red and yellow flames cast an inexplicably eerie light on him. But looking down, the chilling feeling was instantly dispelled. The inconspicuous black bird stood beneath the pot, belching out streams of flame. Judging by the much smaller flames than usual, they had been blazing for quite some time, even its tail feathers drooping. At the sound of movement at the door, his mung bean-sized eyes suddenly watered the moment he saw Bai Shu. Oh, heavens Lord, its savior has arrived. It's inhumane. No, the bird summoner can finally be left in peace. Bai Shu glanced at the cooked dishes, cabbage with vinegar, sweet and sour pork, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, spinach with aged vinegar. No wonder it's so sour. Jie Chenyu turned his head away, his usual smile gone. His lips pursed tightly as if in complaint, or perhaps in grievance. You're back, and a lot of the food's gone cold. Look at me, I accidentally made so much. How could the naive Bai Shu withstand such a scheming display? Pulling Jie Chenyu down, he kissed him on the forehead, though his height was a little off, so the kiss landed on the corner of his eye. Sorry, I didn't expect to keep you waiting so long. You should have eaten first. Jie Chenyu rubbed his eyes, the corners of his lips curling up. It's okay. I wanted to wait for you. Unlike some clueless kids who don't pay any attention to time. Bai Shu smiled, scooped up the fluttering golden crow at his feet, and kissed its head. Thank you, Xiao Hei, for spitting fire for so long. You must be exhausted. When a gentle look appeared on the boy's delicate face, it was an unparalleled weapon of destruction. The golden crow tilted its head and sank completely into Bai Shu's arms. For Xiao Bai's pleasure, it would have been willing to spit fire for as long as it wanted. It wasn't that it was partial. The difference between such a gentle person and a summoner like Zhou Paopi was immediately apparent. Jie Chenyu, shock. Under the balcony, in a corner, Jiang Zheping and his mother stared intently at the countdown. And Ning sipped tea and ate sunflower seeds, watching with rapt interest. Fortunately, any later, the pot would have burned through. Chapter 33. The next morning, Bai Shu heard a commotion outside the hallway and rubbed his eyes, stretching his body. Once he could see clearly, he met Jie Chenyu's smiling eyes. Awake? I have some good news, and I think you'd be happy. What? Bai Shu's voice was a little hoarse, but it sounded soft, obedient, and defenseless. Jie Chenyu loved that voice, and he was especially talkative in the morning. It was Zui Xingtian, who had successfully summoned the fully awakened ancestor. Xuanju. Bai Shu immediately changed his clothes and went out with Jie Chenyu. Bai Shu. Zui Xingtian's room was wide open. Upon hearing the noise from the room across the street, he waved excitedly. Everyone was present in the room, most notably a knight wearing a straw hat and a cloth short-sleeve. The short sword he held in his hand was the Yuchong sword, the same dagger depicted on the fragment. Historically, Xuanju was born a butcher and later was recommended to assassinate King Liao of Wu. He hid his dagger in a fish's belly and succeeded, though he later lost his life. However, his reputation for loyalty, bravery, and chivalry will live forever. He has two skills. Skill 1. Invisibility. This allows him to perform a flash and assassination move 3 times, with a 30-minute cooldown. Skill 2. Loyal and righteous. This allows the summoner to designate a target and kill them, fighting until they succeed or die, with a 24-hour cooldown. Bai Shu was happy for him. Congratulations. I heard about your good news early this morning. Zui Xingtian was about to speak when he secretly glared at Jie Chenyu. He wanted to tell Bai Shu in person, so why was he so talkative? Thinking of the pot he had been simmering all night, he endured it. He pulled Bai Shu before his ancestral spirit and proudly said, "This is the person who allowed me to summon my predecessor. Zhuanzhu had a rugged appearance, but he possessed a chivalrous demeanor. He smiled at Bai Shu. Thank you all for allowing me to be reborn. They are all dead, free from all worries. This is a matter of life and death, so we must give it our all. He had just begun to understand this new world 1,000 years later, and everything was completely new to him. Not to mention the many ancestral spirits, like himself, with whom he could protect and learn from. What a blessing! Although dangerous, it was also incredibly interesting, making the journey well worthwhile. Bai Shu shook his head. We are fortunate to have such a brave soul as you to help us. He thought of something and said to the others, if you don't mind, seniors, could you let me see your ancestral spirit fragments? I can't guarantee it, but if it helps more ancestral spirits awaken, it would be great. Even though they were prepared for Bai Shu's generosity, Jiang Zhengping and Ning were still stunned. Yes, how could they not? Their envy for Zhuixingtian was practically tangible. How could they not want to? You're so kind, my darling. Hurriedly sending the fragmented image, and Ning couldn't help but step forward and give Bai Shu a bear hug. If it weren't for Jiechenyi's piercing eyes, she would have wanted to give him a kiss. How could someone be so beautiful, so considerate, and so powerful? He had been as close to her as a newborn kitten, and now, just moments later, that Jiechenyi had intercepted him. Seeing their eager expressions, Bai Shu felt a little insecure. I can't guarantee I can help. It's okay. I'm glad you're willing to help. Jiang Zhengping said hurriedly. Bai Shu seemed completely unaware of the shocking nature of what he was doing. What's the difference between this and throwing money in the street? Currently, there are 5 types of token fragments: human, ghost, god, demon, and beast. These correspond to the Qin Huang secret realm in the central area of Yan Kingdom, the Fengdu secret realm in the western area, the Yin Huang secret realm in the southern area, the Jinghuai secret realm in the northern area, and the Jialong secret realm in the eastern area. For ordinary summoners, the easiest ancestor spirits to awaken are beasts. Their appearance and attributes are more distinct, and collecting a few fragments might lead to a fully awakened one. Furthermore, many famous beasts are recorded in the annals, making them easy to match. However, for Bai Shu, the easiest ancestor spirits to awaken are human. Every human ancestor, no matter how great or small, had their deeds recorded during his time. While Bai Shu couldn't possibly remember them all, there were still quite a few. The most difficult to awaken are gods, ghosts, and demons. These systems are unfamiliar to humans, making them difficult to name. Many of the records left behind are fabricated, making it difficult to distinguish true from false. Some minor gods and demons are even non-existent. However, their abilities are often more powerful. The hidden families know them better, so it's understandable that they're reluctant to share their knowledge. Regardless, the addition of another fully awakened ancestor spirit is a powerful shot in the arm. Meanwhile, Shan Liangzhe has compiled the previous battle data of Kurosawa Team 2, and the dark circles under his eyes are very noticeable. He poured himself a cup of coffee, feeling energetic. Meeting, discussing new tactics. Emergency training. Like a miser who had suddenly found a treasure, Shirakawa hid it securely and quietly slipped into a corner of the contaminated area to begin the final 3 days of intensive training. 3 days later, the regional competition officially began. This time, there were fewer teams, but more spectators. Look, the top 4 are entering. Shirakawa, why do you look like you're being chased by ghosts? The central arena, a huge oval, opened at each corner. Teams in black, purple, and yellow uniforms filed out. Half a minute later, a stream of red figures appeared before the crowd. Compared to the other teams that emerged at a steady pace, Shirakawa's movements were much more sloppy. The last team to emerge was even still putting on their uniforms. Audience, ? Finally caught up. Zhuixingtian patted his chest, his expression akin to someone who had just survived a disaster. Who understands the pain of a car breaking down while driving back from a contaminated area. Listen, so many people are cheering. Bai Shu panted and looked around. The audience for the semi-finals and finals was completely different from the quarterfinals. Only then would the main arena open, with the towering overhead screen split in 2, allowing the audience to be immersed in the action. Not to mention the grandeur of the finals, which was undeniably spectacular. No player would want to be there. The roar of cheers from the stands was relentless. Bai Chuan and his companions were keenly aware that, ever since they entered the arena, they could hear Bai Chuan's name amidst the chorus of cheers. Their popularity seemed to have soared. The mystery of the competition, his outstanding performance in the Yunxiang match, and his undefeated victory in the semi-finals had whetted everyone's appetite. Bai Shu narrowed his eyes. Besides the spectators, he spotted a familiar figure in the stands. The entire Yunxiang team was also cheering from the stands, and it's Boji. Even though they weren't wearing their uniforms on the field, the Boji players were still noticeable, especially Xia Huayu, whose cool pale skin and calm expression stood out against the frenzied cheers of the crowd. Because of his unusual dark blue eyes and his aloof, quiet demeanor, fans nicknamed him Ice Beauty, a living symbol of Boji. What's going on? Everything's fine. Su Xiang leaned over the railing, watching the group of players in red uniforms on the field. They didn't reply to my texts or answer my calls. I almost thought they were hated. Maybe they were missing or something happened. I was a little worried, right? Captain? Su Xiang remembered that the captain had also contacted Baichuan's people, and when he found he couldn't get through, he became particularly uneasy. And clearly talked too much. Just as he was about to seek approval, he turned his head and saw the reflection of the Shuayu lens. Although he couldn't see his expression clearly, he inexplicably felt that he was in a bad mood. It's only the semi-finals, and yet Boji is taking it so seriously that everyone's here to watch. You don't know that, do you? Someone who thought they knew the situation explained. Do you know who the current captain of Kurosawa Team 2 is? Of course I know. Chi Wenda, formerly a member of Team 1. I have to say, his record is truly impressive. He single-handedly eliminated the opposing team in every match, and his matches were incredibly short, never exceeding 15 minutes. The only exception was Lin Nan, but he only lasted a little over 20 minutes. Remember that Kurosawa Team 2 didn't make it to the quarterfinals in the spring season, but they made it to the semifinals this time. While Chi Wenda's behavior was somewhat unpleasant, his strength is undeniable. It was him who nearly blinded Captain Boji's eye during the spring season. Do you think that grudge is that big? I remember Captain Boji's vital point is in his left eye. It's a bit cruel to cut off his opponent's escape route just for the sake of a match. No wonder he came to watch. Who wants to see him? Xia Huayu gave him a cold glance. South Division, the regional tournament semifinals are about to begin. Please step forward and draw lots, captains. Because the field was large enough, the 4 teams chose their spots on the spot rather than returning to the waiting room. The field was split in 2. Standing opposite Shirakawa were the Kurosawa 2 team, dressed in black uniforms. Bai Shu finally met the man rumored to be incredibly ferocious. He was tall, about 1.9 meters tall, comparable to Jiechenyu. He had unruly red hair, thick swaying eyebrows, a hooked nose, thin lips, and prominent brow bones that made his eyes appear sunken. A long, centipede-like scar running from his left forehead to his eyebrow added to his already fierce appearance. The wounds on his eyebrows and eyes were caused by a ghost soldier. In the spring finals, he deliberately targeted his eyes. Xia Huayu was no pushover, and she fought back immediately. Seeing Chi Wenda looking over, Swishing Tian gasped and instinctively stepped in front of Bai Shu. This ferocious spirit could silence a child's tears. You two better pray you don't touch me, or I crush you without mercy. Chi Wenda clenched his large hands, a crackling sound of bones colliding. The 2 little ones, facing Chi Wenda, were like drowned rats facing a weasel, looking particularly vulnerable and pitiful. Suddenly, another cheer echoed from the field. The 3 looked over. It was Kurosawa Team 1, leading the team, Sealy, one hand in his pocket. His striking, sparse silver-white hair was almost his trademark. He walked straight from the entrance to the spectator seats for Baichuan and Kurosawa Team 2. Behind him, less dazzling by comparison, was Vice Captain Kurosawa. Yet, despite being a prominent figure, he was unusually humble towards Sealy, walking half a step behind him, his tall frame slightly bowed, as if awaiting instructions from the one in front. They looked less like teammates and more like superiors and subordinates. Having heard that Kurosawa had added a talented new player, the audience craned their necks to look behind them, only to find, with regret, that there was nothing there. Only Captain Kurosawa and his vice-captain had arrived. But even this situation was truly rare in the semifinals. Under the inquiring yet cautious gazes of the crowd, Sealy approached Xia Huayu and offered a gentle greeting, appearing approachable. Long time no see. Xia Huayu nodded without saying anything. Sealy sat down quietly, unperturbed. Those who saw this might have mistaken the rumors, as Captain Kurosawa appeared polite and approachable. But those who had personally met him knew that he was a true fighter, 100 times more frantic than Chi Wenda, though he often performed many things more effectively. Upon seeing Sealy, Chi Wenda suddenly transformed. A smile forced itself across his gloomy face, revealing sharp canine teeth. His expression, half smiling and half angry, looked distorted and terrifying. Without waiting for Zhuixingtian to say anything, he turned around and glared at Jie Chenyu with a fierce look. Chapter 34. Mad Dog. Jie Chenyu said with a smile. What did you say? Qi Wenda's anger intensified. I said you're like a mad dog abandoned by its master, afraid to admit its worthlessness. You're courting death. Captains of each team, please come forward and draw lots. The female voice on the announcement repeated. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qi Wenda managed to maintain some composure. He wanted to humiliate Jie Chenyu and Bai Chuan in this competition, to prove himself. The tense atmosphere between the two teams made the audience nervous, but eventually silence fell as the two stepped forward. Wang Tao, the former captain of Team 2, now wearing jersey number 2, looked like a normal person. He looked at Bai Chuan apologetically, wanting to say something but unsure, and ultimately remained silent. Vice captain number 3 placed a hand on his shoulder, offering silent comfort. Numbers 4 and 5 were the new sophomores, and they seemed to follow Qi Wenda's lead. The atmosphere on Kurosawa Team 2 was discordant, evident from their positions, but the captain didn't seem to mind. The draw results were quickly announced. Shirakawa vs Kurosawa Team 2. Venue, Central F Zone, Dense Island Forest. Type, Points Tournament. The difficulty of the competition increased significantly after advancing to the semi-finals, moving from Zone A, the outermost zone of the Central Zone, deep into the Central Zone. Especially on an isolated island, not only must one guard against the dangers onshore, but the dangers at sea are often even more daunting, not to mention the competition itself. This was far more challenging than the previous semi-finals. Clearly, something's worrying the officials, Jie Chenyu said. Why do you say that? Several people were puzzled. Unlike Jie Chenyu, who frequently interacted with border troops, the students at the Ordinary Academy were well protected and didn't have a good understanding of the alien species' activity patterns and recent changes. Generally speaking, the Central Zone is populated by aliens below level 6, but as you all know, this isn't always the case. During the freshman trials at the beginning of the semester, level 4 aliens appeared on the periphery, and level 5 aliens were common near the entrance to the Central Zone. This suggests that, at least in the Southern Zone, the border troops are short-handed. Aliens in the ocean are often more formidable than those on land. Based on past calculations, the difficulty of this competition should be in the finals, a points-based tournament focused on eliminating aliens. Either the border troops responsible for eliminating aliens are simply overwhelmed, necessitating a regional tournament, or the officials want the players to adapt to a more brutal competition. Ultimately, the situation is more serious than before. Seeing the worried expressions on the team members' faces, Jie Chenyu ended the conversation. In any case, our mission now is to play with peace of mind. Please both teams choose to disable the Xianling. A prompt popped up on the console before him. Shirakawa, having already discussed this, quickly entered the other team's Xianling ban. There wasn't much to choose. Kurosawa's second team had a similar configuration to the first team, with 3 attackers and 2 supports. Number 1, Qi Wenda, has the metal-type Poison Scorpion as his natal element. Although a third-year player, he only has one summoned ancestor, the Divine General, so Bai Chuan naturally had no choice. The Divine General possesses exceptional combat power, combining speed and attack, making him a standout among offensive ancestors. Furthermore, he specializes in one area, and after over a year of searching, he has already collected 2/3 of the token fragments. While not fully awakened, his offensive power is formidable. Number 2, Wang Tao, a third-year player, is a rare wood-type attacker. His natal vine staff is his ancestor, and his ancestors include the Maple Tree Demon and a female general. There's also the newcomer attacker, number 4 Zhang Jun, a second-year player. His natal water-type Poison Gas is his ancestor, and his ancestor is the River Ghost. Vice Captain number 3, Li Zi, is a third-year Earth-type healer. His natal healing beads are effective against poison-related internal injuries. His ancestral spirits include General Bailing, capable of both attack and healing, and a pure healing divine beast, a slightly larger cat, known as the Ink Spot for its all-white coloration with a black dot on its tail. The final newcomer controls number 5, Zhang Huai, whose natal Earth-type positionalist is the Groundhog, a mysterious nightmare beast. Based on Shan Liangzhe's data, Jiang Yu's 2 ancestral spirits are roughly equal in combat power. Bai Chuan ultimately decided on the female general and General Bailing. While both teams were making their choices, Xiaoyi and Xiaowu reappeared. Finally, it was time for Bai Chuan's match, and both were excited. Alright everyone, we're watching the Bai Chuan vs Kurosawa Team 2 match. Both teams are highly offensive, but with slightly different emphases. It's a head-to-head battle, and we see who will emerge victorious. Before the matches begin, Xiaoyi, let me make a prediction. This match is sure to be intense. Nonsense. Xiaoyu then began explaining. First, let's look at the bans for both teams. Shirakawa was the first to give his answer. They chose the opponent's female General number 2 and General Bilingly number 3. It seems like Kurosawa Team 2 has really messed up. It's clear that Shirakawa wants to minimize Kurosawa Team 2's combat effectiveness. Xiaoyi, here we go. Kurosawa Team 2 has also given their final answer. Their bans are Shirakawa's number 1 Golden Crow and number 2 Bed Mother. Kurosawa hesitated, seemingly unsure about Shirakawa's number 3 ancestor. They ultimately chose number 3 Mr. Lee. Shirakawa wasn't surprised by this result. The opponent's bans were exactly as they had expected. It goes without saying that fully awakened ancestor spirits are banned first. While Drought Master is a divine ancestor spirit, he's clearly at a disadvantage at sea. Having seen Baichuan's previous performance with Bed Mother, it's easy to guess why Bed Mother would be banned. And Ning's Mr. Lee, with his combination of attack and control, is a natural ban target. However, Bai Niao can often provide unexpected results, but the opponent still chose to ban the more powerful one. Also a strong attacking team, Baichuan's overall configuration is well-rounded, focusing more on their own combat power. Both healers and control players have some self-protection capabilities, allowing them to attack with all their members during skill cooldowns. Unlike Qi Wenda, who avoids summoning his strongest ancestor spirit to prevent it from being banned, Jie Chenyu prefers to have more cards in his hand, more variety, and the thrill of defeating the strong with the weak. Qi Wenda prioritizes the combat power of ancestor spirits, prefers to crush opponents with force, and believes that tactics are the clever tricks of the weak. These two polar opposites wouldn't have been much better even without Silly's relationship. The final results revealed Baichuan's disadvantage. Xiaoyi, all of Baichuan's ancestral spirits, which performed so well in the last match, have been disabled, especially the Golden Crow, which has the strongest firepower. Their attack power has been significantly reduced. Xiaowu, but Baichuan doesn't look panicked. Perhaps they pull out their ultimate weapon this time. I'm looking forward to it. Baichuan and his companions weren't panicking, but that didn't mean they weren't worried. Bai Shu's luck had been a bit off at the start, and Qi Wenda was specifically targeting healers. How could he not be worried? Dagger, bow, and arrows, take them all. Zui Xingtian searched for a long time before equipping Bai Shu with his weapons. Finally, with a look of concern, he pulled out a thin, round piece of iron. This piece of iron was forged from the finest piece at the bottom of his natal pot. Hearing that he wanted to forge this fine iron into a sheet rather than a weapon, the swordsmith, who was partially conscious and usually ignored him, glared at him for once. He had no choice but to promise that he would have more in the future. At worst, he could ask the captain to boil it again, Zui Xingtian said, clutching his chest with difficulty. When he redeemed his natal pot, the pot stayed hot all night. The Golden Crow's flames were truly extraordinary. The piece of iron was light yet strong. He pressed it against Bai Shu's chest. Take this piece. That guy won't show mercy. Protect your vitals. If it weren't for Bai Shu's inconvenience, Zui Xingtian would have wanted to carry him fully armed. Bai Shu nodded. And Ning was also armed. Besides, everyone else held a weapon. While it might not be useful, it was better than nothing. And so Baichuan's magical painting style appeared, each one holding a cold weapon, like an ancient warrior about to go into battle. Xiaowu was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene in his many years of professional career. It seems Baichuan is well prepared. Perhaps he can make up for their lack of spiritual power. It's a bit clumsy, but who knows if it will work. Su Xian was visibly annoyed at the sight of Jie Chenyu wielding the mace. Not to mention against Kurosawa Team 2, they could have captured 2 more aliens. I object. Qi Wenda raised his hand. The competition field isn't a battlefield. I think this is unfair. Why should they be allowed to bring weapons? After discussing the matter, the officials in charge of the regional competition quickly responded, the objection is invalid. Weapons are inherent to each team member, and are allowed to be brought. Qi Wenda seemed to be just giving it a try, not holding out much hope. Randomly, the teleportation array activated, and the players on the field vanished before everyone's eyes. A large, 180-degree screen with no blind spots descended. On the screen, a vast ocean filled the air. The closer the camera zoomed, the more one could sense the ocean's immensity and the insignificance of humanity. As the camera zoomed in, a green island appeared on the azure sea, the very venue for the competition. As Bai Shu landed, he felt a gentle sea breeze, the cries of seagulls and various animals, and the vast ocean that stretched to the horizon. The scene itself was breathtakingly beautiful, completely belying the idea of being in the apocalypse. Sadly, the peace was soon shattered. Perhaps by divine intervention, Bai Shu landed far from his opponent this time, freeing him from the worry of facing Chi Winda. The downside was that he landed too far away, and far from his teammates as well. Xiechun Yu immediately checked his wristband's location, and found that everyone's landing point wasn't too far away. After all, the island wasn't large, so it wasn't likely they would be blasted into the sea. The only distant object was a lone green dot on the other side of the island. Who's on the south side? Bai Shu, it's me. Bai Chuan and the others, Xiechun Yu sighed. Don't move over there. Wait for us to get there. And Ning and the deputy team leader are the closest. Join them first. Avoid Chi Winda if you can. If you can't, delay. Don't fight too long. Xiechun Yu glanced at his wristband. The opponents were approaching them in groups of 3 or 4. One red dot, in particular, was galloping away, followed closely by another, heading towards Ning. It was easy to guess who it was. Zhuo Xingtian avoided Chi Winda and number 5. Give them a warning. A strong first attack, followed by a weak second, and finally a complete defeat. To win, one must first break the opponent's fast attack. Chi Winda, upon entering the scene, eagerly summoned his ancestor spirit. He truly lived up to his reputation for bravery. The ancestor spirit steed, a crimson beast with muscular torso, galloped with the wind. A man on his steed wore a silver crown inlaid with pearls, and wielded a spear. His sword-like brows reached deep into his temples, his eyes were sharp and distinct, and a pheasant's tail fluttered behind his head. His appearance was imposing. It was a pity that he hadn't yet fully awakened, his gaze dull, and his movements a bit clumsy. Zhang Huai, come here. Chi Winda's face was filled with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to eliminate Bai Chuan. Number 5 immediately dropped to the ground, holding his breath. His brow furrowed for a long moment before finally relaxing. He pointed in a direction. We haven't found the enemy's healer, but the controller is in this direction. Though dissatisfied, Chi Winda didn't hesitate. Let's go! Shui, Kurosawa Team 2's tactics remain the same. Number 5's innate ability, sound detection, is incredibly powerful. As long as a person's feet are on the ground, they can tell the opponent's height, weight, and even what they're doing within 3 kilometers. Number 1 and number 5 have used this tactic to locate many hidden controllers and healers. Shiwu. They decisively headed towards Shirakawa number 3. Shirakawa number 2 and number 3 joined forces. Wait, Shirakawa number 4 is heading towards Kurosawa's healer. It's tit for tat. You hunt my controller, I go after your healer. Neither side will give in. The Shirakawa team isn't without a sounding ability. Xiechun Yu only needs to release 4 fire type 2s to locate the enemy. The opponent's tactics were nothing new. Number 5 would inevitably go with number 1. As long as the rest of the team survived, Chi Winda wouldn't care. As expected of a power-playing team, they were so aggressive right from the start. Isn't this a points match? The aliens waited until the flowers wilted. Hey, why is Captain Shirakawa going the other way? It was clearly visible on the field. Number 4 of Kurosawa's second team was left alone. Captain Shirakawa not only chose not to help his own numbers 2 and 3 deal with Chi Winda, but also showed no intention of bothering number 4. Instead, he headed south. Xiechun Yu would be surprised if he could hear the audience's questions. This is a points match. There are tons of token fragments and points waiting for him. He won't fight fools. Could it be because number 5 of Shirakawa is on the other side of the island? Ah! Why not stay true to our original aspirations? Chapter 35. Almost everyone assumed that both sides would fight tooth and nail, a fight to the death. The Baichuans, whose combat power was only 10% weaker, would likely reunite and fight together. It was common sense that less powerful teams would prioritize reunion to save their lives, a common understanding that even the commentators were no exception. In reality, the opposite was true. The Baichuans were more scattered than anyone else. Except for number 5, who wandered off in the distance, number 1 headed south alone, number 4 headed east, and numbers 2 and 3 headed toward the center of the island. Their routes were completely unrelated. Xiaoyu was speechless for a moment, and turned to look at Xiaowu. Xiaoyu's expression was solemn, and he struggled to pick up the conversation. That's very Baichuan style. After Ning and Jiang Zheping reunited, they ran towards the center of the island without looking back. The enemy spirits were fast on horseback, and the dense forests in the center of the island provided a geographical advantage that could slow them down. The enemy's route was almost obvious. The two red dots pursuing them were Chi Winda and Zhang Huai, number 5. The other two red dots showed no sign of approaching, and were actually moving away. They must be number 2 and number 3, who were at odds with him. Of course, they didn't choose to approach Baichuan's men, apparently prioritizing completing their mission. The last red dot was circling near the shore, its situation unclear. It was unlikely to follow. Its ancestor Jiangui couldn't use its abilities out of water, and even if it followed and reached the center of the island, it would be useless. No matter how powerful Chi Winda's ancestor was, he was still alone. Why would the entire team be involved? Baichuan wasn't weak either. The rest of the world was relatively calm, but Chi Winda was getting closer and closer to the two men, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the island. As the distance between the two sides grew closer, both teams slowed their pace, cautiously probing the area. And Ning and Jiang Jumping stopped. Xiaowu couldn't help but lower his voice. Shirakawa too quickly climbed the tree, but 3 didn't move. Did they think they couldn't escape and decided to use their shields to fight? But the other teammates didn't seem to want to help. Xiaowu looked at Xiaoyi. Isn't he usually so talkative? Xiaoyi, ah. I love watching Shirakawa's matches, except for the commentators. After all, no one wants to be contradicted right after they finish their words. Xiaowu sighed and was about to continue. Suddenly, there was a loud bang beside him, and Shui slammed the table and stood up. Kurosawa's second team one has tracked down Shirakawa's second and third. The coordinates are almost the same. Xiaowu, When Chi Winda arrived, there was only an empty bamboo forest. He sneered, doesn't Shirakawa call itself the offensive team? Those who hide are cowards. Do they think I can't find them just because they hide? This silenced the two commentators completely. Kurosawa is actually quite difficult to comment on. I have to say, the captain of Kurosawa Team 2 is much more shameless than Captain Shirakawa. You, a power attacker who specializes in targeting control minions, have the nerve to call others cowards. Sha Huayu sneered, you're quite shameless, after all, it's a lineage. Si Li's eyes rolled. Please don't bring personal behavior to the academy. He looked troubled. However, Shirakawa is surprisingly well behaved. With number 1 gone, number 2 and number 3 are probably in trouble. Sha Huayu declined to comment, but clearly disagreed. Anyone who has watched Kurosawa Team 2 play knows that Shirakawa and his companions can't hide for long. Number 5 Zhang Huai is like a hyena, capable of chasing their prey to the ends of the earth. It's been discovered, like a lamb caught in a trap. The Divine General is a level higher, but the effects of the ancestral spirit summoned by a precious fragment are weakened when used against him, and many controls won't last long against him. The people outside the screen couldn't help but worry for them. And Ning, cradling the crystal mirror in the tree, looked calm, and the lovebirds perched on his shoulders looked surprisingly relaxed. Under the tree, Jiang Zheping hid behind it, a glimpse of his clothing, the silver-white stripes gleaming in the sunlight, his concealment impossibly poor. Xiaowu, it seems Baichuan is trying to guide Chi Winda to attack the shield men. Baichuan number 2 has considerable defense, and with the help of the Lord, he might be able to hold off for a while. Divine General skill, divine power, increases combat power dramatically over 10 minutes, making him invincible. Cooldown, 25 minutes. As you gather token fragments, the ancestral spirit's cooldown will gradually decrease, and their skills will become more powerful. Don't underestimate these 5 extra minutes. They can be incredibly helpful in actual combat. However, many teams were tragically eliminated simply because they couldn't survive those 10 minutes. Furthermore, even without their skill bonuses, the heroic general's inherent strength was far beyond the reach of ordinary opponents. Xiaoyi, however, Chi Winda didn't move, clearly not being fooled. And hiding in the tree wouldn't work either. After all, the location is right there. Given number 5 a little more time, they could find him. A team previously tried this strategy to evade tracking, but they were still discovered. As the commentator had said, Chi Winda might be too lazy to think, but he wasn't about to fall for such a simple trap. Do you think he's stupid? Soon, number 5 confirmed something and pointed upwards to the treetops. Upon closer inspection, a faint red hue could be seen through the leaves of the secret book. Chi Winda smiled triumphantly. He used the darkness under the lamp skillfully, but unfortunately, he still found him. Shui was trembling with anxiety. It's over. Number 1 obviously knows. He had the brave general wait under the tree, but secretly summoned his own poisonous scorpion and climbed up. The scorpion's tail sting can be used 3 times, with a cooldown of half an hour. While not fatal, it temporarily paralyzes and causes unconsciousness. Once struck, there's almost no chance of winning against the brave general. How should Baichuan number 2 respond? Just as everyone was tense, something unexpected happened. Just as their attention was drawn to Ning and Qi Wenda, Jiang Zhengping had already run up behind them. He accurately targeted number 5, raised his hand, and struck him, knocking him to the ground. At the same time, the ground suddenly rose up like a living wall, separating the fallen number 5 from Qi Wenda with lightning speed, wrapping them tightly like a spring roll. Then, he turned and ran, completely ignoring his teammates still helpless in the tree. He was even more ruthless than Team Kurosawa 2. Are these still the number 2 and number 3 I know? Are these two teams wearing the wrong uniforms, or have I suddenly become color blind? I guarantee you haven't, because no matter what color your clothes are, they're not loved by your teammates. Seeing his teammates abducted, Qi Wenda remained unfazed. A trifling trick, a fake performance. He waited beneath a tree, watching the scorpion approach step by step, his narrowed pupils betraying his excitement. Suddenly, his expression changed. The lovebirds flapped their wings. And Ning, stared it closely, curled her lips and smiled at the figure beneath the tree. The beautiful woman waved her hand and instantly vanished from their sight, reappearing next to Jiang Zhengping. Jiang Zhengping was perfectly within the range of the lovebirds' abilities. The two escaped just like that. Xiao Wu couldn't contain his excitement. What a tacit understanding. Number 3 used the lovebird's skill on himself and his teammates. What a surprise move! As soon as they landed, Ning raised his hand and pointed, indicating the crystal mirror's answer. This route is smoother. Okay. The two of them broke into a sprint. The earthen wall followed them like a living being. From above, the river lord controlled the wall, widening and narrowing it as they ran. They successfully avoided the trees, while not forgetting to bring Zhang Huai along. The river lord sat atop the wall, gazing at the distance, and then at his feet, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction. If you didn't see the lower half of the scene, you might think of an official worrying about his country and his people. Unfortunately. Poor Zhang Huai, rolled up like a spring roll, was blinded by the wall, his vision shifting to alternating earth, blue, and green. Soon, he was foaming at the mouth. To put it bluntly, he felt like a dung ball being pushed by a dung beetle. Don't ask, you regret it later. Why stand so far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire? Tricked. The duck that was in my mouth flew away. Qi Wenda was furious and chased after him. If there were two people with the best chemistry on the team, it would have to be Jiang Zhengping and Ning. Both of them were in their 3rd year, and unlike their juniors, who could come back for another year, this was their last chance to compete in the nationals, and no one wanted it more than they did. Making it to the nationals. Just the thought of it gave me goosebumps. Unlike the 1st and 2nd year freshmen, they had experienced the days of Baichuan's obscurity, when they couldn't even make it to the quarterfinals, let alone the nationals. Without the pressure of the talented juniors and the excitement of the nationals, they might have just lived a dull life, becoming ordinary shield bearers, following the routine to join the frontier army after graduation, or at worst, become mercenaries. Last year's failure was a stark revelation. Seeing Baishu single-handedly kill the opposing control with his healing ability gave them a glimmer of hope. Who says control can only be control, and a shield man can only be a shield man? So what if their attack power is low? Can an ant kill an elephant? They lack Baishu's accuracy and agility, so they work together, with shields and control. Even if their attack missed, they could still strike again, 3 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Fully filled with hope, the two discussed day and night, practicing their coordination, embarking on a new path, and achieving their first success. Chuanju's abilities only lasted 10 minutes. If they could shake them off within those 10 minutes, Qi Wenda wouldn't have such an easy time finding them again without Zhang Huai's help. Xiaowu, the brave general's skill wasn't even used. Baichuan's decision to avoid the fight worked well. Not only did no one get hurt, but he even managed to inflict damage. No wonder Captain Baichuan left without hesitation. Yunxiang, who had been sweating for Baichuan, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing Qi Wenda's exasperated expression, and the spring rolls rolling thicker on the ground, something strange was going on. It turns out not only is the captain of Baichuan mean, but these 2 third-year students are also mean. As Xiaowu was speaking, he suddenly saw another member of Kurosawa Team 2's wristband change color. He exclaimed and immediately switched pages. In the northern part of the island, Zui Xingtian encountered Team 2 and Team 3 of Kurosawa Team 2. No, to be more precise, Zui Xingtian had come looking for them. Wang Tao, Team 2, immediately became alert and used his innate skill. Several vines first protected Team 3, Li Zi, who was a healing type, behind him. Newcomers in Baichuan's world are all powerful attackers, and he knew this guy was very strong in close combat. Let's keep our distance first. More and more vines sprouted from the staff, attacking Zhuo Xingqian and forcing him to retreat. They were both safe. Wang Tao, however, remained vigilant. As the former captain, he was no fool. He quickly realized that Zhuo Xingqian wasn't as formidable as he once was. He had seen Baichuan's quarterfinal match. Zhuo Xingqian had managed to scratch even the tough scales of the devouring python, so it didn't make sense that he had such a hard time cutting through the vines. His combat power was lower than he imagined. Wang Tao didn't think this was a good sign. During the pre-match ban and pick, they seen Zhuo Xingqian listed. Because it had never been used before, the name of the spirit was still a mystery. They didn't know the strength of this new spirit, so they used their 3 bans on the spirits Baichuan already knew. What could the new spirit be? Captain! Just as Wang Tao was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Li Zi's panicked cry. In his nervousness, he even called out his usual name without thinking. The two men clearly had excellent chemistry. Almost the instant Li Zi spoke, Wang Tao instinctively dodged, but it was too late. Xuanzhu appeared behind Wang Tao like lightning, swinging his dagger with a decisive blow. Wang Tao's bracelet instantly turned from green to yellow. New spirit. Everyone's eyes focused on him. Chapter 36. The most surprising people on the field were Yun Xiang and Bo Ji, who had played against Baichuan before. Zheng Tianhua's mouth dropped open. This wasn't there during our match, right? A new summon just a few days ago? Impossible, right? Su Xiang, maybe Baichuan is hiding it well? I'm not sure. This ancestor has never appeared before. Sha Huayu examined it carefully, his expression growing increasingly serious. He even doubted himself, a rare occurrence. When had fully awakened ancestor spirits become so easy? Si Li, who had been lazily folding his arms, finally piqued his interest. He feigned surprise at Sha Huayu's words. Is there something you're unsure of? Having such a convenient innate ability. Su Xiang winced, politely declining to acknowledge Captain Kurosawa, who was either silent or worse than silent. What do you mean? Our captain has principles. He won't judge others' skills outside of combat. Don't think you can just say whatever you want just because you're Captain Kurosawa. As the top 2 schools, there was a lot of overt and covert competition between the 2 schools and their first teams. The captains seemed destined to be sworn enemies, and their tactics were numerous. However, Su Xiang couldn't tolerate the captain being accused of abusing his skills, and the same was true for the other members of Team 1. When Sha Huayu's skills first awakened, they didn't bring him glory, but endless suspicion. Many felt that he held no secrets, exposing his weaknesses. Not only did he leave no one around, but even his teammates couldn't get along with him naturally, and deliberate evasion was common. Later, as Sha Huayu performed brilliantly in the competition and was appreciated by Team Dao, the situation gradually improved after the test of time, but people's hearts were complicated and fear still existed. Their captain, though seemingly cold and aloof, possessed a righteous character. He would never use this skill against summoners outside of combat, always using it on aliens, earning him the respect of the Southern District officials. They didn't want a casual remark to expose their captain to further suspicion. TSK, who knew? Pretending to be superior. Si Li scoffed, dismissing the idea. You're the one pretending to be superior, your whole family is. Su Xiang stood up abruptly. This guy couldn't sit anywhere else, but he chose to sit here, annoying them. But if they moved, it would seem like they were afraid of Heizei. Sha Huayu placed a hand on Su Xiang's arm and pulled him back into his chair, expressionless. If he gotten angry over even a single word, Si Li would have probably pissed him off. Su Xiang was so angry he kicked the railing. His blue eyes flickered. Indeed, sometimes I make exceptions. After all, bad people aren't worth my adherence to this rule. Si Li remained expressionless. Yes, Chi Winda is truly despicable. Who said Chi Winda? Have some dignity. Su Xiang raged. Let's not talk about the battle between the 2 teams for now, let's get back to the game. Xuanzhu appeared so quickly, practically behind Wang Tao in the blink of an eye, that Wang Tao had no time to dodge and was struck. Golden opportunity. Zhuo Xingqian thought. Senior. Before Zhuo Xingqian could finish, Xuanzhu had already used his remaining 2 flash skills, striking the opponent before he could save himself. His dagger was swift and accurate, and each strike was a sure miss. After using his skills, Xuanzhu withdrew without hesitation, disappearing from the crowd. So fast that not even the audience could see his face, only a blurry shadow. Xioi stood up excitedly. The bracelet of Team Kurosawa's Team 2 number 2 has turned orange, and they're on the verge of elimination. There's a saying that goes, a man's appearance after 30 years is remarkable. In just a few days, Shirakawa's Team 4's performance has completely changed. Zuishinkian had never felt so comfortable before. It was no exaggeration to say he felt like a fish in water. Although he had known the power of fully awakened ancestor spirits before, Zuishinkian had no real concept of their power. Only now did he finally understand just how much of a helper they were, and why the Southern District was determined to protect the secret realm at all costs. Without further explanation, the ancestor spirits understood his intentions, their tacit understanding unparalleled. Furthermore, the ancestor spirits' grasp of timing and judgment of situations were even better and more efficient. Defining ancestor spirits as mere companions was too narrow-minded. They could also be teachers to summoners. Tungman, who had come after him, missed. Li Zi, Team Kurosawa's second player, number 3, reacted quickly. The ancestor spirit's soft, ink-colored claws appeared on his shoulder, and then it gently leaped from Li Zi's arms onto Wang Tao, rescuing the bracelet that was about to flash. The color of the bracelet gradually faded, finally settling on a stabilizing orange-yellow hue. The audience, craning their necks to see the first contestant eliminated, leaned back in their chairs, a mixture of relief and disappointment. Xiaoyu sighed. They were just that close to elimination. What a shame for Baichuan. Xiaowu, it can't be helped. After all, they have 2 men. But Baichuan started the match with such momentum, which surprised me. They were no match for Kurosawa Team 2. Team 2, who had been undefeated for several matches, not only failed to reduce their health, but also suffered significant losses themselves. They met a tough opponent this time. Zuishinkian was slightly disappointed. It's true that having a healer as an attacker is a plus. A sword without the swordsmith's infusion of spirit is of limited use against the extremely flexible vines. Xuanju's other skill can only be used once within 24 hours. Zuishinkian had other considerations, and decided to retreat first. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. He fought and retreated, but just as he was about to leave, he was unexpectedly attacked by a vine on his back. Even the audience hadn't expected Wang Tao, still sitting on the ground, to have the energy to attack again. Puff. Zuishinkian stumbled, glanced at Wang Tao, still sitting on the ground, then looked at his yellowing bracelet, feeling like crying. How could this happen? I had planned to tell Xiaobai all about his heroic deeds after we reunited, but now he was injured, and even he felt embarrassed to tell it. Wang Tao coughed weakly. Not everyone is as clueless as that guy, okay? Reflecting on the previous attack, carefully analyzing the expressions and movements of the 3 players, Xiaoyu suddenly realized Kurosawa Team 2, number 2, initially feared Shirakawa Team 4 had a backup plan, so he feigned weakness after being healed. He was actually still on guard, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Number 4 lacked combat experience, and his intention to retreat was too obvious, effectively telling number 2 he had no backup plan. That's when number 2 decided to go all out for the final blow. To be honest, having gotten used to Team 2's immediate attacking rhythm in the previous matches, the sudden strategizing was a bit off. Me too. I used to be a devoted fan of Team 2's strength, and had a good handle on the change in captain for Team 2. Now, I'm suddenly unsure. Comparing the 2 makes Chi Window look so foolish. At least he still has his horse, while number 5 can just roll. Only he looks exhausted from running. But he's also truly determined. I feel like Team 4 of Kurosawa's second team is the worst off. With no healing or control, he's left alone to battle wits and courage with the aliens on the north bank. His team leader is almost chasing them all the way to the south bank. And Ning and Jiang Zhengping didn't expect Chi Winda to be so formidable. He still refused to give up. Yes, the 2 were waiting for Chi Winda to give up. 2 legs couldn't outrun 4. Shinyong was hot on their heels, and it looked like they couldn't shake him off. Their only consolation was that they had shaken off Chi Winda, and Shinyong was slightly stagnant. After the exchange, the 2 teams entered a brief stagnation period. After a little over 10 minutes, Kurosawa's second team not only failed to capture territory as quickly as before, but actually suffered more casualties than Shirakawa, revealing to all those who doubted Shirakawa their true strength. They were not just a dark horse, but a formidable force. Furthermore, when Shirakawa's points began to tick, everyone suddenly realized that this was a points match. On the screen, Shirakawa's points jumped from 0 to 10, and then, in the blink of an eye, to 20. Shirakawa has earned a point. It's Shirakawa number 5, alone on the south bank. Xiao immediately switched the south bank view to the main screen. Those outside the stadium didn't have a large screen to see the players in different areas of the field simultaneously. Most of them switched screens following the commentary. When they switched to Baishu's perspective, they were surprised to find quite a few people watching. A closer look further bewildered them. A gentleman with a refined face sat on a high rock by the sea, holding a straight branch cut from somewhere. A thin string hung from the other end, the end of the string submerged in the water. Looking further, they finally spotted a familiar face. Baishu leaned against a tree, a straw hat on his head, a bow in one hand, and an arrow in the other. No, they could understand a simple fishing rod, but where did the straw hat come from? It couldn't be some ancient spiritual equipment, could it? It didn't seem right. One leisurely fishing, the other diligently practicing martial arts. The scene was as beautiful as a master and apprentice traveling the mountains and rivers in ancient times. Those who just turned around were a bit confused. This kind of scene is quite unfamiliar. The screen-watching elders, who have been educated about science, love to see the newcomers send a series of greetings and enthusiastically pass on the knowledge. Huh? Another newcomer? There are so many this time. Quick answer. First, everything you see is real. Second, the straw hat and fishing rod were made by the sage. Finally, number 5 isn't practicing martial arts, but the sage is fishing. Insightful. Has anyone seen the sage and summoner share hardships and fight together? Who has ever seen the sage weave a straw hat specifically for the summoner to avoid getting sunburned, and then send him to hide in the shade? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. He's so gentle. Who understands the feeling of peace and tranquility from watching competitive games? I took the time to check out the other people's screens, and I felt more balanced. Incidentally, it's also number 5, and Kurosawa's second team is really miserable. This is what ordinary people see, but summoners see it in a whole other way. Fully awakened sages. Another one appears. What kind of rotten luck is Shirakawa? There are already 3 fully awakened sages, almost as many as Kurosawa's team. The newbies are getting more impressive than the last. I'm planning to go over and pay my respects. That's a good idea. Add me. They can't be compared. Even fully awakened sages have strengths and weaknesses. The only one who can compare to Kurosawa's 2 awakened sages is Boji, and these 2 are far behind. Funny! This is the first time I heard that fully awakened sages are weak. How many did you summon? Am I wrong? Having a fully awakened sage, but only killing a few level 3 aliens, is that considered strong? The points competition isn't about killing more aliens, but is based on the fragments obtained. Ordinary fragments earn 10 points, rare fragments 100 points, and top quality fragments 1000 points. Of course, the latter are rarely encountered in the central area, let alone inside the central area. A closer look revealed several alien corpses piled up in the sand pit not far from the sage's feet. The aliens in the central zone were more wary of humans, and wouldn't easily reveal themselves to attack, especially the lower level ones. Baishu didn't dare dive too deep, waiting in the shallows for a while before finding a few odd-looking, low-level aliens in the sand and obtaining a common fragment. But this was too slow. Unable to help his teammates, Baishu wanted to protect himself while also earning as many points as possible. He remembered the fragment's attraction to lower-level aliens, so the common fragments became bait. Dongfeng cast his rod, creating the current scene. Who taught you to judge an ancestor's strength solely by attack power? In other words, is it possible that this ancestor isn't an attacking one? Chapter 37. In reality, it wasn't that people didn't know about this possibility, but rather that they didn't want to believe it. However, the outside world's debate couldn't affect Baishu. Patience was his foremost quality. He held his bow and arrow, like a statue. As time passed, there was no sign of deviation. Without powerful offensive skills, Baishu slowly learned to protect himself from danger, but this also meant that his methods for killing aliens became more devious. If the debris attracted low-level alien monsters, he would kill them from a distance with his arrows. If a high-level alien appeared, Dongfeng would immediately recall them. The discussion paused, and it took a long time before the latest comment appeared. I found it hard to believe, because as a healer, I know how difficult this is. It's not just the razor-sharp archery and the impressive skills, but also the unwavering dedication to attacking. Healers are sought after and protected. Being able to maintain perfect invisibility at the start, find teammates, keep pace with the overall rhythm, move flexibly, and, most importantly, provide sufficient healing, is already the pinnacle of the healer class. A level 3 alien, easily slain by his attackers, yet a healer had to waste time and energy trying to kill it. Was it worth it? Leaving aside other people's opinions, Baishu's answer was, it was, Seeing the fishing rod bend, Baishu's spirits lifted, and he immediately held his breath. Here they come. The water surface was surging, and it seemed there were still quite a few. Dongfeng calmly cast his rod, and the underwater alien finally emerged. It was a nearly spherical monster, covered in scales, with pointy heads dotting its upper body. Countless scarlet eyes were unsettling to look at. Among its numerous, opening and closing mouths, the center head held a dense cluster of teeth. The other heads revealed only the bright red, constantly wriggling inner walls of their mouths, like powerful suction cups. Imagine being sucked in, and it would be difficult to escape. All you could do was watch helplessly as the center head devoured you. The flapping, throbbing tail, like the head, filled the entire lower body, giving it a resemblance to a hydrangea from a distance, hence its name. With a whoosh, a sharp arrow pierced the open mouth of the fish's head and exited through its side. At the same time, the white line arced through the air, slamming the hydrangea fish, pierced from mouth to tail by the arrow, onto the shore. Thankfully, the line was drawn from Dongfeng's sturdiest belt. Otherwise, it was doubtful whether he could have reeled it in. It was still a hydrangea fish, the same one he found in the sand. Baishu, somewhat disappointed, used a short knife to cut open the fish's belly, searching for fragments. Even those off-screen thought it was disgusting and awful. Even Dongfeng frowned and stepped aside, but Baishu managed to perform the dissection without a single expression. Ugh. Unlike the veteran audience, who had already seen it once, Xiaoyi couldn't help but dry heave before he could finish his sentence. Found it. Baishu happily picked up a thumb-sized fragment. There wasn't even a leaf on it. Dongfeng patted his head. The fishing rod on his back quickly scooped up a flock of croakers, which vanished into the vast sea with a splash. Well done, Dongfeng. I never seen such a nasty thing in my entire 2 lives, Baishu smiled. Even if Dongfeng didn't throw it away, he would have. Carefully washing the fragments clean at the water's edge, Baishu placed them in his small backpack. In the points race, contestants are given backpacks specifically designed to isolate the fragments' energy and protect them from aliens. But as he stood up, a chill ran from head to toe. A flash of panic crossed the cat's eyes, and without a second thought, he ran back to shore. Dongfeng looked around cautiously. What did you find? Baishu pointed without hesitation at the source of his sudden sense of danger. Something's wrong there. Baishu didn't know about the alien species elsewhere on the island, but there were surprisingly few on the south coast. So far, he had only encountered the hydrangea fish, which was unusual. The higher the level of the alien species, the larger they tend to be. This leads to a significant difference in the distribution of alien species between the ocean and land. High-level alien species are found in the deep sea, while lower-level species should be more abundant in the shallows. Like the fanged rabbits on land, it's normal for lower-level alien species to appear in groups to survive. Behind them lay a beach, a mountain wall, and an expanse of open space, offering temporary safety. Dongfeng followed the direction of Baishu's finger, his gaze shifting to the sea level, and his pupils constricted. There was nothing in the direction Baishu pointed, save for a small, ever-present island. That tiny island, which had previously looked only the size of a palm, had suddenly approached. Oh my god! Oh my god! If it hadn't suddenly moved, I would have thought it was a real island. The human eye couldn't see it clearly, but the unmanned cameras overhead could. The staff, with serious expressions, ordered the cameras forward to investigate. This was most likely an unknown, intermediate or even advanced alien species. As the screens moved closer, the transparent seashore image shifted to an increasingly darker sea. Against the clear, bright sky, the fog thickened, and the monster's silhouette gradually became visible. The alien species seemed close, but the camera flew for 7 or 8 minutes before approaching it. To avoid angering it and implicating the contestants, the camera stayed within striking distance. Although its size was evident from the shore, seeing it up close still gave one a chilling feeling. The part that emerged from the water was about 10 meters long, and even the exposed tip of the iceberg was much larger than a level 5 devouring python that had swallowed a fire spirit. It was sleek, its dark blue skin blending seamlessly with the water, gleaming metallically under the light. It lay motionless. It seemed like a dead object floating on the surface. What was this thing? I searched through relevant information, but couldn't find any similar species. I don't know. Many high-level marine species rarely interfere with humans, so information on them is truly scarce. Judging from its size, it must be at least level 6. With such a large creature around, it's no wonder Xiaobai could only catch eye-catching species like the hydrangea fish. It probably survived because it wasn't on its diet. No wonder the South Bank was so quiet. On the north bank, Team 4 of Kurosawa's second team was already covered in rashes from the birds. This was definitely not something he could handle right now. Baishu was about to report his discovery via his bracelet when he heard a familiar voice. Little Baishu. Xiechenyu emerged from the dense forest, mace in hand, waving overhead. His backpack bulged, evidently a significant haul. With what air here, he was like a humanoid map, easily picking off some viable aliens along the way. Brother Jie. Even Baishu himself hadn't realized it, but the moment he saw him appear, his guard relaxed. What's wrong? Xiechenyu noticed Baishu's serious expression. Baishu told him what he had discovered. No wonder the closer they got, the fewer aliens they encountered. This giant must be incredibly wealthy. Xiechenyu rubbed his chin and asked, "What's the situation now?" Zui Xingtian responded first. "Yes, we already fought number 2 and number 3. Number 2 used his primal power once, which wasn't particularly noteworthy, but his primal power didn't work. Number 3 used his primal power once, and it's a healing cat beast. As expected, it needs to stay close to the one being healed. We now separated. The opponent's bracelet number 2 has been rescued and turned yellow. I, too, was hit. We're heading towards the south bank. The north bank is full of flying aliens. We discovered several nests of suspected intermediate-level aliens along the way, but overall, there are no abnormalities." Hit? Xiechenyu got to the point. "Tell me the details." Zui Xingtian gritted his teeth. Even though he was being deliberately vague, he still couldn't escape. "Yes." He repeated the final details. In other words, knowing you had no backup plan, they still used their innate attack without summoning the ancestral spirit. "Yes." Zui Xingtian also realized something was amiss. Judging from the appearance of number 2 Wang Tao's ancestor, the Maple Tree Demon, it was a formidable being capable of both blocking and attacking. In matches with the Maple Tree Demon present, Wang Tao was virtually unharmed. It now appeared there might be other limitations, but they hadn't discovered them because their previous matches ended so quickly. Not hearing the other team speak, Xiechenyu asked, "Where's the deputy captain?" The bracelet first emitted a strange sound, followed by the wheezing of 2 people. And Ning gasped, "Help!" The 3 people on the other end of the bracelet's face darkened. "Zui Xingtian?" Tian anxiously said, "Senior, what's wrong?" "I just..." Before he could finish, he heard Jiang Jingping's equally broken voice, "Run, I can't run anymore." And Ning, "Anything with 4 legs is a cow, cough cough cough." The 3 of them, The brave general followed closely. Even in the dense forest, the Crimson Horse performed exceptionally well, nimbly avoiding obstacles. With their skill bonuses, the 2 of them had an easy time early on. The River Lord was responsible for fending off the brave general's occasional attacks, and shielding himself from the probing eyes of passing aliens. And Ning's Lovebird could be used once every 2 minutes, acting as a sort of accelerator. However, Chiwinda, without a healer or even a brave general by his side, completely disregarded his own safety, chasing them from the north bank to the south, as if he wouldn't stop until he eliminated them personally. What a lunatic! He had no regard for the team as a whole. After 10 minutes of skill use, and Zhang's torment began. The strain of running for so long had begun to wear down his health bracelet, along with the energetic brave general behind him. If you can, don't ride a horse. Even if Xiechenyu hadn't spoken, it wouldn't have taken long for the 2 to call for help. "Captain, we're almost to the south bank. We're in trouble. The other side is going crazy. I'd be there right away." A flicker of annoyance flashed in Xiachenyu's eyes. Chiwinda was truly a nuisance. The points race was the one he least wanted to end the battle with an elimination. This was a perfect opportunity to harvest token fragments. Opportunities to penetrate the central zone weren't common, and even rarer at sea. Furthermore, there was an official teleportation mechanism, which guaranteed their lives. Even the level 6 aliens, who were usually unsure, could give it a try. Such opportunities didn't come around often. A smarter team would have immediately harvested the aliens' lives, rather than wasting time fighting them. Xiechenyu and Baishu exchanged a glance and headed into the dense forest. The aliens wouldn't run away anyway. Baichuan has changed. Seeing Baichuan number 1 conspire to take Baishu away, the audience perked up, and the hydrangea fish was practically sick to their stomachs watching. Observing Baichuan's actions, Xiaowu carefully analyzed, Baichuan number 1 and number 5 have replaced number 2 and number 3. Will they continue to maneuver and consume them, or engage them directly? In the forest, Jiang Zheping and Ning, who had been replaced, collapsed to the ground. Seeing Jiang Zheping frown, and Ning asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Zheping frowned, thinking, "It feels like I lost money." Huh? And Ning looked up. That sounds like something's missing. The two suddenly looked behind them simultaneously. Number 5. This is hilarious. They didn't just realize it, did they? The spring roll wasn't even thrown after the skill expired. As everyone knows, shapes that are extremely close to spherical can easily deviate from their trajectory. In a deserted corner, a round ball of earth struggled to stretch out an arm, then another arm and 2 legs. Zhang Huai opened the team chat and breathed weakly. Help! Is there anyone here to save me? Chapter 38. Shirakawa and his 4 companions were on the south bank, while Chiwinda barged in alone. Even outsiders could tell he was in trouble. Idiot! Seeley cursed inwardly. Being so easily provoked was sheer idiocy, even embarrassing for the former captain, especially with Boji right beside him. If they lose this match, I remove him from his position as captain of the second team. Yes. Why did it feel like Kurosawa's second team was going to lose? Shirakawa was so strong. Chiwinda was too reckless, irritated beyond sanity. This match truly shattered his previous reputation for prowess. Wait, wasn't anyone expecting the Drought Master to appear? He's only appeared once so far, and the last time I saw him, I didn't even get a good look at him. He's appeared. How dare a mere controller and shield man act so arrogantly? Chiwinda was a complete warrior. He could accept being defeated by a fellow attacker, and even admired those who were better than him. But being toyed with by a shield controller with no offensive power was unacceptable to Chiwinda. At this moment, he was like a mighty bull with red eyes, his mind concentrating on a single thought: catch up and kill them. His body gradually fatigued, but his spirit grew stronger. The blood around his eyes was red from congestion, and the intense exercise had made the blood vessels in his limbs swell. Until his surroundings suddenly changed, and he stopped, as if awakening from a dream. A dry, sealess air blew towards him. From far to near, the earth cracked inch by inch. The leaves, drained of moisture, turned from vibrant green to yellow, finally withered. They fluttered and fell, colliding with each other with a crackling sound. Chiwinda looked around warily, his lips chapped from the sudden loss of moisture, and the subtle pain on his lips brought him completely to consciousness. He turned around, and sure enough, it was Xiechenyu. Beside him stood a tall, slender woman in green. Her face was obscured by a veil, and her entire body, even her neck and hands, was covered by clothing. But there was no doubt that this was Xiachenyu's second ancestor, the Drought Master. He had appeared only once last year, at the final moment, and just like now, his presence was unforgettable. Xiechenyu smiled at him, mace slung over his shoulder. Just in time. Chiwinda responded with a sinister smile, summoning the brave general. Even on the other side, and Ning and Jiang Zhengping finally had a moment to breathe. One-on-one, don't let anyone else disturb us. Do you dare? To be accepted into the team, Chiwinda's own combat abilities were considerable. He didn't think Xiechenyu was any better. Xiechenyu tapped his mace and sneered. Even a kindergarten kid wouldn't say such childish things. There's no need to fight you one-on-one when there's a group fight. Do you think I have so much free time? In such a tense atmosphere, these words managed to amuse the audience. The opponent's shield control skills have all been exhausted. What's the point? Chiwinda smiled grimly and flew forward to attack. The brave general's expression froze. His spear swung freely through the air, radiating a silvery white glow. Clearly, his skill was activated. The blue-robed Drought Master flew forward. The two captains clash. Everyone was speculating about the final winner. Su Xiang couldn't help but clench his fists. Sha Huayu looked over. Why, are you worried about him losing? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Su Xiang's face. Why, who's worried about him? That is like a monster. Sometimes I even doubt he's even human. If he can't beat Chiwinda, I despise him. After all, only one person could handle him, and the little monkey at the same time. It's just... A brave general with his skills activated is a challenge. Even though the scorching heat created by the Drought Master had a stat-limiting effect on the brave general, the Drought Master didn't appear fully awakened, nor did he appear weak or powerful. Many people shared this sentiment, including Chiwinda. He glared at Xiechenyu fiercely. You're dead. Xiechenyu was confident and unfazed, challenging him provocatively. Don't let me make you cry, little brat. Chiwinda gave a sinister smile, and the brave general behind him suddenly turned and stabbed Xiechenyu. Everyone was shocked. This guy was quite cunning. He pretended to want a one-on-one fight, but in reality, he was eager to fight Baichuan No. 1 with a spirit. Thankfully, the blue-clothed Drought Master appeared instantly, blocking the spear with his seemingly frail arm. However, there was no flying flesh. and the collision of blade and flesh produced a clanging sound. With her arm raised, her wide sleeves naturally fell, exposing her forearm. It was a shriveled, dry corpse, its skin shrunken over its bones. The drop master withdrew his hand, turned over, and stood on the spear. A corner of his flowing veil lifted, revealing a fleeting glimpse of his face, half stunning, half horrifying, withered. Chi-Winda was in disbelief. Impossible. No one could survive a blow from the divine general and remain unscathed. But before he could think, Jiechenyu was already closing in. You? Slowly, Chi-Winda's arrogant expression gave way to horror. He had always thought he was about the same as Jiechenyu, only lacking his luck in obtaining a fully awakened ancestor spirit. Only when he faced him did he realize how naive his assumptions were. He was like a second divine general. The mace struck him relentlessly, striking him repeatedly. Chi-Winda retreated, Jiechenyu pressing him. The bracelet darkened. The tension reached a crescendo. Would Chi-Winda, who had eliminated so many teams, suffer a crushing defeat here, becoming the first to be eliminated from the opening match? This was too dramatic. In less than 3 minutes, Kurosawa Team 2's bracelets turned orange, putting them on the brink of elimination. The heroic general is as strong as ever. Can he shake off the drought master and help the summoners achieve a comeback? Shiui stared at the screen without blinking. The arrogant Chi-Winda had actually fallen into such a state of disgrace, unilaterally suppressed by Jiechenyu. No schemes or tricks, a simple duel would have cost him. Xiaowu, it's difficult. The drought master won't fight, and there's no need to. Just hold off the heroic general, and we're guaranteed to win. Chi-Winda's mind was in turmoil, his pupils trembling. For the first time, he began to doubt himself. Just when everyone thought Chi-Winda was eliminated, he suddenly struck with lightning speed, throwing his venomous scorpion at Jietchen. The scorpion lunged forward, its tail hook gleaming with a cold light, piercing his most vulnerable eyes. This scene was all too familiar to veteran viewers. It was a replay of the spring split finals. Who said Chi-Winda didn't use his brain? He used it earlier and later, but he waited until he was about to be eliminated, when Jiechenyu was closing in and everyone was relaxed. With the previous experience, how could Jiechenyu not be on guard against this? He leaned back without hesitation. Xiaohuayu clenched her hands on her legs. It's useless. I can't escape the scorpion's target. Just as the man and the scorpion were closing in, a sharp arrow flew from above and struck the scorpion squarely. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And there was Shirakawa number 5. They'd forgotten about it all along. But that wasn't the end. Before its death, the scorpion's tail swung, its stinger relentlessly darting towards Jiechenyu. This actually happened. This hadn't happened during the spring season. Thankfully, Baishu gave Jiechenyu time to react, allowing him to twist his body just in time. The stinger struck his clothes, but the special uniform's design blocked the weak stinger, causing it to fall to the ground. Jiechenyu pressed forward, his right hand slightly raised. Originally, I didn't need to use my life force to deal with you, but now I suddenly realized that giving you a taste of fire wouldn't be a bad idea. Chi-Winda was horrified. No one would forget the flame Jiechenyu had used to incinerate the devouring python in the last match. General, save me. The brave general, about to strike, paused, immediately abandoning his immediate target. He turned his horse, snatched Chi-Winda up, and quickly fled. What a shame! Villains die from talking too much, and so do heroes. Why did Captain Baichuan say so much? Just burn them. He actually got away. He unconsciously clenched his fists and cried out in regret along with the nervous audience, wishing time could go back and crawl onto the screen to help Jiechenyu take it down. I don't know why Captain Baichuan didn't use his natal flame right from the start, but if Chi-Winda had lingered even a second longer, Baichuan would have been exposed. After Chi-Winda disappeared, Jiechenyu slowly sat down against a tree. What happened? Look at Baichuan's healer perspective. Healer? The only person near Jiechenyu was Baishu. Does this mean Baishu is a healer? Baishu jumped down from the tree and walked over to Jiechenyu. Are you okay? Do you need treatment? Jiechenyu shook his head. No big deal, probably just a scorpion sting. Confirmed. The comments section went wild. What a joke. Of course, the biggest reaction came from Lu Min from Yunxiang, who had been watching the game from Baishu's perspective. He was now huddled in the audience, his hands on his head, his pants tucked in like an ostrich. After a while, he let out a wail, ah. His teammates, filled with pity, patted him on the back in comfort. Wang Kai pondered, then awkwardly offered, it's actually not that bad. Just trying to control the elimination. Ah! Recalling what he had said to Baishu, Lu Min buried his head even deeper. This world is crazy. At this point, the commentator thoughtfully rewound the clock, switching the focus to Bai Shu. Although it was a bit of a hindsight, Xiaowu finally found his joy in commentating. The Drought Master has always been mysterious, but aside from the instantaneous draining of water from a large area, everything else is within normal limits. The reason Xiaowu rarely summoned the Drought Master during the spring split wasn't likely to conserve his strength, but rather that the Drought Master was only effective in fixed arenas and against water-based spirits. This time, she easily blocked the attack of the Divine General for two main reasons. First, the Drought Master's health pool is high. She must be a demon or divine spirit. This isn't hard to guess. Spirits typically appear in a state from a certain period in their lives. For example, divine beasts can't transform into human form, ghosts possess a ghostly aura, and humans can't survive in a near-mummy state. Second, it depends on Baichuan number 5's cooperation. From Bai Shu's perspective, everyone in front of the screen could see it clearly. When the Drought Master was first struck by the spear, he actually paused for a moment, but layers of clothing concealed this. At the same time, a peach blossom branch appeared in Bai Shu's hand. With a flick of the branch, the pink blossom sank into Han Shi's body. Immediately, as if the momentary delay hadn't occurred, Han Shi nimbly leaped onto the spear. From then on, Han Shi primarily avoided the brave general. Any longer, and Han Shi might have been exposed. But Bai Chuan's timing was perfect. While Jiechunyu attacked fiercely, Qi Winda was so overwhelmed that he had no time to pay attention to the situation on the other side. Naturally, the brave general, not yet fully awakened, would not have noticed this. The match ultimately ended with Qi Winda breaking through his defense and fleeing in a hurry. Remember, the brave general's ability only lasted 3 minutes. If he had stayed a few minutes longer, the situation would likely have been completely different. It's easy to imagine how furious Qi Winda must have been when Team 2 rewatched the match. Xiaowu, looking at the battle between Drought Master and Godly General, it's clear Drought Master's own combat capabilities are not weak, but his other skills have yet to be discovered. It's worth looking forward to. Shui, what surprised me most was Shirakawa number 5. This success was inseparable from number 5's perfect support. His sense of timing and combat awareness made me happy for the emergence of such a powerful healing type, but also regretful that he's not an attacker. You know, when the poison scorpion appeared, even Jiechunyu was almost unable to react, and that arrow arrived just in time. The arena was silent for a long time. Chapter 39. Bai Shu half-carried Jiechunyu to reunite with Ning and the others. The two were pursued by the heroic general in the later stages, and their health was low. The four found a safe place to wait for Zhui Xingtian's arrival. Soon, the 5 Baichuan members gathered. Dong Feng threw an apricot, and their bracelets quickly recovered to a near-normal state. Meanwhile, on the north bank, Team 2, Team 3, and Team 4 of Kurosawa's second team reunited. Together, they killed the bird-like creature and headed for Team 5, who had called for help. Along the way, Team 2 and Team 4 took turns holding Mo Dian and treating him. Mo Dian lazily nestled in their arms, his tail drooping with exhaustion. The two sides formed a stark contrast, and Team 2's situation was the norm. The comments section was filled with lamentations. I was wrong. I was so ignorant. I actually allowed a healer to kill the creature. I deserve the death penalty. My Bai is the perfect ace, who can both attack and heal. He's a master at killing aliens with ease, and healing is no problem either. What am I saying? Oh my god, please grant me a healer like this. Same here, this attacker is envious. Now that Shirakawa's identity as a healer has been revealed, people haven't felt the pleasure of having their curiosity satisfied, but instead are filled with envy and jealousy. No wonder the captain always looks for Xiaobai at the start of a game. Who wouldn't? If it were me, I'd be conjoined twins with Xiaobai. What a jerk. Does anyone else think that Hua Hua just now looks familiar? Not to mention the comments section, even Xiaowu, who has commented on many finals and seen a lot of things, couldn't help but tactically retreat. A fully awakened attacker with a superb healing system, Shirakawa is going to be a real force this time. The camera in the arena dramatically panned across the faces of the two captains of the top teams in the audience, clearly aiming to stir up some conversation. The two captains sat in a state of solemnity, especially Captain Kurosawa, whose demeanor was a stark contrast. However, unlike the solemnity one might expect, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing anticipation and excitement. The hand resting on the chair moved. It would surely be wonderful to team up with him. No attacker could resist the allure of a high-healing healer. After the treatment, Shirakawa immediately deployed his strategy. Noticing Jiechunyu's sudden frown, Bai Shu asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling any discomfort?" Jiechunyu rubbed his head. No, maybe I'm just too nervous. Why would he suddenly feel a sense of crisis out of the blue? Baishu patted his leg reassuringly. Don't worry, we win. Baishu never doubted that. Yeah. The three of them responded. That shrewd face suddenly looked silly, which was quite odd. Getting back to the point, Jiechenyu unleashed a fire to lookout, mapping the general topography of the island on the ground. With Baichuan all gathered, the split screens were reduced, and many people were flooded into the same view. Someone curiously leaned in to take a look and was astonished. The map was so comprehensive that one would think Baichuan had connections in the official team and bribed the quiz creators in advance. With Jiechenyu, the humanoid living map, and the additions of the cool Ran Du and Jiang, and Zui Xingtian and Baishu, who were scouting along the way, the entire island's topography and the locations of its alien species were marked with remarkable completeness. Based on alien species distribution, the island can be divided into the southern peninsula, the central forest area, and the northern peninsula. Mammalian alien species are rare, almost non-existent, on the island. The northern coast is the most abundant in alien species, primarily occupied by flying species. There are a wide variety of species, most of which are level 3 to 5. The dense forest area has the second largest variety of species, with the widest range. While there are also flying animals, reptiles are the primary species. Based on Ning and Jiang Jingping's descriptions, they are generally insect and snake-like species. As for why the latter uses similar rather than category, it's mainly because defining subcategories of species is difficult. They differ significantly from the traditional understanding of animal characteristics and habits. For example, the serpentine snake that appeared in the previous match resembles a snake, but instead of hibernating, it spins silk like a silkworm. Also, the dead branch snake, commonly found in the dense island forests, also resembles a snake, but its habits and attack methods are completely different. It resembles a dry branch, its body segmented into sections. Even if it eats a lot, it can only grow to a maximum of 2 fingers thick, but it can grow indefinitely. Its narrow mouth prevents it from swallowing directly like a serpentine snake. Instead, it wraps its body around its prey, using the mucus secreted from its belly to break it down into chunks, which it then swallows bit by bit. Alien species have a wide variety of attack methods. If they were categorized by attack, no one would be able to remember them all. Therefore, the official classification system has standardized on familiar appearances. According to the three people, none of the alien species they encountered were above level 6, so it was relatively normal. Only the South Bank was unusual. It was too quiet. Flying alien species have the largest range, but they were completely absent from the South Bank. Baishu had only managed to find a few hydrangea fish after much effort. Perhaps it had something to do with that large creature. The South Bank's details were unknown, and the dense forest was treacherous, making it easy to stumble. This made the North Bank the preferred choice for alien hunting. Unfortunately, it was already occupied by Kurosawa's second team. Unlike at the beginning of the game, they were more familiar with the North Bank's terrain, and Chiwinda had the cooperation of his teammates, so forcing them might not yield any advantage. Everyone had their own opinions on the next plan, but they were all undecided, with mixed feelings. Jiechenyu was still hesitant to make a decision. Baishu, however, could tell that he wasn't undecided. This greedy fellow was still obsessed with the giant creature in the sea. As expected, Jiechenyu spoke. What do you think of staying on the South Bank? South Bank? That island-like sea monster? Zui Xingtian and the other two had never seen one before, and were wary of such a large creature. We don't even know its level. Isn't it too risky to compete here? It wasn't that Zui Xingtian lacked courage, but rather that the recent increase in the level of alien species in the area had left him feeling uneasy. Last year, when he was a freshman, facing a level 4 alien was a major undertaking. And Ning rubbed his hands. Actually, we could give it a try. I haven't fought an alien above level 5 yet. I wonder if 2 precious fragments would drop at once. 2 precious fragments equals double points. At the mention of this, Jiang Zhengping became restless, reversing his previous proposal to head to the central area. Maybe there are more. The sea is a seldom visited area by humans, so there must be a lot of token fragments. Seeing his teammates show no concern and eagerness to try, Zui Xingtian couldn't deny that he felt a moment of pride. He shook his head suddenly, and couldn't help but think, hadn't they also fought against level 5 aliens before Baishu joined the team? Now they have not only a healer, but also a fully awakened spirit to help them, so it seemed possible to deal with level 6 aliens. He was too proud. He looked at the calm Baishu. Speak up. Baishu was silent for a long time. I have a plan. Zui Xingtian, Why did they skip the selection and just start fighting? Oh, he forgotten, this guy is the most aggressive. What's the plan? Bai Shu was about to speak when he suddenly remembered something and covered his mouth. He was practically glued to the screen, and the audience interpreting the lip readings were immediately displeased. Targeting. This is a blatant attack on us lip reading masters. Why can't we listen? We're not participating in the competition. Please give ordinary people a screen with sound. Graduated summoners need it too. We're not opponents, we're all future teammates. Or, let the participating teams watch the silent version separately. We can use Will-O-Wisp to see if he can really fight. Bai Shu discovered that the user's health bar could be displayed the moment Will-O-Wisp was used, except for the Sage Spirit. That's right, ever since the match with Boji, everyone in Baichuan knew Bai Shu had awakened his attack type innate ability. During practice, they also roughly understood the characteristics of Will-O-Wisp. When they first learned Bai Shu was a dual attribute summoner, none of them could close their mouths. During the team practice match, the four of them were filled with anticipation when they saw the Will-O-the-Wisp fire, which resembled the Yang fire. However, the result was ultimately indescribable. I don't know if it was due to the dual attributes, or if it was just natural, but this guy's damage was pitifully low. The Yang fire dealt over 1,000 damage per minute, while the Will-O-the-Wisp only dealt 60. As soon as the Will-O-the-Wisp skill was activated, a ball of orchid flame instantly appeared in Bai Shu's palm. Its presence chilled the very air, clearly no ordinary flame, like the Yang fire. Then, a wisp of flame appeared on Zhuixingtian, Bai Shu's opponent. No matter how Zhuixingtian tried to ward off the flame, it couldn't be extinguished. Instead, the flames formed into an unstoppable chain, transforming the surrounding area into a ghostly orchid den. It was then that Bai Shu discovered that Will-O-Wisp was a double-faced character. The round-headed creature loved to act cool in front of others. It's no exaggeration to say that Zhuixingtian thought he was going to die. However, after a long while, he felt nothing, and the color of the bracelet had barely changed. Zhuixingtian, who had been rolling on the ground for a long time, suddenly sat up. It's a special effect. It wasn't as powerful as expected. Fearing Bai Shu would be disappointed, the others secretly glanced over, only to find that Bai Shu's expression towards Will-O-Wisp was still gentle. Seeing them looking at him, he was slightly surprised and responded with a faint smile. In Bai Shu's opinion, Will-O-Wisp had many advantages. It was obedient and could be retracted at any time. Although its damage was low, it was not immune to the attacks of ordinary summoners, let alone alien species. Moreover, it could attack in groups, and with a large number of enemies, the cumulative damage could be considerable. Xietchen Yu nodded in agreement. Even though we don't know their level, we can tell by their health. The only difficulty is how to get the Will-O-the-Wisp to attack without anyone noticing. What if we have the Will-O-the-Wisp attack underwater? Zhuixingtian suggested. The Will-O-the-Wisp's dark blue color is perfectly blocked by deep water. Bai Shu shook his head. Will-O-the-Wisp won't be extinguished by ordinary water, but it can't go underwater, so it can only burn on the surface. And Ning raised her hand eagerly. I can check the range. Maybe the lovebirds can do it. Yes, there are lovebirds. They immediately took action. Bai Chuan rested for more than 10 minutes to refresh his skills. And Ning and Jiang Zheping also recovered, and the group set off for the south bank. Even further away, the 4 members of Kurosawa's second team had gathered. Their teammates arrived just in time, and number 5, Zhang Huai, narrowly avoided being eliminated by the aliens. After a fierce battle in the dense forest, the 4 hurried to the north bank. The 2 pitiful newcomers took turns carrying Mo Dian to heal him. As for Qi Wenda, he was still on his way on horseback. Chapter 40. The group arrived at the south shore again. They were still worried about how to get the behemoth into the range of the lovebird's abilities, but after just a short while, the previously indistinct island had transformed into a massive mountain, seemingly just a stone's throw away. It was approaching. Perhaps this creature had already considered the stranger who had invaded its territory a delicacy since Bai Shu appeared on the south shore. Not the shriveled, prickly food of the hydrangea fish, but something plump and full of energy, like a shard. So huge. Seeing such a behemoth for the first time, Zhuixingtian's scalp tingled. The exposed part alone was larger than a devouring python. Bai Shu and Ning exchanged glances, and both activated their abilities. Willow Fire was summoned, and the lovebird spread its wings. Before anyone could react, the Will-O-Wisp had already been placed on the monster without anyone noticing. This time, thanks to Bai Shu's instructions, the Will-O-Wisp did not expand. Xiaowu, okay, now Bai Chuan is planning to deal with this unknown behemoth. The only flying lovebird is out first to scout out the enemy. Wait, The alien seems to be suddenly igniting with blue flames. Is this an alien ability? Or is it a new skill for Baichuan? Shui observed carefully and analyzed it carefully. It's probably the former. The alien is too calm. It doesn't seem to be in pain. I think it's its own ability. Like Shui, many sharp-eyed viewers noticed the alien's sudden orchid-like glow, but because it was a new alien, most people didn't suspect Baichuan. With the exception of Sha Huayu, who frowned fiercely upon seeing the puzzling blue flames again. It wasn't an illusion, it was real fire. Bai Shu patiently watched the -1 symbol appear repeatedly on the monster's head. Because the health bar can only be seen the moment a skill is used, 3 minutes later he and Ning repeated the same trick. The health bars they saw were practically identical. Bai Shu's eyes were almost dazzled when he finally spotted a tiny black gap in the long red tail. With lesser eyesight, it wouldn't have been visible at all. Bai Shu, a rough estimate is that the opponent has around 60,000 to 70,000 health points. That's more than 10 times that of an average summoner. Most likely a level 6 alien. Yes, while the health points might sound terrifying at first glance, they're actually only at the level of a level 6 alien. It's normal for aliens to have several times more health than a summoner. This year, the contaminated area is not peaceful, and the alien levels are generally higher than usual. The appearance of a level 6 alien in the middle F area was both unexpected and understandable. After learning about this, they were no longer afraid. Even Zhui Xingtian started to get ready for it. The alien species' strength leaps significantly every 3 levels, so level 6 isn't so bad. Xiechun Yu checked his bracelet. He Zhe is still recuperating, and won't have time to bother us. Do you have the confidence to take him down during this time? The 4 of them answered in unison, yes. But right from the start of their fight against the alien species, Baichuan encountered his biggest problem yet. It was simply that they weren't good at naval combat. While they suspected that the creature might have devoured everything in the sea or been frightened away, no one could guarantee what they would encounter in the pitch-black depths of the ocean. Besides, defeating an aquatic sea monster underwater would be extremely difficult for Baichuan. They had to lure him ashore. At this point, Xiechun Yu couldn't help but thank Kurosawa Team 2 for leaving them the 2 spirits, Drought Master and Lovebird. Baichuan waited for Lovebird's skill to cool down, but in everyone's eyes, he looked helpless. Shui couldn't help but worry. The current scoreline shows Baichuan has the advantage. If they had chosen level 4 or 5 aliens and played it safe, their chances of winning would have been much higher. Xiaowu. Indeed, but the problem is that there are too few aliens on the south bank. If Baichuan wants to hunt ordinary aliens, he have to head towards the center or the north bank. Given Kurosawa Team 2's stamina, those 2 areas are also quite challenging, so it's a mixed bag. The points match is different from the elimination match. Even if you eliminate the opposing team, you can't transfer points. Therefore, unless both teams have no points at the beginning, they will eliminate each other. After points accumulate, the team with the lower points generally won't actively eliminate the other. The match ends when the score difference between the 2 teams exceeds 500, or 10 minutes after one team has eliminated all its members. North Bank. The 2 newcomers fell silent, watching Chi Wenda, who had been staring at his bracelet with a sullen expression since being brought back by the Divine General. After all, they were teammates, and no matter how disgruntled he was, number 3 still asked Ma Dian to help with the healing. The constant healing had left Ma Dian feeling drained, and he vacantly followed one of his summoners towards Chi Wenda. His newly extended white fur paw paused, and he glanced back at his summoner with a hint of fear. Encouraged by number 3 Li Zi, they finally nestled against Chi Wenda's calf, curled up with their tail in their arms, and closed their eyes to rest. After a long silence, number 2 Wang Tao finally couldn't help but stand up. With a sullen expression, he strode over to Chi Wenda and grabbed him by the collar. My biggest regret in my life is not turning you down as captain. Chi Wenda raised his head, his messy red hair resting against the tree. Finally, his eyes rolled upwards, and he said disdainfully, you played dumb when you won, but after losing once, you're going to bark, you sick dog? Yes. Wang Tao wasn't enraged, but instead, he felt resolute. Kurosawa always judges heroes by wins and losses, isn't it? If you win, you can be as arrogant as you want, but if you lose, you have to lie low like a dog. You? A vein bulged at Chi Wenda's forehead. As captain, you're willful and conceited, and your poor decision-making led to a poor start. From now on, listen to me. Focus on hunting alien species. Unless you surpass Baichuan in points, don't interfere with each other. Yes. Chi Wenda looked at the 2 newcomers, who nodded in agreement. He didn't know when these 2 had taken Wang Tao aside. Meeting Chi Wenda's gaze, Number 5 Zhang Hui stepped back fearfully, stammering, "Captain, winning the game is more important than anything else. We still want to advance to the national competition with Team 1. Don't bother, Baichuan. You're very capable, and we need you." Qi Winda closed his eyes, perhaps taking in the words. After a while, he hummed softly. The captain hadn't been eliminated, and a temporary change of command was extremely rare. No one expected the usually arrogant Qi Winda to agree so obediently. It was truly astonishing. Baichuan, Kurosawa Team 2, 230:60. After the team reshuffle, Kurosawa Team 2's points climbed even faster. South Bank. Except for Jiechenyu, the Baichuan team summoned their ancestral spirits and waited on the shore. After the 2-minute cooldown, Ning had the lovebirds approach the monster to see if they could lure it over or at least get a complete view. However, even when the lovebirds landed around the alien like ducks, or even stood atop the hill, the alien remained unmoved. He approached at a steady pace, but hesitated noticeably as he neared the shallows. Desperate, Jiechenyu took out a precious fragment, tied it to a fishing line, and tossed it into the water. Everyone stared intently at the hill. And Ning stared into the crystal mirror. "Back off." Everyone retreated immediately. The next second, a huge wave, as tall as a man, suddenly rose from the calm surface of the water. Under the spray, a faint black object could be seen glimpsing through the white waves. "Phew, that's okay, that's okay." Jiang Zhiping hurriedly reeled in his line, the token fragment still at the end. The waves calmed, and the hill drew closer, with more and more of it emerging from the water. It resembled a small mountain, its head enormous. A fleshy bulge in the middle was the highest point, with the sides slightly lower. A closer look revealed its skin to be smooth, with only 3 prominent areas showing the most wrinkles, covered with seaweed, rocks, and sand. From a distance, it resembled a rather ordinary black island. Behind the head, as if without a body, it was directly connected to its tail. The sea monster's height plummeted, its back half submerged in the water, making it difficult to see clearly. At the end of the head, 2 eyes, much smaller than the rest of the skull, were visible. Realizing his predicament, he stepped back, his eyes submerged in the water, becoming even more inconspicuous. If it weren't for the symmetrical wrinkles on either side, no one would have noticed them. Deep-sea monsters, having spent so much time in the darkness, without sight of light, may have lost their eyes. They may attack by scent. "Be careful," Baishu said cautiously. Jiechenyu thought of the black object that had just flashed by. It was most likely its tongue or tail that attacked us just now. No wonder this creature, despite its massive size, can devour shallow water species. "Let's lure it closer, and see if we can trap it on shore." And Ning smiled. "Okay, it's very greedy." The others considered trying the same trick again, but this big-headed creature wasn't foolish. This time, it had clearly learned its lesson. The moment the bait was released, the black object swooped in. "Ah!" Jiang Zhiping pulled at the line, and it lightened. The token fragment disappeared. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Jiechenyu saw clearly this time that the attacking creature was cylindrical at the front and flat at the end. "Don't even think about running away." He summoned the Drought Master. The moment the woman in green appeared, the surrounding water thinned visibly, condensing into small, turbid, yellowish particles that mixed with the sand. Shirakawa and his companions finally saw most of the sea monster's full appearance. Compared to its smooth upper portion, its lower half was white and less smooth, covered in vertical wrinkles that resembled loose skin. The lower half was relatively narrow, giving it a top-heavy appearance. As previously suspected, the massive head was connected to a long, suddenly shrinking tail, which had just attacked them. Strangely, the upper and lower parts of the sea monster were so tightly connected that the group couldn't see its mouth at all. The aliens were always strange in appearance, leaving them no room for hesitation. "Go!" The Shirakawas all rushed forward. Zhuanju, the fastest, used his skill first, clang. With a bang, the Yuchong sword struck the sea monster, the blade scraping against its skin with a sharp, tooth-piercing sound, yet the creature remained unscathed. The sea monster seemed clumsy, trapped on the beach, but its tail was incredibly agile. Thankfully, Zhuanju was quicker and unhesitatingly used his second skill. With a flash, he reappeared beside the sea monster, this time striking at its lower half, which resembled a bloated sack. This time, there was no sound. The sharp sword did not pierce the alien's skin as the others had expected. The sack, guided by the force of the dagger, stretched inward, seemingly endlessly, even obscuring Zhuanju's form. The sack surrounding the concave area silently enveloped it. "Zhuanzu!" Zhuishingtian shouted, and Zhuangju returned to his spiritual sea. Undoubtedly, the white sac on its lower body was its mouth. Things had reached an awkward point. The sea monster's attacks weren't particularly tricky, but its defenses were terrifyingly strong. It lacked the weaknesses of common aliens. The mouth couldn't be penetrated, and attacking the eyes, shrunk to this degree, probably wouldn't do much damage either. But Bai Shu didn't believe anything could be without weaknesses. The only thing left was the tail. Bai Shu looked at the exceptionally flexible tail. It was the same black color as the upper part, tapered, thick at the top and tapering at the bottom. Of course, a creature this size couldn't be much thinner. At the end, it connected to a round, wide, flat fish tail, resembling a clockwork spring. I had assumed that deep-sea monsters would transform from dragons into insects upon reaching shore, but it proved that alien species couldn't be predicted by common sense. Just as Zhuangju was about to attack the fishtail again, the sea monster struck first, swishing its tail along the beach. A cloud of sand instantly blinded everyone. All that could be heard was the rustling sound of sand rubbing against each other. Instantly realizing the creature was trying to escape, Jiechenyu shielded his eyes with one hand and instinctively tried to grab Bai Shu with the other. But his reach missed, and his heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 41. The 6th level alien, cunning, slipped away before anyone could react, leaving a wide, fan-shaped den on the beach. When his vision finally cleared, Jiechenyu had already run to the front, deep in the water. His face was as terrifying as an Ashura, and veins bulged in his neck from screaming at the top of his lungs. And Ning Lovebird. The spectators outside were startled by Jiechenyu's appearance. The sea monster kicked up a powerful gust of sand, and all they could see was a murky, yellowish mess. But Ning's reaction was much quicker than those outside. Almost as soon as Jiechenyu shouted the first word, she realized something was wrong. She had never seen Jiechenyu so out of control. Looking back, Bai Shu was gone. The lovebird screamed, and Jiechenyu's figure was where he was. But by the time the lovebird's skill cooldown ended, the sea monster had already exceeded its range. Having secured its prey, the sea monster had no intention of pursuing it further, and it slipped away at an extremely fast speed. Shirakawa and the others chased after him, their eyes furious. But Kojima's figure gradually receded, as if mocking their weakness. Shioi couldn't help but blurt out, "Xiao Bai." Shiou hurriedly pulled up the surveillance footage from Bai Shu's perspective, rewinding it back a minute to analyze it frame by frame. Those who were watching Bai Shu from the beginning and end had the clearest view. Just a second after the dust kicked up, a black tail shot across the screen like lightning, towering over Bai Shu and instantly sweeping him away. It appeared and disappeared in a split second. The audience's hearts skipped a beat, their hearts almost skipping a beat at the same moment. But no matter how they watched, the screen was filled with more sand, visibility was almost non-existent, and it finally faded to the endless sea. The people in front of the screen were so anxious they wished they could get inside and fight the sea monster for 300 rounds. What's going on? Damn it, can't they invent underwater cameras? Will Xiaobai be swallowed by the sea monster? No. Although contestants can teleport away at any time by pressing their wristbands, there are always endless ways to die in every competition. I'm terrified. The captain's gone. He'd definitely be able to rescue Xiaobai. That's a level 6 alien. Everyone was praying. The officials couldn't sit still either. The summoners in charge of teleportation gathered urgently, waiting for the possible rescue signal. If such an outstanding summoner were just a flash in the pan, what a tragedy it would be. But time passed, and the rescue signal never came. Ahem. Suddenly pulled underwater, Bai Shu felt like he was being slammed against a solid iron wall. His internal organs shifted, and his vision went black. He felt himself pressed tightly against a solid iron plate, which swayed constantly from side to side. The immense force of the water hitting him felt like a stinging winter wind. His body was on the verge of collapse, but Bai Shu's mind was clearer than ever. He was accustomed to this feeling. Countless battles had made him calmer in life or death situations, as if his body and soul had become two completely unrelated entities. He took advantage of the sea monster's shallow waters, its tail occasionally surfacing, and tried to lift his head for air. Adapting to the sea monster's rhythm, Bai Shu, after a few forced breaths, immediately tried to peel himself off the iron plate. Comparing strength against such a massive behemoth was naturally unsatisfactory. It was beyond human control. Bai Shu tried once, but quickly gave up, groping around with the few fingers he could move, actively trying to save himself. Suddenly, he touched something hard. Cautiously, he found it was dead, and traced the pattern on it with his finger. It was a token fragment. He struggled to hide it in his palm, the one Jiechunyu had used as bait. He quietly clenched it. They must be extremely worried, Bai Shu's first thought. The token fragment still indicated that the sea monster hadn't had time to eat him yet, but the situation was not optimistic. He could feel the water level getting deeper, making it impossible to surface for air. Even if he didn't die in the fish's belly, he would drown first. Bai Shu closed his eyes, tried to slow his oxygen consumption, and bided his time. Back in the deep sea, the sea monster was clearly triumphant, its white sac beneath it trembling with joy. This person smelled the best. He could smell it from a distance and secretly spy on him. The tail, which had been swaying rhythmically from side to side, changed direction, carrying Bai Shu towards the soft sack as usual. The mountaintop sea monster was an extremely voracious creature. Even when not hungry, it would eat anything to fill its food sack, even if it was hard, indigestible shells and rocks from the sea. The white sack was its mouth. It lacked teeth or a tongue, relying instead on the hard, sharp fragments within its massive food sac to grind its prey and slowly digest it. Thus, Bai Shu noticed a crack appearing in the middle of the white sac beneath the sea monster, emanating a foul stench of decay. The crack was as dark as an endless abyss, and the shadowy figures within it resembled various ghosts peeked out from the abyss to greet their new companions. Bai Shu flicked his finger and threw a will-o'-the-wisp. He originally been trying his luck, but it had a surprising effect. The linked will-o'-the-wisp flames dyed the darkness a shimmering blue, transforming the abyss into a blazing hell. The damage inflicted on the sea monster wasn't just -1, but multiplied, -100-1000. The sea monster howled in agony, yet even with its tail wrapped around Bai Shu, it continued to push him into the chasm. Bai Shu could feel the suction weakening on his back, but he'd been underwater for so long, and the lack of oxygen had left him weak. The will-o'-the-wisp flames were entering their cooldown period, and his chest and lungs were suffocating to the point of bursting. There was no chance of escape. He had to retreat. Bai Shu struggled to raise one arm, trying to bring it to his lips, slowly pressing down. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a dark figure. The next moment, his outstretched hand was grasped by a fiery hand. The force was terrifying, freeing him from the fish's grip and pulling him into its embrace. With one hand, he cupped the pale, fragile face, breathing deeply. No one knew the world was shattering inside Jiechunyu after witnessing that scene. He instantly forgot about the teleportation bracelet and the outcome of the match. The force holding him was so strong that Bai Shu felt he could rival the sea monster, but not so strong because he was trembling. However, when he got oxygen, Bai Shu had no time to think about such things. He was like a fish parched in the desert, finally finding a ray of sweet dew, eagerly opening its mouth to drink it. For 5 long minutes, no one spoke until the two embraced each other and surfaced. Xiao Yi, stepping on a stool, excitedly exclaimed, "Number 5 is saved." Even the usually calm Xiao Wu ignored Xiao Yi's unusual movements and piercing voice, for he was equally excited. They escaped the jaws of the level 6 alien. The audience outside the screen had never been so delighted. Especially Yun Xiang, Bo Ji, and the others, who had stood up out of nervousness, finally settled back into their seats. Bai Chuan was truly restless, especially the captain and the newcomer. Bai Shu clung to Jiechunyu's shoulder, panting heavily, his wet hair plastered to his pale, bloodless face, his arms draped limply across Jiechunyu's shoulders. Though disheveled, a relaxed smile played on his lips. No need to be eliminated. Bai Shu, are you okay? Jiechunyu patted Bai Shu's back, fearing any further mishaps. Yeah, brother Jia, I'm fine. Bai Shu glanced around, then lowered his head back into Jiechunyu's arms. The two of them were on the vast ocean, with no village in sight, and no land behind them. Their only foothold was the rockery before them. As soon as Bai Shu moved, Jiechunyu sensed his worry. He draped Bai Shu's legs over his waist. Don't worry, hold me tight. Okay. Bai Shu had no idea what Jiechunyu was doing up there. Everyone watching the screen could see it clearly. Ever since Bai Shu disappeared, he'd gone berserk. This was the first time he managed to keep his teammates and monsters together. Perhaps because of his unstable mind, Jiechunyu's fall wasn't steady, and with a thud, he landed squarely on the gap between the sea monster's mountain-shaped head. Even though he couldn't hear the sound, the pain was palpable, but Jiechunyu acted unfazed. Using the cloth provided by the Drought Master, he tried to tie himself to the sea monster's protruding mountain. Asking the Drought Master to watch over him, he dove into the water to search. He wanted to find Bai Shu, eager to kill the sea monster as soon as possible, but he was hesitant to use his Yang fire. He surfaced again and again for air, repeatedly lost in disappointment, and again, he plunged deeper, determined. The red dot representing Bai Shu was still there. He hadn't given up. Just when everyone felt hope was lost, for unknown reasons, the sea monster suddenly thrashed violently, and Xiechun dove headfirst into the water again. Above the sea monster, Han Shi slowly pulled the two closer. His one-screen robe had become tattered, revealing half of his withered arm. Xiechun, using the rope, climbed atop the sea monster, firmly wedging himself into the most wrinkled mountaintop, just like Han Shi. The sea monster continued to thrash violently, perhaps enraged, or perhaps hoping to throw the annoying creature who had ventured onto its summit off and devour it. Although it was bumpy, the mountaintop was within the sea monster's visual range, better than being in the water. Everyone watched the two men discuss something and activate their wristbands. "Don't worry, Xiaobai and I are fine." Xiechun's words finally brought a look of relief to the three anxiously waiting on the shore. "Can you make it back?" Jiang Zheping asked worriedly. The two's location was too far away. To make matters worse, as they battled the sea monster, the enemy was clearly gaining strength, its points clearly increasing, and it was almost surpassing Bai Chuan. The brave general, with his strength, could defeat his opponent with skill. After Qi Wenda joined the main force, their fighting style became more stable, and their momentum continued to rise. Two important people from Baichuan were dragged into the deep sea by the sea monster. The deep black color made it clear that they would face countless dangers. The three people on shore were forced to separate, facing an awkward situation. With no alien species on the south coast, they had to head north to avoid death. If they faced the united Kurosawa second team, they would be doomed. The sea monster had swum too far, beyond the range of the lovebirds' abilities. The three were stuck, anxious. "It should be possible, but we have to take a metal boat." Jiechun's rambling words came from the receiver. "Huh?" Zui Xingtian touched the iron pot on his back. "Even if I had infinite iron in my life force, it would still take time. And we don't know how to build a ship, so it'd take forever." "No, we have one ready." Jiechun curled his lips. "What are you planning to do?" Hearing the noise from the other side, and Ning immediately noticed something was wrong and asked. "Fish training." "The three of them?" Chapter 42. After adjusting to the turbulence atop the sea monster, Bai Shu finally noticed the terrifying half of Drought Master's skin, and a hint of apology washed over him. Drought Master dressed modestly, covering himself from head to toe. He must have wanted to avoid revealing his abnormality in his lifetime. Jiechun patted his head. Bai Shu returned the token fragment to Jiechun's backpack. The two of them tacitly kept silent, focusing their attention on the current matter. The boast of training the fish had been made, but the two of them still had no real clue. Dangling with the precious fragment was useless. They had already tried it before. The sea monster had a flexible tail, and releasing the bait would only result in it being snatched away. Bai Shu returned his gaze to the boundless ocean. Training was necessary. The only chance of returning safely to shore lay with the giant creature beneath him. While this creature might seem foolish, it was not at all subservient to the human standing on its head. Realizing that its tail would not only fail to hit them, but would also give it a headache, it abandoned its tail attack, finally turning and diving underwater. It realized the humans above it were afraid of water. Xiaoyi, it's so smart. Like most viewers, even after seeing the two escape, Xiaoyi and Xiaowu were still worried. Even if they were temporarily free, they were too passive. In the sea monster's territory, the sheer force of the attack could kill them. Now the dire situation had indeed arrived. How will Shirakawa number 1 and number 5 cope? Xiaowu was genuinely worried about them. He had no idea what to do, so he could only hope in the two people on the screen, who always managed to work miracles. To make a beast obey, there's nothing better than a combination of sticks and sweet treats, threats and inducements. The former was a rare option. The sea monster's ironclad form proved a formidable opponent. While it was unknown why Bai Shu's Will-o'-the-Wisp could inflict significant damage to the sea monster, it undoubtedly offered a valuable opportunity. But Bai Shu's Will-o'-the-Wisp damage alone was clearly insufficient. Each use lasted only 3 minutes, and after 3 uses, it would enter a cooldown period. They didn't have that much time. They had to find its true weakness. The two didn't have much time to think. Although they remained silent, their tacit understanding was unwavering. Bai Shu summoned Dong Feng to use his second skill, apricots for food, while Jiechun retied them. His Will-o'-the-Wisp was still on cooldown, so using it now would be a waste, but time was pressing. The sea monster wasn't diving quickly, but Jiechun and Bai Shu didn't hesitate, leaping back into the sea, one on each side. Their movements were so coordinated that everyone was stunned, bewildered. Not being allowed to read lips when speaking is one thing, but not even speaking is a bit too much. The color of their bracelets hasn't changed much, so why should they ask the spirit to treat them? I just learned lip reading, and I feel like I'm going to be unemployed. How can anyone else fit in with the chemistry between young lovers? Those with experience in combat can understand their actions. They would probably do the same. The sea monster's back clearly has no weaknesses, so diving early to buy time to find other weaknesses is the best strategy. Bai Shu's target was the sea monster's mouth, while Jiechenyu circled around to its tail. This creature truly forgot to fight. Sensing delicious prey approaching, it impatiently opened its white sac again. The tail wasn't idle either. The large tail at the end sucked in all the surrounding seaweed and rocks, then greedily attacked Jiechenyu. The moment Bai Shu felt the suction, he dropped his will-o'-the-wisp into the water. The previous scene replayed itself. The damage was still high, but far less exaggerated, only about 50 per second. Bai Shu's eyes glared. This wasn't a fluke or an illusion. Will-o'-the-wisp had a specific way to be used. The crowd on the screen could only see that not long after the two men had submerged, the sea monster on the mountaintop suddenly reacted violently, sending waves of spray through the water. The submerged sea monster paused for a moment, tempted to surface and vent. It actually disliked deep water. It was too exhausting. Keeping its massive head above the surface was its most comfortable position. But it was determined, pausing only for a moment before continuing its descent. As it sank deeper into the water, all that remained was a void of darkness, a terrifying prospect. Unable to sense his teammates, the suffocating feeling of being unable to breathe, the combined mental and physical torture made time seem infinitely long. Bai Shu threw a second will-o'-the-wisp. This time, the sea monster didn't open its mouth, and its damage remained at -1. He frowned, afraid to act rashly, clutching his fins and diving down with them. As time passed, the increasing water pressure around him made him feel uncomfortable, especially his lungs, which were suffering from the lack of oxygen. Suddenly, a faint blue light shone from the pure Black Sea. While it didn't offer much comfort in the mortal realm, at least the clearer vision gave him a sense of security. Bai Shu tried to relax as much as possible, reducing his oxygen consumption, mentally calculating the time. When the 3 minutes were up, Bai Shu summoned his will-o'-the-wisp and swam beneath the sea monster again. This time, he got incredibly close, even daring to touch the sea monster's soft mouth. He followed his memory and moved towards the crevice, as if he were forcing his way through the crack even without the sea monster opening its mouth. The sea monster had never seen such a bold prey before. It was a complete insult, but sensing that familiar chill, it didn't dare open its mouth. A hint of fear flickered in its small side eyes. Unfortunately, visibility was poor, so no one noticed. Not only did the sea monster keep its mouth obediently closed, but the wrinkles on its large mouth seemed to be closer together due to tension, as if pursing its lips in protest. This mouth-burning thing is even more disgusting than a hydrangea fish. It's so cute, so whoever wants to eat it can eat it. Bai Shu wasn't giving up. The difference between releasing will-o'-the-wisp inside the mouth and outside it was enormous. He even swam to the spot where the sea monster's mouth was burning, digging for it, but it didn't budge. Not even a crack showed up. The greedy sea monster was utterly upset. It smelled so good, and it even approached its mouth, but it could only look but not eat. It was truly tantalizing. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to pry its mouth open, Bai Shu decisively gave up. After 3 minutes, he already reached his limit, relying solely on a single breath to hold on. Over time, that breath faded. The intense need for air forced Bai Shu to open his mouth, instinctively trying to breathe, but only a stream of icy water invaded his nose and mouth, and a stream of bubbles emanated from his lips. The extreme lack of oxygen caused Bai Shu's bracelet to rapidly change color, and Bai Shu immediately swam upwards. But at that moment, the sea monster, which had been steadily diving downwards, suddenly froze. Though there was no sound and no expression, Bai Shu could sense it screaming from its trembling bladder and slightly open mouth. Bai Shu, with almost unwavering force, threw the will-o'-the-wisp into the water. This time, the damage was slightly lower, but still maintained in the double digits per second. The sinking sea monster instantly leaped out of the water. Bai Shu's oxygen-deprived, powerless body could no longer grasp the sleek fins. The suddenly tightened cloth around his waist squeezed his already slender waist to less than the width of a palm. Bai Shu's mouth gaped in pain, tears welling at the corners of his eyes, but a smile remained on his face. He had succeeded. Before his consciousness faded into darkness, Bai Shu glanced at the sea monster's glowing health bar. It was nearly 1/3 depleted. Jiechenyu, lying on the sea monster's back, was relatively safe, but he also felt a sudden tightening around his waist. Bai Shu, he felt something was wrong, and clung to the sea monster, pulling him back with a strip of cloth and holding him in his arms. Bai Shu. There was no response, so Jie Chenyu had no choice but to hold him tight, waiting for the leaping sea monster to settle. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The people outside the screen watched the clock almost every second. When the two figures they imagined still hadn't appeared by the third minute, many had given up hope. They silently prayed that the worst-case scenario wouldn't come to pass. Thankfully, just before the 4th minute, a large fish leaped from the water, followed by 2 overlapping figures. The sea monster leaped up and down the surface like crazy, clinging to the 2 figures on its back with a firm grip. They truly were fish-training warriors. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief almost simultaneously. After a long moment, the sea monster calmed down and reached the top of the hill. Only then did Jie Chenyu release Bai Shu. Bai Shu's previously pale face had now turned a purplish blue, his abdomen frighteningly thin, leaving bloody marks. Jie Chenyu trembled as he untied the strips of cloth and lifted the hem of his clothes. The bloodstained sight instantly made his eyes red with anger, and he wished he could mince the sea monster to pieces. Dong Feng emerged from his spiritual sea and immediately unleashed his skills. The wounds had faded considerably, and Jie Chenyu's expression had barely improved. He knelt on either side of Bai Shu's body, pressing on his chest. Bai Shu spat out a few mouthfuls of water. Jie Chenyu's face was grave. He hadn't yet woken. Just as he lowered his head to administer artificial respiration, Bai Shu coughed a few times and opened his eyes slightly. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Jie? The ferocious, gloomy expression on the face so close to him hadn't even been retracted, a stark contrast to the usual Brother Jie. Bai Shu wasn't frightened, because those eyes, filled with worry, seemed incredibly vulnerable. He must have been terrified. Bai Shu raised a hand to the back of his head, slightly propping up his upper body, and pressing a kiss. Sorry to have worried you, I'm fine. Jie Chenyu was so shameless. Everyone thought he was someone who could walk through a field of flowers without getting even a single leaf touched. But a kiss so pure and innocent on the forehead made him blush from the tip of his ear to the base of his neck. The fierce aura he had before was nowhere to be seen. Everyone, shock. Xiao Yi and Xiao Wu were stunned. The rapid transition from the tense life-or-death situation to the sour, indifferent air of others' lives was heartbreaking. I never want to look at these two again. It hurts. I feel like a clown. Number 1, what's with all that arrogance? My mom would kiss me like that, too. It's just family affection. I do it to any kid I don't know, it's just politeness. I do it to my comrades, too, it's just a little straight man trick. Who wouldn't? We teammates kiss each other, it's just politeness. I won't say which ones got their guard down. Facing Dong Feng's concern, Bai Shu sat up. Thank you, I'm feeling much better. He felt that a forehead kiss wasn't appropriate for an elder, so he smiled sweetly. Dong Feng caressed his head lovingly. As Bai Shu summoned spirit, he knew Bai Shu's thoughts best, which was quite endearing. By the way, what did you do just now? Why was the sea monster making so much noise? Temporarily safe, Bai Shu asked Jie Chenyu. Jie Chenyu's expression was a bit strange. In fact, when the sea monster had swept Bai Shu away, he had been trying every possible way to find the monster's weakness. However, he had found nothing on the monster's back. This time, after entering the water, and seeing Bai Shu swimming towards the monster's pouch, Jie Chenyu naturally went to the monster's tail to investigate. At first, things weren't going well. The tail was arguably the monster's most flexible part, and the end of the tail had a strong suction force, making it difficult for him to get close. Then, after a few tremors, the monster suddenly calmed down, its belly wrinkles tightening, and even the swinging of its tail slowed down. This gave Jie Chenyu an opportunity. Unlike its iron-like back and flexible mouth, the monster's tail finally had the skin of a normal fish. He traced the tail's tip and found that the texture changed from hard to soft, and the indentations from the mace's blows became more and more numerous. In other words, the easiest part to attack the sea monster was in the upper part of the tail. He realized something, retracted his mace, summoned fire too, and observed carefully. Animals are extremely wary of their own weaknesses, but the sea monster's stiffness gave Li Chenyu an opportunity to exploit. He ventured closer, finally spotting something unusual in the dim red light. There was a dent where the tail met the head. Gathering all his strength, he swung his mace forward. Then, the world spun around, and the waves from the tail surged toward him. Li Chenyu scrambled aboard. Both of them remembered what happened next. The comment section was silent, with only 2 or 3 sparse comments appearing. Could he have possibly killed the sea monster? Chapter 43. Shui covered his mouth and stifled a laugh as he looked at the comments section. Seeing his partner's sudden strangeness, Xiaowu, bewildered and helpless, started the conversation with a serious expression. Although I don't know how Baichuan and the others managed to get the sea monster to the surface, they managed to save it from the jaws of a level 6 alien, which is worth celebrating. He suddenly zoomed in on the screen, where the two of them were, and said sternly, "Oh no! The sea monster is trying to dive again. But Baichuan number 5 has run out of energy." The joking tone in the comments section also changed. It was obvious that the two dives had put a great deal of pressure on Baichuan number 5. This time, he was even injured. It was only thanks to Jie Qinyu's protection that he was not thrown out by the sea monster. On the screen, Baishu had been lying in Jie Qinyu's arms since waking up, revealing only half of his pale face. His brows were furrowed, his lips were bloodless, and he looked small in the embrace. In reality, apart from that stamina monster Jie Qinyu, no one dared to boast that they could hold their own against the sea monster for so long. Only then did people remember the long overlooked fact. Baichuan number 5 was just a freshman, and by all accounts, the most vulnerable type of healer. But he fought tooth and nail, persevering through the sea monster's repeated attacks. You should know that Baishu was already unconscious when he came up the second time, but even then, he didn't press the wristband to disconnect, demonstrating that he not only persevered to the very end, but also trusted his teammates wholeheartedly. With a back injury, he should have been lying down, but that wasn't possible on the mountaintop. Baishu could only half lean in Jie Qinyu's arms, relying on the strength of his hands to hold onto his neck to share the weight. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he quietly wiped them away from Jie Qinyu's soaked chest. Having not felt pain in over a decade, he was very sensitive to it. He was usually able to endure it, but now, for some reason, his tolerance had decreased. "Use the white peach blossoms," Jie Qinyu said. The healing system had taken good care of their health, but when it came to his turn, it wasn't enough. Seeing him like this, Jie Qinyu felt heartbroken. Baishu shook his head. "Here's the white peach blossoms. Use it to deal with the sea monster." He could feel the water level rising. Perhaps it had recovered, but the sea monster was determined to dive again. It was clearly not easy to tame. Its health had to be reduced, and only then would it become afraid and obedient. Yang Fire was the fastest way, and the best deterrent. If he didn't use his skills, even if Jie Qinyu had infinite stamina, he wouldn't have the time to continue to fight the sea monster. And Ning and the others were still waiting on the shore. Baishu was right. The sea monster, with most of its health still remaining, had absolutely no intention of listening to the tiny two-legged monster's thoughts. It simply felt that these two were not easy to deal with, unlike its previous prey, and began to retreat. Its stomach was emptier than ever before, and it ached. Its tail also hurt. It wanted to swim to the deep sea to hide and fill its stomach. The person above it smelled so fragrant, so delicious. Looking at Baishu's determined gaze, Jie Qinyu couldn't argue. He knew Baishu was right. It wasn't that he wasn't anxious. The Kurosawa's second team had overtaken the score, the teammates still on shore, the formidable sea monster, and the fear of being alone in the vast ocean were all heavy mountains weighing down on them. "I'll be back soon, don't be afraid." Jie Qinyu finally accepted the white peach blossoms Baishu offered him, asked the two spirits to help look after Baishu, patted Baishu on the back, and turned to jump into the water again. Sensing someone entering the water, the sea monster instantly tensed, its sac deflated, and its tail curled up tightly to protect its vitals. This time, it built itself into an impenetrable wall, its tail motionless, descending vertically like a dead object, determined and reckless. Jie Qinyu's resolve was even stronger than the sea monster's. Fearing any mishap, he skillfully reached for the tail, and was unsurprised to find it curled up, the hard tail at the end protecting the softer tip. Jie Qinyu scoffed and extended his hand. Golden flames instantly illuminated a small area of the sea, submerging the tail in the golden glow. "Sea monster, surprise!" After lighting the fire, Jie Qinyu withdrew without hesitation, running to the top of the mountain to return the ancestral spirit to the spiritual sea while he protected Baishu. A raging flame burned behind the sea monster, but the difference was that the yang fire spread slowly. Because they were at sea, the temperature wasn't too high this time. It even felt warm to Baishu, who was drenched in salt water and freezing. The yang fire didn't spread at the surface. While it wasn't afraid of water, it couldn't possibly burn in the water. What shocked Jie Qinyu the most was that the sea monster's back wasn't stained with flames, truly worthy of a level 6 alien with all-around defense. The sea monster's tail lashed wildly, thrashing even more fiercely than before. It leaped from the water, then tried to endure the pain and continue diving, determined to fight the two-legged monster to the bitter end. Seeing its life rapidly ebbing, The sea monster, after a minute of stalemate, finally panicked. This flame was completely different from the previous ones. The sea monster, which had long dominated the seas, finally learned to fear. It rose to the surface, its tail, charred black by the flames, waved in a friendly gesture towards the two men. It looked incredibly well behaved. Jiechenyu timed his retraction, his expression grim. He was thankful that Bai Shu knew the sea monster's approximate health, and that the will-o'-the-wisp fire lasted 3 minutes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold his own against the monster. Keeping the yang fire burning for even a minute was a real struggle. Jiechenyu took out a common fragment and threw it into the sea. Before he could react, the sea monster's broken tail had already caught the fragment, which was the size of a sesame seed compared to its body. What is this? Travel expenses. Jiechenyu was pleased to see it take it. Two species with different languages and brain circuits had somehow managed to communicate miraculously. The sea monster was furious. It had clearly been given a fragment of this magnitude not long ago, and now this tiny thing wasn't enough to fill its stomach. Despite the starving sea monster's disdain, its tail still honestly brought the food to its mouth. Jiechenyu patted the small hill to the left of the sea monster and, like a seafaring captain, ordered bluntly, "Turn around." The sea monster was shocked by the biped's brazenness. It had eaten such a small amount, yet it had made him run several times the distance. The two men summoned their ancestors without hesitation. They looked like they were about to start fighting again. The sea monster, with only a sliver of health, surrendered. It was truly timid. Those blue and yellow creatures truly frightened the monsters that lived in the deep sea. And Ning and the other two waited anxiously on the shore. Bai Shu and the captain's location remained stationary. Until Zhuishengtian, in surprise, looked at his wristband and shouted, "They're coming! They're coming!" The two men looked in disbelief, and saw that the two green dots were actually moving back. They had succeeded. The three of them jumped up in excitement, even the experienced third-year student. Training the fish sounds easy, but everyone knows that a level 6 alien is no easy task. Even a team needs to be extremely cautious, let alone two people. Within minutes, the sea monster they hated so deeply reappeared in disgrace. "Get up." The men swam into the water without hesitation. Originally, as they neared the shore, Jiechenyu could have let the three men, with their health and skills fully replenished, attack the sea monster, but at the last moment, he suddenly changed his mind. It would be a shame to kill the sea monster they had finally tamed. The score between Baichuan and Kurosawa Team 2 was now 220 to 360. If the sea monster didn't have over 600 fragments in its belly and couldn't end the match immediately, how would they deal with it? If they were to head north to fight in the dense forest or on the north shore, they would inevitably encounter Kurosawa Team 2. He and Xiaobai had already used their most powerful skills, and would be at a disadvantage against them. Might as well lend the sea monster a hand. Feeling the increasing number of people overhead, the sea monster grew more depressed, and the mountaintop above the water lowered even lower. After their own team members came up, Jiechenyu and Bai Shu finally relaxed. What should we do next? And Ning worried. The opponent's points are fluctuating rapidly. If we want to catch up, we have to go even faster. A malicious look crossed Jietchenyu's pale yet handsome face. Let's go and stir up trouble. He patted the hard iron sheet beneath him. And feed the sea monster while we're at it. North Shore. Even though they were separated, Wang Tao, who kept an eye on Baichuan's movements, narrowed his eyes. The opponent's positioning was truly strange, and their points hadn't increased in most of the day. While this was good news, Wang Tao wasn't so optimistic. The opponent remained silent. Either something unexpected had happened, or they were holding back a powerful move. Now, the opponent's rapid positioning and movement proved Wang Tao's concerns were correct. Baichuan is heading our way. We need to seize this last moment to widen the gap. Hearing this, the gloomy Qi Winda finally showed some signs of reaction. He laughed silently, his eyes tinged with excitement again. Come on. Something's wrong. They stopped again, and the location is a bit odd. Number 3, Li Zi, noticed something. Baichuan and his group were indeed moving north, but their location is too far off. It's like they're not on the island. Not on the island. Are you kidding? Have they turned into fish? Number 4, Zhang Jun wondered. Number 5, Zhang Huai, listened for a moment, then stood up and shook his head. Perhaps it's true. They can't be found on the ground nearby. Wang Tao frowned and said, Zhang Jun, ask your spirit to go check. His spirit Jiang Gui is good with water, making him the perfect fit. After a pause, he added, wait, take Zhang Huai's spirit with you and we adapt. Jiechenyu, and the others didn't really mean to attract the attention of Kurosawa Team 2. There were simply too many alien species over there. The 5 of them seemed to be on a vacation at sea. Jiechenyu and Bai Xuan sat off to one side, while the other 3 unleashed their free-range hunting. There were so many aliens here, incomparable to those on the south coast. Dazzled by the sheer number of them, the 3 decided to splurge, starting with catching every alien they saw, and evolving to only catching those above level 4. This level 6 aliens display was quite effective. The level 4 birds, insects, and fish immediately ran away from it. And Ning's lovebirds were once again put to good use, randomly selecting a hapless individual and dragging him into battle. Xuanzhu, his skill cooldown off, flashed and stabbed the alien. If the alien proved stubborn and still had the strength to escape, it would become a target for Zhui Xingtian's archery practice. The lucky ones who escaped being shot would encounter Jiang Jingping's ghost wall, a transparent turtle shell that would occasionally appear in the alien's path, forcing the injured one back. The shield was originally intended to protect against attacks, but after discussing it with Ning, he had actually figured out how to use it for some sort of control. Bai Shu and Jiechenyu, the 2 radicals, finally took a break and leaned against the hilltop to take care of the alien's remains. The first step was to check the alien's stomach for any fragments of the keepsake. The second step was to confiscate the alien's hard, sharp, and useful materials. The third step was to feed it to the sea monster. The sea monster, from its initial reluctance to its current enthusiasm, had rapidly evolved. It was considered a relatively gentle alien. Its 2 greatest traits, laziness and greed, meant it had no lofty ambitions. Its tough skin made it seldom encounter natural enemies, yet it remained entrenched on the south bank, refusing to move north even after nearly devouring the southern shore. This was a testament to its unique characteristics. Now, it didn't even have to hunt to have prepared food delivered to its mouth. Could there be such a good thing in the world? It no longer resented the people standing above it, and even wished they would stay there forever. After swallowing 2 aliens, the sea monster's sack was still excitedly awaiting its next prey. However, overhead, Shirakawa's team had already called it a day. The power was entering cooldown. The sea monster, with its mouth wide open, said, "Eh." Chapter 44. The score between the 2 teams is currently very close. Shirakawa, coming from behind, is taking the lead. Their consecutive scores are putting considerable pressure on Kurosawa Team 2, but Kurosawa is not to be outdone. Under normal circumstances, Shui would have been incredibly passionate, but this time, his tone was even calmer than Xiaowu's. The audience also looked numb. It was no different, they were used to it. Kurosawa Team 2 had a core player like Shi Wenda, so they were accumulating points quickly. While Shirakawa had injured players, and their captain was not participating, they also had the convenience of the sea monster, so their points were rising rapidly. The 2 teams were evenly matched, chasing each other. Time slipped by, and as the sun began to set, the audience, watching the steadily increasing numbers on the screen, became somewhat numb. But overall, Shirakawa still had a slight advantage. As time passed, Dongfeng's skill cooldown expired, allowing him to heal those injured in the battle, while also significantly improving Bai Shu's injuries. Not only that, Dongfeng's second skill was even more impressive. After several comparisons, those with combat experience noticed that Baichuan's overall skill cooldown recovery speed was faster. This was strange. Although there were slight differences, skill cooldowns were always traceable. If one person was an exception, it would be fine, but how could all 5 of them be evenly faster than Kurosawa Team 2? After discovering it was a primordial skill, everyone was envious. If healing types were relatively rare, then healing types that could restore mental energy were truly rare. Sha Huayu and Xi were almost certain that if Baichuan made it to the national competition, there was a 90% chance that not only Jiechenyu, but also Bai Shu would be invited to the youth training camp. As for the remaining 10% uncertainty, it was because Bai Shu was too young, and the youth training camp had never admitted a freshman. With Bai Shu's recovery and Jiechenyu joining the fight, Baichuan's strength increased. At this rate, Baichuan would undoubtedly be the winner. Yes, at this rate, a 500-point lead was only a matter of time. While the audience was optimistic, Baichuan and his companions disagreed. Kurosawa's second team wasn't just for show. If they found themselves behind in the points, they wouldn't sit idly by and wait for death. Sure enough, just when everyone was confident that Baichuan would win, the sea monster suddenly descended. Everyone's first reaction was that the sea monster was going to turn against them, and Baichuan and his companions were startled. Bai Shu and Jiechenyu, who had dealt with the sea monster the most, had a different view. The sea monster had descended before. Even with the most carefulness, Its massive body would still strain its muscles, and those sitting on it would feel a slight jolt. But this time, it sank with a deathly silence. Like a large rock sinking underwater, silent and still. Jiechenyu patted the sea monster's head, but there was no response. He then took out the precious fragment, but still no response. Be on guard. It could be Kurosawa's doing. Speaking of the devil, he realized it was coming. Jiechenyu frowned slightly. It was getting dark, and he had no intention of delaying any longer. At night, human vision would be obstructed, and the sea monster would likely rebel. Although it was temporarily subdued, its man-eating savagery would remain unchanged. He had intended to kill the sea monster before night fell, but he hadn't expected it to catch the scent the moment he approached. What a good time to pick. Baishu tightened his grip as he saw the rising water level. He and Jiechenyu had both used up their ultimate moves. The pain of suffocating and drowning washed over him, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Don't be afraid. Whether it's an alien or Kurosawa's second team, we're here. And Ning stood beside Baishu, her lips curled into a smile. It's always been the juniors who protected us. Now it's time for the seniors to step up. Jiang Zheping wasn't discouraged by his lack of important skills. Before Baishu arrived, Jiechenyu barely knew how to use Yang Fire, so it didn't matter now. He remained energetic. We have far more healing than they do. Even if the Divine General is powerful, there's only one. We can wear them down even if we just outmaneuver them. The lovebirds pulled the sea monster toward the shallow shore, but its massive size prevented it from moving far. Fortunately, they were already approaching shore, and Jiang Zheping maneuvered mud and sand under the monster, working together to halt its descent. Zhuo Xingtian nodded. That's right. We still have fully awakened spirits. Our lineup is much stronger than before. He handed the bow and arrow to Baishu and blinked. Closing his hand, Baishu felt a sudden sense of peace. With Zhuo Xingtian's return, the lost mace and arrows were no longer a problem. Jiechenyu tossed the mace around and grasped it again. He smiled a subtle smile, a smile so sinister it sent chills down your spine. Yeah, I'm counting on you. The three spoke lightly, their hearts clenched in their hearts as they prepared for a decisive battle. They felt reassured by Jiechen유's words. From his expression, it was clear he was still harboring sinister plans. As dusk fell, the field finally shifted, ushering in the final showdown. Xiaoyu and Xiaowu compared the two teams' performances, watching intently. Xiaowu, Kurosawa Team 2's actions were effective. They stopped Shirakawa's scoring momentum. The score difference is currently small. Shirakawa may have a slight advantage, but with this margin, Kurosawa Team 2 could easily overtake within 10 minutes of eliminating their opponent. Now that Baichuan is in the open, and Kurosawa Team 2 is in the dark, it depends on whether they can seize the opportunity and overpower Baichuan. Jiang Gui's news was timely. Wang Tao was shocked to hear that Baichuan could command what appeared to be a level 6 sea monster, and his brows knitted together. How Baichuan had gotten to this point, leaving aside the question, was that at this rate, Baichuan's points would be no less than theirs. Add to that the points of the level 6 aliens, and if they managed to capture them once they reached the south shore, Kurosawa Team 2 would be helpless. Besides, it was getting dark, and they didn't want to delay any further. Seeing that Baichuan was approaching the shore, Wang Tao immediately decided to ambush him. Eliminate Baichuan and seize the alien beneath his feet. To prevent their location from being exposed, they sent out the spirits in ambush. Success or failure depended on this one move. Spirit number 4, Jiang Gui, was a water type. She wore white clothes and long hair, had a pale complexion, and a strikingly beautiful appearance, and moved freely in the water. Her skills were single-target attacks, and she would seek out suitable targets. They would drag their prey underwater and engage in a gruesome fight. Number 5, the ancestral marmot, had gray-brown fur and was extremely small. It wasn't an offensive type, but it possessed a rare ability, mental control, a single-target attack that could put its opponent to sleep. The commander of Kurosawa Team 2 had clearly changed, and the team style had completely changed, becoming cautious yet assertive. Chi Wenda's decision to step aside had caught Jiechenyu by surprise. Additionally, their limited understanding of the two new Kurosawa members' abilities led to their unforeseen loss. Just as Baichuan had stopped the sea monster from sinking, Kurosawa Team 2 had already approached. They had split up, forming a circle around Baichuan, though they were well hidden. Jiechenyu remained unfazed. He held Baichuan in his arms, sitting comfortably on the hilltop, whispering softly. He then stood up and spoke to the other three, who looked skeptical before nodding in agreement. Seeing the display of Kurosawa's second team, while Shirakawa's team remained steady, Xiaoyi grew nervous again. Although Shirakawa appears steady, facing the heroic general head-on is no easy feat. Chi-Winda isn't alone this time. How should Shirakawa respond? Both teams appeared calm, but a turbulent situation lurked beneath the surface. Land was the perfect battlefield for the heroic general, Shirakawa understood, so he didn't move. Kurosawa's second team also stayed put. Aside from water attributed Team 4, the others weren't at an advantage at sea. Time was of the essence. Shirakawa feared a rebellion from the sea monster, while Kurosawa's second team feared the Marmot's nightmare ability would diminish in effectiveness over time. While nightmare sounds powerful and has no time limit, it's quickly detected by humans, especially skilled summoners. While the aliens hadn't failed to capture the power before, they could escape the nightmare when provoked by external forces. They didn't realize that the awakening of the aliens would also be a problem for Shirakawa, so Kurosawa's second team ultimately moved first. However, the first to charge wasn't the most reckless Chi-Winda, but number 2, Wang Tao. His cane sprouted several meter-long vines and lashed out at Jiang Zhengping. Zhuixingtian, standing nearby, was about to offer assistance when his feet were grabbed by a pair of soft, cold hands. The biting cold sent a shiver through Zhuixingtian's body, causing him to freeze to attention, his hair standing on end. Flustered, he glanced down, only to see jet-black hair, pale skin, and bright red nails, 3 intense colors that immediately made him afraid to look. "Am I beautiful?" Cold fingers touched his calf. Zhuixingtian's eyes welled up. Beautiful as hell. To be fair, Jiang Gui was indeed beautiful. Aside from his pale complexion, he was a completely alluring, enchanting beauty. His white robe, damp and clung to his curvaceous figure. His long, black, seaweed-like hair masked his pallor, giving him a frail look. But his bright red lips added a touch of allure. She was always successful. Unfortunately, he encountered Zhuixingtian, traumatized by the Ghost General's decapitation technique. As the chilling aura of the ghostly spirit surged through his ankles and into his skull, all he could think of was the Ghost General's hideous face. He dared not even look at his face, and immediately seized his weapon and swung it wildly. Ah! With a swish, Zhuixingtian, grabbed by the ankle, slipped into the water. The river ghost had somehow landed on his back, its red-nailed hand caressing the tightly closed, screaming Zhuixingtian lovingly. How heartless! How could you ignore me? Bai Shu suddenly thought of the legendary water ghosts. They drowned for various reasons, harboring resentment and remaining trapped in rivers, unwilling or unable to leave. They would question passers-by, entice them into conversation, and thereby overcome their restraints, allowing others to stay in their place, or even devour them. Bai Shu was startled when he saw Zhuixingtian being dragged into the water, but when Jiang Gui didn't make any harm, he immediately realized this. Brother Xingtian, don't look at him. No matter what she asks you, don't answer. Zhuixingtian closed his eyes and nodded. To confirm his suspicions, Bai Shu calmly cast a will-o-wisp underwater, entangling Jiang Gui in the water. Her health wasn't high, just over 2,000. However, to his disappointment, the will-o-wisp still dealt -1 damage. That wasn't right. Bai Shu felt a hint of disappointment, though he kept it to himself. He stopped using the will-o-wisp and stood up, his bow drawn. He didn't need to participate in the battle. From his vantage point, he could see the whole situation. He remembered what Jiechenyu had said to him earlier. This is going to be a tough battle. I'm afraid we won't be able to focus on it. I leave the command to you. Jiang Zhengping saw the vines coming and was about to resist, but they turned and swept towards Jiechenyu. Jiechenyu dodged sideways and was forced to jump off the hillside, but he didn't sink into the sea. A vine net woven beneath his feet. Chi-Winda and the brave general appeared before him. He had expected this and wasn't surprised. Come on, summon your ancestors. This time, I stick with you until the end. Chi-Winda's face was filled with the excitement of having gotten what he wanted. Jiechenyu took 2 steps back, his expression full of unconcealed disgust. We can fight, but could you please stop using such expressions? Chapter 45. Chi-Winda's facial muscles twitched, clearly enraged. Without a word, he and the brave general attacked Jiechenyu. Jiechenyu raised his mace to block the blow, then turned and shouted, Zhuixingtian. Good. Zhuixingtian's eyes remained closed. Zhuanzhu appeared behind Chi-Winda, catching him off guard and inflicting damage. Chi-Winda, suffering a loss, grimaced. The brave general, now with his second skill activated, charged at Jiechenyu with his spear. Zhuanzhu simultaneously activated his second skill, appearing beside Jiechenyu in an instant. His expression changed dramatically, and he stared intently at the brave general, blocking the blow for Jiechenyu. What a powerful force! The brave general swung his spear, sending Zhuanzhu retreating a few steps. As the two clashed, his arms went numb from the attack. He was, after all, an assassin, and his strength was inferior to that of the brave general. Fortunately, the opponent wasn't a fully awakened spirit, so Zhuanzhu could avoid a direct attack and still manage to deal with it. Being a heroic warrior himself, the brave general aroused a certain aggressiveness. He dodged, atop his horse, and confronted the brave general. "Leave him to me." Jiechenyu nodded. He was too cunning to challenge the brave general head-on. He turned and headed towards Qi Winda. Qi Winda, while declaring a one-on-one fight, was now running faster than anyone else, commanding the brave general to attack Jiechenyu. The brave general possessed immense strength, easily defeating two on his own. Seeing Jiechenyu entangled, Qi Winda, feeling elated, was about to unleash his poisonous scorpion for a surprise attack. With a whoosh, a distant arrow whipped up a sharp wind. Qi Winda, clutching his wounded arm, fled behind a tree. The poisonous scorpion he had just summoned was also killed. He looked up, his teeth aching with hatred. It was Baichuan's healer. The drought master had somehow replaced Zui Xingtian. Her presence instantly evaporated the moisture, and Jiang Gui's clothes, which hadn't been soaked by the water, were instantly dried out. They lay loose around him, making him look much more clumsy. The thirsty environment weakened her. Standing barefoot on the beach, her movements were slow, and her charming, entangled movements were truly powerless. The man in her arms was replaced by a half-mummy woman, even stranger than herself. Even with her half-witted face, Jiang Gui's bewilderment was evident. Still, as usual, she gently asked, "Am I beautiful?" Han Shi carefully examined her features, and replied honestly, "Very beautiful." Jiang Gui's face displayed a gleeful, yet cold smile. She extended her long, bright red nails toward Han Shi, her voice shrill, "Then you can take my place." Bai Shu retracted his bow and arrow, patting his head. He didn't have time to speak to Han Shi. He turned his head and looked over, instantly relieved. Her face also changed. Her distinct black and white eyes turned a terrifying pure black. Her red nails grew several times larger, becoming hard claws. Her small face swelled to twice its original size, her beautiful features gone. She stomped barefoot on the sandy beach, charging at Han Shi with her fangs and claws bared. If it had been in the dark night, the still, deep water would have been somewhat terrifying, but now, Jiang Gui's high-kicked run, as if his feet were being burned, seemed rather comical. Perhaps unaccustomed to running on the ground, or perhaps because his dry clothes were too shabby, Jiang Gui tripped and fell before he could even take a few steps. His sharp nails dug into the sand, and one snapped off after striking a stone. Handicap master, his face hidden behind his hat, said calmly, "It's not beautiful now." Jiang Gui, "Woo!" Wang Tao ran over. After being attacked by the drought master, his ancestor, who had been missing for so long, finally appeared. It was a very thick maple tree, its trunk so thick that it would take 5 people to hug it. Its surface was extremely rough, covered in protruding bumps. A closer look revealed various human faces. There was a white-haired old man, a beautiful woman. One by one, they scattered from the broken tree gnarls and headed towards the drought master. The numerous demons and ghosts frightened Jiangyan and the other man who had been guarding Bai Shu. Even if these demons had little attack power, they would cause considerable trouble if they were scattered. Bai Shu watched number 2 withdraw and returned to number 3. These two were strange. An attacker and a healer were a normal pairing, but these two weren't in the traditional sense. Rather than the healer protecting the attacker, it was more like a shield protecting the healer. Although he was an attacker, Wang Tao always stood in the most conspicuous position, his vines constantly attracting attention, as if he was afraid that someone would attack him. Bai Shu watched as the maple ghosts charged directly at the drought master, showing no intention of attacking anyone else. This, combined with Zui Xingtian's previous experience with number 2, revealed that Zhuanzhu, who had attacked number 2, had appeared and disappeared so quickly that the opponent couldn't summon the maple ghosts, and therefore use vines to sneak attack Zui Xingtian. He instantly understood, the maple ghosts are passive abilities. They only attack those who injure number 2. Zui Xingtian paused as he ran towards Wang Tao, and turned to run away. Without the swordsmith's spirit, his weapon was ordinary, and his damage against demonic spirits was limited. Better not to get into trouble. Bai Shu shared this thought, and said to the bracelet, "Brother Jie, have the drought master take the maple ghosts and river ghosts away." Jiechenyu, still engaged in a fierce battle, took a moment to respond with a okay. He suddenly felt that letting Bai Shu take command was the right decision. If nothing else, it would at least make him feel better when facing those who were being persistent. Zuishinkian searched for his opponent. Most of Kurosawa's second team had appeared, except for number 5, who had the ability to locate their position by sound, making it easy for him to avoid being found. Thankfully, his efforts paid off, and he located number 4, lurking near the sea monster. Zuishinkian, with his broadsword, struck without hesitation. "What are you trying to do?" Number 4 barely dodged the blow, a cold sweat breaking over his face as he watched the blade brush past his face. "I shouldn't be asking you that question." He, of course, was searching for the sea monster's nose and mouth. His natural poison gas was low, so to poison such a large creature while it slept, he had to get close enough to avoid wasting it. Unfortunately, just as he approached, he discovered a fist-sized hole underwater and pulled it out. He turned and launched the poison gas at Zuishinkian. Number 4 had no idea he was only one step away from death. The two men engaged in a fierce, relentless struggle. If the first time was an illusion, this time was definitely not. The sea monster's tail twitched. Baishu frowned. It was feigning sleep, waiting to reap the spoils. "Brother Jia, everyone, try to get the enemy back out to sea." The sea monster might be feigning sleep. Baishu lowered his voice, ensuring the other party wouldn't hear. The 4 of them were startled. Understood. The battle situation was temporarily stabilized. Xuanzhu and Jiechenyu faced Chiwinda and the Divine Warrior. Zuishintian pursued number 4, Zhang Jun. Ansher faced Feng Gui and Jiang Gui. And Ning and Jiang Zhengping flanked by Shu, the 3 of them providing shields for the 2 attackers, dispersing them from danger and providing long-range attacks. Wang Tao stood at the center of the battlefield, protecting Li Zi. His vines constantly harassed the 3 men on the sea monster's back. Their attacks were weak, and if they could control and separate their shields, they would have an opening. The brave general was difficult to deal with. Xiechenyu hadn't had time to speak within the team. While Baishu had unwittingly become the leader, his every word having a significant impact. He was like a beacon, protected by everyone behind him. Protected by everyone, his arrows also protected everyone. Not only Shioi, but Xiaowu was also shocked. Shirakawa actually handed the command to a newcomer. It's unbelievable that they built such strong trust in just 1 month. Did they know each other beforehand? Shioi shook his head. It's unlikely that all 5 of us just happened to know each other. But if I had a teammate like Shirakawa number 5, I quickly trust him too. He's truly reliable. I suddenly realized that healers are more suited to commanding than attackers. Shirakawa number 5 has performed very well. Why are healer captains so rare? To be honest, while attackers are better at planning, they often get caught up in battle and have no time for detailed command. Letting healers, who are least likely to be caught up in combat, take temporary command is a good option and can avoid many mistakes. Of course, it's a good idea, but it's too difficult. Most healers who awaken to healer status aren't naturally aggressive and easily indecisive. Even if they weren't, even an attacker with Shirakawa number 5's combat awareness is rare. To command, one must first have a combat mindset and be familiar with combat methods, which most healers don't have. This kind of battle was deadlocked for only a few minutes. Gradually, the health of both sides began to drop, and the fighting became cautious. The 2 attackers were still the most seriously injured. On Baichuan's side, Dong Feng used his healing skills, and He Zei's second team also began healing. The white cat ran near Chiwinda, its movements light and agile, hardly burdening the already engaged Chiwinda. But Baichuan didn't give it this opportunity. Compared to Jiechenyu's health dropping to orange, Chiwinda's health, protected by the Divine General, hadn't dropped much. If he were given another chance to recover, how long would it take to defeat the Divine General? The lovebirds flapped their wings, and the cat, which had just climbed onto Chiwinda's body, appeared at Jiechenyu's feet. The soft healing light shone on Jiechenyu, and a look of bewilderment crossed Mo Dian's furry face. He Zei's second team, especially Li Zi's, blushed green. And Ning smiled secretly. Ever since learning about Mo Dian's healing abilities, they had been secretly planning to do just that. Mo Dian, on all fours, persevered towards Chiwinda. The lovebird has a cooldown, and Ning had to help Jiechenyu isolate the heroic general, so she could only spare time to move the ink point. Even just this one time, the interruption of healing made Kurosawa's second team unhappy. What a dog! I just realized today how incredible the lovebird is. While the lovebird doesn't have Mr. Li's powerful skills, and even less attack power, its role throughout the game, speed boosting, monster pulling, support, and heal stealing, made me excited. I bet the lovebird will be banned in the next game. Kuro's healing speed isn't as fast as Shirakawa's. This gives Shirakawa's attackers a chance to breathe. This is the importance of healing systems. They allow attackers to more easily handle high attack power. A strong attacking team's biggest fear is that their supports can't keep up. They lack shields and their healing is limited. Li Zi clenched his fists, forced to unleash his innate healing bead. Chiwinda, the main attacker, had his health protected to the maximum extent possible, while Mo Dian went to number 4's side. The disparity in healing made Kurosawa's second team somewhat anxious. Of course, Shirakawa wasn't having an easy time either. Despite the presence of an awakened healer, and the combined efforts of fully awakened spirits against the Divine General, Jie Qinyu's health was still dropping even faster. His mace was ineffective against the Divine General, so he could only chase after Chiwinda. Chiwinda was no fool, dodging whenever possible. The Drought Master and the Maple Ghost engaged in a fierce battle. Although outnumbered, the Drought Master's attributes were superior, making the match a draw. Number 4 bore several wounds from Zhuixingtian's attacks, and his bracelet darkened. However, Zhuixingtian was injured by poison gas, and the river ghost he had summoned was being attacked from both sides. While he knew how to deal with the river ghost, the cold ghost energy enveloping his body severely restricted his movements. The battle was a relentless, ferocious battle, a thrilling one. Bai Shu calmly fired arrow after arrow at Chiwinda, occasionally glancing at the other battlefields. He was waiting for his chance. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden one. Chiwinda had been hit countless times. Although the blows on his uniform didn't bleed, the pain was undeniable. He raised his eyes fiercely at the handsome young man standing firmly on the hilltop, as if he could see the arrows aiming at him again. The short, frail, healing figure who could be crushed with one hand had dared to provoke him again and again. He must have been laughing at him in his heart as he watched him flee in dismay. Chapter 46. The sky darkened, and Xiaohuayu, staring at the big screen, gave an inexplicable smile. It's getting late, the match should end. Su Xian was still immersed in the battle. The winner hasn't been decided yet. Captain, who do you think will win? Bai Chuan. Why? Su Xian looked back and saw that Bai Chuan was clearly losing. As time ticked by, reaching the final minute, when most of their skills were about to expire, the Kurosawa's second team unleashed an astonishing burst of power. Under the assumption that their healing power wouldn't win, they chose to go all out and quickly end the battle. The brave general ignored the attacking Zhuan Zhu, sacrificing his own health as he thrust his spear left and right at Jie Qinyu. Caught between the two, Jie Qinyu's health plummeted. The bracelet almost instantly turned a dangerous orange-yellow. Xiaoyi's voice cracked with nervousness. One more attack, and Baichuan number 1 will be eliminated. But the ancestor Dong Feng just used his skill. Xiaowu, the captain and the strong fighter are crucial right now. After a full day of fighting, both sides are exhausted physically and mentally. The night sea is bitingly cold, and they rely entirely on their willpower to fight. If their spiritual support is eliminated, their faith will collapse, and the chain reaction will cause the entire team to collapse and quickly fall. Everyone craned their necks to see. Xiaohuayu watched Kurosawa Team 2, unknowingly led into the sea. This scene was remarkably similar to the one they had previously been forced into Yigao's skill range. While he didn't know what Baichuan's plan was when they clearly couldn't use Yang Fire, he said, Baichuan is a team that really keeps people on edge. Led by their captain, everyone likes to hold back. Doesn't Dong Feng still have a skill he hasn't used yet? Su Xiang suddenly realized something. Just then, Dong Feng on the screen suddenly moved. He had just used his healing skill not long ago, so it should be on cooldown now. Everyone was confused. Bai Shu, however, knew it was time to use Dong Feng's skill 3, feign death to survive. The heroic general was a hurdle he couldn't overcome. If he couldn't defeat them, he couldn't win. If he really couldn't defeat them, he could just hide for 10 minutes. But the heroic general was at a higher level, and Bai Shu couldn't be sure how effective Dong Feng's skills would be against them, or how long they would last. So he waited. As Xiaowu had said, the team's morale was crucial right now, and the final skill had to be used at the perfect time. Heizei's second team was anxious. The heroic general's health bar was low, and the annoying guy was about to be eliminated. Chiwinda was getting impatient. This was the time. For some reason, the heroic general's spear, originally aimed at Jie Qinyu, suddenly rose high and pierced through the air, narrowly gliding over his head. He seemed lost in some fantasy, waving his spear in the air as he rushed towards the depths of the sea, oblivious to the trailing Zhuan Zhu. Kuro's Team 2 had never expected Dong Feng, always a healer, to pull such a move. Chiwinda's expression was distorted, and he wished he could devour Bai Shu alive. Jie Qinyu, skilled and daring, used his last remaining lifespan to turn and attack Chi-Winda, but his attack was in vain. Chi-Winda had already fled to the sea, his goal clear. He had initially assumed that Jiechenyu was the most troublesome person in Baichuan, but the sudden loss of his courage, the annoying arrow feather, made him realize that the most troublesome person was the guy. Wang Tao and Li Zi had rarely seen eye to eye with Chi-Winda. Even more infuriating than Baichuan's two hated attackers were the three men atop the sea monster. Their plans were repeatedly foiled. The targets they were about to attack always teleported or were shielded. That would have been fine, but these shameless people even tried to steal their milk. The vine suddenly spread out, attacking Ning, Jiang Zhaping, and Jiechenyu, who was hotly pursuing Chi-Winda. The Drought Master's abilities faded, controlled by the more agile Maple Ghost. Zui Xingtian finally eliminated number 4, and he himself became a vulnerable target, panting for cover. Hide? Why does it sound familiar? A voice echoed through Zui Xingtian's chaotic mind, startling him. He immediately abandoned his hiding and turned around, shouting at the top of his lungs, number 5. Baishu's gaze fell on the approaching Chi-Winda, firing arrows one after another. But he was unaware of a dark figure approaching from behind him. Zui Xingtian's voice echoed simultaneously. His body moved before his brain, but it was still too late. Something grabbed his leg and lunged at him desperately. Baishu looked down. It was indeed number 5. He hadn't known where he'd been hiding, and his whole body was cold. Number 5, Zhang Huai, had indeed been hoping for a 1-for-1 advantage, clinging to Baishu with all his might. His skills were useless at this point anyway. Baishu tilted his head to glance at Wang Tao, whose face was pale from overexerting his mental energy, at the center of the wildly dancing vines. If they had a backup plan, it wasn't surprising the other side had one too. Without the arrow feathers, Chi-Winda moved much more swiftly, his scarred, fierce features finally relaxing. He extended his long arms, and a dark object flew towards him. It was a scorpion, the side of Baishu's body that had been stung when numb. Chi-Winda quickly appeared before him, snatched an arrow, and stabbed Baishu. Aren't you a skilled archer? Try being pierced by an arrow. Wang Tao's original plan wasn't this. Knowing Baichuan's exceptional skills as a healer, he had simply wanted number 5 to catch him off guard and plunge him into the water, distracting Jiechenyu and forcing him to lose the battle. Unexpectedly, the opponent had taken the initiative, causing the heroic general to lose control. Chi-Winda, enraged, actually gave chase. Wang Tao sighed. That was a good thing. If they eliminated the other healer, they still had a chance of winning. Baishu's mind raced. His health hadn't dropped much, so he could withstand 2 or 3 attacks. Wait a little longer, or use the Will-o'-the-Wisp. The others weren't as calm as Baishu. Baichuan was so anxious he wished he could teleport, and the people in front of the screen were choking with anxiety. The gap between the two was truly enormous. As Chi-Winda approached, the size disparity between them became particularly apparent. The ferocious Shura's expression made the figure beneath him seem even more fragile and innocent, completely oblivious to the fact that he was the culprit who had driven Chi-Winda mad. No one, not even Baishu, anticipated this. The arrow landed on Baishu's chest with a clanging sound of metal on metal. Baishu smiled, Zui Xingtian's concerns had paid off. Chi-Winda knew his chance would be lost once the Lovebird's cooldown expired. He immediately dropped the arrow and clamped his hands around Baishu's neck. Baishu's brows furrowed in unbearable furrow, his face a sickly red. He strained to open his eyes, his still free hand refusing to resist, letting it drop as if preparing something. Ah! Don't pinch my precious. How could he have the heart to do that? No, they were rivals, so of course he had to. Forgive me for wanting to call her wife for a second. Jiechenyu was furious, but at that moment, the mountain beneath his feet suddenly trembled. The 6th-level alien had awakened. Everyone was startled, and they had unknowingly gathered around the sea monster, controlling the healers to immediately run away. But it was too late. The huge jolt gave Baishu the opportunity to kick Chi-Winda away. Half of his body was immobilized, and he took a deep breath and let himself slide into the water. As the fear of drowning rose, he was pulled into a warmer embrace. It was Jiechenyu. The sea monster, waiting for its opportunity, completely gave up its pretense. With so many people falling into the water like dumplings, it had enough energy to rival a dozen of its kind. With a flick of its tail, it swept up all those struggling to escape nearby like a magnet. A bountiful harvest, it opened its sack with joy. Baishu had been waiting for this moment. The Will-o'-the-Wisp, ready to go, rushed in before anyone else. 1, 2. The sea monster's belly blazed with a faint orchid flame. This time, the damage wasn't high, but slightly higher than the last time. Bai Shu grasped a glimmer of inspiration. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The sea monster was trying to escape, and it was taking them with it into the deep sea. Crowded at the sea monster's tail, Kurosawa's second team was down a few members. Chi Wenda and Zhang Huai were already at low health, no match for the Will-o'-the-Wisp, and were instantly eliminated. The remaining players, number 2 and number 3, were also losing health. Wan Tao's face was pale, and he could no longer use his skills. They knew they were doomed to fail. There was no point in risking a fight with the sea monster. Before pressing their wristbands, they looked at Bai Chuan, who showed no sign of retreat, with complicated expressions. They had already won, but no one had chosen to leave. Could they still fight? Then look at the two men Jiechenyu, with their scowls. This guy actually has a hidden fire. Isn't heaven favoring him a little too much? In reality, Bai Chuan couldn't fight anymore. The only reason they were able to hold on was because they had long since considered the sea monster a point. Giving it up now would be like cutting off their own flesh. Besides, it had only a sliver of health left. Letting it go would be a waste. Everyone fought the sea monster to the bitter end, fighting with their last breaths. The names of all the members of Kurosawa Team 2 turned gray on the screen, signaling their elimination. Bai Chuan won. However, there were no cheers. The arena was eerily silent. The Shirakawa team hadn't surfaced yet. What were they doing? The sky darkened, the water turned pitch black, and the crowd couldn't even see what was happening underwater. Only tiny wisps of faint flames could be seen. The members of Kurosawa Team 2 emerged in the waiting room in a panic, unable to change out of their soaking wet clothes. They stared at the big screen, panting. This kind of flame always appears around the sea monster. Is it its ability? No way. Aliens generally don't have 5-element abilities, unless they swallowed fire essence. Bullshit. That Jiechenyu. Wang Tao cursed for once, even more furious than Chi Wenda. Even after experiencing it firsthand, he didn't think anything else. Bai Chuan only had fire attributes. Who else could he use, if not him? Compared to the spectators, Kurosawa's second team was the least worried about Bai Chuan. How could these calculating guys let themselves be defeated in the end? Sure enough, a few ripples rose on the water, revealing Bai Chuan's beleaguered men. Moonlight parted the clouds and mist, illuminating the vast expanse, revealing a few figures, a desolate scene. But this desolation was shattered by warm embraces and cheers. We won! Jiang Zheping clenched his hands tightly against his chest, his excitement unbearable. After a day-long stalemate, they won. They advanced to the finals, just one step away from a spot in the national competition. Ah! Zui Xingtian couldn't help but cheer, roaring to the heavens. He was the first to join Bai Shu and Jiechenyu in a hug, his tone indescribably excited. Bai Shu, Captain, we won. Suddenly, there was another person in his arms. Jiechenyu frowned and slapped him. What are you yelling about? Are you trying to attract aliens? Zui Xingtian rubbed his head and quickly covered his mouth, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. And Ning and Jiang Zheping hugged him. Jiechenyu's flattened lips couldn't help but curl up. Yeah, we won. Bai Shu, hugged in the middle, couldn't hide his joy either. He hugged his teammates passionately. He loved to express his overwhelming emotion through hugs. The two precious fragments found in the sea monster's body, and the scattered ordinary fragments totaled 280 points. The final score of Kurosawa Team 2 vs Shirakawa was 630 to 920. Chapter 47. Suddenly losing their buoyancy, Shirakawa and the others fell to the ground in a heap. Knowing they had been in the sea for a long time, the officials thoughtfully transported them directly to the waiting room. Shan Liangja had already prepared nutrient solution and clean clothes to replenish their energy. After drinking a few bottles of nutrient solution and relaxing, the aches in their limbs suddenly surged back, as if they weren't their own. They wished they could just sleep there, but the smell of seawater still clung to their bodies, making them feel cold and damp. Outside, the audience was waiting for them to appear. Ah! I finally understand why the intervals get longer towards the end of the match. And Ning stood up, holding onto the wall, and took a towel to the inner room to change. The remaining few, all boys, didn't shy away and sat outside to change. The others were frank and forthright, but Jiechenyu stood expressionlessly behind Bai Shu. I help you dry your hair. Bai Shu's shirt was halfway off, his arms still raised, the shirt stuck to his head, his voice soft and limp in response. Jiechenyu knew he was exhausted. He only just built up a thin layer of muscle, and he'd been following them around, running, fighting monsters, falling into water, and manipulating the situation non-stop. Unable to call him, Jiechenyu helped him change his shirt and gently dried his hair. However, as he touched his pants, Xiechanyu's fingers trembled, and he took a deep breath and withdrew his hand. He couldn't be completely free of desire. Zhuxing Tian and Jiang Zhengping had cleaned up quickly. They already changed and washed their faces, looking much more refreshed. Seeing Xiechanyu still in his soaked uniform, and looking at the groggy Bai Shu, Zhuxing Tian draped a towel over his shoulder, and said casually, "Captain, go change. I take care of the rest." Xiechanyu turned his head. That expression was awful. Terrifying. What happened? Zhuxing Tian shuddered, suddenly thinking he faced some massive alien again. "I do it myself." Bai Shu rubbed his eyes. Xiechanyu leaned in like a moving heat source, his warmth making him squint for a moment. He picked up the boxer briefs next to him, and began to pull them off. The loose hem of his shirt revealed a sliver of his fair waist. His fingers hooked the waistband of his pants, pulling them down. His bent-over posture made the dimples of his waist particularly pronounced. The rounded curve beneath, his even fairer complexion, and the alluring cleavage caught his eye. A trail of water trickled down his waist and hips from the damp uniform. Xiechanyu's body trembled, his face flushed. He quickly turned around and threw something at the two men opposite him. "Gaw!" Swoosh, snap. Jiang Zhengping's face darkened, his vision darkening. He slowly and tremblingly raised his hand. It was a half-damp towel. Zhuxing Tian, struck on the buttocks by the golden crow, exchanged bewilderment with the golden crow. The soundly sleeping golden crow asked, "Where is this?" Bai Shu nudged Xiechanyu, noticing a slight stiffness in his muscles. "Brother Jia, I'm fine." "Xiao Bai." The golden crow immediately relaxed its anxiety and flew over happily. Days without fighting together are so boring for the bird. "Gaw." Xiechanyu intercepted the black bird and mercilessly tossed it back into his spiritual sea, his usual smile returning. "Let's go now that we're fine." And Ning pushed open the door, suppressing a smile. The team was getting more and more interesting every day. The red and black teams reappeared on the field, and the cheers from the audience suddenly intensified. As the winner of this match, Baichuan's cheers were the loudest. This is the glory of the winner. The group's initial sleepiness and fatigue vanished instantly. And when that short figure appeared, the excitement on the field intensified, and they shouted and vented their uncontrollable emotions. There were also a number of strange noises. "Shirakawa, the cutie healer number 5, is amazing. Look up and see mommy. He's really looking over here. Ah, my wife is even prettier than on the screen." The exaggerated cheers stunned Bai Shu. He twitched his ears, and then lowered his head shyly. Those people didn't look much older than him. Why were they calling him mommy and his wife? Xiechanyu glanced down, and knew Bai Shu was shy. He couldn't help but rub his head. "That's a sign they like you." "Don't touch me, Captain Jie." Xiechanyu helplessly lowered his hand. After both teams took their positions, a staff member stepped forward. "Salute." Kurosawa Team 2 and Shirakawa exchanged glances. The two captains shook hands reluctantly, their expressions looking more like they were about to fight. "Let's go." Sha Huayu stood up. "We gathered some good information this time." Su Xiang spread his hands at Zheng Tianhua. "The captain is always the scariest when he says that." Seely stood up slowly, stretched his muscles, and said to the deputy captain, "Si Kong, let's go too." The two teams stood up, attracting the attention of most people. Shi Wenda looked at the familiar figure at the gate. His expression was no longer arrogant, but rather a rare look of dejection. Even his red hair had dulled considerably. "A lost dog." Xiechanyu scoffed. "What did you say? Isn't it? You must be very upset to be kicked off the team, eager to prove yourself? Now it seems the opposite is true." Xiechanyu ignored his boastful boast and paused before leaving. "Wang Tao is a better captain for you than Seely. Change your style before you become a third-rate summoner." "I know. None of your business." Shi Wenda tooted and muttered angrily, his voice low enough for only himself to hear. Shi Wenda stepped past him, approached Bai Shu, and bent forward with his hands at his waist. His burly figure and menacing expression made him look like a bully preying on a good child. Baichuan and the others were immediately on guard. However, Shi Wenda did nothing. He simply scanned Bai Shu like a scanner, sneered, and walked away without paying any attention to the rest of Kurosawa's second team. Bai Shu clenched his fists. "Captain." His eyes were serious. "Can I double the milk?" Xiechanyu chuckled. "Of course." Because it was getting late, and considering the players' fatigue, only the winner and the finalists were announced. All other matters would be discussed the next day. Baichuan returned to the hotel. The silence was complete, with only the sound of running water in the bathroom. Xiechanyu's hair was pulled back. His face was devoid of playful laughter. His brows furrowed slightly, his breathing became more rapid, and his eyes held a deeper, burning desire. He looked more aggressive than usual, and possessed a different meaning. 17 or 18-year-old boys are prone to impulsiveness, possessing more energy than dogs, and Jiechenyu was no exception. The water stopped flowing, and Jiechenyu covered his eyes. An unbearable emptiness and loss filled his chest after his delusion. Pure joy turned into sweet torment. He longed to rush out and confess his feelings. Perhaps Bai Shu wouldn't mind? He looked at himself in the mirror and curled his lips in self-mockery. So greedy. After smothering his expression, Jiechenyu walked out of the bathroom. It was quiet outside. He saw the empty milk bottle and the already asleep Bai Shu by the bedside, and his heart softened. The golden crow had long since lost its patience and flew out to nestling in Bai Shu's arms. Jiechenyu took 2 or 3 steps to the bed, grabbed the golden crow's wings and tossed it aside, then held it in his arms with restraint and reserve. The feeling of fullness in his arms was so much better, and rationality returned to his mind. Now is not the time. When he's older, he won't understand. The golden crow rushed back angrily, but seeing no place for itself, it took Jiechenyu's hair in its mouth to vent its anger, and reluctantly landed at the bedside. Man and bird tacitly kept quiet. What a troublesome dead bird, Jiechenyu thought before he went to sleep, completely unaware of the even greater trouble that would come later. Bai Shu slept until noon the next day, and when he woke, he was still a little dazed, looking at his 2 green bean-sized eyes. After a night of rest, my brain, exhausted yesterday, felt recharged with energy. Awake? Bai Shu looked over. Jiechenyu had just returned from his morning run, breakfast in hand. Are you a mutant? How could someone be so full of energy? He seemed incapable of tiring. Huh? Jiechenyu was stunned. Bai Shu opened the door. Zui Xingtian was out foraging for food, still in his pajamas. Seeing Bai Shu, he yawned. Good morning. This was a normal person. Why else would he have so much more energy than the average person? He had noticed before that Jiechenyu's health and mental strength were higher than average, and he hadn't expected him to recover so quickly. You're amazing. Ahem. Jiechenyu choked on his water, inexplicably afraid to meet those sparkling faces filled with admiration. Oh my god, it must be natural. Bai Chuan and the others packed up and returned to the arena. It looked quite a bit quieter now that there were no matches. Staff were already waiting there, ushering them into a room. There were the fragments they had obtained this time. There were 6 rare fragments and 32 common fragments. 3 were water attributed, and the remaining 3 were wood, metal, and earth. The other party held out a slightly larger fragment, made up of 2 fragments. Bai Shu remembered it came from a sea monster. Its blue color indicated water. You're lucky. You have a common fragment that matches the rare fragment, and it's also an easily summonable beast attribute fragment. Aside from Jiechenyu, who had fire attributes, the others were considering whether to accept the token fragment. While the official hope is that summoners can employ more diverse strategies against the ancestral spirits, more ancestral spirits isn't necessarily better. More accurately, the number of unawakened ancestral spirits should be limited. Unawakened ancestral spirits are uncontrollable, and they mostly act on their natural instincts. If luck leads to summoning a gentle ancestral spirit, it's fine. If bad luck leads to summoning a stubborn ancestral spirit, especially one of the demon, ghost, or beast type, summoning multiple can easily cause trouble for the summoner during battle and be counterproductive. Generally speaking, it's best to have no more than 3 unawakened ancestral spirits. The others considered carefully. And Ning, without hesitation, chose the rare fragment that happened to correspond to a common fragment. With countless fragments in the world, the chances of finding another fragment were extremely slim. Furthermore, this was a beast-type ancestral spirit that was easily fully awakened, and Ning didn't want to give up. The information provided by this fragment suggests the ancestor is in the ocean. The ordinary fragment is engraved with a coral, while the precious fragment features a smooth horizontal arc, resembling both a wave and a fish's belly. The regular lines of skin on the arc suggest it's the latter. I want this, Ning said. Although she is a water type, neither her own skills nor those of her ancestor are specifically suited for underwater combat. If she had an ancestor like Jiang Gui or Shui Viper, Bai Shu wouldn't have to repeatedly fall into the water and suffocate during this competition. The early battles against the sea monster wouldn't have relied solely on Jiechenyu and Bai Shu, who were left to fret on shore. Who knows if the finals will be held in the water again? She desperately needs this ancestor. As if sensing Ning's ardent wish, the token fragment glowed for a moment, and Ning was overjoyed. The other fragments had been exchanged for points. These fragments had no clear direction, no special feeling, and no connection to the summoned ancestor, leaving everyone feeling a little disappointed. Having witnessed Ji Wenda's heroic deeds, they were more eager to obtain a fragment they could sense than to summon a new ancestor. But with only a few fragments, the probability was obviously low. But with only a few, it was also obvious that it was impossible. The staff smiled. It's okay if you don't have the fragment you want right now. There's an auction going on today, you can check it out. You're so young, you have many opportunities. If you qualify for the national military competition, all the resources in the southern region will be directed towards you. Chapter 48. Except for Jiechenyu, everyone else was confused by the staff member's final words. Exiting the arena, Jiechenyu met several pairs of curious eyes and reluctantly explained, across the entire South District, the token fragments recovered from the contaminated area are primarily distributed in 3 locations. And Ning, I know, the various Academy exhibition halls, auctions, and the Border Army exhibition hall. Jiechenyu nodded. Generally speaking, token fragments obtained by mercenaries and in the hands of individuals are sold at auctions, usually with a premium. But the Border Army undoubtedly possesses the most token fragments, far more than the academies can compare. They also don't have a premium, but the barrier to entry is very high. The most basic requirement is to be a member of the Border Army. The 4 nodded, they all knew this. Jiechenyu changed the subject, but teams that qualify for the national competition can become reserve troops for the Border Army and enjoy the same benefits as Border Army personnel, including access to the exhibition hall. Several people were a little shocked, even in Ning and Jiang Zhengping. That means as long as they make it to the national competition, they're guaranteed to be Border Army personnel after graduation. Not only that, after graduation, they most likely be directly assigned to the elite team. Jiechenyu chuckled, paused, and said, "What do you think He Zhe and Bo Ji were doing while we were preparing for the competition? There's no faster way to grow than training with the Border Army. There, not only can you get early access to the numerous Border Army token fragments, but you can also learn about the first alien species, secret realms, and more. Those in the youth training camp, including Xiaohuayu, Si Li, and their deputy captain, Si Kong, will even have the opportunity to enter the Southern District secret realm alongside the top Border Army personnel." The progress alone was beyond the reach of an average summoner's lifetime. Besides, becoming a reserve doesn't necessarily mean you have to join the Southern Border Army. Many summoners with a track record of reaching the nationals have transferred to other, safer regional armies, or even switched to mercenary service. As long as you're strong enough, you'd be in high demand anywhere. And Ning and the others were deeply shocked. They had only known about the rare fragment rewards for reaching the nationals, and that alone was enough to excite them. Having always been on the weaker team, they had no idea that simply qualifying for the nationals offered so many hidden advantages. Ordinary summoners were proud to graduate and join the Border Army, but top summoners could directly join the reserves. Now they understood the incredible nature of Jiechenyu's decision to choose Baichuan over Kurosawa, and why Bo Ji and Kurosawa were so confident in poaching him. As a member of the Border Army, it wasn't surprising that Jiechenyu knew all this. What intrigued them was, why didn't you tell me all this before? Otherwise, they would have worked tirelessly to become stronger. Jiechenyu pondered. I feel like it would have been pointless to say it then. Without the strength, saying such things would only have added to the worry. And Ning and Jiang Zhengping were struck by a resounding blow. It's different now. We're only one step away from qualifying for the nationals. Saying such things isn't worry, it's encouragement, right? Chanshui in the finals was the team that defeated them in the spring season. To prevent them from feeling any regret, it's necessary to mention it and offer some encouragement. Zui Xingtian was indeed excited and ambitious. What, Chanshui? We definitely beat them this time. Even in Ning and Jiang Zhengping were no exception, their eyes filled with determination. Hearing about the auction, they naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity and headed to the venue together. The summoners seated inside were all older, and even though the auction had already begun, they didn't attract much attention. The staff had thoughtfully prepared a list for them, mostly filled with various token fragments, followed by books and jade, in short, everything. Opening the first page, Bai Shu was stunned. Jiang Zhengping clutched his chest, his face a pained expression. He was heartbroken. Zui Xingtian and Ning, flanking him, tried to help. Deputy Captain, hold on. Jiang Zhengping threw the list away. Even if the Emperor came, he wouldn't buy it. This is hell. The first line read, Precious Beast Type Gold Attribute Fragment Price, 2,300 points. 2,300. More than 20 times the price. The adult world is crazy. Bai Shu nodded in agreement. He had thought that a few hundred points were enough to buy anything, but he hadn't expected it to be even a fraction. After Xiechenu adjusted to the coolness, he scanned a vast expanse of fragmented images, his gaze resting on an ancient tome. Good Mom's Recipe, priced at 30 points. Bai Shu examined the fragments carefully. While he had no intention of buying, there was no harm in looking around. He wanted to summon a new ancestor. Preferably a combat type, he needed a helping hand. Of course, to avoid being banned by Chang Shui in the finals, he planned to summon Dong Feng after the regional summoning competition, thus preparing for the national competition. But it was really expensive. Bai Shu gritted his teeth. Xiechenu explained with amusement, beast-type ancestor fragments are the easiest to summon, and the easiest to fully awaken. Naturally, they're not cheap. And Ning's fragment just now would have cost around 2,000. It's precisely this huge profit that draws so many people into the mercenary profession. Top mercenaries might not be incapable of joining the frontier army, but most of them are hedonists, unwilling to be bound by constraints and preferring to indulge themselves and live a carefree life in the apocalypse. He casually flipped to the end. Fragments like these, with their seemingly ambiguous and confusing patterns, wouldn't be bought even for 100 points. Seeing Bai Shu flipping through, and Ning thought he found something he was interested in. Xiao Bai, are there any you want? We should be able to pool our resources. Jiang Jinping's heart ached. Yes, points aren't as important as the Xianling. Bai Shu shook his head. No, I'm just browsing. He flipped to the end and saw a variety of advertisements. One of them caught his eye. Xianling custom clothing. Next to it was a picture of a woman's traditional costume, which covered a wide area and looked more flexible and lightweight. Bai Shu thought of Han Shi's tattered sleeves and Dong Feng's damaged belt. He tugged at Xiecheniu's sleeve and pointed to the address line below. Xiecheniu understood. He always thought of others. Okay, we go check it out after the filming is over. When they emerged, only Xiecheniu and Bai Shu were left. After examining the fragments, and Ning eagerly returned to try summoning new spirits. Zui Xingtian wanted to work more closely with Xuan and cultivate rapport. Jiang Jinping practically fled the venue. Inspired by Xiecheniu's words, all three wished they could become stronger immediately. Xiechien was much more composed, holding a somewhat incongruous book. Its gaudy cover was striking, undoubtedly a cookbook purchased at a rock-bottom price. After all, any information about spirits on it wouldn't be enough. In this day and age, most summoners were on nutrient-rich diets. Who would bother learning to cook? Bai Shu had a small jar of candies in his arms. They were colorful, soft, and chewy. The amazing taste and rich fruity aroma made it hard not to love them. Xiecheniu watched eagerly as Bai Shu fed him one, counting them while holding the jar. These three are for the seniors, one for Senior Dong, and one for Xiao He. As they divided them up, the jar was already half empty, his glittering cat eyes tangled in a knot. Xiecheniu couldn't bear to see this, and immediately said, "It's okay, Xiao He doesn't like them." Unable to resist, he took another and put it in his mouth. Bai Shu closed his eyes, reluctant to shove the candy jar back into Xiecheniu's arms. "Please keep them for me, or they won't survive the night." Xiecheniu disliked candy, and was firm in his stance, so Bai Shu felt confident in leaving it to him. Xiecheniu was eager to keep them safe. He never tired of watching Bai Shu lose control of his mouth, and act like a spoiled child with a soft voice. The two planned to ask for directions to order costumes. Although Xiecheniu had been to the South District City Center before, it was only for competitions, not for shopping, so he had no idea how to get around. At first glance, they saw the security guard at the gate arguing with someone. The man was about 20 years old, muscular, with dark skin, his hair braided into whips, and his clothes were tattered, revealing a few tattoos. He looked rough and wild, a typical mercenary, and not like someone from the South District. The two were jostling for something. Approaching, they saw it was probably a box containing token fragments. "Please let me in. The token fragment auction is over today. If you want to bid, please come back tomorrow." "But I desperately need the points," the young man pleaded. "I can guarantee that my precious fragment is of excellent quality. It's a fire-attributed beast fragment. There will definitely be someone who wants it. The auction isn't over yet, right? If you put it up, someone will definitely take it." The security guard also looked embarrassed. "Sorry, that's the rule." "Fire fragment." The dark-skinned man's words intrigued Bai Shu. "Can you show us your fragment?" The dark-skinned man had almost given up on trying to find other solutions, but when he heard someone asking about the fragment, he quickly turned around. Seeing that they were only two teenagers, about 16 or 17 years old, his expression was visibly disappointed, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. I have this rare fire-attributed beast fragment. It includes a summoning function. 3,000 points. Do you want it? His. Baishu gasped. He's so bold. The security guard was thrilled to see Baishu and Jiechenyu. He just watched the semifinals yesterday, so how could he not know these two? But when he heard the black skin man's offer, his face darkened, seeming even more anxious than Baishu's. I'm warning you, our auction is legitimate. Even outside the gate, we can't go for it like that. Yuan knew his asking price was high. He hadn't expected these two kids to buy it. 2,500, no less. This is a fragment capable of summoning a fully awakened ancestor. If it weren't for a reason, I wouldn't be willing to sell it. Can we take a look? The man carefully opened the lid and quickly closed it, looking as if he were treating it like a treasure. But Baishu saw clearly that the man wasn't exaggerating. The pattern on the fragment resembled two-tailed tips, clearly beast-like, with distinct features. Anyone with even a modicum of experience would recognize this type of tail as belonging to the Canidae family, such as wolves, foxes, dogs, and so on. Adding two tails significantly narrowed the summoning range. But easy summoning has its drawbacks. After all, the fragments are scattered everywhere. If someone else grabs another fragment and summons the ancestor spirit first, the later buyer will be useless. But finding a fragment that suits your needs is not easy. Jiechenyu negotiated with him, but he refused to lower the price and refused to accept the token fragment as a trade-in. Seeing his anxious expression, his lack of interest in further discussions, and his insistence on points, Jiechenyu changed his approach. Are you in trouble? We might be able to help. The dark-skinned man was indeed in trouble, otherwise he wouldn't be so eager to exchange points. He planned to hire mercenaries to go to the contaminated area, but seeing that the two men were only just awakening their innate powers, he didn't think they could be of much help. Annoyed, he simply said, I need to go to the central area to rescue someone. It's dangerous there, and you can't go there. What a coincidence. We just got back from the central area. Chapter 49. I don't believe it. Yuan said without hesitation. No one knew better than them what the polluted central zone was. But there were plenty of talented summoners who had ventured into the central zone at a young age. Some had the strength to make it to the top 16, let alone the edge of the central zone, let alone the nationals. If it had just been Jiechenyu, he might have believed it, but Jiechenyu had added another. He shifted his gaze downward. It wasn't that Yuan looked down on him. This man didn't look like someone who could enter the central zone. He looked so frail, yet he could be lifted with one hand. Baishu, In fact, he felt that since joining the team, with daily exercise, and the milk he drank for nutrition, he had grown quite a bit. However, standing next to Jiechenyu, this growth wasn't as noticeable. The security guard nearby was displeased. He had just watched the match yesterday and successfully joined the Baichuan supporters. He was full of praise for the two's performance. Seeing such a blind man, he couldn't help but speak up for them. Where did you come from? These two are the hottest new summoners this year. Baichuan, their team, has already made it to the regional finals. Making it to the nationals is no problem. I dare say they're the best attackers and healers, especially him. Don't just judge by appearances. Xiaobai is amazing, on par with strong teams like Kurosawa and Boji. The security guard spoke confidently, and Yuan couldn't help but believe it a little more. Healers are very popular in the mercenary world, so it's normal for them to be a little thin. Who doesn't know about the national competition? What summoner hasn't played in the regional competition and dreamed of reaching the top? He had been so busy lately that he hadn't expected the autumn season to reach the finals. Although Yuan wasn't from the South District, he lived there for 6 months and knew 3 strong teams, Kurosawa, Boji, and Chanshui, which occasionally made it to the nationals. He was completely unfamiliar with these two, but he hadn't expected them to reach the finals, proving their strength was at least comparable to Chanshui's. Yuan paused as he was about to leave. He pondered for a moment, then patted his chest. Okay, if you can help me find someone, I give you this token fragment. Yuan recounted his story. He was originally from the West District, a water controller. Although his team didn't make it to the nationals, he had considerable personal ability. After graduation, he became a mercenary. After 3 years in the West District, he took advantage of the nationals to join the main group in the Central District for a transit, then continued on to the South District. A defining characteristic of mercenaries is their restlessness and willingness to take risks. The South District, dangerous for ordinary people, was actually a significant business opportunity for mercenaries. More alien species meant more fragments. Especially since he's a water element, he has a strong advantage in the southern region, and perhaps there are suitable token fragments there. However, today, as he and his companions were completing their usual mission, they unfortunately encountered a vortex at sea. A vortex is a whirlpool in the water. It came on quickly and violently, and before they could react, they were swept into the vortex and forced to separate. Yuan can finally return to shore, but his teammates were nowhere to be seen. A quick look revealed that they were still in the vast sea. He tried to contact them, but only the first time was successful. They said just 2 words, "Run," before being disconnected. After that, there was no further contact, and no way to contact them. He immediately went out to sea again, but despite following the direction of his teammates' location, he repeatedly ran into obstacles, as if possessed, as he watched the distance between himself and his teammates drifted further and further away. The sea stretched endlessly as far as the eye could see, save for the azure sky and the calm waters. Not a single human figure, not even a hair. He then realized the two hadn't simply separated, and hurried back to hire mercenaries with reconnaissance skills to search for them. He was usually extravagant, with little savings, so he had no choice but to sell the token fragment at the auction. This precious fragment had been obtained after the 2 of them had risked their lives. While precious, one of them was a water type, the other a metal type, so they didn't need a fire type. The security guard was very talkative. "Then you finally found the right person. Captain EP1 has a detection type skill. With 1 attack and 1 healer, they definitely rescue your friend, even if they get hurt." The security guard's words resonated deeply. Detection type skills weren't something you could find just by looking for them, let alone a healing type skill. Yuan was thrilled, believing it almost certain. "Great, follow me." Bai Shu, having finally come across a fragment with a high probability of fully awakening, naturally wouldn't give up. Yu called Shan Liangzhe to report the situation. Shan Liangzhe wasn't at the hotel. He seemed busy, too, his voice blaring in the background. "You can go if you want, but please take care of yourselves. This isn't a training session, nor a competition, understand?" "Understood." The 2 hit it off immediately. Yuan hurriedly took the 2 to the Mercenary Association for notarization, then led them directly into the contaminated area. All the way, he chattered endlessly about their previous encounters. The mercenary with Yuan was called Alung. He said Alung was the best attacker he had ever seen. The 2 met by chance on the road from the central district to the southern district. The intersection of the 2 areas was extremely dangerous, and the border troops didn't mind the presence of mercenaries. After all, there was strength in numbers, and it would also serve as a deterrent to any lurking aliens. As a controller, Yuan naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to join the excellent attacker, so he took the initiative to approach Alung. Alung seemed indifferent, but he didn't refuse. Mercenaries weren't as team-oriented as in competitions, nor as organized as in the military. Most of them were wild, forming impromptu teams to fight monsters based on their circumstances and temperament, and then going their separate ways if things didn't work out. Yuan and Alung had always worked well together. Today, they had planned to hunt aliens as usual, but their pursuit had led them unknowingly into the deep sea, where they encountered the socket. "Can I still see his location?" "Yes." Yuan was distressed. "That's the problem. I can see Alung's location and see him moving, but I just can't find him. The bracelet can sense physical activity and turns gray if the wearer dies." Knowing Alung wasn't dead, Yuan rushed to find him. The car reached the seaside, and Yuan summoned his ancestor. A large clam, reflected by the water's light, was an inky blue. The sunlight made it appear multicolored, but only after it submerged did it reveal itself to be black. A dazzling black. It dove into the sea with a swish, and Yuan followed suit, sinking into the shell. Bai Shu wary said, "Eh." He had never seen such a strange spirit before, and thought it was an alien. "Come up quickly." The clam, which had swum away, returned. Yuan knelt inside it, lifting it half his body with one hand and waving at them. Next to him was a little girl, half the height of a human. Her face was cold and composed, like a white porcelain doll, her eyes and hair blue, and blue pearls adorning her neck and arms. She glanced at it, as if curious, then lowered her head to fiddle with her hair. "Okay." The 2 nodded. There were plenty of strange and bizarre ancestral spirits, but they had seen far too few. Yuan took out 3 aquamarine beads, giving 2 to Jiexingyu and Bai Shu. "These are my life-saving water-repellent beads. After eating them, you can breathe underwater like a fish for 15 minutes. Use them if anything unexpected happens." The little girl turned her head and stared eagerly, but her expression remained feigned indifference, which made her chubby face even more endearing. Yuan Can gently stroked her head. Be good, Lon Lon. I give you the water repellent beads next time. Lon Lon turned her head, and the three of them lurched forward. The clam's mouth closed, and their views suddenly went dark. Yuan Can smiled apologetically. Water won't get inside the clam shell. Try not to move to reduce oxygen consumption. Lon Lon will periodically surface for air. Despite Lanlin's small size, she has decent defenses. A level 6 alien species is no problem. Jiechenyu and Baishu nodded. It was clear that the other party had a deep bond with the sage spirit. Yuan Can described him as having traveled through at least 3 areas, so it wasn't surprising that he found additional fragments to upgrade the sage spirit. The three of them rushed towards Lang's location, initially jolted a bit by external impacts. But Lon Lon was very skilled and not at all flustered. As Yuan Can had said, the clam shell was incredibly sturdy. Compared to the hardships they previously endured training sea monsters, Jiechenyu and Baishu would be lying if they didn't envy them. Slowly, however, they could feel the clam shell stabilize, with almost no impacts. Given their previous experience with sea monsters, this wasn't a good sign. Lon Lon stopped for a moment. Come and see. Yuan Can raised his bracelet, and the clam surfaced, carefully opening a small gap just wide enough for the three of them to observe the outside world. Their current location was less than 5 meters from Lang's, and the outside world was a vast ocean. Logically, as long as Lang hadn't sunk to the bottom, finding him should have been easy. But there was no one, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. The clam continued to move toward Lang, but the next second, Lang's location jumped. Looking closely, it strangely appeared behind them. The clam turned and moved forward, repeating this process several times. Lang was a metal element, and his ancestors weren't particularly water-savvy. There was no way he could have jumped to such a completely different position in an instant. But if Lang's location was correct, then they had gone in the opposite direction. But how could they have gone in the opposite direction? Yuan Can smiled wryly. That's right, just like the legendary ghost wall. I even tried deliberately going in the opposite direction, but I still ended up getting further away from Lang. This was the first time Jiechenyu had encountered such a situation, let alone Baishu. Jiechenyu unleashed fire too, and without him even saying anything, Baishu unleashed Will-O-Wisp. Fire too fears water, and can't survive as long as on land. But with Baishu's Will-O-the-Wisp paving the way, it can traverse the water unimpeded. As soon as the Will-O-the-Wisp appeared, the sea's surface instantly sank into a hazy azure, the temperature dropping by over 10 degrees Celsius. It felt like hell, and the surroundings seemed utterly unreal. Hey. Yuan Can wasn't so taciturn. He was genuinely startled, holding Lon Lon and quickly retreating. He was relieved when the Will-O-the-Wisp didn't burn him. No, this obviously powerful skill is incredibly rare, and its cooldown should be over 10 or even 20 hours. How could this prodigal kid just throw it out like that? Jiechenyu unleashed fire too, creating 8 clones that departed in 8 different directions, each with them as their center. This was much more efficient than Yuan Can trying each direction individually. At the same time, he summoned the Golden Crow to observe the situation. Unlike the youngsters who had only awakened a year or 2 earlier, Yuan Can was a veteran of battle, his eyes far more experienced than Xiaohuayu's. He immediately recognized this as a fully awakened ancestor. While beast-type ancestors are easier to awaken, that's only in relative terms. Few at that age have fully awakened ancestors. Yuan Can had initially been skeptical of the two, but now his heart was at ease. I just don't know why the security guard said the shorter man was a healer. He didn't look old enough to be blind. Could he have a healing ancestor? While summoning a healing ancestor for a fire type is as difficult as panning for gold in sand, generally speaking, attack, shield, control, and healing are primarily categorized by the summoner's natal chart. But seeing the two's focused expressions, Yuan Can, full of doubt, didn't ask. Jiechenyu closed his eyes. It wasn't easy for him to focus his attention in 8 directions simultaneously. Finally, he opened his eyes, and the 2 fire ancestor merged into one and returned to his hand. Chapter 50. How's it going? Yuan Can asked hurriedly. Jiechenyu pondered. The same thing happened to Huaer. Huaer's perspective, heading towards Lang, was reversed, just like ours. However, Huaer's position, which was already in the opposite direction, remained unchanged. What did you see? Baishu, I saw Huaer flying straight ahead, but in the end, Huaer and its clones definitely appeared behind us. He paused and added, it's possible that the Will-O-the-Wisp was present, and I didn't see it. Jiechenyu stared at the empty space ahead, intrigued. It's like... Baishu kept pace, looking into the distance. Golden light shimmered on the sea, shimmering and sparkling. It was a rare sight, making the water seem less dangerous. But it was all an illusion, veiled by a false sense of peace. It's like there's an invisible barrier in front of us. Yuan Ken was somewhat discouraged. So there's really no solution? He anxiously squeezed his palms. If all else fails, I just contact the military. Why didn't you go directly to the military? Bai Shu was curious. He had assumed Yuan Ken had only come to the venue entrance to sell shards after consulting with the border troops and finding nothing. Yuan Ken was a little embarrassed. You don't understand. We mercenaries have our own rules. When things get tough, we have our own solutions. Only when there's nothing else to do. After all, they're busy too. Bai Shu hadn't expected mercenaries to be so conscious. It didn't seem like they were inflating shard prices at all. But the next second, Jie Chen ruthlessly exposed his frustration. They're truly overwhelmed. Mercenaries are also widely known as suicidal lunatics. To profit from rare finds or simply for the thrill of it, they ventured into any territory, and the death toll remained high. The military simply couldn't muster the manpower to manage these troublemakers. How could they have the nerve to ask the border troops to clean up their own messes? Yuan Ken blushed a little. Actually, I went to see them, but the border troops seemed very busy and couldn't attend to me for a while. Busy? Jie Chen frowned slightly. The border troops were indeed busy, but so busy that one could tell at a glance that something daunting was going on. He regained his composure, staring at the fire two in his palm with a dazed look. Finally, he opened his eyes. The other side isn't an impenetrable wall. We have a loophole. The fire two's return time is different. Bai Shu understood. This means there's a way to circumvent this invisible barrier. Bai Shu threw out the will-o'-the-wisp, and Jie Chen's fire two followed closely. We need time. This was addressed to Yuan Ken. The two understood without further ado, and this tacit understanding left Yuan Ken stunned. He had also experienced times when he had synergized well with his team. He recalled his days as a freshman summoner, struggling at the academy. Back then, his skills were limited, his spirits were few and weak, and to win, he had to learn to coordinate with his teammates. A group of people striving for a common goal, even going so far as to share food and shelter to cultivate rapport. Although it was hard and tiring, it was incredibly satisfying. After graduation, things were different. Everyone embarked on different paths in pursuit of their own goals. He, along the way as a mercenary, had been on and off with many people, becoming numb to the word partner, let alone cultivating rapport. Suppressing the envy and regret in his heart, he was of course happy to have a breakthrough, no matter how long it took. He breathed a sigh of relief. You two are truly patient. You nearly drove me crazy. What air was flung out again and again, this time aiming at the invisible barrier from different angles. Jie Chen closed his eyes and felt the time it took for Hua Air to return. This time, Bai Shu noticed Hua Air's unusual behavior without Jie Chen's explanation. Not looking ahead, focusing solely on the area behind them, Bai Shu understood. As expected, Hua Air didn't appear at the same time, but the interval was so short that it would have been unnoticed without careful observation. As time went on, the difference in return times became increasingly apparent. Jie Chen slowly identified the direction with the longest return time. Using this as a clue, the three of them planned to follow Hua Air's direction. Jie Chen kept changing his angle, and the three of them carefully arrived in front of the point where Hua Air had been turned. Look! Jie Chen urged Hua Air forward. This time, the distance was very close, and they noticed a momentary interruption in Hua Air's forward flight. They glanced back, and sure enough, Hua Air had returned behind them. This time, Jie Chen changed direction, and Hua Air flew toward the left in front. After a while, they noticed the interruption again, but this time it was clearly longer than before. Although Hua Air had returned to the rear, they had indeed taken a small step forward. There's an invisible, winding path ahead of us. Bai Shu realized. Jie Chen nodded. If we don't go the right way, we be sent back. He turned to Yuan Ken and said, have Lan Lan follow Hua Air's direction. Yuan Ken nodded. Jie Chen repeatedly used Hua Air to test the route, while Bang cautiously followed Hua Air's direction, stopping just before Hua Air's return point, and then finding the correct direction again. Sometimes, two possible directions would appear simultaneously, and one could only choose one, and if they went the wrong way, they would have to turn back. This was extremely tiring and time-consuming, and coupled with the cooldown on skills, the sun had already set before they knew it. The fiery red cloud seemed to be scorched by flames, contrasting with the dark blue flames on the sea surface, as if two previously incompatible spaces had been forcibly squeezed together. The two men remained silent. Yuan Ken was filled with admiration. He couldn't say he could have matched their patience and tenacity when he was 17 or 18. If he had previously harbored a lingering skepticism, he was now incredibly grateful to have sought them out. He dared to say that even recruiting experienced mercenaries wouldn't necessarily outmaneuver them. But it was almost dark, and the danger of spending the night in this haunted place was self-evident. However, after tonight, searching for Ao Lang again might only result in collecting his body. Just as Yuan Ken was struggling with this, he suddenly heard Bai Shu's hiss. Yuan Ken, alert enough, quickly noticed a noise nearby. Clamshell closed his mouth and silently dove into the water. This was clearly not the first time he had done this. He did it quickly and naturally, with incredible cunning. Strange, I just noticed some movement here. The other person's voice sounded a little distorted through the water, but it was a person. You must have heard wrong. There aren't any people in this damn place, not even a hair. Bai Shu was delighted to hear a person. Someone here suggested the situation was better than they imagined. He gestured to surface, but Yuan Ken disagreed. The mercenaries were scattered, with many gray areas among them. Murder and robbery were common, so they were on guard not only against alien species, but also against those with ulterior motives. Almost immediately, the clamshell suddenly vibrated violently, and inside, except for Lan Lan, who seemed to be growing on the shell, the other three people rolled into a ball. Recalling Bai Shu's several negative experiences underwater, Xie Chenyu made a desperate scoop in the darkness. Feeling a soft, familiar touch, he immediately scooped her up in his arms, his water-repellent beads pressing against Bai Shu's lips. Wang Shukong glared at Yuan Ken. He seemed completely unaware of how much Lan Lan resembled an alien. Although the water was so dark that Yuan Ken couldn't see, he subconsciously touched the back of his head, feeling cold. Bai Shu gritted his teeth, pressed Xie Chenyu's hand, and shook his head, indicating that he didn't need it yet. He thought the voice sounded familiar, but couldn't place it. Xie Chenyu's expression shifted, then calmed down. The moment the clam spirit submerged, two figures emerged from the water, sitting in a watery ball. One was thin, the other muscular. If Xie Chenyu were here, he would definitely recognize them. Boji Suziang and Changshui Kong Hui. Kong Hui, the vice-captain of Changshui's first team from the prestigious 3rd Academy, was a third-year student. Though he looked bulky, he was a true healer. Changshui's victory in the spring season was largely due to this powerful healer, who gave Xie Chenyu and the others a hard time. But judging by their appearances, they weren't having a good time. They had been wandering on the surface for who knows how long, listlessly lying in the water, their energy drained, their exposed skin sunburned red. Their lips were chapped from lack of water. Under the water in front of them, a white-haired ape clutched a clamshell even larger than himself, shaking it like a novelty toy. Even so, Su Xiang couldn't save his precious saliva, cursing, "What the hell is this place? They can actually block calls." Splash. The white-haired ape shook its head and, as if offering a treasure, pulled a massive clam 4 or 5 meters long from the water. It shone a dazzling black light in the sunlight. The white-haired ape's two massive hands gripped the clam tightly. "Well done, little monkey. Don't let it open its mouth." Lan Lan, trying to open her mouth to allow the two to meet, said, ? Yuan Ken, don't you know each other? Xie Chenyu, eh? Oh, so stupid. Kong Hui, who had been behind Su Xiang, suddenly shouted, "Be careful." The long silence made the two extremely sensitive to the slightest movement, but they were too focused on the water to notice anything above them. The hovering golden crow sensed its master's intentions, swooped down with a laugh, and landed on the water shield, exhaling a breath of fire. Golden crow? I'm hallucinating. I'm going to die. Su Xiang was horrified. I think it's best if you tell Xiaohu to stop now. Kong Hui was still calmer. Although he was surprised to see Xie Chenyu here, he believed it was real rather than an illusion. How could his hallucination possibly include the person he least wanted to see? Being able to meet someone on the sea was already a blessing, and Su Xiang didn't bother to find fault, and hurriedly let Xiaohu release his grip. The clamshell slowly opened, revealing a little girl with blue pearl hair kneeling in the center. Her expression was impassive, her delicate hair disheveled, making the two men feel strangely guilty. To the left of the clam was an unfamiliar mercenary-looking figure, while on the other side, hugging each other, was undoubtedly Jie and Bai. Although this wasn't the right time to complain, the two had been like conjoined twins since the autumn season, causing Su Xiang to repeatedly suspect Xie Chenyu of possessing a demon. Bai Shu immediately looked at Kong Hui. Their opponent in the finals was also his opponent. Unexpectedly, they hadn't seen each other on the recording, but instead met here. The other person sat quietly within the water shield, his hair shaved close. Unlike the average healer, he had well-developed muscles, especially in his lower limbs, which might lead one to believe he was a shield man. He spoke little, but was often sharp and insightful. He and Captain Chan Shui worked well together, one setting the overall strategy, while the other worked on the details. Chan Shui was one of the few teams with a control-type leader, so their resilience was obvious. The other person showed no expression at the embrace, merely a polite nod. Su Xiang couldn't hide his surprise. "Why are you here?" Chapter 51. This was also the question Bai Shu wanted to ask them. But now wasn't the right time for small talk. Seeing the two men's distressed appearance from lack of water, Bai Shu handed them a bottle of water from his backpack. "Drink some water first, and talk slowly." Their throats were burning as they hurriedly accepted the water and gratefully thanked Bai Shu. They had met here, becoming temporary teammates. Bai Shu and Jie Chenyu briefly recounted their experiences. Su Xiang and Kong Hui, calming down, explained the reason for their presence. Jie Chenyu was right. While the Border Army Reserves enjoyed many benefits, they also had corresponding responsibilities. After watching the semifinals, Boji received an urgent call for water and healing summoners the next morning. A maritime search and rescue operation. People were disappearing in succession in the waters of Central S District and several nearby districts. At first, only 1 or 2 people had disappeared, mercenaries on missions. However, the Border Army's investigation found nothing unusual and assumed the mercenaries had simply encountered danger while on duty. In the apocalypse, disappearances and deaths are not uncommon. Aside from the students participating in the competition, the rest of the population doesn't have bracelets to teleport, especially the mercenaries, who have the highest mortality rate. Seeing no results, even the person who reported the case dropped the investigation. Unexpectedly, a few days later, more people disappeared, and the situation escalated. This time, it wasn't just mercenaries, but also border troops responsible for investigation. Just this morning, a very important summoner of the military disappeared, and those previously sent out either disappeared or returned empty-handed. The military speculates that this is most likely the work of another unknown alien species. Its strength and level are unknown. The only good news is that the missing person is likely still alive. The bracelets used by the military are more accurate and can detect the wearer's vital signs. But after several setbacks, the border troops hesitated to act rashly and mobilized all available water-based and healing summoners. They didn't seek a direct confrontation with the aliens, only to rescue the people safely. Su Xiang and Kong Hui were among those drafted, tasked with searching the nearest area in the central zone. Originally, Kong Hui, a healing type, should have waited on shore, but considering his water-based, shield-oriented nature and his ability to protect himself, and considering that even a minute of early treatment could save a life, the military ultimately approved his request. However, before the two had ventured far, they encountered a water hole and were separated from the main force. Thought it would be no big deal, as both possessed the ability to survive by walking on water, but they never expected to find themselves in such a vast, empty, and endlessly stretching coastline that they could not even reach. Unlike Bai Shu and Jie Chenyu, who had Yuan Kan's advance warning of the unsettled situation at sea, Su and Kong were completely unaware and, therefore, hadn't noticed they were standing still, believing they had been blown too far by the water hole and hadn't seen the garrison. After walking for most of the day, the vast expanse of water was already fading. The sun blazed down on their heads, making them dizzy. A wave of anxiety and strangeness rose in both of them. The two, thirsty beyond measure, tried to call for help but discovered their bracelet's communication function had been interrupted. Then, thinking back to the missing person's case, they realized they had been caught. Compared to the vast ocean, they felt dwarfed. The overwhelming pressure brought a wave of despair to the exhausted men. Thankfully, they were not alone, and their training and mental fortitude strengthened them. They quickly and actively searched for a way out. However, they were trapped in this invisible maze, surrounded by invisible barriers. Without any reconnaissance skills, they could only wander around like headless flies. As the sun set, the two men were so thirsty they almost guzzled seawater, their composure holding them back. Even if they could still survive in the water, healing wouldn't do them any good. Without water, their fate would be nothing but 2 dead fish. That was still an optimistic outlook. There was a high probability they would be devoured alive by the alien tonight. Su Xiang hadn't expected to die so soon, and he was more composed about it than the average student. Growing up in a frontier military family had given him a deeper understanding of the suddenness and inevitability of death than the average student. But even if he died, he wanted to take someone with him. When they noticed the movement in the water, it was at that point they were indifferent to life and death, ready to fight to the bitter end. The white-haired ape sensed its master's resolve and, without hesitation, grabbed the clam shell and unleashed a powerful force that performed a miracle. Until the golden crow appeared. It was undeniable that the two men were filled with excitement and joy. If their bodies hadn't allowed it, they would have burst into tears. In any case, while it wasn't a narrow escape, meeting one of their own was still a blessing. After drinking the water, the two men looked much better. Xiechenu and Bai Shu exchanged a glance, quickly grasping the key point in their conversation. So, after all this time, the military hasn't found a single missing person? Including bodies? Su Xiang said sternly, yes, but judging by the wristbands on the military's missing persons, the chances of survival for those missing for more than a day or overnight are extremely low. This is still a conservative estimate. If the missing person wasn't a water element, or possessed a water spirit, they wouldn't survive even half a day in the polluted Central Sea area. Bai Shu glanced at the calm sea. This means the alien species' true form only reveals itself at night. Su Xiang collapsed into the water film. Yes, we're about to see it and become one of the missing. After listening to the conversation, Yuan Qin became anxious. He looked at Xiechenu. Please continue, brother. We need to get out of this damn place quickly. You have a way. Su Xiang suddenly perked up. His mind was sunburned. How could he have forgotten that this guy also had fire too? Kong Hui's tense face couldn't hide his anticipation. They were all 17 or 18 years old. How could they truly be fearless of death? Xiechenu and Bai Shu exchanged a glance. Wisp was their secret weapon. It didn't matter against Yuan Qin, and Su Xiang didn't have to worry about it either. But Kong Hui was their next opponent. It would be a huge loss to reveal their abilities to the other party without any reason, and it would be even more of a loss without any need. What kind of eye-to-eye battle were these two having? Although they had heard the rumors about Xiechenu and Bai Shu, most people didn't believe them, especially Su Xiang. No one understood better than him how warm and cold this guy was. On the surface, he appeared cheerful, but in reality, he was an arrogant, sinister, and treacherous maniac, a combat fanatic whose passion for killing aliens and becoming stronger was ingrained in his bones. If Bai Shu was Xiecheniu's recognized comrade, he could understand their close relationship, but if someone told him Xiechenu would fall in love, Su Xiang would never believe it. The probability was worse than trying to thread an elephant through a needle or a sow climbing a tree. But facts spoke louder than words. Since the two of them met, they had exchanged countless glances. Their unspoken harmony made it difficult for others to join in, leaving Su Xiang with a tingling feeling. But the two of them were discussing serious matters. If they truly had such emotional rapport, Xiechenu would wake up laughing in his dreams. Bai Shu made a knife-like gesture, his expression a bit menacing. Knock him out? Xiechenu, if they're in danger, I'm afraid I won't be able to save him in time. That's inappropriate. Blindfold, Xiechenu didn't need to tell him, Bai Shu dismissed it himself. It was too deliberate. He couldn't find a suitable excuse for his nightmares. He scratched his hair in confusion, and suddenly an idea struck him. He couldn't control Kong Hui, he could control the source. He curled himself up into Li Chenyu's arms. As long as he huddled tightly, Li Chenyu's size would easily block him. Even Li Chenyu hadn't anticipated Bai Shu's brilliant move. The moment Bai Shu lunged at him, his body stiffened for a moment. Except in times of crisis, he usually hugged Bai Shu as a friend, arm in arm, keeping a safe distance. Only at night, when Bai Shu was asleep, would he quietly place his arm on his chest, pretending to embrace him, but always gently, fearing to wake Bai Shu from his light sleep. They had never hugged so tightly before. It was like a missing part of their body had been found and reattached, a breathtakingly comfortable feeling. Thankfully, the others were so confused by Bai Shu's movements that no one noticed his momentary awkwardness. Looking up again, Xiechenu had regained his composure. He curled his lips and cooperatively extended his arm to shield the other person, completely blocking the three people's prying eyes. He explained, Xiaobai has a bit of heat stroke. Let's get out of here. The other three, did they think they were blind? The agility with which Bai Shu had just burrowed into his arms wasn't a sign of heat stroke. From a vantage point where no one else could see, Bai Shu hurriedly said, I'm a little tired. I need to rest for a while. Kong Hui didn't suspect anything. It was normal for a healer to be a little delicate. Bai Shu looked even thinner than he had in the videos. Even if he was a strong competitor in the competition, his physical fitness was still there. He needed a good rest. Xiechenu lowered his head. Okay, I call you if anything happens. Bai Shu actually regretted the moment he proposed this idea. He was used to being alone, but this was the first time he'd taken the initiative to be so close to someone. The high body temperature, the strong heartbeat, the vibrations in his chest when he spoke, the unfamiliar sensations were transmitted to him without missing a beat, causing Bai Shu to momentarily freeze, unsure what to do. He belatedly realized that the distance was too close. Xie Chenyu felt the same way he did, perhaps feeling uncomfortable. Just as he was about to move away, the other person used force to tuck him into his arms. Thinking of their plan, Bai Shu stopped moving. But Xie Chenyu's presence grew stronger and stronger. His chest beneath his palms seemed to burn. Their breaths mingled, their scents blending. Bai Shu felt uneasy. Xie Chenyu didn't smell bad, and he could even smell the same delicate fragrance of his shampoo. Bai Shu didn't repulse him, he was even used to it. But for some reason, his heartbeat was uncontrollable, wanting to escape. He felt a pat on his back, and Bai Shu discerned Xie Chenyu's voice from the double thumping of his heartbeats. Set fire. Bai Shu gritted his teeth in inward regret. How could he have forgotten his business? Su Xiang and the other two were stunned. Yuan Can hadn't expected the two to have this kind of relationship. Suddenly realizing, he, as a seasoned man, accepted it well. Su Xiang lost his composure completely. He poked Kong Hui, pinch me and see if it hurts. Kong Hui, who had initially been certain it wasn't an illusion, couldn't help but doubt it now. He reached out, pinched, and spun. Ouch! Chapter 52. It hurt so much. Before Su Xiang could recover and angrily curse Kong Hui, the orchid will-o'-the-wisp fire had already swept across the water's surface. Thinking of the pitfalls of the Yang fire, he was filled with terror. He couldn't care less and turned to save him. While the two of them weren't close, they weren't going to kill him, were they? Kong Hui, more rational, also took a step back in shock. Both of them had experienced the painful effects of the Yang fire, and it was impossible not to be sensitive. However, the will-o'-the-wisp fire precisely avoided them. It's controllable. The two were secretly surprised, but now was clearly not the time to dwell on it. They were each preoccupied with their own thoughts, and naturally didn't notice the real person releasing the will-o'-the-wisp fire from Xie Chenyu's arms. But even if they had seen it, they wouldn't have believed it. Yuan Can was no fool. He had played in competitions before, and he immediately understood why the two men acted this way. The two were his own helpers, so there was no need to expose them. He remained silent, even offering some protection. Hua explored the route again, the question of whether to advance or return. After discussion, the group unanimously decided to risk moving forward. Firstly, their current location was not far from All Lang's, and after hearing the military's conclusion that their chances of survival overnight were almost zero, Yuan Can couldn't just abandon All Lang. However, the unknown dangers ahead were too great, and they didn't know when they would find an exit. Xie Chenyu and Bai Shu had come for the fragments. There was no need to risk their lives. Secondly, the military was also searching nearby. Su Xiang and Kong Hui, eager to share their findings, were anxious to return to the headquarters to search the garrison. The wristbands indicated that the main force was ahead. They all needed Hua's guidance, and the five of them were a capable makeshift team. Bai Shu and Xie Chenyu weren't the type to back down easily, so the three parties hit it off. The group continued to wander the sea, stopping and starting. To conserve their skills, Kong Hui and Su Xiang also sat in the clam shell. Thanks to Yuan Can's extensive search for fragments for Lan Lan, the shell had been upgraded several times, significantly expanding its interior space. Combined with Lan Lan, and Bai Shu taking up minimal space, it could barely accommodate the three burly men. To track Hua, the clam shell surfaced, slightly opening a gap for the group to observe the surroundings. After countless detours, their position finally overlapped with All Lang's, just as night was approaching. Strangely, despite their position being clearly within sight, the group still saw no sign of All Lang. Is All Lang in the water? Yuan Can muttered. No, it's a trick. Xie Chenyu stared straight ahead. Hua, standing in front of him, took a single step forward, then appeared behind them the next second. All Lang is right ahead, but we're separated. Nothing could be more depressing than this news. If they could break the barrier, they wouldn't have to go through such a long detour. Alung. Can you hear me? Alung. Yuan Can shouted several times, but received no response. He punched his leg, damn it. The moon had risen in the sky. Today was a beautiful day, without a single cloud in the sky. The bright yellow disk shone on the sea, making everything clear. The full moon, the sea, the giant clam, the calm sea, it was a beautiful scene straight out of a fairy tale. Bai Shu and the others didn't dare relax for a moment, but they were still somewhat relaxed. Don't worry, this guy might reveal his true intentions tonight, Su Xiang reassured them. We haven't lost our way, we haven't scattered, and our physical and mental strength are almost up. We can definitely defeat the aliens and rescue Alung. At this point, it could only be this way. But Su Xiang was right. They were well prepared, with nutrient solution and water supplies, and Dong Feng providing occasional mental energy boosts. Their spirits were strong. With attack, control, shield, and healing all gathered, and the clamshell being a perfect weapon for water travel, the team was well-rounded. There was no reason they couldn't get out. The sea breeze blew, bringing with it the chill of the night, making the men shiver. They waited for the next change, but Bai Shu was the first to notice. The aliens are coming. What? They glanced at the sea surface. Nothing unusual was happening. Although they believed the aquatic wall was a tactic of the aliens, they hadn't appeared or attacked. This didn't align with their predilection for humans, especially summoners, and they were worried. Bai Shu had his suspicions, but just now, the Will-O-Wisp -1 notification kept appearing. This meant the aliens were within the Will-O-Wisp range. They understood without Bai Shu's explanation. The aliens appeared, where the transparent barrier had been placed around them. Gray walls covered in short, fuzzy hairs appeared, not animal hair, but fleshy fibers similar to those found on small intestines. The empty field of vision suddenly twisted, filled with mucus-spewing walls of flesh. Looking around, Yuan felt a little nauseous. Could these be the invisible walls blocking our path? Jie Qinyu closed his eyes, the golden crow's vision from above accurately conveying his message. Of course they are. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Good news. We're very close to the exit. Just 2 more turns, and we'd be out. After the aliens materialized, the golden crow in the sky provided an excellent guide, eliminating the need for trial and error. The others were excited. So what's the bad news? The flesh wall is vast, several times larger than a level 6 mountain sea monster. No other alien features have been found besides the flesh wall. It's very likely an unknown species. From above, the gaps between the flesh walls twisted and turned, like a maze or the interior of some enormous creature. The others paled. Level 6 and above alien species. My goodness, there are plenty of alien species in the South District, but has it gone this crazy? Are level 6 and above alien species everywhere? Yuan lowered his head, his heartbroken expression evident. Another unknown species. Su Xiang gritted his teeth. When had there been so many unknown species? 2 appeared in just a few days. He glanced at Jie Qinyu and Bai Shu. Could these 2 be absorbing alien physiques? But there was no time for them to grieve. The others looked at the flesh wall before them. Yuan checked his palm. Is Alang just across the way? Jie Qinyu nodded. Yes, Jin Wu saw a figure. The 3 parties were unfamiliar with each other's abilities, so after discussing, they formulated a strategy. Yuan took a deep breath, activated his innate ability, and rushed out of the clam shell. He certainly had the resources to come to the rescue. His innate ability was absolute water domain. Once this skill was activated, he became the dominant force within a limited aquatic area. The larger the area, the stronger the enemy, the higher the control, the greater the mental energy consumption, and the shorter the skill duration, with a 20-hour cooldown. The others waited intently. Once the flesh barrier was breached, if there were any unexpected events, Su Xiang would immediately apply shielding. If Lang was rescued, Kong Hui would heal him if the enemy was in serious condition, or Bai Shu's innate pink flower would be used if the situation was serious. Jie Qinyu and Lan prepared to run as soon as they had rescued the enemy. The few of them weren't arrogant enough to confront a high-level alien species head-on. The 3-level barrier wasn't just talk. As they moved, the alien species moved too. The hairs on its fleshy walls secreted a transparent mucus, closing in on them like dumplings. Just as Yuan shortened his control range, attempting to rescue them as quickly as possible, Lan suddenly groaned. The sides of the 4-5-meter-long clam shell were first covered by the hairs. Lan's porcelain white face paled even further, beads of sweat dripping down her face, a pained expression on her face, and a bloody red tinge from her shoulders to her upper arms. With great difficulty, she raised her hand and twisted the clam, placing it upright in the seawater. The beautiful, iridescent black shell on the surface was corroded, pitted, revealing the pale interior. Meanwhile, Lan's shoulder was already bone deep. The clam was reversed, and the people inside were stacked together, but their first reaction was to carefully lift the frail Lan to avoid any scratches. Lan. The flesh before him was incredibly tough, and Yuan couldn't break it open for a moment. Lan's injury left him distraught. Luckily, there were 2 healers within the clam. Bai Shu, a group healer, and a single healer. Kong Hui's natal water coffin healed single healers, while Heiwa, the ancestral water spirit, healed single healers. The human ancestral spirit, the water lord, healed groups, but the healing was minimal and his defense was strong. The group healers were saved for later use. The water coffin took up space, making it difficult to escape. Kong Hui summoned Heiwa, I do it. A child appeared in his hand, only the length of his forearm, with chubby cheeks, black hair, and skin, looking innocent and adorable. He clenched his small hand, and the water around him emitted a pristine white light, flowing towards his palm. He quickly grabbed something shiny from the water, and, opening his fleshy palm, a crystal condensed, emitting a light blue glow, and sank into Lan Lan's wound, visibly healing it. After 3 such attempts, Haiwa's skills cooled down, and Lan Lan's injuries improved. His dominant right shoulder, healed twice, was reduced to a shallow dent. His left shoulder, treated only once, was more hideous, but at least the bleeding had stopped, and the pain on Lan Lan's face had lessened considerably. This was already a good thing, and Yuankan's face finally regained a touch of color, a look of gratitude on his face. None of them had much understanding of their respective skills, and even if they had discussed it, and understood it mentally, they wouldn't have been able to formulate an appropriate response immediately. Now that there was ample healing behind him, Yuankan devoted himself to confronting the flesh wall. The alien's touch wounded him, and Su Xiang became even more focused. This time, he had to prepare a shield not only for Yuankan but also for Clamshell. Time passed, and the flesh wall drew closer. Su Xiang couldn't help but urge, are we almost there? We should leave. If we don't leave now, no one will be able to leave. Yuankan nearly gnashed his teeth as he watched the flesh wall before him, which he couldn't tear apart. Why couldn't he retreat? He'd been awakened for a few more years, and his life force had always been unstoppable. This was the first time he encountered such a formidable alien. What kind of monster was this? There was no time. Although he wanted to save Lan Lan, who had been by his side since he summoned her, was more important. Lan Lan was a demonic spirit. He might never learn Lan Lan's name and fully awaken her in this lifetime, but over the years, he persisted in collecting her fragments, and she had transformed from her initial unconscious state into a living being. So what if he couldn't learn her name? Lan Lan could be reborn from now on. He had long since treated her like a daughter. He couldn't bear to see a few 17 or 18-year-old children die with him. Swearing inwardly, he turned around. Just then, he stopped, not because he didn't want to leave, but because one of his feet was firmly held. Ah Lang. He joyfully lowered his head to shine his ring, only to see a pool of blood. A gap 2 palms wide opened in the wall, opened by his skill. A bloody, thorny mass emerged from the opening and wrapped itself around his ankle. Is this an alien? Bai Shu recognized it instantly. It's human. Ah Lang. Save him! Bai Shu might not recognize all the aliens, but he was all too familiar with the strange and bizarre humanoid forms. Yuankan finally realized what was happening. He cast aside his fear, unsure of what he had caught, and without hesitation, he pulled the creature out of the opening. His hand felt slippery, too soft, and inelastic. Yuankan suspected he was touching subcutaneous fat and muscle, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Even if this piece of flesh was all Lang, it would definitely not survive. Chapter 53. Yuankan had never fought so hard in his life. The bloody man was taken by Kong Hui, who was at the edge of the clam's opening. However, Yuankan did not return to the shell. He glanced deeply at the 2 healers, then at the flesh that had become unrecognizable. He gritted his teeth and said, I leave him to you. Please. He only said please, not daring to hope for rescue. Then he turned and dove into the water. Su Xiang, who was also guarding the clam's opening, prepared to help Yuankan out, saw him swimming backwards, and his pupils trembled. What was he going to do? He was going to kill himself. Yuankan's last glance lingered on Lan Lan. Despite her healing, her long hair covering the scars on her shoulders, she was still very weak. The pearls adorning her head were gray. Carrying so many people was a heavy burden for Lan Lan. Due to the delay, the flesh had receded further. Yuankan couldn't imagine the consequences of letting that disgusting thing touch Lan Lan. Ah Lang, who had shed a layer of skin, was a lesson for him. Determined not to delay any longer, he lent Lan Lan a helping hand. Yuankan placed his hands behind the clam shell, concentrating and gathering strength. He watched as his absolute domain rapidly expanded, waging an invisible struggle against the inward-pressing flesh walls. His face flushed, veins bulging at his forehead. With a roar, His absolute domain stretched the shrinking flesh walls apart. From above, it resembled a date pit. The seawater, without a single breath of wind, formed a forward current, pushing the clamshell forward with unstoppable force. His mind was no longer able to consider the pros and cons. He had no idea when his skills would run out, or whether they could escape before then. He only knew to seize the present opportunity, to gamble on his chances of survival. Ah! A faint roar of anger could be heard from behind them. The people in the clamshell felt a tremendous push on their backs. They immediately understood Yuan Can's intentions, and gained a little more confidence in their escape. Fearing Yuan Can couldn't see the road clearly from behind, Xiechun Yu immediately sent Jin Wu and Hua Er to lead the way. If Yuan Can could hold on to the exit, they might survive tonight. Save him first. Kong Hui carefully placed the flesh ball inside the clamshell. Even though his face was corroded beyond recognition, he still breathed faintly, stubbornly trying to stay alive. But it seemed almost impossible. Several people looked at him with pity. Kong Hui's natal water coffin had a high milk production capacity, and he was known for his ability to fight death. But with such injuries, he wasn't sure he could be saved. He raised his hand, but someone else was quicker. Bai Shu squatted beside the flesh ball, a pink peach blossom appearing in his hand. Brother Hui, let me try first. Kong Hui was startled by Bai Shu's affectionate way of addressing him, and immediately withdrew his hand. Bai Shu didn't think much of it. Although they had just met and hadn't spoken much, they had fought together, experienced life and death together, and their friendship was close. It couldn't be considered unfamiliar. Besides, he's young, so he's used to calling everyone brother or sister. Bai Shu stared intently at All Lang. He'd never known the upper limit of his healing ability, but maybe this time he could find out. Even if he couldn't cure him instantly, knowing his current health would make it easier for them to decide on a treatment plan. The pink flower sank into the flesh. Not only Bai Shu, but everyone else stared at the wounded man without blinking. A flash of surprise crossed Bai Shu's eyes. All Lang's health was actually negative. It wasn't much, but generally speaking, 0 health signifies death. How could it be negative? He must have used some powerful skill. Though the others couldn't see the health value, they were not blind. They saw that under the faint light of the bracelet, the mass of flesh was regenerating at a visible speed. The corroded and damaged skin, with muscle tissue growing back, was enveloped by the skin, and the outline of the figure gradually became apparent. In the end, even the blurred facial features returned to their original state. Not to mention Kong Hui and Su Xiang, even Xiechun Yu was shocked by the scene. Who wouldn't want milk that could revive the dead? The health bar finally stopped at a healthy level, just shy of full. Bai Shu roughly calculated that Fan Hua's health was probably just over 10,000. The man before him was no ordinary person. He had the longest health bar he had ever seen, at over 9,000, nearly 10,000. The man's appearance had returned to normal, appearing to be in his 20s, with a standard inverted triangle figure, slightly taller than Xiechun Yu. His features were strong, his face was sharp, and his hair was slightly long, yet he didn't look feminine at all. Instead, he exuded a cold, murderous aura accumulating from years of battle. Even with his eyes closed, one could sense his sharpness. Just lying there gave off an overwhelming sense of oppression, letting everyone know he was not to be trifled with. To put it in a metaphor, if he were in a wolf pack, he would definitely be the leader. Bai Shu stroked his chin. Perhaps Xiechun Yu would end up like this in 5 or 6 years. Alung hadn't woken up, so Kong Hui stepped forward to check on him. His breathing is steady, his heart rate and pulse are normal, and no further treatment is needed. His lack of awakening might be due to fatigue or excessive exertion. He glanced at Bai Shu meaningfully. Bai Chuan had changed dramatically. This finals would likely be a tough battle. Several people fed Alung the remaining nutrient solution and water. Ah! Behind him, Yuan Can's encouraging roar reached a breaking point. Bonka's speed slowed, and the others knew he had reached his limit. And it had only been less than a minute. He had just passed a corner, and there was still some distance to go before the final one. Lon Lon struggled to her feet, her cold face etched with panic as she hurriedly broke into a voice. Save him! Get him up! Su Xiang, guarding the edge, was the first to notice the flesh wall stretched open by Yuan Can closing. He immediately released his water shield, nearly choking with anger. He had planned to let the water shield hold out for a few minutes while he discussed countermeasures, but the slime almost immediately corroded the shield, creating a small hole and leaving it vulnerable to a single poke. He then realized how difficult it was for Yuan Can to hold out for that minute. His water shield, which counterattacks damage, had only been awakened a year earlier and was only at level 1. However, Its counterattack properties often allowed it to hold out for a while against level 6 aliens, but it hadn't been able to defeat this creature. The water shield wasn't afraid of attacks, the stronger the attack, the better. But it was wary of soft attacks like this. The exit was clearly within reach. If they could hold out a little longer, they could get out. Everyone's faces were filled with anxiety, and Lan Lan kept looking back, her face filled with worry. Su Xiang's face was pale, evidently from overexerting his mental energy. No, the shield can't hold. Quick, get him back. Under these circumstances, the clamshell's speed actually increased a bit. It was clear that Yuan Kin was determined to get them out, no matter his fate. Excessive mental energy use is painful. At first, there's a dull throbbing in the brain, then a throbbing pain like having your skull opened and a tangled mess of tangles stuffed in it, making you wish you could rip your head off. Finally, your mind becomes disorganized, oblivious to who you are. Only someone with an extremely strong will could endure this pain, and they wouldn't be able to continue overexerting their mental energy even after forgetting who they are. That would be fine, but the damage caused by excessive mental energy use is irreversible. At the very least, the mental sea is destroyed, rendering it incapable of summoning, and at the worst, it can lead to mental retardation. As if sensing the summoner's intention, Lan Lan sat upright, his expression shifting from panic to determination. A partially awakened ancestor and the summoner share a fateful fate. I have a plan. Bai Shu looked at Lan Lan. Turn around? Can you do it? What? Except for Li Chenyu, everyone was shocked. Even if we can't escape, there's no need to give up so completely. I have a way to restore Yuan Kan's spiritual power. Bai Shu looked at the approaching flesh wall. While there's still a chance. Su Xiang then remembered that Bai Shu's ancestor, Dong Feng, could restore his spiritual power. But Bai Shu wasn't trying to summon Dong Feng, otherwise Lan Lan wouldn't have needed to turn around. This alien was incredibly powerful, as evidenced by the rapid disappearance of the water film and the injuries sustained by Ulung and Lan Lan. Bai Shu didn't care about any game tactics at this point, he simply wanted to use the safest means to save everyone. Dong Feng's restored spiritual power was likely insufficient. Lan Lan disliked humans, and found it even harder to trust them, even if it was a human who had made her appear. This feeling was unfounded, it was innate. Yuan Kan was an exception, and the human standing before her, more beautiful than a fairy, was barely the second. She had never stared at someone for so long, but Bai Shu's expression remained unchanged, his face etched with seriousness. I believe you. In reality, Lan Lan couldn't help but believe it. The clamshell spun 180 degrees, Lan Lan floating steadily in the center, but the others were doomed to another fate of being piled up like a human. Hold on. Su Xiang and Jie Chenyu, still able to hold on to the unconscious Ao Lang, one on each side, while Kong Hui silently protected Bai Shu. The clamshell spun half a circle, opening a gap. The scattered people, and the ferocious-looking Yuan Kan stared at each other in dismay. Yuan Kan's voice abruptly stopped. Question mark. Go on. Bai Shu shouted sharply, and a white peach blossom from the clamshell pierced Yuan Kan's forehead. What the hell? Yuan Kan was stunned. What a feeling. It was like a long drought finally ending in a downpour. Yuan Kan, lacking words, couldn't describe it. He simply felt refreshed, his headache gone, and he suddenly felt full of strength. He could fight this idiotic alien for another 800 rounds. Does this skill really exist? The absolute domain reactivated without a cooldown, and he couldn't help but howl, ah! This time it felt great. The flesh walls were stretched open again. And they were closer to the exit, closer, just one step away. Out. Everyone's excitement was beyond words. Seeing the endless sea, and the full moon again, no one had ever been so delighted. The golden crow landed on Jie Chenyu's shoulder, looking around warily. Out of caution, even after escaping Yuan Kan, he didn't dare stop, pushing the others away until the strange flesh wall was far behind, unable to catch up. Only then did he feel relieved and return to his shell. Of all the people, his face was the most radiant with excitement. Seeing Ao Lang and Lan Lan intact, his grin stretched from ear to ear. Having a healer was so cool, especially one who could heal both body and soul. It was simply supercharged. He dared to say that if Bai Shu were willing to join their mercenary group, the entire South District, no, all mercenaries in the region, would flock to him. Lan Lan also breathed a sigh of relief, thanking the others rather awkwardly, especially Bai Shu with a sly yet endearing smile. Thank you, her voice was softer than ever. Yuan Kan was stunned. Was this still her aloof Lan Lan? His daughter had finally spoken, but not to him. Bai Shu smiled back. Seeing that he had finally been able to communicate, Su Xiang immediately called to report. Yes, we located the unknown alien and rescued a missing person. This alien is indeed an unknown species, and a high-level one at that. I request that the border troops responsible for the perimeter return immediately for support. After saying this, Su Xiang's expression relaxed considerably. The military will send someone to pick us up shortly. Several people slumped in their shells. As expected, every level was a hurdle. Facing a high-level alien, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Simply escaping had already exhausted all their skills and mental strength. Be careful. Just as everyone was relaxing and the atmosphere was harmonious, something unexpected happened. Chapter 54. A giant monster suddenly leaped out from the front, only a palm's length away from the group, its maw already gaping. It was as if it had been waiting there all along. Dive! Kong Hui and Yuan Qin said simultaneously. It wasn't exactly a tacit understanding, but now simply wasn't the time for a heated battle. The clamshell dove, and Bai Shu immediately thrust the water-repellent bead into the unconscious Ah Lang's mouth. Someone approached from behind. Bai Shu saw it was Jie Chenyu, who frowned and passed the water-repellent bead into Bai Shu's hands. He remembered that he wasn't very good at holding his breath, so he had to keep one as a backup. The alien was small, resembling an enlarged earthworm. Its body was smooth, soft, and scaleless, with its head and tail roughly the same thickness. It had two pairs of symmetrical, slender fleshy branches beneath its body, terminating in discs like suction cups. It wasn't as big as the mountaintop sea monster. Normally, this creature wouldn't be difficult to deal with, but now their skills were exhausted, their physical and mental strength exhausted to the extreme. Only the Landmaster, the Golden Crow, and the white-haired ape could fight. Because of the unfavorable conditions at sea, the Landmaster couldn't perform effectively. The Golden Crow and the white-haired ape could get in, but it was pitch black, and who knew how many more alien species would emerge. Originally, they had assumed that with the presence of a high-level alien species, no more would appear nearby, but with this happening, they were wary of taking chances. Furthermore, they couldn't disperse, and a clamshell as large as this was too conspicuous a target. The Golden Crow and the little monkey were worried they wouldn't be able to stop it. Sure enough, the alien species showed no desire to fight them, and dove into the water as well. Of course, one has to eat a large portion. It was much faster in the water than the little monkey, darting around and opening its mouth to swallow. Its mouth wasn't big enough to swallow the clamshell, but the clear mucus it exuded when it opened its mouth was so familiar that it gave them a bad feeling. Are we going to let Lon Lon be corrupted again? Border troops are arriving soon. Su Xiang gritted his teeth, looking at his bracelet. Hold on for 3 more minutes. Water Priest. Kong Hui summoned his second ancestor. It had originally been his secret weapon. He's called the Shield Healer because his innate skill, Water Coffin, guarantees the safety of the healed once activated, healing and resisting significant damage. However, its drawback is its limited mobility, preventing those inside from remaining conscious. Hence the existence of Haiwa. The Water Priest further solidifies his reputation as a shield healer, an ancestor with strong defense and weak healing. Despite its name, this ancestor is a human. After death, they assume divine duties as guardians of a blessed watery land, providing a safe haven for the summoner to evade attacks and recuperate. It acts as a kind of safe house that can slightly restore health. A figure appeared beside Kong Hui. He looked young, perhaps in his 30s, wearing a round-necked green official robe and a soft-footed hat. With a wave of his arm, a 2-story palace appeared in the direction he pointed. Its 4 corners swayed, and the top eaves were decorated with animal sculptures of various figures. Under the lower eaves, 2 bronze bells flanked the entrance. The men rushed in without hesitation. Lucky luck had finally struck them. The alien couldn't break through the blessed land. Crucially, it didn't have much mucus in its mouth. Kong Hui breathed a sigh of relief. We should leave when the bells ring. We should be able to hold out until the border troops arrive. After confirming that the alien couldn't break through, the men collapsed. Su Xiang and Jie Chenyu summoned the little monkey and the Golden Crow outside, leaving the alien to work. The border troops arrived punctually, earlier than expected. When the warship appeared outside the building, the alien seemed to realize that these dark aliens were not to be trifled with, and abandoned the hunt. The few of them safely boarded the ship, having narrowly escaped danger. It was the first time Bai Shu had seen such high-tech equipment in 300 years. Judging from the surface, the material alone was much stronger than 100 years ago. But it was no wonder, as there were no aliens providing the materials 100 years ago. The coexistence of advanced thermal weapons and ancient spirits made him feel a sense of disorientation. The officer sent to pick them up was young, in his 20s, about the same age as Yuan Kansas judging by his pure black uniform and shoulder patches. He was a lieutenant in charge of the outer perimeter of the contaminated area. The division of the border troops was clear. Those in the inner circle of the contaminated area wore white uniforms, the middle circle wore green uniforms, and the outer circle wore black uniforms. He was a powerful being capable of defeating advanced aliens. Bai Shu couldn't help but look at him. Seeing the unconscious Al Lang, he seemed momentarily surprised and methodically had Al Lang and Lon Lon taken to the medical room for examination. Suddenly, he turned his head. Unexpectedly, the other man also looked over. Bai Shu felt awkward, unsure whether to say anything or avoid his gaze, but the other man smiled first. Military duties are pressing. I excuse myself for now. With that, he left with Su Xiang and Kong Hui. Yuan Kan, worried about Xian Ling and his brothers, followed him to the infirmary, while Bai Shu and the others were led to wash up and eat. Does that officer know you? Bai Shu remembered that the man's initial look at Jie Chenyu wasn't as if he were a stranger. Jie Chenyu didn't hide anything and introduced himself directly. His name is Lu Qing, 9 years older than me. He used to be in my father's unit, and was one of the people who brought me up. He was once the captain of the Kurosawa team and played in national competitions. Calculating the time, he should have just recently graduated from the youth training camp. The youth training camp age is no more than 25. It's not surprising for him to be an officer in charge of the perimeter at such a young age. Bai Shu nodded, noting that Jie Chenyu mentioned once upon a time having seen his childhood playmate, and then Lu Qing, who had raised him, and was even one of them. Bai Shu suddenly felt curious about Jie Chenyu's childhood. Looking into Bai Shu's sparkling eyes, Jie Chenyu finally smiled. You want to hear? Bai Shu nodded. But before he could say anything, he caught sight of Lu Qing returning and Yuan Kan, who looked much more relaxed. He half-hugged her, his head resting lazily on Bai Shu's shoulder, enjoying their rare time together. I tell you when we get back. Lu Qing's gaze fell on the two people's intimate gestures, his expression growing more playful. This time, he looked directly at Bai Shu. Bai Shu, right? My name is Lu Qing. Thank you very much for your contributions to this search. The information you uncovered has been very helpful to us. He bowed. Lu Qing had a handsome face, and despite his towering stature, he didn't seem intimidating. Bai Shu quickly stood up, pulling the languid Jie Chenyu to his feet. You're welcome. Dealing with aliens is a summoner's job. While that was true, truly believing it was rare to find someone who could actually do it. Lu Qing hadn't expected Bai Shu, at such a young age, to have a higher level of understanding than some of the border troops. Even more surprising was how obedient Jie Chenyu was, standing when asked and sitting when asked. This astonished Lu Qing, who had previously struggled with raising children. Bai Shu had a gentle nature, and didn't look like a fighter. Initially, he worried Jie Chenyu would bully him, but now, seeing this wolf disguised as a sheep, his eyes were so soft that tears could be squeezed out of his eyes. It's like a completely different person. Lu Qing got goosebumps. But Lu Qing wasn't one to judge a person by appearances. Bai Shu's ability to bring someone back to life alone was no small feat. Healers this powerful right after awakening could only be found in the youth training camp, not to mention his ability to restore spiritual energy. Although he hadn't seen it in person, judging by the two's descriptions of being able to skip cooldowns, the amount of spiritual energy restored was definitely significant. Skills that restore spiritual energy are rare, and he had never seen one this powerful. Not to mention the summoning of spirits, these two skills alone were outstanding enough. What a talent. Uncle Lu, I'm drooling. Lu Qing rubbed his lips to regain his composure. Seeing Jie Chenyu's half-smile, he was truly stingy. And what Uncle Lu? He's only 9 years older than him, he should be called brother. Glazing at Jie Chenyu, Lu Qing said to Bai Shu and Yuan Kan with a friendly expression, the rewards come in 3 forms. First, a chance to visit the military exhibition hall and choose any fragment of your choice, including top-quality fragments. Yuan Kan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. Even if he didn't become a mercenary in the future and changed his mind about joining the army, he would return to the West District. Being able to see the fragments at the South District military headquarters was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Qing mentioned the first condition first because it was so tempting, especially for non-military students and mercenaries. Seeing Bai Shu's lukewarm response, still expecting him to continue, Lu Qing said, second, a place in the border army and a letter of recommendation from any region. This was what those who didn't want to stay in the South District wanted. Third, 1,000 points. Yuan Kan, I take 1. I choose third. Bai Shu said without hesitation. Jie Chenyu, ditto. Lu Qing, He thought Bai Shu was young and had made a hasty decision, so he winked at Jiechenyu. Even if he's obedient, he can't be so blind. Doesn't he know how important this opportunity is? That's how he got his first fully awakened ancestor, the Golden Crow. Although a top-grade fragment counts as 1,000 points, the two are definitely non-equivalent. The top-grade fragment he doesn't need is worth 1,000 points, but the top-grade fragment he wants can't be exchanged for any number of points. Jiechenyu laughed. He felt that to Bai Shu, top-grade fragments were no different from ordinary fragments. After all, this was a little pervert who used ordinary fragments to summon a fully awakened ancestor. And 1,000 points could buy him several cans of candy, and 2 more sets of custom-made ancestor clothing. But there was no need for him to explain all that. Even though Jiechenyu didn't respond, Lu Qing couldn't help himself. Xiaobai, why don't you reconsider? What if you find a top-quality fragment inside that can successfully summon it? Yuan Can couldn't help but advise, yeah, even if not, encountering a sensory fragment would be great too. Bai Shu knew they meant well, and stated his plan seriously. I already have an ancestor I'm preparing to summon next. I have 1 token fragment I haven't summoned yet, but that's enough for now. So, even if the military has what I want, I have no plans to summon it. Communicating with ancestor spirits takes time. He hadn't yet decided what kind of ancestor spirit to summon for the 3rd time. It wouldn't be wise to summon it rashly. It wasn't the right time, and there was no need to hold all the fragments in his arms. Besides, to Bai Shu, the shard level wasn't important. Top-quality fragments simply provided more information, making summoning easier, not necessarily stronger than other shards. If he didn't go this time and someone else managed to summon it before him, he wouldn't feel any regret. That was someone else's fate. Seeing both of them caring about him, Bai Shu smiled in reassurance. Besides, qualifying for the national competition and becoming a reserve member of the border army won't be of much use to me. The finals are just around the corner, just a few days away. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. He finally understood why someone who seemed soft-hearted could so easily win the heart of the Jie family's young man. Just this calmness, this demeanor, that was not soft at all, was truly enticing. It was as if the final victory was bound to be his. The less powerful summoners were, the more eager they were to collect all the fragments, even if they didn't feel like it, hoping that they might be able to do it in the future. However, there are countless token fragments in this world, and the powerful don't focus their attention or time on collecting them. Chapter 55. Bai Shu was young but had a strong sense of purpose, so Lu Qing stopped trying to persuade him. Well, I look forward to hearing good news from you. The ship docked. Su Xiang and Kong Hui had missions ahead of them, and stayed on board. Yuan Can, concerned about Ao Lang's injuries, also chose to stay. Bai Shu and Jiechenyu decided to return to the dormitory. After such a delay, it was already dawn. And Ning and the others, still in the hotel, must have been worried about their safety, so they decided to go back and rest. The group said goodbye. Kong Hui nodded to the two and solemnly said to Bai Shu, "See you in the finals." Although it was a team battle, there were also individual competitions. The healing team naturally faced the healing team, and Bai Shu, in his opinion, was a formidable opponent. Bai Shu was also looking forward to it. "See you in the finals." Yuan Ken was filled with gratitude. "If it weren't for you, my brothers, and I would have perished here. Don't worry, I go to the notary office when I have time and complete the paperwork to have the fragment delivered to your residence." He still felt that 1 fragment was too little, considering they were facing a high-level alien species. Reflecting that the 2 men wouldn't even accept the military's fragment, he said, "I have 1,000 points here too." Bai Shu quickly waved his hand, interrupting him. "We agreed on this. Besides, without your final push, we wouldn't have escaped. The military's reward was already a pleasant surprise. Why would they ask for yours?" Seeing Bai Shu's resolve, Yuan Can, not one to push back, gave up. "Alright, we're both straightforward people. I, Yuan Can, have decided to be your friend. If you need me to hunt alien species in the future, please call me. I won't hesitate. By the way, Lon Lon wants to say goodbye to you too." He summoned Lon Lon, who had already tidied her messy hair and changed her clothes. The pearls and sequins on her clothes shone brightly, but Lon Lon was so beautiful and lovely that they matched perfectly. She looked even more like a delicate doll. Thinking of herself preening in the shell, Bai Shu was touched by her cuteness and couldn't help but smile. She squatted down to look Lon Lon in the eye. At the beginning of the apocalypse, before he even entered the base, he saw ruins, death, and blood everywhere. Once there, he was still in the cold, austere laboratories and the increasingly desolate surroundings. Having experienced all that ugliness and coldness, he had no resistance to cute people or things. Here you go. Lan Lan's expression remained awkward. She reached out to Bai Shu, deliberately turning her head away from him, but her eyes couldn't help but want to see Bai Shu's reaction. An inner voice told her to stay away from humans, especially not to show her treasures to them, but she couldn't help but get close. Her expression was cold and eager, putting her in a difficult position. In her hand was a remarkably beautiful pearl. It was a rare black, and like her shell, it shone with a dazzling array of colors in the moonlight, like the Milky Way, with its twinkling stars radiating a brilliant light. This was Lan Lan's favorite, her most beautiful pearl. Yuan Can, the old father, was already in tears. No one understood Lan Lan's dislike of human contact more deeply than he did. Thanks to his status as a summoner, his tireless efforts had finally led to a breakthrough in their relationship. But he could only obtain an ordinary white pearl. This beautiful pearl was the apple of Lan Lan's eye, a treasure she cherished dearly. She would only let him see it if she bought her the shiniest clothes, never even touching it. Yuan Can felt a little jealous, but he held back. After all, Bai Shu was pretty, and that was Lan Lan's taste. To be honest, if Bai Shu wasn't so young, he would have insisted on becoming her teammate. The feeling of being able to use skills without a cooldown is unforgettable once experienced. You could tell from Lan Lan's reluctance that she loved this precious pearl, but Bai Shu didn't refuse the child. He didn't understand human courtesy, he simply judged others by his own standards. If he had given something so reluctantly, he would have been disappointed if it was rejected. He held out his palm, and took it bit by bit, observing Lan Lan for any regrets. Lan Lan stuffed the pearl into his arms, huffing, "What are you dithering about?" Bai Shu couldn't help but smile, and kissed Lan Lan on the top of her head. "Thank you for your gift, I love it." Lan Lan froze. Jie Chenyu was petrified. Yuan Can, quietly shattered. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Bai Shu blinked, a look of bewilderment on his face. Lan Lan's cheeks flushed. She feigned composure, glanced at Bai Shu, and then, fleeing to Yuan Can's legs, tugged at the stunned summoner's trousers. "Let's go!" After just their first encounter, Lan Lan actually liked him so much. Giving him a pretty little pearl was fine, at least he had one too. Being kissed was different. He wasn't even allowed to hug Lan Lan, let alone kiss her forehead. Who told Lan Lan to like him? Yuan Can tried to comfort himself, picking up Lan Lan. "If you can make it to the Nationals, we go together on the way to the Central Division." The two went their separate ways, and Yuan Can headed back to the ship. "Hello." He heard Lan Lan calling him in the sea breeze, and he ducked his head. Lan Lan turned her head away, not looking at him. Her voice was a little low, but it reached Yuan Can's ears clearly. "He saved you, that's why I like him." Yuan Can couldn't stop grinning. Jie Chenyu and Bai Shu set off on their return journey, a rare silence. Bai Shu silently observed Jie Chenyu's expression. Although he couldn't tell from his expression, he could sense that it was usually Jie Chenyu who started the conversation. So quiet. Is he in a bad mood? Or rather, like he's having a tantrum. Bai Shu was overwhelmed. When did this start? Just as he was thinking, Jiang Jinping showed up, having borrowed the hotel owner's car. He breathed a sigh of relief to see the two safe and sound. They knew they had gone to the contaminated area, but when the bracelet stopped contacting them, the three of them were truly panicked. Just as they returned safely, they were glad. Seeing their lack of spirits, Jiang Jinping assumed they were tired from a sleepless night and considerately didn't ask any questions, letting them rest. Bai Shu was rewinding the tape, but as his butt touched the soft leather pad, he drifted off to sleep. After escaping, Jie Chenyu seemed less talkative than usual. He assumed it was because the alien's difficult-to-attack nature made it difficult for him to attack, so he was feeling depressed. But it seemed like it was even earlier. Was it when he used his skills on Yuan Can? Rescued Ao Lang? Or when he ran into Su Kong and the others further ahead? He yawned softly and couldn't help but close his eyes. Jie Chenyu, observing from the side, said, "Eh." He sighed and took a blanket to cover Bai Shu. Why was he pretending when everyone else was asleep? He nearly suffocated himself. He was getting impatient. He shook his head and silently crossed out his mind. Bai Shu must have woken up from hunger. When he opened his eyes, the room was dim, and through the curtains, it was already bright outside. He actually slept until noon. He was about to get up when he noticed his arm pressing against him. Jie Chenyu hadn't gotten up yet. He hadn't gotten up yet? Bai Shu couldn't help but be surprised. Ever since they shared a room, Jie Chenyu had always gotten up earlier than him, seemingly full of energy even without sleep, which had intrigued him for a while. This time, He noticed the dark circles under his eyes, and the paleness of his lips. He looked exhausted from the night before. Confused, Baishu lay back down. Something was wrong. With his eyes closed, Jiechenyu looked completely different than usual. Baishu found it strange, and a little strange. He wasn't wearing pajamas, just a white cotton t-shirt. His hair fell obediently to the side of his face, the ends looking a little damp. From Baishu's vantage point, he could see the shadow of his eyelashes, which gave him a somewhat childish look. Yes, he was only a year older than him. His tall figure was squeezed into a corner of the bed, looking pitiful. Is his sleeping posture really that bad? He was trying to move inward, giving him some space. Because Jiechenyu was an early riser, Baishu always slept inside. But when Baishu moved, Jiechenyu happened to follow suit, squeezing them even closer. The tip of his nose touched the other's neck, and Baishu, for some reason, felt his face flush slightly. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard a loud thud, like a thunderclap. Jiechenyu, are you awake? Baishu scrambled to his feet. Jiechenyu replied with a sound of embarrassment, not moving. Baishu felt something was off about Jiechenyu, but he couldn't figure it out, so he asked directly. What's wrong with you? Jiechenyu had been waiting for this question, and a look of grievance suddenly crossed his face. Didn't you ask me about my childhood yesterday? I wanted to tell you. He felt insecure, resting his head on Baishu's chest. Such a large creature, he had to cling to Baishu's frail embrace, which reminded him of a large dog that couldn't even hide its mouth. It was hilarious. I grew up eating at various families' homes. My parents were both generals responsible for maintaining the outer contaminated zone. They, like us, fought their way up from the regional tournament to the national tournament, and then became members of the border army. Jiechenyu glanced at Baishu's expression. There are very few summoners capable of fighting against high-level aliens, and there's a shortage of manpower, so they can't be assigned to other positions. So they spend most of their time in the contaminated zone, where life and death are unpredictable. It's hard to find ordinary people to marry in such a situation. Baishu nodded, understanding. Waiting is a difficult thing, especially when you don't know if you return intact or dead. My parents were always away on missions, leaving me with others. Lu Qing, a few years older than me, was one of them. Because he was in someone else's home, Jiechenyu always had to be thoughtful, polite, and avoid causing trouble. Su Xiang disliked him, and Jiechenyu was no less so when he was young. Su Xiang's father was in charge of the central zone, where he had much less pressure and could only go home every 2 or 3 days. His mother was in charge of the inner zone, which was easy, with many summoners rotating through the system, so they could see each other every day. When he made a mistake, whether he acted willfully or acted like a spoiled child, his parents would always clean up the mess. Jiechenyu was jealous. Jiechenyu's mother was a healer, even busier than his father. Although they were married, they would also work on separate missions. When Jiechenyu was 13, his mother's team disappeared. His father was rarely home. When he saw his father's face, it felt like the sky had fallen. After that, his father was consumed by regret, convinced that his mother was not dead, and the amount of time he spent at home was limited. A year ago, after Jiechenyu awakened his innate ability, his father joined a secret project. Jiechenyu didn't know the details, but he could roughly guess, exploring the more dangerous, contaminated areas outside the outer zone. His mother was declared missing, not dead, because her wristband tracking didn't indicate the wearer had lost vital signs, but simply couldn't be found. This was only true in areas outside the outer zone. For 6 months, there had been no news of his father. However, shortly after his father joined the project, he was granted special permission to enter the military's fragment exhibition hall and select fragments. With his status, he had no access to the secret project, nor could he learn about his father's situation. However, the military's action made him realize that the situation was not good. Jiechenyu suddenly grasped Baishu's hand, soothing him. In the future, you will meet more summoners and face more and better choices. Will you leave me? Chapter 56. Jiechenyu always smiled, and everything he did was methodical, as if he could solve anything, giving off a sense of reliability. Baishu hadn't expected Jiechenyu to have such an experience, such a vulnerable side. His arm was grabbed, and Jiechenyu lowered his head, his expression unclear, but his voice was filled with pleading. Okay nearly slipped out of his mouth, but reason prevailed. I can't guarantee the future, but if our goals align, you always be my first choice teammate. Jiechenyu was satisfied with this answer and curiously asked, what are your goals after the regional competition? Baishu paused. The 5 regions of Yen country were arranged like petals, with the central region in the center, and the other 4 regions scattered around them. Although the borders of the 4 regions didn't connect, at least the roads were open, allowing communication despite the dangers. But the vast majority of people spent their entire lives confined to a single region, or communicating within a few regions. Summoners who ventured outside died or disappeared. This resulted in a significant compression of human living space. For 300 years, humanity's vision was limited to the small, self-perceived territory beyond its boundaries. They knew only that the outer realm was dangerous, the territory of alien species, and that humans and alien species had achieved a delicate coexistence. For most, the outer realm was an unfathomable abyss. Repeated death and failure had left more and more people hopeless, content only to protect their own patch of land. This was the view shared by most summoners, not to mention ordinary people. But Bai Shu knew what the original world was like, and with the alien species appearing without warning, he wanted to see the outside world. So he said firmly, "I will enter the national competition, win first place, enter the secret realm, and after graduation, join the Southern District Frontier Army and explore the lands beyond the outer realm." Xie Qinyu's grip on Bai Shu's back tightened. He still hadn't heard from his parents. Although the military had taken good care of him, even generously allowing him to obtain the token fragment, he hadn't set foot there since summoning the Golden Crow. "I want to join the Southern Frontier Army, become the best officer, join the secret project, and go beyond the periphery." His voice was a touch more cheerful, yet also a bit gritted. "Our goals are the same. You and I are tied together. From now on, whether it's Sha Huayu, Yuan Can, or anyone else I meet after the national competition, trying to snatch you from me, you must not agree." Sure enough, it was because of this. But if Xie Qinyue was invited to another team, Bai Shu would panic, soothing him. "No, I already refused Bo Ji before, and weren't you there? Yuan Can didn't invite me either." But his thoughts were clearly written on his face. Xie Qinyue added in his heart. He pressed on, "I have such a great opportunity now. Of course, I have to find my lifelong teammates. The national tournament is dazzling with summoners from all regions. The temptation is overwhelming. In 2 years I graduate, and you're still in Baichuan, being someone else's teammate, or even captain. What if they forget about me?" Xie Qinyue had originally planned to take it slow, but yesterday, when he saw Bai Shu giving Bai Hua to Yuan Can, he suddenly changed his mind. He couldn't demand that Bai Shu's skills be used only by him, but he was afraid that if someone teamed up with Bai Shu, they might try to steal him. He wanted to slowly cultivate a relationship with Bai Shu. How could he cultivate it if someone else intercepted him mid-sentence? He had to hurry, make a verbal agreement first, and then improve their rapport, making them irreplaceable. It was rare to see Xie Qinyue so childish, and Bai Shu found it somewhat amusing. "Then you can come back and coach the team. We can even play games together, fight aliens." "Yes, together, not like my parents." How could they compare to uncle and aunt? They were partners. Bai Shu was puzzled. He knew that partners were special relationships, meant to be together for life, going in and out together, and being close, just like the people he's seen at the base. Based on these 2 points, he and Jiegu seemed similar. Furthermore, they had no children, allowing them to dedicate themselves to the contaminated area, closer than a couple. "Okay, our relationship will only get closer. It won't be like that." Bai Shu thought about it, and agreed without hesitation. Xie Qinyue was suspicious. He sensed something was wrong. Before he could ask further questions, the house suddenly shook. An earthquake? The two of them, not caring about anything else, hurried away. Bai Shu quickly stood up and tried to run, but Xie Qinyue was even quicker. He swept himself and the blanket into his arms and rushed out of the room, his pace so brisk that he hardly looked like someone who had just gotten out of bed. Bai Shu, looking sideways in a passing mirror, caught sight of himself and Xie Qinyue and noticed something was amiss. He was neatly dressed, not in pajamas or yesterday's clothes, as if he just washed. Up close, he could smell a fresh scent of shower gel. His hair was damp at the roots, messy but neat, making it look even better. He also had frizzy hair, with several irregularly pointed tips sticking up. Bai Shu? ? How could the difference between people be so great? Xie Qinyue's pace slowed as he spotted the source of the earthquake. The hotel was nice, not high up in the sky, but it had a hot spring pool inside and an outdoor swimming pool in the backyard. The pool was now nearly destroyed, cracked on all sides, water spilling onto the ground. The culprit was a giant fish in the pool, but it didn't look comfortable either. The fish was at least 20 or 30 meters long, its head and tail outside the pool, its body curved downwards as it struggled to retract into the smaller pool, but its efforts were futile. Every movement sent a tremor through its feet. This creature was truly enormous, and far more beautiful than the mountaintop sea monster. Bai Shu looked over in amazement, while Ning, Jiang Zhengping, and Zui Xingqian were stunned, even more shocked than they were. The giant fish was a turquoise hue, and from a distance it looked like a piece of jade in the water. Its eyes were large, blinking in a silly, bewildered manner, clearly confused as to what was happening. Most unusual was its enormous pelvic fin, wider than its tail, hanging down at its side, translucent and crystal clear, like a meteor or the finest silk. It was simply cramped, unable to move freely, and thus cradled beneath its body. When it spotted the strange figures, it finally fixed its gaze on Ning. Its eyes narrowed, and its ventral fins moved as if it wanted to swim over, but unfortunately, it was blocked by the pool, which caused the pool to collapse even more severely. Don't move. Although Ning had anticipated the size of the ancestral spirit when she summoned it, after all, she had summoned it as an aquatic mount, she hadn't expected it to be this large. Once the fragments were gathered, it would be even larger, and Ning was about to let it return to her spiritual sea when Bai Shu stopped her. Wait, wait! He tugged at Jiechenyu, signaling him to let him down. And Ning and the others looked at him in shock again. Thinking of his current state, Bai Shu blushed slightly, but business was more important. Have you guessed the ancestral spirit's name? And Ning shook her head. I called it every way, but there's no response. Realizing something, she covered her mouth in surprise. You can't be? Bai Shu nodded excitedly. I have an idea. Kunpeng. I think it should be Kunpeng. There's a fish in the North Sea named Kun. It transforms into a bird named Peng. Bai Shu thought of this name the moment he saw the giant fish in the pond. And Ning slapped her head. While she knew Kunpeng was the name of an ancestral spirit, she didn't know the corresponding description. The thought of almost losing a fully awakened ancestral spirit filled her with fear. She had originally thought that as a water element, her natal element and ancestral spirit were of little use in aquatic combat, hoping to avoid defeat in the finals. It was only when she had the token fragment that she came up with the idea of summoning the giant fish as a sea mount. But now Kunpeng's role is far more than that. He can also help them in aerial combat. Kunpeng. That's fantastic. And Ning was overwhelmed with excitement. After she spoke her name, the giant fish's form shifted, its eyes clearly transforming from silly to intelligent. Uncomfortable in the overly small pool, its two enormous ventral fins transformed into two pairs of wings, rising into the sky like a majestic rock. It surveyed the surroundings before swooping down towards its summoner. Before it could even approach, the massive figure flashed and returned to the summoner's spiritual sea. At the same time, Ning Kunpeng gained two more skills. Kunpeng, Skill 1, Kun, ensures the safety of passengers at sea, regardless of circumstances. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill 2, Peng, ensures the safety of passengers in the air, regardless of circumstances. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill 3, and, when using skills 1 or 2, it grants a damage reduction bonus. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. If skills 1 and 2 were within Ning's expectations, then skill 3 was a pleasant surprise. She couldn't wait to experience the damage reduction bonus. Everyone was happy for her. And Ning looked at Bai Shu. As much as she envied Zui Xingqian back then, she felt just as grateful now. Unsure how to express her gratitude, 1,000 words finally came down to one. Thank you. Bai Shu smiled and shook his head. Ah! The hotel owner rushed over in horror, seeing the horrific, shattered pool and backyard. She roared at the others, pay me back. Jiang Zhengping, still envious, shuddered and stepped forward with a forced smile. Boss, let's talk it over. Jiechenyu silently observed Bai Shu. There was much about him that was extraordinary. He was always confident about the token fragments, but tacitly no one asked. He eventually find out, Jiechenyu thought. Aside from Bai Shu and Jiechenyu, who received 1,000 points as a military bonus, Bai Chuan and the other two were deeply in debt overnight. After ordering several sets of Xianling costumes and spending lavishly, the group re-entered the contaminated zone. Bai Shu received the fragment sent by the Mercenary Fair Association, Yuan Qian's fire-type fragment with 2 tails. After receiving the fragment, it seemed to connect with Bai Shu and light up. His prediction was correct, and Bai Shu felt relieved, but he didn't rush to summon it. Dongfeng would play a crucial role in the finals. He couldn't afford to be banned. A few days later, the autumn finals finally began. This time, Bai Chuan had learned from his previous experience and returned a day early, standing neatly at the hotel entrance. Are you all ready? Shan Liangja asked. Ready! The five of them took a deep breath and said in unison, "Let's go!" Baishu sat in the car, watching the hotel gradually recede from sight. This was their final battle in the regional competition, and it was a matter of great importance. He spread his palms, his fingers trembling slightly. He couldn't tell if it was excitement, nervousness, or both. This was an emotion he had never experienced before, a desperate desire for something. He believed that after qualifying for the national competition, a whole new world awaited him. A large hand reached over Baishu's, gripping his slightly trembling hand. Baishu looked up. It was Xiechenyu. He offered no words of encouragement or comfort. "Do you remember the championship team reward?" Baishu's eyes lit up. His heart suddenly settled, his heart at peace. Even in a new world, he still had someone to accompany him. He needed to think about the present. Chapter 57. Shirakawa, who had always been unknown, had actually made it to the finals. Aside from a few people who had been following him for the previous matches, most others found it hard to believe. A car steadily drove towards the main entrance of the arena. Having learned from his previous experience, Shirakawa rushed back from the contaminated area a day early this time, just to arrive at the arena early. How could he be careless in the finals? The car stopped, and Baishu, who had been resting up, woke up. He, who was closest to the car door, opened it first. As soon as he took a step, his breath hitched. Outside was a sea of people. It was no less than a zombie siege. Those people turned their heads, and after a brief moment of surprise, they were ecstatic, as if they had found a treasure. The crowd was in an uproar. Shirakawa's little number 5. He looks even better on screen. The attention paid to the regional finals was different from before. It was only within the region. This was the competition to select teams for the national competition, so players from other regions, and the National Youth Training Camp would also be paying attention. Therefore, in addition to the official South District reports and recordings, there are also various private reporting stations. These, like reporters before the apocalypse, can spread news to other districts faster and better. Undoubtedly, the new Team Baichuan's advancement to the finals was a major highlight. However, what was even more unbelievable and disappointing was, he's a finalist. He looks like he's only in first grade. Someone shook their head. He made it to the finals like that? Are the finals just a child's play? The South District is getting worse and worse. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Chanshui will definitely win. I guess our South District coverage this year is doomed again. The people in the South District were not happy to hear this. Baichuan's reaching the finals was incredible. It would surely dazzle you all. Just wait and see. Baichuan was oblivious to the pessimism of some, for the sheer volume of people rushing forward, the shouts deafening, the flashing lights dizzying. Before Baishu's foot even touched the ground, Jiechenyu quickly scooted back and quickly locked the car door. Just then, another car quietly passed by, flashing its hazard lights. Jiechenyu pointed at it, followed Chanshui. The car in front was indeed Chanshui. Baichuan is too brave, isn't he? He dares to go through the main gate now? The pink-haired man spoke, his eyes wide. He was Meng Jiyuan, a third-year attacker on Changshui's first team. Changshui's 3 specialties, phantom control, shield healing, and water attack. They were Captain Jian Yunyan, Vice Captain Kong Hui, and attacker Meng Jiyuan. These 3 had already shown in their second-year fall tournament, last year, when they first competed, securing a spot in the nationals. Although they were quickly eliminated due to a poor preliminary round, their spot in the Border Army Reserve was already secured. After graduating from their third year, these 3 mid-control and healer players became captain and vice-captain. You can imagine how resilient this team was. Compared to the 2 quiet ones, only Meng Jiyuan was more talkative. They probably don't know. Kong Hui gave a pertinent answer. Baichuan and the others really didn't know. During the quarterfinals, they were unknown, with few spectators, but they advanced directly to the semifinals. They were almost late for the semifinals, and missed the grand occasion. Even Jiechenyu hadn't expected this. Meng Jiyuan curled his lips. Baichuan number 5. Doesn't look as amazing as Lao Hui makes him out to be. A few days ago, when the military recruited water summoners, Meng Jiyuan was there. Knowing that Kong Hui had encountered a high-level alien and narrowly escaped death, Meng Jiyuan was so anxious he didn't sleep well for most of the night. But when Kong Hui finally returned, he was dragged into a meeting before he could even ask any questions. The topic of the meeting was how to deal with a superhuman healer. Yes, superhuman. Healer. The 2 words just don't go together. Yeah. The new attacker, Yang Fan, agreed that number 5 is indeed very powerful. He can heal, And he's a great archer, but he's met his match this time. My ancestor, Uncle Yang, is the real master of the art of shooting arrows from 100 paces. The new healer Guoming also nodded. No matter how powerful his natural talent is, the game is about the team. With our captain, we won't lose to them. The two who joined the Chanshui team were naturally gifted. Kurosawa and Tomoji were fine, but Shirakawa, a newcomer, had achieved great fame, yet he was feared by the vice-captain, which made several people feel uncomfortable. Didn't Shirakawa's captain in the spring season boast such incredible skills, yet he was still defeated by Chanshui? Kong Hui said nothing. People can't teach others, but teaching them once is enough. He wouldn't pour cold water on his own team before a match. Chanshui could afford a few mistakes. It's normal for newcomers to be arrogant, they all been there. Once they meet more people, they understand the saying there are always better people. Kong Hui also agreed with some of what he said. While Baichuan had performed well in the competition so far, and Baishu was indeed powerful, this was a team competition, and Kong Hui didn't think Chanshui would lose. There was a hurdle every 3 levels of alien species, and whether or not a summoner had participated in the national competition made a difference. Even if they were eliminated in the preliminary round, they could still obtain more sensor fragments just by visiting the military headquarters and the central area, the venue for the national competition. If Kurosawa's second team had 1 heroic general, Chanshui had 3. Not to mention the captain's control, they wouldn't be afraid even against a fully awakened ancestor. Okay, already. The car stopped, and Jian Yunyan opened his eyes. He had a handsome face, looking refined and elegant, not like a summoner, but more like a scholar well-read and well-versed in classics. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, an air of authority emerged. No one dared to chat anymore after he spoke. Meng Jiyuan jumped out of the car, bent down and stretched his muscles. Get ready for battle. Even on the other side, Baichuan followed through the small door. Shan Liangzhe, leading a student to the finals for the first time, apologized. Sorry, I didn't realize you couldn't enter through the main entrance. Baichuan and the others smiled. It's okay, now we know. Let's gain experience for our younger students. The arena doors opened, and the lights inside shone brightly. South Division, the regional finals are about to begin. Spectators, please find your seats, and contestants, please register. Shui's voice was enthusiastic and infectious. Despite the size of the arena, it was packed. Many people even brought their own cushions and chairs to sit on the empty aisles. The front row was filled with people clutching cameras. They were the people at the reporting station. Both teams, please come out. After changing into their uniforms and checking their wristbands in the waiting room, Baishu heard the announcement from outside. He took a deep breath, stood up from his chair, and followed the others out of the waiting room. The moment the gate to the center court opened, dazzling sunlight streamed in from the open-air ceiling. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of a garment, revealing a fleeting glimpse of a slender, pale figure. Enthusiastic cheers filled his ears. Baishu looked around. He saw Boji, Kurosawa's men, and Yuan Kan, standing up and waving his arms exaggeratedly. On his shoulder sat Lan Lan, folding his arms grimly. Next to him was Al Lang, who had recovered. Today was a beautiful day. The 2 teams, 1 red and 1 blue, stood firm. Captains, please draw lots. The results came out quickly. Baiwan vs Chanshui. Venue, Central G Zone, Mountains and Seas. Type, Elimination Tournament. As expected, the result was still related to water. Zone G is not far removed from the previous Zone F, both located in the middle of the central area. However, due to Zone G's harsh environment and difficult terrain, coupled with its limited habitat, large alien species rarely appear. In other words, the likelihood of alien species above level 6 appearing during the competition is greatly reduced. It seems that the recent frequent alien invasions in the South Zone have caused the officials considerable headaches. Fearing the appearance of uncontrollable alien species at the finals venue, they moved the competition to a safer location. This change may be largely due to the high-level alien species that Baishu and Jiechenyu had previously encountered. The day after returning, Jiechenyu received a call from Lu Qing, saying that the high-level alien species had been successfully dealt with. Officials named the unknown alien Mi and classified it as a level 7 alien species. Mi is a non-aggressive alien species with exceptional concealment abilities, even fooling border troops. Its true form isn't the flesh maze, but a soft-bodied monster that suddenly appeared after the group exited it. The vast maze serves as the monster's digestive system, and also as a protective umbrella for the alien. The umbrella is connected to the alien's main body, guiding it across the sea. During the day, Mi folds up its umbrella. Aside from the ghost wall, it possesses no offensive properties, and its appearance is sufficiently stealthy to be difficult to detect on the vast ocean. From its true form, it appears to be only a level 5 alien species. Thus, it quietly and unnoticed stowed away in the polluted mid-surround. Unbeknownst to them, people accidentally or intentionally trapped within the mystical digestive organs during the day were transported to remote locations or the outskirts, waiting until nightfall for the mystical mealtime. The exhausted summoners had no power to resist, and were silently devoured by the alien species. With repeated success, this alien species managed to survive from level 7 to level 8, growing increasingly greedy and bold, eager to devour more summoners to level up. Thankfully, Bai Shu and his team discovered them this time, otherwise who knows how many more would have died. Although the incident was resolved, it also sounded a warning to the Southern District Military Headquarters and other regions. To prevent similar mystical species from sneaking in, the idea of sending summoners deeper into the Central District for training had to be abandoned. Of course, the officials were not going to let the competition off the hook. They had chosen the safest and most treacherous venues, along with the most intense elimination rounds. Both sides choose 3 band options. Information about the 5 opponents appeared before Chang Shui and Bai Chuan. Jiang Yunyan's brow furrowed as he glanced at Ning, number 3. After the Lovebirds and Mr. Li, there was an unknown ancestor. Bai Chuan was also making a decision. The further back in the game, the more ancestors there were, and the more important the choice of band became. The 5 members of Chang Shui had a total of 2 attackers, 2 healers, and 1 controller. Captain Jiang Yunyan, a third-year Wood-type controller, ranked among the top 3 controllers in the South Division. His natal scroll possessed 2 ancestors, Illusion Butterfly, which could cause hallucinations, and Horned Eagle, which could control wind. While neither of these ancestors had fully awakened, their fragment collection was considerable, especially Illusion Butterfly, which, as Jiang Yunyan's first ancestor, had already reached 2/3 of its collection. Illusion Butterfly and the scroll were a deadly combination. Unsurprisingly, Bai Chuan's first band was Illusion Butterfly. Vice Captain Kong Hui, a third-year water-type healer, had his natal water coffin as a single-target healer. The ancestor Haiwa was a single-target healer, and the second ancestor was listed as unknown. But both Bai Shu and Jie Chenyu knew that the second ancestor was the Water Priest, who provided a strong underwater shield and a small amount of healing. Jie Chenyu, the Water Priest, wasn't even used in the semi-finals, presumably as a trump card for the finals. But now that we know about it, let's ban him as the second one. Bai Shu agreed. Having them duck underwater every half hour is too much of a hassle. And Ning was confused, but that choice would give the opponent too much healing, and we still have Kunping. Jie Chenyu looked at her. No, Kunping could be banned. Chapter 58. Why? Jie Chenyu touched his chin. First, Jiang Yunyan and that reckless Chi Winda have different IQs. And Ning paused. Although, that's so rude. In Chi Winda's opinion, or generally speaking, nameless ancestor spirits are often newly summoned ancestor spirits. Unless a fully awakened ancestor spirit is summoned directly, their fragments are incomplete, their coordination is low, and they're not a threat. That's why, when Chi Winda chose to ban ancestor spirits in the last game, he didn't even glance at Swiss Xingtian's unknown ancestor spirit, and Wang Tao didn't care. The second point is timing. Jie Chenyu continued. The nameless ancestor spirit we missed in the last game turned out to be a fully awakened ancestor spirit, and it became the biggest obstacle for Kurosawa Team 2 during the game. And this time, an unknown ancestor spirit has appeared in Bai Chuan. Everyone, including Chang Shui, will undoubtedly pay close attention. Having said that, Jie Chenyu spread his hands. But if the opponent, this time, is still Chi Winda, Kunping probably won't be banned. He might think this is a deliberate deception by Bai Chuan, believing that a fully awakened ancestor spirit can't appear so easily. So the opponent will also pay attention to the third point, position. Jiang Yunyan is a man of many thoughts and intricacies. He also knows that Bai Chuan's weakness is water. Therefore, Bai Chuan's only water summoner can't afford to waste the crucial third ancestor spirit position. So I think Kunping is very likely to be banned. We should do our best to ban the opponent's water ancestor spirits to avoid a water battle. He said Jiang Yunyan is overthinking and intricate. Seeing no one speak, Jie Chenyu was puzzled. And Ning pulled Bai Shu over and whispered, "You see, how terrifying he is." Bai Shu nodded somewhat. Jie Chenyu, The second banned ancestor was the Water Priest. But that would increase the opponent's healing capacity, which was unavoidable. Chanshui number 3 Ming Jiyuan, 3rd year, water-type attacker, natal ice, has 2 ancestors, fully awakened Hook Snake and Axe Giant. Hook Snake is agile in water, so Baichuan's 3rd ban was undoubtedly Hook Snake. Chanshui number 4 Yang Fan, 2nd year, metal-type attacker, natal Swana, group attack, ancestor Yang Shu, archer with piercing accuracy. Chanshui number 5 Guoming, 2nd year, earth-type healer, natal circle, group healing, ancestor Stone Taoist, single target healing. Baichuan made his choices quickly, banning all the powerful water-type ancestors. After they made their choices, the opponent was still deliberating. After all, Baichuan had a much wider variety of ancestors. Both teams' ban choices must be made public simultaneously, but the audience isn't subject to such restrictions. When did Baichuan have so many ancestral spirits? When Shui saw Chanshui's ban board, he belatedly realized, Baichuan has another unknown ancestral spirit. It's number 3. Is this an ancestral spirit collection place in Baichuan? The kind where you get an ancestral spirit after every match. Last time, Baichuan's unknown ancestral spirit number 4, Zhuanzhu, was incredibly brave. I wonder what the unknown ancestral spirit number 3 will be like. I'm really excited. As Jie Chenyu had said, the unknown ancestral spirit had captured everyone's attention. With little time left to choose, Chanshui finally gave its final answer. Shui perked up. There it is. Chanshui gave their first ban to number 4, Zhuanzhu, and then banned an unknown ancestral spirit with their second. It's truly unexpected. The third one, which had given Chanshui the longest hesitation, ultimately led him to choose from the following options. Number 1 Golden Crow, Drought Master. Number 2 Bed Mother, River Lord. Number 3 Lovebird, Mr. Li chose Drought Master. Xiaowu explained, it seems Chanshui hasn't forgotten the lesson from the spring split. The Drought Master's presence significantly counters the skills of Chanshui's number 2 and number 3. Qi Winda sneered, Chanshui is foolish, banning unknown ancestral spirits. Of course, they should ban Bed Mother. When playing against Yinxiang, Baichuan number 4 and Bed Mother worked well together. More importantly, Bed Mother's invisibility would make Jiang Yunyan's natal scroll less effective. Li Zimu, holding Mai Dian, looked at the suddenly appearing red hair, as if he were a monster. His hooded black jacket and white mask were barely concealing him, but his red hair and your all-rats aura were so obvious that it was hard to pretend ignorance. Aren't you not coming? Qi Winda choked. Just passing by. Wang Tao ruthlessly pointed the finger. Not only did he stop by specifically, but it seems he's also been cramming through Baichuan's previous match videos. No! Hey, that tall guy up front is blocking my view of the game. A petite girl in the back row couldn't contain her anger and yelled at him. Qi Winda, without a seat, squatted on the steps. I came to see Baichuan's crushing defeat, but not to see Chanshui's idiotic ban. But it seems that's difficult to see now. Wang Tao helplessly said, you forgot, the number 4 we missed was a fully awakened ancestor. Qi Winda remained unmoved. That was just their luck. Could Baichuan still summon a fully awakened ancestor? If fully awakened ancestors were that easy to summon, why would I still be in Kurosawa? I'm going to kowtow to Baichuan. If it were so easy to summon fully awakened beings, why would Qi Winda only have divine generals? Baichuan saw the result, and Ning's fists dropped in nervousness. Cui Xingtian patted his chest. Not bad, at least we managed to ban 2 powerful water types. Chanshui wasn't surprised to see the ban on the ancient spirits. Both teams chose to bring their ancient spirits with them for this match and waited for the teleport. South Division, the regional finals officially begin. 2 columns of red and blue figures vanished from the arena. The arena suddenly went dark, and a panoramic view appeared on the 180-degree screen. Land and the vast ocean embraced each other, with small bodies of water interspersed between the land. It was a panoramic view of the Southern Division. Breaking through the clouds, they descended straight down, gradually approaching the land, finally landing on a cliff overlooking the sea. The mountains stretched out in a continuous line, with peaks rising and falling. Strange rocks clustered along the seashore, a barren landscape. Only when looking into the mountains could they see patches of green. As Baishu landed, he first felt the damp air, and heard the crash of waves against the rocky walls. The surroundings were barren, bare, and devoid of cover. Behind him lay a cliff over 20 meters deep, with a turbulent current below. The view was filled with undulating cliff faces, and the cliff he was on was already considered low. Baishu unconsciously stepped back, his first thought, the terrain is unfavorable, run. As he moved inward, searching for cover, he glanced at his wristband. Luckily, the competition venue was large, and his teammates and opponents were scattered across the mountain, making the path difficult to navigate. There was no one near him. Unfortunately, Bai Shu pursed his lips. The venue was so vast that simply walking would be exhausting. The wristband suddenly lit up. Attention, both competitors. Supplies will arrive every 4 hours. Please check them. Bai Shu pondered. Supplies are coming. Xiao Bai? Just as the official notification sounded, Li Chenyu's voice rang out. Bai Shu hurriedly said, Here? The competition venue is large this time, so let's go into the mountains together. I have Jinwu accompany you. Be careful, we might not be able to reunite quickly. Bai Shu understood. The reunion of the Baichuan and the other 5 was difficult, but Chan Shui had it much easier by comparison. Number 3, the axe giant, was enormous, able to stride 4 or 5 meters in one step. With a single arm swing, he could easily carry 2 or 3 people, and he ran even faster. Number 1, the deer eagle, could control the wind, and with a flap of its wings, Jiang Yunyan could stride several meters in one step. Seeing this, Shui felt a little worried. From the outset, Chan Shui has the advantage. Their ancestral spirits, both in speed and strength, are better suited to wide maps, giving them an advantage even in sea battles. As for Baichuan, currently, only Jinwu and Number 3, who possesses the lovebirds, have any real advantages. Number 2's Bedmother and Number 4's Swordsmith are ineffective in the early stages. So, while Baichuan has more ancestral spirits, they're not as high quality as their opponents, putting them at a disadvantage. Sha Huayu frowned. It's going to be difficult for Baichuan to win. Baichuan knows its weakness, so they avoid naval battles whenever possible, opting for surprise attacks. But the initial distribution and initiative are crucial. Baichuan is exhausted, while Chan Shui is faster and more effortless. If any Baichuan player faces a Chan Shui healer, eliminating one first will greatly increase their chances of winning. Unfortunately, the terrain is too vast. By the time Baichuan's men catch up to the opposing healer, Chan Shui Number 1 and Number 3, 2 major problems, will have already joined their teammates, making the gains more than they gain. Baichuan was clearly not so foolish. As usual, Xie Chenyu sent out Fire 2 to investigate the situation. He chose not to launch a surprise attack, instead directing everyone to head into the mountains. However, their positioning wasn't entirely disadvantageous. The mountains were near the sea, so there was no need to worry about naval battles. The forests were suitable for surprise attacks, and the narrow and rugged mountain paths limited the axe giant, making the terrain more suitable for Baichuan's battles. There were 3 opponents positioned within the mountains. They were running in the exact opposite direction of Baichuan, aiming for the cliffs, a perfect spot for them to perform. Traveling in opposite directions, they met on a narrow road. Xie Chenyu glanced at his bracelet. Although the enemy hadn't made any obvious movements, he knew they would head towards the seaside. 2 red dots were heading towards Xiaobai. They were both moving at a fast pace. One of them must be Jiang Yunyan or Meng Jiyuan. Xie Chenyu paused, making a quick decision. The deputy team leader will support Xiaobai, while the others continue heading into the mountain. Zhuo Xingtian, closest to the Chan Shui trio, said, Captain, the 3 ahead are Kang Hui, Meng Jiyuan, and Yang Fan. Then it must be Number 1 and Number 5 chasing Bai Shu. Xie Chenyu glanced at Ning, who was still further behind. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, Senior, go too. Be sure to hurry. This time was different. Baichuan couldn't have all of his men go to rescue Bai Shu, and they had to leave the Chan Shui team behind. And Ning hesitated. Although she wanted to go, could Zhuo Xingtian and Xie Chenyu handle the 3 of them? The golden crow had flown away, leaving neither of them without the ancestral spirits to help them. I can do it, Captain. Bai Shu had also thought of this, and his voice, emanating from his bracelet, added, without waiting for Xie Chenyu to speak, I'm not trying to show off. Trust me. Okay. The audience could see that something was amiss. Isn't the direction of Chan Shui the same as Xiaobai's initial target? Oh no! Bai Shu won't collide with the Chan Shui main force. No, there are still the other Baichuan members blocking him, but Baichuan Number 5 is just incredibly unlucky. I think the entire Baichuan team is unlucky. They had hoped Bai Shu and Chan Shui would safely miss each other, but Jiang Yunyan, who was closest to the cliff, had already joined Number 5 Guoming and was specifically comparing Bai Shu's positioning. The hanging in the balance was completely gone. This is it. The same goes for the Chan Shui captain. Baichuan Number 5 is starting to collapse. There's still a chance. If Bai Shu can hold off until Jin Wu and Jiang Zhengping arrive, maybe he can. Xiaobai, run faster. Maybe he can escape. The person on the screen was even more anxious than the one in the video, wishing they could manually lift Bai Shu off the screen and put him back in the mountains, away from Chen Shui. But why did he stop? There was a cliff behind him, and Jiang Yunyan, staring intently in front of him, was right in front of him. The healer, caught between the two, looked tired and had actually stopped to rest. How long had he been running? Chapter 59. Bai Shu's pause sent the crowd into a state of panic. Even if he swung his legs full force, it wouldn't do anything. Chen Shui number 1 was tall, long-legged, and had decent stamina. Even without the help of Deer Eagle, he could have caught the little chick. The South Regional Tournament was truly a place for fun. How could someone with such low stamina still make it to the finals? Although the South was notoriously weak among the 5 regions, for quality teams, instead of Kurosawa and Boji, it would be better to focus on the Central, which consistently achieved Grand Slam status, or the West, which was quite strong. But it was the finals after all, so some would come in to check out the situation and observe the strength changes in each region. This was hilarious. Not bad, he looked like a healer. In the South, summoners are leaving quite a bit, and healers are incredibly valuable and highly praised. It's normal for him to have some weak stamina. He's just unlucky. The South people hated hearing this. The former was a rant without any clear reason, but the latter's condescending tone was even more infuriating. What's wrong with being a little weak? They're eating your rice, so they can't even get the praise. Those who were about to explain simply stopped wasting words and just kept cheering. Let Shirakawa advance to the nationals and show them. Bai Shu's stamina was indeed not very good. Even a normal athlete couldn't handle running through the mountains and plains. Bai Shu knew this, and instead of wasting his energy on a hopeless escape, he decided to conserve his energy and give it a good fight. His bracelet kept flashing, and his teammates' words still lingered in his ears. No matter how powerful the incoming enemy was, they weren't offensive types. They just had to hold them off and wait for reinforcements. He wasn't facing this alone. Jie. A black feather fell, and Bai Shu was delighted. It was the golden crow. Haha, that horned bird couldn't be faster than it. The golden crow watched Bai Shu wave at it, its head raised high in delight. You know, it had been racing non-stop since the start, its wings practically smoking. It thought sadly, perhaps it would be better to become Bai Shu's ancestor, saving itself all this trouble. Though it longed to settle down on Bai Shu's head, the timing was clearly not right. It circled overhead, but didn't approach him. Instead, it turned and flew towards the pursuing Deer Eagle, unceremoniously unleashing a mouthful of fire. It couldn't let this thing get close. What if it got sent flying by its summoner, with a single wing? Gaga! The Deer Eagle flapped its wings, sending the flames flying back. The golden crow's 3 paws twitched in fear, and it quickly dodged. While it wouldn't be killed by its own flames, being burned bald wouldn't be a good look. With the golden crow distracting the Deer Eagle, Bai Shu could focus on dealing with the incoming force. This damn place was completely barren, with no escape possible. 2 figures quickly appeared in sight. Sure enough, it was Jiang Yunyan and number 5, Guoming. It wasn't Kong Hui, which was good news. The moment he saw them, Bai Shu didn't wait any longer. Like an arrow from a bow, he charged forward. Without offensive skills, Bai Shu had nothing to fear. He swung his hand, and the dagger shone brightly. Huh? Guoming was startled. The captain saw someone rushing towards the cliffside as soon as Bai Chuan's men landed, and he predicted that the one there must be a healer or a control. The cliffside happened to be their chosen strategic location, so they sped up. It turned out to be true. The man was number 5. But what Guoming hadn't expected was that the other party would charge right up like that. He charged right up, even if they weren't attackers, but traditionally weak healers and control players. He was the captain after all, with such an incredible skill that even attackers would be intimidated. Oh my god, number 5 charged. Is he giving up? You ignorant outsider. He was clearly conserving his energy. Didn't you see that number 5's movements were faster than Chen Shui and the others? That's right, number 5 has easily single-handedly killed a control before. Yunxiang College. Lu Min, who was watching the video and wanted to say something in Bai Shu's favor. Sorry, he was easily single-handedly killed by the control. So fierce, so fast, that was Guoming's first impression. Countless evasion training made Guoming instinctively want to flee. He was going to use himself as a hostage. That was Guoming's first reaction. But he had just taken a step when Bai Shu pushed him in the back. He rolled on the ground, dusty and grimy, only to see Bai Shu staring intently at the captain, not even glancing back at him. Guoming, Having been used to being the target of Tang Sanzing's flesh, why was he suddenly being disdained and feeling a slight sense of loss? It wasn't that Bai Shu didn't want to finish off the opposing healer with a few strikes, the situation simply forced him to do so. Jiang Yunyan's natal scroll, when empty, unfolded, capable of sucking everything within its reach into the painting, including people. Unfolding it again allowed him to release people, a total of 3 uses, with a 24-hour cooldown. This skill was incredibly powerful, and Bai Shu couldn't afford to give the opponent a chance to open it. If he and Jin Wu were sucked into the scroll, they would be taken to the enemy's territory, either to be dealt with or thrown into the sea, unable to escape even with wings. If Bai Chuan arrived to seize it, with their own reduced combat power, Zhou Ming would undoubtedly lose in a head-on confrontation. Jiang Yunyan initially dismissed it, believing he could handle a healer without much trouble. Even if one looked at the recordings of previous matches, it was clear that Bai Shu was an excellent archer and had decent combat prowess. But now, firstly, he didn't have the conditions to launch a sneak attack, and secondly, seeing Bai Shu's slender figure, he subconsciously saw a little more clearly. Jiang Yunyan covered his forearm with his hand, blood dripping from his fingers. He looked at the changing bracelet, his eyes becoming more serious. Kang Hui only praised his skills, and didn't mention this. Xiao Wu was surprised. Bai Shu actually restrained Captain Chan Shui. While they knew Bai Shu was skilled, they weren't sure to what extent. Although he had solo killed a control bot, the opponent wasn't a renowned player, and his appearance was deceptive. Those who hadn't actually fought him could hardly empathize with his tricky attack angles and speed. Captain Chan Shui even had his real name scroll in hand, yet he was cornered by the healer. He had qualified for the national competition, and was expected to be on the roster for the youth training camp this year. But Bai Shu's demeanor and his title as a healer were too deceptive, and some defended Chan Shui #1. After all, he had a knife, while Chan Shui was unarmed and could only use his scroll to block, so he naturally didn't dare to fight with all his might. That seemed to make sense. Besides, #1 had room for error, while #5 would surely lose if he made a single mistake. How long could he sustain that? Bai Shu, however, seemed unfazed by exhaustion. He pursed his lips, and continued to strike at Jiang Yunyan's hands and arms. Some were convinced. Regardless of weapon or no weapon, being able to control an opponent was more important than anything else. He had a sharp mind. But it felt like he was about to die. Have you forgotten someone? Water dripped from Bai Shu's nose, and his breathing gradually became heavier. Elsewhere, Jiang Zhengping was frantically hurrying along. He finally understood why Ning was so obsessed with Kunpeng, even though he wasn't fully awakened when summoned. Even if he wasn't fully awakened, a spirit that could swim and fly was still incredibly attractive. He wondered why they were still providing supplies this time, as if the officials knew how much the players had been depleted. However, after finally arriving and catching sight of a figure in the distance, Jiang Zhengping paused. The bed mother could suppress the scroll, but his rash appearance might alert the enemy. On the way there, he'd been worried about his location being discovered, but now it seemed Jiang Yunyan hadn't bothered to check, and the opponent's #5 hadn't even bothered to check. Because the bed mother hadn't awakened yet, he was worried about leaving her alone to find Bai Shu in the melee. Now, he could activate his invisible shield and go straight ahead. The only problem was, Bai Shu and Jiang Yunyan were locked in a fierce struggle. How could he get Bai Shu to notice him? Time was of the essence, and the thought barely crossed his mind before Jiang Zhengping, quick on the move, summoned the bed mother and rushed forward. Jiang Zhengping ran in, staring at the two men locked in a fierce struggle, unable to find a single move, when he suddenly caught sight of Bai Shu's blade flashing, the tip of the blade tilting to the left. Can he see him? Startled, Jiang Zhengping glanced at Jiang Yunyan's reaction. Everything was normal. But Bai Shu was definitely looking in his direction. Jiang Zhengping didn't bother to dwell on that. He glanced left, and saw Bai Shu pointing in the direction of Chan Shui #5. He was watching nervously. Although the other party's attention was on Jiang Yunyan, being watched intently made Jiang Zhengping tread even more cautiously. Thankfully, the area was bare, so a gentle touch would be less likely to be noticed. He stood with Guanming without anyone noticing, but he had to stand aside to avoid letting Guanming notice that he was missing limbs. Jiang Zhengping gritted his teeth at the sight of the fat meat before him, a sight he could only look at but not eat. The invisibility skill rendered the bracelet's location useless, but the camera could still detect heat sources, thoughtfully marking Jiang Zhengping's position for the audience. The men from Baichuan and Chan Shui stood in a row, watching their own people fight. The scene was incredibly hilarious. Everyone was stunned. Shui struggled to find his words, but could only say, quite harmonious. How could Bai Shu, a skilled archer, not have sharp eyes? Furthermore, his perception had greatly increased after awakening the Will-o'-the-Wisp. To prevent Jiang Yunyan from noticing, he attacked with all his might. During the fight, Jiang Yunyan's hands had already been bruised several times, and Bai Shu's strength finally wore out, unknowingly being caught between Jiang Yunyan and Guoming. This was a good opportunity. Guoming's eyes lit up. If he could find the right opportunity to pin Bai Shu down, even a moment would be enough for the captain to unleash his power. Seeing the captain injured several times, he didn't want to drag it out any longer. Bai Shu's retreating steps paused, as if sensing a precarious position. Guoming, standing behind him, immediately tackled Bai Shu. Although his moves weren't particularly well organized, he was a seasoned warrior with considerable strength. Remembering Bai Shu's ferocious demeanor, Guoming, terrified, gathered all his strength. But even if he had to deal a blow, it would have been worth it to abduct the other team's healer. Bai Shu was slammed to the ground. Jiang Yunyan's bloodied hands unrolled the scroll with a slight stiffness, but halfway through, Bai Shu and Guoming vanished. If it hadn't been for the warning, the people off-screen wouldn't have realized how Bai Shu had vanished with his entire body, not to mention Jiang Yunyan. Bai Shu and Jiang Zhengping, one holding Guoming, while the other tightly covered his mouth, charged forward. Hurry up, hurry up! Jiang Zhengping's eyes lit up with glee. Bai Shu, anxious, clutched his bracelet. Brother Jia, send the golden crow back. Jiang Yunyan's face was gloomy, filled with anger, but he had already unfolded the scroll. Bai Shu and his own healer had vanished before his very eyes, and it felt utterly aggrieved not to retaliate. Jie! The deer eagle that had been harassing him suddenly flew away. The golden crow, gloating, suddenly realized something and hurriedly tried to return to Jie Qinyu's spiritual sea. But the deer eagle flicked its wings, blowing the golden crow far away. Jiang Yunyan was even quicker. With a flick of his body, the three-legged crow, with its wings spread wide, froze in midair for a moment before vanishing. The blank scroll now contained the image of the golden crow. One wing was above, the other flapping back, its body still twitching. Chapter 60. Although this turn of events was expected, watching the golden crow transformed into a miniature in the painting still made Bai Shu bite his lower lip. Ideas of trying to deal with the enemy and save the golden crow flashed through his mind, but they were all ultimately rejected. No! Retreat first. Let's retreat first, and then we find a way. Jiang Zhengping placed a hand on Bai Shu's shoulder. Without the golden crow, just battling that man and bird would be difficult, let alone snatching the scroll. If they dragged on until the bed mother's skill cooled down, they might both be in the painting. Bai Shu was still young, inexperienced in combat, and a loyal and righteous child. Watching the golden crow disappear, he worried that Bai Shu would be reluctant to let it go, and was about to try to persuade her. But Bai Shu quickly composed herself and said, okay. The calm weather suddenly gave way to a strong wind. Jiang Yunyan stood alone on the cliff, his eyes dark. Although he could no longer see, Bai Chuan might not be able to leave if he wanted to. Almost immediately after capturing the golden crow, the now unopposed deer eagle unleashed a reckless hurricane. There was no shelter here, and it threatened to sweep the two men into the sea in one breath. Bai Shu and Jiang Zhengping only had time to deal Guoming a couple of blows, and before he could even get far, he was already dizzy from the blows. It hurt. Guoming was pinned between the two, a human sandbag. As a healer, he rarely suffered such a beating. He could only summon his ancestral spirit, and hold a stone crafted by Taoist stone in his mouth. The stone had a warming and healing effect, barely managing to restore his health. Seeing the incoming hurricane, the three men and the ancestral spirit retreated step by step. Beyond them lay a cliff. Guoming's dejected expression shifted, and he twisted excitedly, asking Taoist stone to help pull him back, mumbling, "You're done. Don't even think about leaving. Deputy Captain, let's throw him away." Bai Shu shielded his face with one hand, clinging to Jiang Zhengping with the other. Guoming's eyes widened, and his struggle shrank. He made him sound like trash, but to Bai Chuan and the others, Guoming was now truly a burden, a piece of trash. He couldn't kill him, and he couldn't drag him away. They were now preoccupied with fighting the wind, with no time to finish off Guoming, and even stalled their progress by dragging him along. The only option now was to throw the burden away and take care of themselves. Although Deer Eagle's skill only lasted a minute or two before going on cooldown, being blown out to sea would be a serious problem. Jiang Zhengping was heartbroken to have to throw away the duck he had already secured, and his pained expression actually made Guoming feel a little better. Then, the hand he had grasped loosened, and Guoming's face paled. The Taoist stone vanished with a whoosh, leaving Guoming flailing his arms wildly, as he was blown skyward without a single base. Ah! So high! The audience outside the screen shifted their gaze upward, a bit bewildered. They had only seen so much in vain. Since the Golden Crow was captured, the entire cliff face was filled with Jiang Yunyan and the three symbols entangled and grappling. Family matters were the most important. Lu Ying gave up on the blast and turned to chase Guoming. The wind died down, and even if it returned, its abilities would be on cooldown. Jiang Zhengping and Bai Shu hurried away. As Lu Ying flew away, Jiang Yunyan's abilities were unusable, but the two, unfazed by their location, ran with all their might. Baihuan number 2 and number 5 have escaped successfully. Xiaoyi was thrilled. You have to remember that when Bai Shu faced Jiang Yunyan, everyone thought this much anticipated healing character would be defeated from the start, and he was no exception. Unexpectedly, they inflicted heavy damage on Chang Shui number 1 and number 5, nearly killing the other healer. Strangely, this was the first time I seen such a frustrated expression on Jiang Yunyan's face. To be honest, he wasn't at a disadvantage. At least he saved his own healer and captured the other party's fully awakened ancestor spirit, right? Seeing this, Xiaowu explained, that's not the case. There's a huge difference between holding an ancestor spirit with a scroll and holding a summoner. Holding a summoner, if the opponent's ancestor spirit isn't fully awakened, effectively deprives them of 2 combat points, allowing them to wait for the right moment to attack. But if you hold an ancestor spirit, once released from the scroll, it returns to the opponent's spiritual sea. The only effect is to temporarily deprive them of 1 attacking member. If you want to use the scroll to trap the others, you must first release the Golden Crow. Shui continued, currently, Baichuan number 5 and number 2 have escaped from the cliff, while the other 3 Chanshui members are still trapped in the mountain. If Jiang Yunyan doesn't want to be attacked from both sides by Baichuan, he must return, but the terrain will inevitably change. When both sides have similar abilities, but vastly different tendencies, terrain differences are crucial. Changshui's overall characteristics favor long-range attacks and naval warfare. Baichuan's characteristics favor close-range attacks and land warfare. Shifting his gaze to the other battlefield, the axe giant's every move caused the earth to tremble, but in the steep and narrow mountain terrain, he seemed confined, desperately wanting to dig his toes into the ground to maintain his balance during the chase. Under his legs was Zhu Xingtian, carrying a large sword and shouting in protest. Although small, he was extremely agile, and his voice was loud. Sarcastic words flowed freely from his chattering mouth, causing the axe giant to become irritated several times. The axe giant, so named for his enormous size, and the axe he wields, wears golden armor, revealing his brown muscles, and the pattern of unknown lines visible on his exposed skin. His axe is razor sharp, and a single strike sends up a shower of rubble. Splitting rocks is no problem, let alone a person. And that's before he activates his special abilities, which are said to have the power to split mountains and draw water. However, his body isn't quite as agile, so Zhu Xingtian manages to keep him at bay for a while, occasionally stabbing the giant's raised feet. Of course, it would be even better if there weren't the constant barrage of arrows. When Bai Shu was around, he was so happy to see him dispatch his opponents with one arrow after another. Now, being attacked by one arrow after another makes Baichuan and the other 2 feel so infuriated. Jie Chenyu battles Meng Jiyuan. The opponent's innate icy nature, upon appearing, releases a chill that can stiffen a person's limbs and slowly cause frostbite. However, Jie Chenyu possesses Yang Fire, so even without using his innate nature, he can handle some of these attacks. In single combat, Xie Chenyu was rarely defeated. Meng Jiyuan was forced to retreat. He gritted his teeth. Xie Chenyu was truly his nemesis, and Ning guarded against Kong Hui's attacks and disrupted the situation, occasionally using the lovebirds to pull Meng Jiyuan to block incoming arrows, or turning the axe giant, currently chopping with his axe, to attack his own men. In terms of combat power alone, Baichuan was superior, but his weakness lay in his healer. The enemy's number 4 was far from the battlefield, so Kong Hui couldn't drain in Ning's health. He summoned He Hua to continuously replenish Meng Jiyuan, the most seriously injured. Baichuan had no other options. And Ning could only rely on the crystal mirror to calculate and minimize the number of hits Zhu Xingtian received. Xiaowu. The 3-player match is entering a fierce stage. Baihuan number 4 and Chang Shui number 3 have suffered the most significant health loss. Number 3's health is recovering, and Baichuan's healing system is still on its way back. He didn't finish his words, but the unspoken meaning was clear to everyone. Even if Baichuan number 5 had wings, he wouldn't be able to make it back. Number 4 is bound to be eliminated. Without a fully awakened spirit and an attacker, Baichuan's outcome is obvious. The people who came from other zones were surprised when they saw Jinwu, but after seeing the healer's performance, those who had originally claimed to be just checking it out unknowingly settled in the south zone. But just when they had begun to show some interest in this new team, the one-sided situation dampened their excitement. As expected, a strong team is still a strong team. It's impossible to be surpassed so quickly. Even with a fully awakened spirit, what matters is the overall strength of the team. After a few moves, Zhuixing Tian's health was almost depleted. Some people's hearts were in their throats, while others waited for the dust to settle. Who would have thought that one of Baichuan's attackers would be eliminated first, even though Baichuan's healer, who was most vulnerable to elimination, hadn't been eliminated yet? Zhuixing Tian rolled on the ground, and an arrow pierced his spot, followed by the axe giant's massive foot. TSK. Seeing he was about to be eliminated, they concentrated their attacks on him. Zhuixing Tian quickly stood up, the dangerous glow of his bracelet not causing him to flinch. His face was free of the fear and disappointment of his team's impending defeat, only a strong desire to fight. Giving up is easy, but what if Baishu appeared the very next moment? He has incredible endurance. He's still so agile after battling the axe giant for so long. The newcomers in Baichuan are quite good. I wonder where this relatively unknown school found two such battle-crazed fighters. At this crucial moment, Chan Shui couldn't help but tense up. After all, eliminating one of the opponents first would be a huge advantage, both in terms of healing and attack. For a moment, everyone was determined to eliminate the opponent at all costs. Seeing Ning controlling the axe giant to block Zhuixing Tian's arrows, Zhuixing Tian's bracelet had already begun to glow red. Yang Fan gritted his teeth and summoned his natal instrument, a simple metal swana appearing in his hand. Beep! The loud and piercing swana sounded, resonating loudly on and off the screen, and everyone covered their ears in unison. Meng Jiyuan was stunned. His already low health made his pink hair stand on end, his eyes widened, and his heartbeat was so fast that he feared he would die. Fortunately, Shuo was there. Can you practice your swana more? Yang Fan scratched his head. But playing it nicely isn't as devastating. Meng Jiyuan, This was the truth. Playing it like this was a double blow, both physically and mentally. Normally, Yang Fan wouldn't easily use his ultimate in the presence of his teammates, as it would hurt both him and others. He usually waited for his teammates to find him a lone opponent, then shamelessly followed suit. He was anxious to use it now simply because he wanted to quickly eliminate number 4. They eliminated number 4, and the captain eliminated number 5. Wasn't Baichuan still the same as last year? A trap beast in a cage? He looked back and saw Zhuixing Tian, holding his head and staying calm on the field. His bracelet had actually faded. How could this be possible? Yang Fan was shocked. He wasn't a healing type. Not only number 4, but even numbers 1 and 3 were seeing their health points increase. What was going on? Meng Jiyuan glanced around anxiously, trying to figure out what was going on, but Jiechenyu didn't give him a chance. There was no need to distract himself from dodging arrows. Jiechenyu's attack intensified. Meng Jiyuan dared not be distracted by anything else. If the other healer had returned, it meant the captain wasn't doing well. The captain wasn't doing well? That couldn't be right. Kan Hui glanced around, only to spot a handsome man in a crescent-shaped white robe. He lovingly touched his new clothes and belt, a harmless smile playing on his face. The first-class junior, realizing what was happening, excitedly stood up. It's Dong Feng. The elder spirit Dong Feng. He slapped his head in frustration. Baichuan had used this trick before. How could he have forgotten? Another fully awakened elder spirit, a healer. The people from the outside district were envious. They had come to the south district to feel superior, but instead, they were being shown off. Even teams that made it to the national competition didn't necessarily have fully awakened elder spirits, let alone Baichuan, who had 2. Survival in the apocalypse was difficult, and admiration for the strong was widespread. The people from the outside district became more respectful. No wonder you all seem so calm and collected. You must have known about Dong Feng's presence. To be honest, although Dong Feng is a fully awakened ancestor, he's so low-key they never even thought of him. But we can't lose face in front of the other districts. So, of course, that's a fully awakened ancestor. We expected this. It's as if he wasn't the one sweating in his palms before. Given the relationship between Baichuan number 1 and number 5, it's just a matter of swapping ancestor spirits, normal operation.